You are obviously the only emperor-level strongman left in the world. But I have to pretend to be immortal. Hiding in the mountains for thousands of years. Never fly a sword when traveling. Hunting with bow and arrow only. Just because you know that this world is too dangerous. Although 99.9% of the immortal cultivators are weaker than you. But you are still afraid of the invincible strong man in the Saint Realm. Slap you to death. So you hid for 80,000 years. Until today. 99 thunderbolts struck. You finally succeeded in overcoming the tribulation. Became an invincible saint at that time. And you also changed from your original vicissitudes of life. Instantly restored to the appearance of the young man. For such a result. You are very satisfied. I think it's time to go back and see the family's splendor. But when you are ready to break the taboo. When breaking out of the evil. But I saw the current clan leader Nangong Junyi resisting the thunder. It turns out that in the past 80,000 years, the family lost the protection of you, the ancestor. The Nangong family's status in the martial arts world is getting worse day by day. The Lee family relied on the presence of a powerful emperor, blatantly trying to annex the Nangong family's 10,000-year territory. Without any choice. Nangong Junyi could only agree to marry his daughter to him on the surface. He intends to use this to buy time for his breakthrough to the Emperor realm. However, he obviously overestimated his own strength. I saw a bolt of lightning strike from the sky. The image of the Emperor that originally reflected the sky. It started to decline rapidly. Nangong Junyi was also struck by the lightning. Spewing blood. See this scene. The elders not far away all looked troubled. This means that genocide is not far away. And you, who were standing by, finally couldn't stand it anymore. Then just waved. A vast spiritual energy. Directly into his decaying body. Just a moment. His condition has returned to its peak. Nangong Junyi looked at him in surprise. I saw a golden road extending from afar. After seeing the face in the golden light clearly, Nangong Junyi was shocked. Ancestor? Is this some hidden ancestor of my Nangong family? Am I dreaming? I have never heard our ancestors say that our Nangong family still has an ancestor alive. God can bear witness to this. The Nangong family is finally saved. Ancestor. Please save the Nangong family. Everyone in the Nangong family learned that the person who spoke was actually the family's reclusive ancestor. Everyone cried and asked Nangong Haotian for help. Nangong Haotian was overwhelmed with emotions upon seeing this, and finally he sighed helplessly. Although I can help you solve your current predicament, do you all have to rely on me to protect you from the wind and rain in the future? He originally stood up for the younger generation he had high hopes for, Nangong Yu. The bloodline of his relatives had long since died out, and Nangong Haotian had no feelings for the descendants of the Nangong family who had been separated for tens of thousands of years. He didn't want to be bound by the Nangong family and become their full-time bodyguard. Nangong Junyi understood the deep meaning of Nangong Haotian's words, and he kowtowed several times on the ground. Grandmaster, please teach me. Even if it means going through mountains of swords and seas of fire, or even being torn to pieces. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I am willing to try. Well, come to the secret realm to find me. I can find a way to quickly elevate your realm to the level of the Emperor. Upon hearing this, Nangong Haotian looked at Nangong Junyi with a pleading attitude. I didn't expect that he was so responsible, which made me look at him with new eyes. As soon as Nangong Haotian finished speaking, everyone suddenly heard thunder and the surroundings suddenly became inexplicably dark. By the time they reacted, they ran out of the hall to take a look. Only then did he realize that it was the back mountain. At this moment, the Nangong family's secret realm was surging with wind and clouds, and thunder and lightning were interweaving. Before they could exclaim in surprise, several stone tablets flew out from the entrance of the secret realm and landed on the training ground in front of them. Moreover, each of these stone tablets exudes supreme power, making it impossible for people to look directly at it. These are a few exercises that I randomly deduced during my free time. I will give them to you for your practice. Nangong Haotian's voice was casual, as if he was giving away something that was not worth mentioning. Obviously, these hard-to-find skills that could enable one to reach the level of an emperor were no longer of interest to him. Even if he wanted, he could easily deduce dozens of techniques that could be practiced to the emperor realm. Who dares to spy on my secret realm? Suddenly, Nangong Haotian's eyes flashed. The sound was like a huge bell, shaking the entire heaven and earth. Everyone covered their ears and looked up, only to see dozens of strange divine thoughts appear outside the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, it turned into ashes before their eyes. However, among these dissipating divine thoughts, there was a small, transparent, worm-shaped divine thought that survived. Not only did it not retreat, but it drilled into the secret realm even more secretly. You really don't know how to live or die. You are indeed the descendant of a traitorous family. Nangong Haotian, who had originally shaken off the spiritual thoughts of the powerful people from various aristocratic families and sects as a punishment, smiled grimly after looking at the sneaky insect-shaped spiritual thoughts. At the same time, the powerful men from various aristocratic families and immortal sects were trembling violently and their faces were as pale as gold paper. They opened their mouths and spat out blood at the same time. Obviously, they had been destroyed before they had time to withdraw their divine thoughts that were exploring the secret realm of the Nangong family. Especially in the back hall of the Lee family, an old man with a gloomy face, ugly and sinister, was in great pain. He let out a scream, then fell to the ground, rolling and twitching. "Ancestor, are you okay?" Next to the old man, a short young man with an evil look between his brows saw what was happening and hurried forward to support him. "Nothing. I just didn't expect the Nangong family's secret realm to be so powerful." The old man took a deep breath and immediately used his spiritual power to regulate his damaged mind. After a moment, he calmed down and looked at the boy wearily. "Yulong, how are the preparations for the marriage with the Nangong family going?" "Don't worry, ancestor. This is a foolproof plan. Now the only top master of the Nangong family has failed to break through and has fallen. He is already a paper tiger and cannot withstand a single blow." Li Yulong had a smug look on his face, and was very disapproving of the Nangong family who had lost their minions. Upon hearing this, the Li family ancestor nodded, with ecstasy in his gloomy eyes. Great! The Li family's ancestors finally got what they wanted. Whether it is the Nangong family or the Nangong family's secret realm, they will soon be within the reach of my Li family. As long as we swallow up the tens of thousands of years of Nangong family's heritage, who else in this great wilderness divine realm can resist our Li family? Li Yulong was even more delighted. He licked his lower lip and looked like a sex-hungry ghost. "I heard that the girls of the Nangong family are all pretty good. If I could use them all as my cauldron, I can guarantee that I can definitely reach the golden body realm, and maybe even the emperor body realm." The Li family patriarch and Li Yulong looked at each other, both determined to take down the Nangong family this time. In the secret territory of the Nangong family, Nangong Junyi was kneeling in front of Nangong Haotian, kowtowed repeatedly. Nangong Haotian stretched out his hand and used his spiritual power to help him up, his expression calm. "Junior, are you really ready? You must know that although I can raise your realm to the emperor realm, if you waver in the slightest during this period, your realm will plummet at best, or your soul will be shattered at worst." Your aptitude is the best I have ever seen in the past tens of millions of years, except for you Yatu. If I give you time to practice hard, you may be able to reach the realm of quasi-saint in the future. After Nangong Haotian scanned Nangong Junyi with his spiritual power, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the new head of the family has such extraordinary qualifications. If I cultivate him carefully, in time, I will surely be able to produce another quasi-saint for the Nangong family. Nangong Junyi straightened up, looked at Nangong Haotian, and spoke loudly. As the head of the Nangong family, I must do my best to support the Nangong family. Compared with the disaster that the Nangong family is about to face, this qualification is nothing. Very good. I hope you can keep your original intention. Nangong Haotian nodded, and a crystal-clear fruit appeared in his hand. This is the fruit of the Emperor's way that I realized during my cultivation. It is useless to me now. After you take it, you can instantly reach the Emperor realm from the Golden Immortal realm. But during this period, the power contained in this Emperor's Tao fruit will crush your bones and muscles millions of times. If you can't bear it once, all your efforts will be wasted. Nangong Junyi thanks the ancestor for his gift. Nangong Junyi was determined and kowtowed to Nangong Haotian without hesitation. Nangong Haotian shook his head and looked at the Emperor's Tao fruit in his hand, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. Ever since he started practicing the Sacred Heart and Heaven's Will, he has increasingly discovered the extraordinary aspects of this technique. The Emperor's Tao fruit in your hand is an item that you have created by mastering and understanding a certain law. Although it can improve the realm of others, the impact of the power of law is definitely not pleasant. Thinking of this, Nangong Haotian handed the Tao fruit to Nangong Junyi. Nangong Junyi looked at Nangong Haotian gratefully and stuffed the Taoist fruit in his hand into his mouth. In an instant, countless phantom images of auspicious clouds floated above Nangong Junyi's head, among which one could vaguely see dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, and cranes holding grass in their mouths. But, after a moment, waves of black fog began to spread in the auspicious clouds, even running rampantly. Ah! With a scream, Nangong Junyi collapsed to the ground, his eyes closed, and his whole body began to tremble violently. Has it started yet? Junior. I hope you can make it through this. Upon hearing this, Nangong Haotian looked towards Nangong Junyi's sea of consciousness. I saw countless lightning snakes lurking in it, biting Nangong Junyi into pieces in his sea of consciousness over and over again. Why, our Lee family is here, is this the attitude of your Nangong family? That's right. Our young master thinks highly of you by marrying into your Nangong family. You should be grateful. People from the Nangong family, please don't be so ungrateful. Hurry up and call Nangong Yu out. Hurry up, we brothers have a lot of things to do, and we don't have time to waste with you. Outside the Nangong residence, several short, rough-looking men carried a green sedan and looked impatiently at Nangong Feng, the guard at the door. They were the team that Li Yulong sent specifically to marry Nangong Yu. You guys also consider this as a wedding? Do you think that all the people in our Nangong family are dead? Guard Nangong Feng was furious and glared fiercely at the Li family member who spoke rudely. He didn't expect that the Li family would behave like this. It was a promised marriage. But they sent only a few people to marry her. There was no gift, no ceremonial guard, and even no proper ceremony for the bride and groom. This was really too much. What? You want to stand out? Boy, things are different now. The woman from your Nangong family who marries our young master is only fit to be a concubine. That's right, you Nangong family should not even think about getting our Li family to treat you with courtesy just because you are a concubine. Ha ha ha, the Nangong family is now nothing more than a sick tiger without claws and fangs. When everyone in the Li family heard this, they all laughed mockingly and disdainfully. They don't think that the Nangong family can stir up any earth-shaking waves now. The Nangong family is already in the pocket of the Lee family. How dare you, you brat! With an angry roar, the entire Nangong family descended with supreme power. Everyone in the Nangong family was surprised and delighted, and quickly half knelt down. Welcome, Master. The Lee family member's face changed, he couldn't believe it. They had only felt this kind of powerful might from their own ancestor. The ancestor of the Lee family has already reached the realm of emperor, which is why he possesses such powerful strength. The Nangong family is clearly at the golden immortal realm, so how could it be possible for them to reach the emperor realm so quickly? Stop bluffing here. Your Nangong family is just a grasshopper in autumn, why are you struggling to survive? That's right, don't think you can scare us by making such a noise. Nangong family, our Lee family is not a pushover. Are you planning to go back on your word by threatening us like this? You know, only our Lee family is willing to put aside past grudges and form an alliance with you. I think you all understand the consequences of this. The Lee family was not afraid at all when they thought that the Nangong family now only had a few kittens. They all had mockery and disdain on their faces, and were very dissatisfied with the Nangong families playing tricks in front of them. Since you all don't want to live anymore, I won't be polite either. After the Lee family member finished speaking, the majestic voice rang out again. Immediately afterwards, a huge palm shadow descended from the sky and pressed down towards the Lee family. Emperor realm? How is that possible? The moment the giant palm descended, all the great cultivators in the great wilderness divine realm sensed the movement in the Nangong family. They were all extremely shocked. They never expected that just within a few months, the Nangong family had lost a powerful emperor senior, and then another one appeared. Thinking back to when they and others had previously used their spiritual thoughts to probe the Nangong family's secret realm, but were cut off by an unknown force, they became more and more certain that there must be some rare treasures in the Nangong family's secret realm. Otherwise, the Nangong family would not have been passed down for tens of thousands of years and would not have been able to stand firm. Thinking of this, all the immortal cultivators, who did not want to be the first to take action, cast their hidden gazes towards the Lee family. Young man, you are so brave. The ancestor of the Lee family naturally also sensed the movements of the Nangong family. Today, it has been obvious that the Lee family is taking action against the Nangong family. No matter what, he would never let this plan go to waste. At the moment the giant palm pressed down, a huge black mist-like shield appeared above the heads of the Lee family members, protecting them firmly inside. Lee family ancestor, is this the attitude of your Lee family towards marriage? Nangong Junyi appeared in mid-air, looking far in the direction of the Lee family and spoke coldly. His power was so unstoppable that it frightened everyone present. Upon hearing this, the Lee family patriarch glanced at the few Lee family members who were going to welcome the bride, gritted his teeth, and was secretly annoyed. This Lee Yulong is so bold that he doesn't even bother to put on a show and just sends a few ugly people to welcome the bride. How dare you pretend to be a member of the Lee family? Ancestor, Following the sudden angry roar from the Lee family ancestor, the few Lee family members who had just survived Nangong Junyi's palm screamed and turned into ashes before they could even finish their words. Hiss! Nangong Feng and others couldn't help but gasp when they saw this. They didn't expect that the ancestor of the Lee family was so cruel. These people are not the Lee family's wedding party, Patriarch Nangong, please don't make a mistake. The Lee family ancestor looked at Nangong Junyi sinisterly. Now the situation is stronger than the people. His old wound from spying on the Nangong family's secret realm had not yet healed, and he absolutely did not want to fight head-on with Nangong Feng, who had reached the emperor realm. After all, the ultimate goal of the Lee family is to annex the Nangong family. Oh, Forget about the marriage. Nangong Junyi crossed his arms over his chest and couldn't help but sneer at the words of the Li family's ancestor. We in the Nangong family know exactly what kind of people you Li family are. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Upon hearing this, the Li family patriarch was furious. I finally waited until the Nangong family showed signs of decline, and took the opportunity to annex them. How could we let the duck that is in our mouth fly away for nothing? The Li family's ancestor is so majestic. At this time, Nangong Haotian in the Nangong family secret realm couldn't help it. In his eyes, the sun and the moon were spinning, and the stars were twinkling. The invisible momentum caused the entire secret realm to vibrate. If it were his temper in the 21st century, this shameless old man who took advantage of his age would have been slapped to the ground by him long ago. What's going on? What happened in the Nangong family's secret realm? The powerful men who were observing the battle between the two sides with their divine consciousness had expressions of horror on their faces. They all felt an earth-shaking momentum erupting from the secret realm in the back mountain of the Nangong family, thousands of miles away. Even they, who were at the emperor level, found it difficult to resist this kind of momentum, and they couldn't help but feel a little fear in their hearts. Sure enough, there are rare treasures in the Nangong family's secret realm. Facing Nangong Haotian's overwhelming power, the Li family's ancestor was not frightened, but instead felt greedy. He recalled that when he was young, he had read the description of the Nangong secret realm in the secret book of the founder of the Li family. It is said that the secret realm of the Nangong family is the burial place of the successive heads and members of the Nangong family. However, it also records and collects the insights and realizations of many Nangong family members. There are even many rare natural treasures that are only found in the divine realm. Thinking of this, the ancestor of the Li family appeared in the Nangong family and rushed to the Nangong secret realm without hesitation. Li family ancestor, Yu. Nangong Junyi didn't expect that the ancestor of the Li family would actually appear directly in the Nangong family. Moreover, he did not try to hide his greed and rushed directly to his family's secret place in full view of everyone. Come on. I'll start with you. Nangong Haotian in the secret realm snorted coldly, raised his hand and pointed at the ancestor of the Li family. Immediately afterwards, a cold purple light like a sword blade tearing through a piece of silk cut through the grey secret realm and rushed directly towards the ancestor of the Li family. Just as the ancestor of the Li family stretched out his hand to touch the entrance to the Nangong secret realm, he was immediately cut in half by the purple light that flew out of the secret realm. This, the ancestor of the Li family has fallen. The powerful people who were watching the battle were astonished. Especially when they saw the purple light flying out of the secret realm and cutting the Li family ancestor into two halves in the blink of an eye, they were all stunned. After they could no longer sense the aura of the Li family ancestor, they swallowed their saliva. You must know that any cultivator who has reached the Emperor realm can only achieve this through breakthroughs or accidentally die. Usually when fighting with other immortal cultivators, they have means to protect their lives and backup plans, and it is impossible for them to be killed so easily. Ancestor. Nangong family, my Li family and you will never reconcile. Li family mansion. Li Yulong was shocked and angry as he watched the Li family ancestor's life-saving jade token shatter in front of his eyes. The head of the Li family had a sullen face and murderous eyes. Not to mention the other members of the Li family who were gritting their teeth and eager to devour anyone. They knew that the top fighting force in their family, their ancestor, had completely perished in the Nangong family. A powerful being with the strength of an emperor died so easily, and he didn't even have time to use the soul-transferring jade token prepared by his family. Dad! The death of our ancestor in the Nangong family must be avenged. Li Yulong took a deep breath, knowing that the situations of the Li and Nangong families had been reversed. If he and his men did not seize the opportunity to take down the Nangong family, once the Nangong family reacted, the Lee family would be doomed. The head of the Lee family nodded and looked at the Lee family members in the hall. You all should prepare to set off immediately, take down the Nangong family in one fell swoop, and avenge our ancestor. Yes. Patriarch. The Lee family members nodded, echoed the Lee family head's promise, and then left the hall. The head of the Lee family sighed and looked at Li Yulong, who had a furious look on his face. Will He Xiu take action? Master said he would bring some disciples to help, but... Only what? The He Xiu Sect wants half of the Nangong family's secret treasures after this attack. Hearing the gloomy expression of Li Yulong, the head of the Li family's forehead was bulging with veins and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the sudden death of his family's ancestor and the Nangong family head strength reaching the Emperor realm, he would never share this piece of fat meat with others. In order to contain Nangong Junyi, who is at the level of Emperor Venerable, the only helper the Li family has is the He Xiu Sect, which Li Yulong has joined. Although, the He Xiu Sect has a bad reputation in the Great Wilderness Divine Realm. However, there are 3 great men with the strength of the Emperor realm in their sect, and it is said that there is also an ancestor who has reached the quasi-saint realm. He is an existence that other sects and families would never dare to provoke easily. The head of the Li family pondered for a moment and nodded, agreeing to the conditions proposed by He Xiu. The war between the two families, which had lasted for tens of thousands of years, finally broke out at this moment. The next day, outside Tianshao City where the Nangong family is located, the Li family and the disciples of He Xiu Sect were gathered in a mighty force of thousands outside the city gate, watching with eager eyes. What? Just because your Nangong family sent some people of such strength, do you dare to stop us? Li Yulong was the first to step forward and looked at the hundreds of Nangong family members standing outside the city gate with a mocking look on his face. He was a master of celestial body realm. The hundreds of Nangong family members, of varying quality, in front of him were not enough to hurt him at all. Humph. Our Nangong family is upright and aboveboard, unlike you thieves who are in cahoots with each other and are in collusion with each other. Nangong Feng, who led the Nangong family members, had a righteous look on his face and glanced at the people from the Li family and He Xiu with disdain. Li Yulong's face darkened and he spoke ferociously. You are still talking nonsense when you are about to die. I want to see how long your Nangong family can hold on. After saying that, Li Yulong flashed and rushed directly towards Nangong Feng. Nangong Feng quickly drew his sword and faced Li Yulong. However, within just a few moves, he was at a disadvantage. With your strength at the heavenly fairyland, you are not even good enough in front of me. Li Yulong knocked Nangong Feng to the ground with one palm. At the same time, he showed no mercy and used all his spiritual energy to slap Nangong Feng, who was lying on the ground spitting blood, and said, "Die." Humph. Following a cold snort from a woman, several sword lights attacked Li Yulong. Li Yulong was suddenly startled and immediately stopped fighting Nangong Feng, quickly breaking the sword light attacking him. Nangong Yu stood in front of Nangong Feng in a white light armor, with her brows raised and her face cold. When everyone looked up, they felt that she was like a cold, proud and lonely snow lotus standing on the top of the Tian Shan mountains, intimidating and out of reach. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be the woman I haven't married yet. Why, you showed up in front of me specially so that I can pamper you? Li Yulong looked at Nangong Yu with a greedy look. He could sense Nangong Yu's cultivation level in front of him, and he was only one step away from reaching the golden immortal realm. Moreover, Nangong Yu actually awakened the rare Xianin body. If I could get her, I would use her as my cauldron. Then it would not be difficult for me to reach the Emperor body realm in the future. Just you. Nangong Yu looked at Li Yulong with disgust. She was extremely grateful that the old ancestor had been able to turn the tide and save the entire Nangong family. Otherwise, if I really had to marry Li Yulong, it would be better for me to die. Nangong Yu was not polite at all and directly swung his sword to use his ultimate killing move. A huge sword appeared in front of her, carrying the power of wind and thunder and directly blasting towards Li Yulong. Li Yulong's brows jumped, and he immediately cast a spell, forming a protective shield to wrap him up. The long sword hit Li Yulong, severely injuring him and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Little girl, you are quite strong. You can actually injure my beloved disciple. It just so happens that this elder is still short of a cauldron, so I'll use you to fill the role." After Nangong Yu used sword skills to injure Li Yulong, a man with a feminine appearance and pale face appeared in front of Nangong Yu in an instant. His eyes were also filled with greed for Nangong Yu, and he stretched out his hand to grab Nangong Yu. "Since Elder Yuan of He Xiu Sect has come to visit us, why not let me learn a thing or two from you?" Just as the man's hand was about to touch the corner of Nangong Yu's coat, a flash of cold light passed by, and immediately forced Elder Yuan of the He Xiu Sect back several feet. Nangong Junyi appeared in front of Nangong Yu and looked at Elder Yuan coldly. Nangong Junyi has always hated the notorious and evil He Xiu Sect. The two men looked at each other and attacked almost at the same time. What followed was a fierce battle between the two sides. At the same time, Nangong Haotian in the secret realm looked at Nangong Yu, who had gained some insights, and shouted softly. "You girl, if you don't understand now, when will you understand?" His words echoed throughout the world. Both sides of the battle were stunned at the same time, and they couldn't help but look at Nangong Yu, who was guarding Nangong Feng, who was recuperating from his injuries. I saw countless rays of light surging in Nangong Yu's body. Especially the auspicious cloud floating above her head, and a long sword was gradually manifesting. This is the Emperor Realm. Elder Yuan of the He Xiu Sect looked at the changes happening to Nangong Yu in disbelief. He gritted his teeth, knowing that there was no way he could let Nangong Yu succeed in breaking through. If the Nangong family had two powerful emperors, I am afraid that the task assigned by the ancestor to explore the Nangong secret realm would not be completed. The figure of Elder Yuan of He Xiu Sect flashed and appeared behind Nangong Yu like a ghost. Amid everyone's astonishment, he formed his hands into claws and attacked Nangong Yu, who was breaking through at an extremely fast speed. The elder of He Xiu Sect had a gloomy face and exuded a terrifying murderous aura. He would never allow the Nangong family to have another powerful emperor. If this happens, the balance between the families will be broken in an instant. Thinking of this, Elder Yuan of the He Xiu Sect's eyes became even more murderous. "Stop!" At this critical moment, a cold voice fell from the sky. A figure stepped out slowly, and a terrifying aura pressed down. In an instant, those with low cultivation base were forced to lower their heads due to the pressure. Nangong Junyi? When Elder Yuan of He Xiu Sect saw this person, golden light flashed in his eyes and a hint of cruelty flashed across the depths of his eyes. This Nangong Junyi is also a genius of the Nangong family. Although he is not as monstrous as Nangong Yu, he has entered the realm of Golden Immortal at a young age, and can even touch half of the Emperor realm. In that case, then you can stay. With a cold snort, murderous intent surged in the eyes of Elder Yuan of the He Xiu Sect. He didn't mind slaughtering all the geniuses of the Nangong family. Kill. Nangong Junyi didn't waste any words. His cold and pretty face was full of a cold look. He let out a low shout and then stabbed out with a sword. Wow! A 1,000-foot-long sword beam streaked across the air, emitting an icy and terrifying aura. A surging force burst out, transforming into a rolling momentum, pressing towards the elder of the He Xiu Sect. Boom! The sword light burst out like a falling meteor. The light was so bright and dazzling that the entire void was illuminated and split into two, as if separated by yin and yang. 9 swords of heaven and earth. This was Nangong Junyi's famous skill. When he was in the Xianxian realm, he was able to kill a powerful man in the Tianxian realm, shocking countless cultivators. And today, the 9 swords of heaven and earth appear again, and everyone is looking forward to what kind of power he can unleash. Snort. Elder Yuan of He Xiu Sect remained expressionless, with a strange curve at the corner of his mouth. When the sky-swallowing sword shadow attacked, Elder Yuan of the He Xiu Sect put one hand behind his back and stretched out the other. He slapped out with one palm, and a huge palm shadow surged up. Endless spiritual power surged out from his body, and the terrifying momentum filled the entire heaven and earth. The next moment, an arm that covered the sky and the sun spanned eternity, tearing through the void and appeared before the world. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped and was shocked. The He Xiu Sect has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and its foundation is not inferior to those of the holy places of the aristocratic families, but no one expected that an elder could exert such a power that shocks the world. My heart is trembling. Boom. The next moment, the two forces collided head-on, causing a shocking sound, and rolling air waves rushed out, stirring in the space. In an instant, the air collapsed, revealing endless void. Mountains and rivers collapsed, the sun and the moon turned upside down. Just one strike was so terrifying. I'll help you. At this moment, an extremely gloomy voice suddenly rang out. As soon as the words fell, a 1,000-foot-long whip whizzed out and lashed in the space. Suddenly, countless air collapsed and shattered. Boom! Nangong Junyi's face suddenly changed, and his spiritual power began to circulate, forming a huge silver shield. The long whip smashed down, and the huge shield shattered directly, turned into powder, and disappeared into the air. However, the power of the whip did not decrease in the slightest, and the monstrous aura rushed towards Nangong Junyi and landed on his body. He was immediately covered in blood and his flesh was blurred. Nangong Junyi cried out in pain, his expression was extremely ferocious, and his whole body was shaking. Hehe, it seems that the young Nangongs are all quite powerful. At this time, another voice sounded. As soon as the voice fell, a figure appeared from the void, walking in the air. It was thousands of feet away, but it arrived in just a few steps. This person was dressed in night clothes, revealing only a pair of extremely sinister eyes. Although he was only standing in mid-air, the aura emanating from his body was enough to cause the air around him to fluctuate violently, and his imposing manner was intimidating. Call. Seeing this scene, Nangong Junyi took a deep breath, his eyes full of determination. His whole body was filled with fighting spirit, and a vast ocean of spiritual power burst out from within. Then he growled, "Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of spiritual energy rolled behind him, and 2 divine objects condensed in an instant. A giant elephant stepped through the void, its body was thousands of feet long, and its trunk rolled up. Immediately, the endless spiritual power turned into powder and became its nourishment. And above the giant elephant, a giant golden dragon let out an impassioned dragon roar that shook the heavens and the earth, as if everything in the world seemed insignificant at this moment. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. When Elder Yuan of He Xiu Sect saw this scene, his eyes were filled with greed. The Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Technique is one of the Nangong family's unique martial arts. It is rumored that in the ancient times, an ancestor of the Nangong family refined 2 divine dragons and giant elephants and practiced them for several epochs. Finally, such an amazing skill was created. Ah! Elder Yuan sneered, his greed showing no sign of abating. Then, black mist billowed up around him, interweaving the whole sky with black air, and finally transformed into a terrifying demonic shadow. This is the unique skill of He Xiu Sect, the 10,000 demon body. Seeing this scene, someone exclaimed. Rumor has it that in order to cultivate the 10,000 demons' body, the He Xiu Sect would find 100,000 boys and girls every year and absorb their essence and blood. After 10,000 years, a 10,000 demons' blood pool was condensed within the secret realm of the He Xiu Sect. Practice the art of forming the body of 10,000 demons there. Such an evil thing is despised by the world, and those who built the magic pond can be killed by anyone. However, the leader of He Xiu Sect is a powerful emperor, and his background should not be underestimated. Even if it is a holy place, opponents will be wary of it. At this time, their only opponent was the Nangong family, and it was impossible for them to join forces to attack the He Xiu Sect. Seeing this scene, Nangong Junyi's face was extremely gloomy, but Nangong Yu was behind him. If he retreated, Nangong Yu would at best go crazy, or at worst disappear. Not to mention that Nangong Yu is his junior, he must fulfill his responsibility to protect her. Moreover, she is about to break through to the Emperor realm, and he will never allow the He Xiu Sect to destroy the Nangong family's long-lost return to prosperity. So, he can't retreat. With a low roar, Nangong Junyi urged the divine dragon and the giant elephant. The two divine creatures roared out, broke through the void, and pressed towards the elder of He Xiu Sect. Fight to the bitter end. Elder Yuan showed no fear as the demon behind him suddenly appeared, hissing miserably and tearing through the long river of space. The dark demonic energy swept across the entire void. Above the sky, black air rolled, and the sky instantly became gloomy, as if it was the end of the world. Come and die. With a loud bang, the dragon and the elephant collided head-on with the demon head, and a dazzling light burst out in the dark void. After one strike, the void was shaken, and all things were annihilated by the devastating aura. Those monks who were weak in strength exploded and died, causing countless casualties. Boom! After one strike, a huge wave of energy rolled in. Nangong Junyi's body retreated thousands of feet in the dust, his body covered in blood and flesh, but his eyes were full of high fighting spirit. The pride will last forever and never back down. If you want to touch anyone from my Nangong family, you'll have to step over my dead body. Nangong Junyi suppressed the pain, took a step forward, and landed in front of those monks. An ice-cold voice came from his throat, and his sharp eyes were like a light that would never go out. Seeing this scene, Elder Yuan of the He Xiu Sect felt his scalp tingling. What would happen if all the members of the Nangong family were like this? This kid must die. Suddenly, the murderous intent in the eyes of the elder of He Xiu Sect became stronger, and he sneered, "Since you want to die, I will grant your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, awe-inspiring spiritual energy gathered above like a raging water, forming a huge black hole. That black hole seemed to be able to swallow everything in the world. Boom! From above the sky, muffled sounds were heard, the void exploded, and a terrible aura ravaged the entire space. The black hole grew bigger and bigger, and in the end, it seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss, covering this world. He, then let you become the nourishment for this hole of nothingness. In the void, the elder of He Xiu Sect let out a shrill laugh, with greed and murderous intent lingering in his eyes. All things in the world, no matter who they are, as long as they enter this cave of nothingness, their consciousness will be obtained by the owner. By that time, the Nangong family's dragon-elephant prison-suppressing skill would be within his reach. By the time his magical powers are mastered, his status in the He Xiu Sect will be greatly improved. Elder Yuan's eyes sparkled, and he almost laughed wildly. He seemed to have seen his noble posture, second only to the emperor and above everyone else. Boom! But, at this moment, a sword beam flashed across the sky. It came from the eternal sky, with thousands of feet of light, like a golden crow rising, bursting out with dazzling light. The sword fell, shining brightly. The stars in the sky fell, and the black air covering the sky also disappeared. Boom! The sword shadow attacked, an endless sword light intertwined together, the cold light flashed, spewed out, and fell to the ground. The surging power spread out, stirring throughout the entire void. The air within a radius of 10,000 feet was completely shattered, turning into endless empty space. And that black hole was directly turned into powder and disappeared. Puff! The black hole dissipated, and Elder Yuan of the He Xiu Sect turned pale, with a mouthful of blood gushing out of his body. His eye sockets were bloodshot, his chest was heaving, and his cultivation level had become extremely unstable, as if he was about to fall at any moment. Just one sword, yet so terrifying. Everyone who watched this scene under the sky had shock in their eyes. The breath of death enveloped them. Those who had been clamoring non-stop now kept silent, their faces turned pale, and their bodies were shaking. Dare to touch anyone from my Nangong family? Court death. The next moment, a sound surged out from all directions and fell into everyone's ears, like rolling thunder, as if a sudden thunderclap appeared, shaking the mind and spirit for a long time. Then, a young man came walking in the air, his steps shining, his body lingering with a power that shocked the world. In his eyes, there was a golden light interweaving, and wherever he passed, his charm was filled with mist, and all things came to life. Ancestor Nangong. Seeing Nangong Haotian, the people of the Nangong family all looked happy. Nangong Junyi's tense mind relaxed even more. As long as the ancestor was there, any enemy was nothing but evil spirits and could not withstand a single blow. And Nangong Yu's realm can be successfully broken through this time. Today, the Nangong family is bound to rise again among the immortal families. The people from the Lee family and the He Xiu Sect felt the endless pressure from this young man and the terrifying sword just now. Fear spread to everyone's heart for no reason, and their whole bodies trembled. You, who are you? After witnessing Nangong Haotian's aura as deep as the ocean, even the Yuan elder of He Xiu Sect couldn't help but become nervous at this moment. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Nangong Haotian laughed, and a cold look fell on everyone. Everyone below was at the level of a fairyland, and suddenly they felt a bone-chilling chill spreading. I am the ancestor of the Nangong family, Nangong Haotian. Nangong Haotian's cold voice exploded word by word like thunder. You want to touch my descendants? Die. As the last word, death, fell, Nangong Haotian's eyes were filled with brilliance. Then he stretched out his hand, and a giant palm that covered the sky and the sun appeared in the void, tearing through the sky and pressing down on the enemy. The terrifying pressure spread out, and even the powerful emperor felt the threat of death at this moment. Elder Yuan's face changed drastically. If he took this blow, he would surely die. Escape. At this moment, this was the only thought filling his mind. Thinking of this, Elder Yuan burst out with unparalleled strength and wanted to escape from here as quickly as possible. But Nangong Haotian's cold laugh echoed in the air, as if he was looking at a tiny insect, and an indifferent voice came out of his mouth, Escape? Can you escape? As soon as the words fell, the hand stretched out, and wherever it went, the air waves collapsed and shook, dissolving into the endless void of space. Before Elder Yuan could react, he was smashed to pieces by the palm, turned into dust and disappeared into the air. Grand Elder. This horrifying scene made the other elders of He Xiu Sect's eyes bloodshot. They looked at Nangong Haotian with endless murderous intent in their eyes, and then it turned into substance and pressed towards Nangong Haotian. Snort. Nangong Haotian's expression was calm. He snorted coldly, and the murderous intent in the air instantly dissipated. The cultivators below turned pale, blood spurted out, and they looked horrified. The Nangong family dared to kill our sect's great elder. From now on, He Xiu Sect and the Nangong family will be irreconcilable. One elder still looked unconvinced, his heart burning with rage, terrible murderous intent lingering in his eyes, and his clamoring voice made Nangong Haotian feel annoyed. He swung out with his palm, and the sky was filled with palm shadows, leaving the people with no way to retreat. The elder finally turned into blood mist and fell down, but his consciousness was stripped away and trapped by Nangong Haotian. With a cold gaze falling, Nangong Haotian spoke in a cold voice, like chanting Sanskrit, and as soon as the words fell, strange phenomena appeared again. A mere evil cultivator, anyone can kill him. It's good enough that I didn't cause you any trouble. How dare a small sect like He Xiu try to get involved with the Nangong family? In that case, I will let you watch with your own eyes how I slaughter all the members of the He Xiu sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the other elders looked on in horror. Nangong Haotian attacked boldly and swung out a palm lightly. A terrifying force surged out, and all the people from He Xiu sect were annihilated by Nangong Haotian's palm. No chance of survival. The people from the Lee family below were already stunned. Everywhere they looked, they were all shocked. In front of this person, they are like ants and are vulnerable. Boom! Nangong Haotian had an indifferent expression. He pushed out a palm with one hand. The huge palm shadow stirred up an overwhelming wave of air and strange phenomena. With one palm, all the people in the Lee family were annihilated. At this time, all the people from the Lee family and He Xiu clan who came to besiege the Nangong family were completely wiped out. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shaking voice rang out. Brilliant rays of light flew out from Nangong Yu's body, like thunder in the sky, covering the entire world. The sky was full of divine light, auspicious signs descended from the sky, and dragons and tigers flew by. There seemed to be some Buddhist chanting, the sound of which passed through the void and fell into the ears of everyone. Wow! When the Sanskrit sound fell, the people of Nangong family seemed to be cleansed. Many of them actually had an epiphany and broke through the realm barrier. Powerful auras burst out in the Nangong family. The emperor is crowned, and strange visions appear. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with ecstasy, and when they looked at Nangong Yu, their eyes were full of admiration. At this point, the Nangong family has produced another emperor. Call. After a long time, Nangong Yu woke up, and a sharp aura burst out from her pretty body, shaking between heaven and earth, and the endless void was torn apart by that enormous force. Nangong Haotian saw this and waved his hand. A hand that covered the sky, and the sun descended from the sky, and with a gentle stroke, the boundless crack in the void was instantly smoothed out. Seeing this scene, the Nangong family was even more shocked and admired it extremely. Ancestor, I finally broke through. At this time, Nangong Yu stood up, took a step forward, and landed in front of Nangong Haotian, 100 feet away, just between Mount Sumeru, like a well-behaved child, waiting for praise from his parents. Nangong Haotian smiled and praised, "You are so young, but you have broken through to the level of the emperor. You are truly an amazing talent." Nangong Haotian was not praising Nangong Yu. You have to know that at her age, being able to cultivate to the golden immortal realm is considered an unparalleled genius. However, she has stepped into the realm of Emperor Venerable and can keep pace with those old monsters from the Holy Land families. Her talent can be imagined. He is truly a rare genius. After Nangong Yu broke through to the level of Emperor, he devoted himself to seclusion to consolidate his realm. Nangong Haotian convened a meeting of elders. In the main hall, there were figures sitting on cushions, and the aura they exuded was extremely terrifying. These were the most powerful people in the Nangong family. It is because of them that the Nangong family can stand firm in the world of immortal cultivation forever. In front of them, Nangong Haotian had his eyes closed and said nothing, but the aura emanating from his body made them extremely nervous. None of the elders present knew what realm Nangong Haotian had reached. They even felt that the great wilderness divine realm could not restrict him, and that their ancestor had already stepped into another entirely new level. Therefore, there was a blazing flame in everyone's eyes. If this is the case, then their Nangong family no longer needs to fear any family power in this divine realm? Boom! Suddenly, Nangong Haotian opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and his charm flowed and disappeared into the air. I asked you to come here today because I have something to discuss. Nangong Haotian had a vague and indifferent look on his face. When he spoke, his voice was like the grand music from the West or the sound of Sanskrit. Countless strange visions flashed across his eyes, and the cycle of reincarnation seemed to be quietly hidden in his eyes. An elder said, "Old ancestor, please speak." Although the Nangong family is still an old family in the great wilderness divine territory, there are already many forces spying on our clan's secret realm. As Nangong Haotian spoke, everyone fell silent and listened attentively. In my eyes, these people are nothing more than ants coveting the moon. If they want to get their hands on my Nangong secret realm, they will have to pay the price. As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Nangong Haotian's eyes, and his voice became a little colder. All of those present were genuine golden immortal warriors, but at this moment, they seemed to be shivering like tender branches growing in the cold winter. Nangong Haotian paused, and suddenly said, "Nangong Junyi. Exist." Nangong Junyi stood up, with only endless admiration in his eyes. Before, he was completely conquered by Nangong Haotian's sword. The sword light came from the sky and destroyed everything in the world. You give the order to have all the surrounding holy places come to my Nangong family to pay homage and become my Nangong family's vassal forces. Who dares not to obey? Kill without mercy. At the end, a voice with extreme murderous intent rang through their ears. When the voice fell, everyone's expression changed, and their eyes were filled with horror. They didn't expect that Nangong Haotian would be so domineering. Directly make the surrounding families become vassal families? I am afraid that there will be voices of dissatisfaction among these forces. Yes. After being stunned for a long time, a hint of excitement flashed in Nangong Junyi's eyes, and he accepted the order and spoke. As a martial arts fanatic, his favorite thing in life is fighting. What about He Xiu Sect? At this time, Nangong Junyi seemed to have thought of something and spoke again. Because of the previous battle, Nangong Haotian annihilated countless cultivators from the He Xiu Sect. I'm afraid that from then on, the two major forces will have a deep hatred. Hearing this, Nangong Haotian's expression was calm, and his eyes did not change at all. No need to worry. I can destroy the He Xiu Sect with just one hand. Go down and make some preparations. I will personally destroy the He Xiu Sect and let them know that the Nangong family is not something they can afford to provoke. Hearing Nangong Haotian's words, everyone stood up and responded with enthusiasm, "Yes. If everything is all right, you can leave first." Seeing this, Nangong Haotian nodded and spoke lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, all the elders retreated. As for Nangong Junyi, he went to prepare things for Nangong Haotian's trip. Nangong Haotian sat cross-legged on a cushion with a calm expression, a look of divine charm in his eyes, and an aura like the vast and boundless ocean. His strength had already exceeded the limits of the great wilderness divine realm. He can destroy the He Xiu Sect with just a snap of his fingers. However, the most important thing for Nangong Haotian on this trip is to establish authority and the dignity of the Nangong family. Therefore, personally going there as the ancestor to destroy the He Xiu Sect would alert the major families in the divine realm and make them curb their intentions of annexation and covetousness. After a while, Nangong Junyi arrived in the hall and handed the old ancestor a space ring. He said respectfully, "Old ancestor, what you want is ready." As he spoke, a strange look flashed across Nangong Junyi's eyes. Once you enter the mortal realm, you can practice fasting and no longer eat. But at their level, even if they don't eat for the rest of their lives, nothing will happen. However, the ancestor asked him to prepare the kitchen utensils. If you are looking for magical elixirs and weapons, the Nangong family has them everywhere. However, it took Nangong Junyi a lot of effort to get the kitchen utensils for cooking. Nangong Haotian used his spiritual sense to feel it. He nodded with satisfaction, put the space ring on his hand, and said lightly, "Practice well during the time I'm away." "Yes." Upon hearing this, Nangong Junyi bowed his head and spoke respectfully. When he looked up, Nangong Haotian had already disappeared. The great wilderness divine realm is extremely vast. Among them, no one knows how many empires are located there, and there are countless holy sections. Even ancient families like the Nangong family are as numerous as the palm of one hand. After tens of millions of years of evolution, there are still places in the great wilderness divine realm that have never been visited by any living creature. One day, a figure appeared in the barren mountains. The barren mountains were so large that even a xianxian would have to fly for months to cross them. Nangong Haotian, on the other hand, walked slowly and leisurely, as if he was riding a horse through the barren mountains. The aura of ferocious beasts was strong and fierce, but he did not care. If he killed a ferocious beast casually, the ferocious beasts in the wilderness would see Nangong Haotian in the future and would avoid him as if he were their natural enemy. With Nangong Haotian's strength, although the journey from the Nangong family to the He Xiu Sect is long as he wants, he can make the journey in a breath. But, obviously Nangong Haotian did not intend to do so. "I have been in seclusion for who knows how many years, and I must take a good look at this world. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring?" Roar! At this moment, in a desolate mountain range, a vast spiritual power like the sea burst out. The surging power was like a tsunami, flooding the surroundings. Countless ancient trees collapsed in an instant, and the surrounding birds and beasts fled in panic. A sharp breath filled this world. There was an eerie chill that spread out, and murderous intent suddenly lurked everywhere. Interesting. Seeing this scene, Nangong Haotian raised the corner of his mouth and smiled lightly. Then, he took a step forward and his figure disappeared on the spot. And somewhere, there was a young girl with beautiful eyes, white teeth, and skin as white as unpolished jade, and extremely transparent. She had a slender body, dressed in green, with long black hair falling to her waist, and holding a green sword in her hand. And around her, there lingered an eternal and mysterious aura. The breath was so cold that it seemed as if it could pass through the void and annihilate everything around it. Hanyu sword technique. At this moment, the girl opened her red lips slightly, and her beautiful eyes shone with golden light. At that moment, it seemed as if a great way was evolving, and the spiritual energy around him condensed and surged out from the sword like a huge wave. Then, the girl swung out with a sword. Several feet-long sword shadows surged up into the sky, carrying a fierce force, like a ferocious beast charging, exuding a thick and majestic aura. Attacking a golden-winged rock. Cracking. The golden-winged rock made a powerful and terrifying sound. The air seemed to shatter before the girl's eyes. The terrifying aura shook between heaven and earth, transforming into a giant net that covered the sky, lingering in this space, and surging towards the golden sword shadow from all directions. Boom! The next moment, an earth-shaking sound erupted from the desolate mountains, and a gust of air like a mushroom cloud exploded here, spreading across the area for hundreds of miles and shaking in the void. At this moment, it seemed as if the heaven and earth were connected together, and countless ferocious beasts were annihilated under this wave of air. Hateful. After the blow, the terrifying air wave pushed the girl back thousands of meters, and scarlet blood flowed from her fair skin. Her eyelids twitched, and her cherry lips clenched slightly, revealing a hint of pain. This golden-winged rock is much stronger than I thought. If my brothers were here, I wouldn't be in such a mess. The girl breathed deeply, her eyes fixed on the golden-winged rock. She had to think about the ladder's weakness, otherwise if she continued like this, she would surely be killed on the spot. Cracking. The golden-winged rock attacked again, flapping its wings violently, causing a gust of wind and huge waves. The huge waves rolled up the boulder weighing millions of pounds and fluttered it into the air like a feather. In an instant, countless stones filled the space and shot down towards the girl like a rain of swords. The next moment, the air was torn apart, countless stones annihilated everything, and emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Call. The girl took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Then, she mobilized the spiritual power in her body. The surging spiritual power was like a vast ocean, surging and transforming into a giant silver shield that enveloped her body. Boom! Countless stones were still coming, and the next moment they fell on the giant silver shield. Accompanied by a muffled sound, the ground instantly cracked, revealing gullies. Crack! In an instant, the giant silver shield began to crack, and the crack spread in all directions like a spider web. The girl was sweating profusely, her pretty face was extremely pale, she was gasping for breath, her beautiful eyes were full of unwillingness and despair. Boom! At this moment, a sword light surged out from the sky, crossed the void, and came from afar. The 10,000 feet long sword light was like the scorching sun, making it impossible for all living things to open their eyes. When the light faded and the stone rain stopped, the golden-winged rock cried out in pain and immediately bled profusely, as if it had been seriously injured. Seeing this scene, the girl's eyes trembled with shock. The sword just now was too terrifying. She even felt that even the monsters that never appeared in the Holy Land were no more than this. Then, in her sight, a young man came walking in the air, and under the sunlight, his handsome face was reflected in the golden light. This person was none other than Nangong Junyi, who had not taken any action so far. The golden-winged rock is an ancient race. The pure bloodline of the Taming clan possesses extremely terrifying power. With the same level of cultivation, the golden-winged Taming can kill human cultivators instantly. But, in Nangong Junyi's eyes, he was just a lamb to be slaughtered. Who are you? When the girl saw Nangong Junyi appear in front of her, the cold breath made it difficult for her to breathe, and her eyes were full of fear. This person seemed extremely young, but he made her feel a death threat. Nangong Junyi ignored her, his eyes shining with golden light as he swept towards Taming, and he spoke slowly. I heard that you are a purebred of the Taming clan. I think you should be a fast runner. If you become my mount, I can spare your life. Nangong Junyi wanted to enjoy the beauty of the great wilderness divine realm, but if he walked slowly on his own, it would take a long time. Just then he encountered the golden-winged Taming, and wanted to subdue it and use it as a mount. Hearing this, the golden-winged Taming suddenly felt a little wary of Nangong Junyi. But the next moment, it raised its head and roared, and the roar echoed across the sky, long and distant. The golden-winged rock is one of the ancient races and the most noble being. Yet, someone actually asked for it to be a mount. Nangong Junyi's words aroused the tremendous anger in the heart of the golden-winged rock. Cracking. A roar was heard, and the golden-winged rock flapped its wings. A body that blocked out the sun and sky came over, and in an instant, the entire sky turned dark. A sharp aura emanated from the golden-winged rock, and terrifying energy surged in the void. You don't know your own limits. Nangong Junyi shook his head. He had already given the golden-winged rock a chance. Since the latter didn't give him face, he had no choice but to take action and stew it into soup. Looking back, the last time I drank the broth of the ancient race was tens of thousands of years ago. So much time has passed, and I still miss you a little. Boom. While thinking, Nangong Haotian slapped out with his palm. The huge palm shadow exuded a supreme aura. The golden giant palm was like a god descending, and the terrifying power shook the void. There was only a shocking sound, and then the palm shadow came down and hit the golden-winged rock. The latter screamed in pain and fell straight to the ground. Seeing this scene, the girl in the distance was already stunned with shock, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. She couldn't even tell for a moment which of them was the ancient ferocious beast. You know, the golden-winged rock is also one of the top existences among the ancient races, not to mention the golden-winged rock in front of you, whose strength is even more mysterious. But, in front of this young man, the golden-winged rock is like a toy. Which holy land is this person from? The girl's beautiful eyes were full of doubt. Boom. At the same time, Nangong Haotian grabbed the wings of the golden-winged rock with one hand and exerted force suddenly. An extremely terrifying force burst out from his body. With his body as the axis, the golden-winged rock actually turned a circle in the air and then fell to the ground. A rumbling sound broke out, like an earthquake, and the surrounding mountains collapsed in the next moment. The girl was already so shocked that she couldn't express herself anymore, and her pretty face seemed to be numb. She stood there in a daze, and for a moment she almost forgot what she was doing here. I am willing to be your mount. The golden-winged rock was completely convinced. Its heart was filled with shock and astonishment. What kind of monster was this person in front of it? I was like a chicken in front of him, with no room to fight back at all. Horrible. However, Nangong Haotian sneered when he heard this. Sorry, I have changed my mind now. As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Haotian took a step forward, and the ground around him collapsed, with dust rolling and spreading. Then, his body fell into the air, an endless ocean of spiritual power surged out, and there seemed to be thunder in his eyes. Then, Nangong Haotian raised his palm, and red flames burned and exploded. The fire spread in the void, and in an instant the ocean of spiritual power behind him turned into an endless sea of fire. The sea of fire in the sky seemed to have the power to burn everything. Under Nangong Haotian's cold gaze, the sea of fire descended, flooded the barren mountains, and swallowed everything in front of it. The young girl next to him was completely stunned. How could a powerful golden-winged rock from the ancient race be burned to death by fire? There was fire all over the girl's face, she looked shocked and confused, and for a moment she suddenly thought, how could this matter be so crazy? It was so crazy that I couldn't believe my eyes. Receive. In Nangong Haotian's eyes, there was an endless sea of fire, and at this moment, he murmured softly. Then, the fire dissipated. Everything within a radius of 10,000 feet turned into reefs and dust. And the golden-winged rock was directly roasted by the sea of fire. Good. An enticing aroma of meat filled the air. Nangong Haotian nodded, walked in the air, landed on the ground, tore out a piece of golden meat from the golden-winged rock, took out the seasoning from the space ring and began to season it. After a while, the refreshing aroma of meat spread and entered the girl's nose. The girl couldn't help swallowing, but she didn't dare to take a step forward. Do you want to eat it? At this time, Nangong Haotian suddenly spoke and handed her a piece of golden-winged rock meat. Hearing this, the girl hurriedly shook her head, not moving an inch, not daring to agree. Joke. This is the meat of the golden-winged rock. If she eats it, the golden-winged rock clan will probably go crazy and come to trouble her. By then, not only her, but even her master will be killed without a burial place. In this world, perhaps only this young man in front of me dares to do this. Seeing her refusal, Nangong Haotian laughed and said nothing more. After eating and drinking his fill, he used his space ring to collect the remaining meat and prepared to set off. My name is He Xiu Sect. May I know what your name is, sir? Seeing Nangong Haotian leaving, the girl hurriedly followed him. After all, this desolate mountain range is full of dangers, and the strength of the young man in front of him is so terrifying. If we could travel together, the journey might be much safer. The young man spoke sparingly, Nangong Haotian. Nangong Haotian. He Xiu Sect's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. She murmured his name and chuckled, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Where are you going? He Xiu Men. As soon as the words fell, He Xiu Sect's pretty face turned cold in an instant, a cold light flashed in her eyes, and a hint of murderous intent lingered in her eyes. What? Are you going to kill me? Nangong Haotian felt suddenly amused when he saw He Xiu Sect's expression change, and couldn't help but teasing her. Hearing this, He Xiu Sect didn't say anything, but her cold eyes seemed to have told Nangong Haotian everything. The He Xiu Sect is a cult that everyone wants to kill. They use women as a guide for their cultivation and breakthroughs, which is extremely evil. Therefore, when Nangong Haotian said the 3 words, Hexamen, murderous intent was revealed in He Xiu Sect's eyes. Nangong Haotian did not continue to tease her, and said, I may disappoint you, I am going to cause trouble for Hexamen. Some time ago, the evil cultivators came to cause trouble for my Nangong family, so I plan to make them surrender. Seeing Nangong Haotian's serious expression, He Xiu Sect suddenly burst out laughing, her bright eyes filled with a pure smile. You are the one who killed the people from He Xiu Sect. Even if you were there, they would not be enough to kill you. After knowing that Nangong Haotian was not from He Xiu Sect, she felt a lot more relaxed for a moment and even started to make a joke. Seeing that He Xiu Sect didn't believe it, Nangong Haotian touched his nose and didn't say much. It just so happens that my sect is nearby, so we can travel together. If you really come to kill He Xiu Sect, I can go with you. After all, with my status, I can keep you safe if you get into trouble. Then I'll repay you for saving my life. He Xiu Sect smiled, she did not believe what Nangong Haotian said. But since it's on the way, let's go together. She's alone here anyway and is in danger everywhere. It's good to have a strong bodyguard. Along the way, many ferocious beasts became food for Nangong Haotian. He Xiu Sect also ate a lot with him, and within just a few days, her cultivation level improved a lot. Reaching the realm of Golden Immortal is just around the corner. The news that Nangong Haotian ate the golden-winged rock spread all the way. When the ferocious beasts in the barren mountains encountered this evil god, Nangong Haotian, they all fled all over the mountain, trying to avoid him for fear of becoming food in his mouth. At the same time, deep in the desolate mountains, a roar shook the heavens and the earth, echoing in the air and not dissipating for a long time. Boom! Then, a silhouette that blocked out the sun and the sky appeared in the sky. The silhouette flapped its wings, and suddenly a strong wind blew up. The ferocious beasts around crawled on the ground, all in a gesture of submission. Wow! A golden light flashed across the sky, and the figure turned into a ray of light and fell to the ground. In an instant, the gravel shook and dust rolled. When the dust settled, a man in gorgeous clothes appeared, exuding a terrifying aura. Hee, this guy is really good. He can actually kill the golden-winged pang. I might consider taking him as a slave. This way, we can also humiliate the golden-winged Dapeng clan. The man in fancy clothes laughed loudly, wickedly, and arrogantly. In front of him, the figures of Nangong Haotian and He Xiu Sect appeared on the crystal ball. The two seemed to be talking about something, talking and laughing. This man is from the Golden Swan clan, named Yi Chen. Like the golden-winged rock, he belongs to an ancient race. Moreover, the two races are incompatible and wars have broken out for many years. And now, Nangong Haotian has killed a golden-winged rock here. He will definitely take Nangong Haotian as his slave, so that he can humiliate the Golden-Winged Rock clan and demonstrate the glory and power of the Golden Swan Ni clan. Boom! Yi Chen took a step forward and transformed into a gigantic Swanni. Red flames burst out from the whole body of Swanni, surging in the air, emitting an extremely sharp aura. In just a moment, the Swanni disappeared from this land. At the same time, when Nangong Haotian passed by an open space, a huge golden-winged rock, covering the sky and the sun, landed in front of them. Those sharp eyes, like the scorching sun, radiated brilliant light and fell on the two of them. Jin Peng's cold voice came out from his mouth. "Human, how dare you touch my golden-winged Dapeng clan? I will refine you into a human slave for 10,000 years." The golden-winged rock transformed into a figure, holding a long sword in its hand. An ancient and mysterious aura lingered on the sword. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and an endless river of spiritual power surged from his body. Then, it fell on the long sword. Cut it out with one knife. Boom! Along with a huge sound, the knife shadow came down with overwhelming force, splitting the whole world in two. Above the sky, light ripples, as if only white is left. The extremely terrifying breath of death was blowing in my face. Qiu Xueching's expression suddenly changed, and her pretty face turned extremely pale in an instant. However, Nangong Haotian's expression remained calm and indifferent. He just slapped out his palm, and the fierce spiritual power was like a vast ocean, emitting an endless aura. The majestic spiritual power transformed into a giant golden palm, the palm shadow appeared out of nowhere, and countless strange visions evolved in the void. When Jin Peng saw this scene, he was shocked and the spiritual power in his body surged even more violently. The sword shadow in his hand suddenly expanded to a length of 10,000 feet, hanging in the air forever. It seemed as if the heaven and earth seemed extremely small under the sword shadow. Boom! As the two forces collided head-on, waves of air rushed up into the sky and shook in the air. The void shattered in an instant, and the surrounding scenery turned into powder. Boom! After the attack, the golden-winged rock retreated thousands of feet before it could barely stand, its eyes filled with shock and anger. He is from an ancient race, but he was defeated by a mere human cultivator? Where is the face of the Jinpeng clan? Human, I want you dead. With a roar, bursts of golden light burst out from the golden-winged rock's body. The light enveloped the sky and earth, and strong winds whistled around, exuding an aura of supreme majesty. Boom! The next moment, the golden-winged rock appeared in the void. The huge figure covered the sky and the sun, and the whole world became dark for a moment. Come and die. An ear-piercing cry came out of the golden-winged rock's mouth, its head turned slightly, and a huge wave of light filled with earth-shattering power roared out from its mouth. Boom! The beam of light was grand and carried with its supreme pressure, whizzing towards Nangong Haotian and the other two, as if it had the power to annihilate everything. Qiu Xueching's pretty face was extremely pale, and her beautiful eyes were full of fear. She felt the threat of death in this breath. This breath made her heart palpitate. From beginning to end, Nangong Haotian's expression remained indifferent. When the beam of light fell down, Nangong Haotian raised his hand lightly, and the spiritual power in his body surged and turned into a golden compass. With the blessing of endless spiritual power, the compass suddenly expanded, becoming several feet long and hanging in the air forever. The golden compass is depicted with all living things, so lifelike that it seems like a world of its own. The golden-winged rock was horrified to find that there was a breath of time flowing on the compass. The avenue. This human has actually realized the great truth. At this moment, the golden-winged rock was shocked and his worldview was about to collapse. Avenue. This is the most mysterious existence in the great wilderness divine realm. Even those powerful emperors cannot realize the great Tao in their entire lives. And this human cultivator in front of him can actually unleash the power of the great Tao. Could it be that he has surpassed the realm of the emperor? No. Impossible. If he had surpassed the realm of the emperor, it would have been annihilated by his palm long ago. Moreover, even if he is an emperor, there are only a handful of him in the entire great wilderness divine realm. Those are old monsters who will never appear again. How could he, so young, reach the realm of the great emperor? I guess he must have some magical weapon in his hand that can unleash a bit of the power of the great Tao. Thinking of this, the golden-winged roc looked at Nangong Haotian with eyes filled with endless greed. Jin Peng laughed wildly, and said with a sneer in his eyes, "Boy, hand over the great Tao magic weapon on you, and I can leave you an intact body, otherwise." He gave a grim smile and said nothing more, but the meaning was self-evident. Ah! Nangong Haotian stood with his hands behind his back and sneered, "Then it depends on whether you have the ability to do it." As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Haotian slapped out with his palm. The golden compass shines with brilliant light, like the heart of the world, flowing with the breath of life of all things. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, a mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the whole world was shaking. The endless void was completely annihilated, and everything within a radius of thousands of miles was turned into dust. The terrible breath of death was surging in the space. At the same time, there were rolling waves of air, like huge waves, whistling up and shaking in the air. Boom! The next moment, the body of the golden-winged roc retreated thousands of feet away, covered in blood. There was a terrifying aura surging from him, like a volcano about to erupt, and the air around him was completely shattered. He Xiu Wukong, you were beaten so badly by a human cultivator. You really bring shame to my ancient race. At this moment, a sarcastic laugh came from the air, and when the voice fell, a huge space crack appeared thousands of feet in the sky. Then, a golden lion appeared in front of them. His whole body was emitting blazing flames, and his entire body seemed to have turned into an endless sea of fire, burning the entire sky. Snort! Seeing this person, the golden-winged Peng Su Wukong snorted coldly, and said coldly while enduring the pain, "Yi Chen, what do you want to do?" Su Wukong looked at the golden swan with vigilance. He had just been seriously injured, and if this golden lion were to attack him, he would most likely die here. Hearing this, Yi Chen let out an earth-shaking laugh, and then his body moved, transforming into a human form, walking in the air, landing in front of Su Wukong, and said with sarcasm in his eyes, "I am here to watch the fun and laugh at you. By the way, take in another slave." After he finished speaking, Yi Chen ignored Su Wukong's raging anger and turned to look at Nangong Haotian, his voice full of playfulness and an unquestionable tone. He said, "Human, since you can defeat the golden-winged roc, you must be quite powerful. I will give you a chance to become my slave. I will let you enjoy supreme glory. How do you think?" Yi Chen waved his hands and laughed loudly, as if he was bestowing supreme honor on Nangong Haotian. His eyes were full of contempt and ridicule for Nangong Haotian. "Ah!" Nangong Haotian sneered, his calm eyes showing no trace of emotion. His cold voice rolled out of his throat like a thunder, "Just you? Are you worthy?" Nangong Haotian slapped out with his palm, and the palm shadows in the sky seemed to tear the endless void apart. Carrying an overwhelming momentum, it transformed into a giant golden elephant and slapped down in the direction of Yi Chen. In the entire great wilderness divine realm, apart from him, Nangong Haotian, who dares to claim to be invincible, who dares to claim to be undefeated? They are just an ancient race, how can they be so rampant? How ridiculous! You ungrateful animal! Seeing Nangong Haotian's refusal, Yi Chen's face turned cold, his body shook, a violent spiritual power rose from his body, and he also swung out a palm. The two forces collided head-on. With a loud bang, all the power exploded, the aura rolled up and fell within 1,000 feet radius. No wonder you were able to kill the Golden Winged Dapeng clan. You do have some ability, but in front of my Golden Swanee clan, you are still too weak. Seeing Nangong Haotian blocking the attack, Yi Chen's eyes showed a slight surprise. But he quickly regained his composure, sneered, then raised his hand and two heavy hammers appeared. With these two sky-breaking hammers, I can break even the sky. Boy, I'll give you one more chance. If you surrender and become my slave, I can spare your life. There was a golden glow in Yi Chen's eyes, and there seemed to be a sea of thunder surging in the depths of his eyes. He shouted loudly, and suddenly the sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder rumbled. Noisy. Nangong Haotian's face was as cold as ice, and he uttered two words coldly. This Golden Swanee is really noisy. In that case, let's kill it, drink its soup and eat its meat. Afterwards, Nangong Haotian no longer held back. He flipped his right hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. Sword of Heaven. This is Nangong Haotian's sword. It is the heavenly Tao Qi that Nangong Haotian stripped from heavenly Tao, and then used countless divine artifacts and holy weapons to smelt it for 10,000 years to create an existence that surpasses divine artifacts and holy weapons. When this sword comes out, the way of heaven will clash and the great way will roar. Countless strange phenomena evolved in this world, as if countless reincarnations were flowing. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the Golden Swanee was shocked beyond words. Their Golden Swanee clan all have the memory of racial heritage. In his confused memory, he saw a man in white, holding a sword, beheading all the enemies in the world. Could it be that this person is? Looking at Nangong Haotian in front of him, a bold idea suddenly emerged in the Golden Swanee's mind. But, it's just a thought. An eternal sword shadow cut through the void. The sword shadow exudes an ancient and simple atmosphere, as if traveling through the long river of time. Above the sword shadow, there is the evolution of the Great Way, all things are born and die, and all things are reincarnated. Boom! Finally, under Yi Chen's horrified gaze, the sword shadow slammed down, bursting out with supreme power, and the latter's body was also turned into powder and fell down in the vast sword shadow. Seeing this scene, the golden-winged rock in the distance was already stunned. Is this a human cultivator? Isn't it a conjuration from an ancient race? Su Wukong was already frightened silly, and he even had some doubts about which one among them was the real ancient race. At this moment, he only had one thought. Escape. Then, the spiritual power in his body began to circulate wildly, preparing to escape from here when Nangong Haotian was not paying attention. At this moment, Nangong Haotian's cold voice entered his ears, "Stop." As soon as the words fell, Su Wukong's figure paused and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He could sense a powerful force surrounding him that was enough to kill him with one blow. If I dare to act rashly, I will die without a burial place. Become my mount, or die. Nangong Haotian spoke lightly, but his words sounded like thunder to Su Wukong, booming in his ears and shaking his mind. I do. Su Wukong knelt on the ground without any hesitation, his eyes full of fear. Seeing this scene, Nangong Haotian nodded with satisfaction. If the golden-winged rock disagrees, he doesn't mind eating him as food. Snap! Nangong Haotian walked to the body of the Golden Swanee. The huge corpse lay on the ground. Although it was dead, the sharp aura wafting from the corpse was not something that ordinary creatures could approach. The next moment, a ball of fire shot out from Nangong Haotian's palm, burning the entire body of the Golden Swanee. Qiu Xueching laughed at the side, she seemed to already know what Nangong Haotian was going to do. Soon, the Golden Swanee had turned into Golden Swanee meat. Nangong Haotian sprinkled some seasonings on it, and the meat of the swanee became a delicious dish of meat from an ancient race. He casually tore off a piece of meat and handed it to Su Wukong, who turned pale and shook his head to refuse. Joke. This is the meat of the golden lion. Although the Golden Winged Dapeng clan and the Golden Swanee clan are incompatible and cannot coexist. However, if he ate this piece of golden swanee meat, it would mean that the two ancient races would go to war in the future. This price is not something he can afford. Qiu Shueching seemed to have gotten used to it. She easily took the golden swanee handed to her by Nangong Haotian, put it in her mouth and started chewing it. As soon as she swallowed it, a stream of extremely pure energy burst out from her stomach. This force rolls like a surging river or sea, emitting a heart-pounding aura. Golden Fairyland. The next moment, Qiu Shueching's aura was sublimated, and her eyes flashed with a shocking brilliance. It was as if she could create the world with just one hand, and her powerful aura was like a god descending to the world, controlling the whole world. After taking a breath, Qiu Shueching's pretty face was filled with excitement and joy. Her beautiful eyes fell on Nangong Haotian, filled with gratitude. You know, if it weren't for this person, I would probably still be stuck in the celestial immortal realm, and I don't know how many years it would take before I could break through to the golden immortal realm. And now, after absorbing the essence of the ancient race, she not only broke through to the golden immortal, but her aura also became purer and heavier. Faintly, she could feel that her physique seemed to have opened up a new world. Although she has only reached the first level of golden immortal now, she is confident that she will be invincible even when facing the third level in the future. Seeing Qiu Shueching about to break through the golden immortal realm just now, Nangong Haotian did not disturb her, but protected her by her side. He waited until her breath was stable before speaking. Let's go. Qiu Shueching nodded heavily, and looked at Nangong Haotian with beautiful eyes that were shining brightly. Nangong Haotian waved toward Su Wukong, who instantly understood and rolled up his body and flew into the air. A ray of light bloomed, and when the light faded away, a golden-winged rock appeared in front of the two. Nangong Haotian stood with his hands behind his back, took a step forward, and landed steadily on Su Wukong's back, and said lightly, "Go to Hexiamen." "Are you really going to Hexiamen?" Qiu Shueching's beautiful eyes paused slightly. Did he really want Hexiamen to submit to him? But is it possible for Nangong Haotian alone? Although, the aura and energy he exuded shocked Qiu Shueching immensely. But she always felt that Nangong Haotian was a genius who was in seclusion in some holy land, so she didn't think he had any worldly desire to overthrow the He Xiu Sect. Nangong Haotian nodded, his eyes calm and composed. This journey is indeed dangerous for you, so why don't we just say goodbye now? After all, Qiu Shueching had just broken through to the golden immortal realm, and her strength had not yet stabilized. If she went there rashly and encountered danger, Nangong Haotian would have to divide his attention to take care of her. Qiu Shueching didn't know what Nangong Haotian was thinking. After calming down, she patted her chest and said, "I am the holy maiden of the Arctic Holy Land. If I am in danger, I can just take out the Arctic Holy Order. They will definitely not dare to touch me. Besides, I just broke through the golden immortal realm, and I just need a battle to consolidate my cultivation. Besides, anyone in the He Xiu Sect can kill me, so I will definitely go this time, you don't have to worry about me. Besides, it is really difficult for you to break into the He Xiu gate by yourself. Having me here can be considered a helper." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden-winged Dapeng beside him also echoed, "And me." Su Wukong must seize this opportunity to express his attitude. "Yeah, that's fine." After hearing their words, Nangong Haotian nodded. After he finished speaking, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to rest with his eyes closed. Time passed slowly. The golden-winged rock was indeed an ancient race. Even its flying speed was no less than that of the great emperor. The endless barren mountains were crossed in just a few days. They soon arrived at Hashio Gate. The golden-winged rock landed on the ground and then transformed into a human form. 2 men and 1 woman stood beside the river valley. The corner of the mountain in front of them was where the Hashio Gate was located. The entire valley was filled with a cold and eerie atmosphere, like the gate to hell. Even though He Xiu Sect was a powerful golden immortal, he still felt a chill. In the valley, there are dense formations, and each formation has the mighty power to kill the golden immortal realm. Deep in the sect, there are several obscure auras that connect heaven and earth, as if a great way is evolving. This terrifying aura made Su Wukong feel inexplicably frightened at this moment. In He Xiu Sect, it seems that an emperor is about to descend. There was a glimmer of fear in Su Wukong's eyes. If a sect had an emperor, it would ensure the prosperity of the family for 10,000 years. But if a great emperor, then you can hold the era in your hands. The emperor of the great Tao, as the name suggests, is the emperor who masters the great Tao. However, the mystery of the great Tao is not something that the emperor can comprehend. Only those peerless evildoers can comprehend a trace of the power of the great Tao when they break through to become the emperor. And then, become the great Tao emperor. Although it was only a trace of the power of the great Tao, its explosive power was so powerful that even the veteran emperor could not match it. However, in Nangong Haotian's eyes, the so-called great Tao emperor was just a bigger ant. Not worth mentioning. Nangong Haotian raised his foot and was about to go up the mountain to destroy the He Xiu Sect when Nangong Junyi's voice suddenly came to his mind. Ancestor, none of the clan sects within 100 miles of my Nangong family agreed to your request. Oh. Hearing this, Nangong Haotian narrowed his eyes slightly and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Nangong Haotian didn't expect that these families and sects would be so stubborn. Since they were unwilling to submit to the Nangong family, they must have something to rely on. However, their so-called reliance was nothing more than an ant with the power of a bullet in the eyes of Nangong Haotian. Trying to compete with him is like an ant trying to shake a tree. In that case. The next moment, Nangong Haotian exuded the power to destroy the world, and there was a flash of murderous intent in his eyes as he looked at He Xiu. Now that he has awakened from the secret realm, he will lead the Nangong family and become an existence that no one in the great wilderness divine realm can look up to. You go back to the family first. When I come back, I will come to your house in person. Nangong Haotian communicated with Nangong Junyi through his spiritual consciousness. The latter understood and nodded in agreement. Sir, what should we do now? At this time, Su Wukong spoke respectfully. Hearing this, Nangong Haotian's eyes fell on the valley, and then he said lightly, "Of course, I will walk over there with big strides." As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Haotian took a step forward and landed in front of the Hashio Gate. He looked at the guard beside him with a calm gaze. "Who are you?" A guard with a sharp aura that could break through the sky took a step forward and asked coldly. "A true fairyland?" Nangong Haotian sneered indifferently. With this strength, he was not even as good as an ant. Seeing Nangong Haotian's sarcastic expression, the guard's face suddenly darkened, with murderous intent lingering in his eyes. He said coldly, "Tell me your name and I will spare your life." Nangong Haotian said indifferently, "Nangong Haotian. This time I came here to kill the He Xiu Sect." After the words were spoken, there was silence all around. Then, the guard showed an angry look and said angrily, "You are looking for death." After saying that, the guard drew out his sword, wanting to kill Nangong Haotian. But, Nangong Haotian acted faster. He pushed out with one palm, blasting the guard away, and the gate of He Xiu Sect fell into the formation of He Xiu Sect. The formation instantly burst out with power enough to kill the Golden Immortal Realm cultivators. In just a moment, the guard was reduced to dust, and the muffled sound lingered in the air for a long time. Enemy attack. Seeing this scene, another guard was horrified. He mobilized all the spiritual power in his body and roared, and the sound shook the sky above the entire Hashio gate. Wow! As soon as he finished speaking, the bell of Hashio gate began to ring, endlessly, surrounding the entire valley. Boom! The next moment, countless monks from the Hashio sect came out. The crowd was huge, and waves of pure aura gathered together, bursting out with a momentum that was enough to destroy the world. However, Nangong Haotian's expression was extremely calm. He stretched out his hand, twisted the neck of another guard, mobilized the spiritual power in his body, and said loudly, "Come and die, fellow cultivators of the Hashio sect. Court death." As soon as the words fell, a sword beam with extremely fierce power burst out and fell towards Nangong Haotian. Big brother. When the monks of Hashio sect saw a young monk taking action, their expressions brightened. Ling Yulong is the eldest senior brother of Hashio sect. Although his cultivation is at the heavenly immortal realm, he is not afraid of even those at the golden immortal realm. Seeing him take action, all the disciples of Hashio sect showed expressions of relief, as if they had already seen the boy in front of them being beaten into pieces by their senior brother. Ah! Nangong Haotian sneered, but with the strength at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm, did he dare to attack in front of him? How ridiculous! He swung out a palm, and this casual palm contained supreme charm. The eldest senior brother, who was at the celestial immortal realm, naturally felt this terrifying sense of oppression. A palm shadow appeared out of nowhere and slammed down with the sword shadow, causing an ear-piercing roar. The huge palm shadow swallowed Ling Yulong's sword and whistled towards him with a surging breath. With a loud bang, Ling Yulong's body fell like a meteor, drawing an arc in the sky, and then his blood spurted out, dyeing the ground red. Ling Yulong fell heavily to the ground, his body covered in blood, his flesh and blood blurred, and his breath was extremely weak, as if he would die at any time. Big brother. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were bloodshot and they were extremely shocked in their hearts. You know, the eldest senior brother is truly at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm. Even if he meets a golden immortal, he can still fight. But in front of this person, he can't even withstand a single encounter? This is too horrible. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief, and they looked at Nangong Haotian with a look of horror instead of contempt. Court death. At this moment, in the depths of Hashio Gate, several auras suddenly appeared. With a flicker of light, 3 figures appeared above the Hashio Gate. When they saw Nangong Haotian, the 3 of them were even more furious. The middle-aged man in the lead had a vibrating aura, like a volcano about to erupt, and his whole body exuded an astonishing and terrifying aura. A cold voice came from his mouth, carrying an endless killing sound, and it blasted down Nangong Haotian. As he was speaking, dark clouds rolled up in the sky and thunder roared among the clouds. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you break in. Not only did you kill my great elder before, but you even dared to provoke Hashio sect here. I think you are courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, countless thunders roared down, and the valleys surrounding Hashio Gate were all filled with thunder. The thunderclap reached the ears of the Hashio sect disciples, terrified them. What? The great elder was killed by him? How can this be? You know, the great elder is at the peak of the golden immortal realm. Even if he meets a powerful emperor, although he cannot fight, he can still save his life. Moreover, if the great elder died in his hands, then, the other elders will also. Thinking of this, everyone gasped and looked at Nangong Haotian with expressions filled with endless horror. You are the leader of this Hashio sect, right? Nangong Haotian ignored the looks of the other elders who seemed to want to devour him, and spoke calmly. He was right, this person was the leader of He Xiu Sect. Giguzi brings disaster to the world. So what? Gigu Huisher's eyes were grim and filled with murderous intent. However, he did not make a move immediately. You know, it is difficult for even an ordinary emperor to kill the great elder. However, he could not sense any spiritual energy from the person in front of him, so his violent mood suddenly calmed down a lot. Then I will give you Hexiaman a chance to submit to me, or... Nangong Haotian paused, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and the murderous intent collided with Gigu Huisher in the air. Die! Boom! As soon as the words fell, the sky seemed to have received Giguzi's wrath, and suddenly dark clouds rolled in all directions. The thunder dragon in the clouds was terrifying, and the space here became dark the next moment. This scene is like the end of the world. Court death. Gigu Huisher was furious and roared loudly. The black energy lingering around his body was extremely violent and his red eyes flashed with murderous intent. As soon as he finished speaking, endless black aura, like a series of poisonous snakes, transformed into 9 huge snake heads in mid-air, spitting out cold tongues and whistling towards Nangong Haotian. I'm coming too. At this moment, a loud voice rang out, and Su Wukong took a step forward, as if crossing the space, and instantly arrived in front of Nangong Haotian. The spiritual power in his body rolled and turned into a giant silver shield. The shield's shadow rose into the air, several feet long. The 9-headed snake head fell down and surged above the shield's shadow. Countless black auras wrapped around the giant silver shield, and in an instant, the silver shield turned extremely black. Su Wukong's face immediately turned pale. Hehe, you are not qualified. Gigu Huisher sneered, his eyes full of contempt. Ah! Su Wukong sneered, and a hint of contempt suddenly appeared in his eyes. Then he suddenly shouted, and light surrounded him. The figure of the golden-winged rock appeared in the void. The huge figure covered the sky and stirred the entire air. The thunderclouds above the sky also dissipated at this moment. It's actually an ancient race, the golden-winged Dupang? Gigu Huisher's eyes condensed slightly, and then a hint of greed flashed across his eyes. If one could catch a golden-winged rock and tame it as a mount, he would surely be extremely happy and carefree, and it would also bring supreme honor to himself and the He Xiu Sect. Thinking of this, the ocean of spiritual power in Gigu Huisher's body surged and stirred in the air, turning into an extremely dark giant hand from the abyss. On the giant hand, there are countless chains entwined in it, engraved with mysterious runes, emitting a cold and terrifying aura. Boom! The giant hand of the abyss reached out towards the void, and streams of death aura rose into the sky, intertwining chains, and black mist filled the void. Cracking! Seeing this scene, Su Wukong was shocked and let out a scream from his throat. He flapped his wings, and a gust of wind rose from the He Xiu Gate. Storms gathered and collided with the giant hand of the abyss, erupting with a deafening sound. Wow! However, the giant hand of the abyss was too ferocious. Although Su Wukong's body could shake ordinary emperors, it was still not enough in front of the veteran emperor. But in just a breath, Su Wukong was blown back 10,000 meters and crashed into a mountain. Suddenly, the space around us shook as if there was an earthquake. Submit to me. At this moment, Gigu Huisher took a step forward, with black mist swirling around him. His eyes were as red as blood, and the powerful aura of oppression from the emperor emanated from him, as if he was a god who controlled everything in the world, insolent and invincible. Sir, save me. The next moment, Su Wukong used all his strength to roar out this sentence. At this moment, he had transformed into a human form, his face was pale and bloodless, his body was bloody and his life force was weak. Hehe, just relying on that human monk? In my eyes, he is just like an ant. If you submit to me, I can consider letting you go. Ge Guhuasher licked his black lips, his eyes full of greed. You know, the golden-winged Dupang is full of treasures. After getting it, it can not only become his mount, but also provide him with powerful and pure spiritual energy to help him practice faster. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shaking aura burst out from behind Ge Guhuasher. An extremely terrifying aura lingered between heaven and earth, and the surging power continued endlessly, like a surging ocean, filling this space. Nangong Haotian stood with his hands behind his back, his calm eyes staring ahead with a calm expression on his face. He blasted out with one palm, and in an instant, the huge palm shadow covered the entire valley. The extremely terrifying force came crashing down, and for a moment, the whole world was shaking. The mountains behind him turned into a basin, filled with a horrible breath of death. How is this possible? After the blow, Ge Guhuasher was severely injured, his bones were shattered, and his flesh was bloody. There was also a terrible spiritual power entangled in his body, making it impossible for him to repair his injuries. Ge Guhuasher's eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't believe that Nangong Haotian could actually exert such terrifying and powerful strength. Call. He took a deep breath and forced himself to mobilize the spiritual power. In an instant, his face turned pale and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Only then did his blood and bones recover. For people at his level, as long as their soul is immortal, they are almost immortal. Kill. The next moment, Ge Guhuasher roared, his eyes filled with chilling murderous intent. A terrifying aura rose up and crashed between heaven and earth, condensing into a divine soul. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the air around Ge Guhuasher seemed to be torn apart, revealing the gate to hell. A giant dark hand stretched out from the gate of hell. The chain in the palm of his hand rolled with a loud bang, and the eerie ghostly aura it emitted surged in the air. The space seemed to solidify in the next moment. Xiu Sect, who was not far away, was stunned when she saw this scene. She couldn't believe that the emperor could actually burst out such terrifying power. You know, they are just separated by a realm. Under the emperor, we are all ants. Now it seems that this sentence is not a joke. Nangong Haotian on the ground was like a tiny insect under this pitch-black palm. There was a sharp wind blowing around him, but his body stood firm in it, motionless. Dharma image? Nangong Haotian's mouth curled up into a smile, and then he waved his hand, and the endless spiritual power in his body turned into a vast ocean, surging out. The golden ocean of spiritual power reflects brilliant light under the sunlight. Then, an ancient giant elephant stepped out from the ocean of spiritual power. Its 100-foot-long trunk rolled up endless spiritual power, and the entire sky shattered and turned into nothingness. The body of the ancient giant elephant is taller than a mountain, and its body connects the entire heaven and earth. It roars, and the entire space collapses and the earth breaks apart. Then, the endless ocean of spiritual power condensed into a divine dragon and surged out. The divine dragon hovered around the giant elephant, and the aura of the two shook between heaven and earth. For a moment, the entire great wilderness divine realm seemed extremely small in front of these two ancient creatures. Is this something that human power can do? Su Wukong was seriously injured and murmured. He stared blankly at the ancient creature in the sky, the shock in his eyes was beyond words. Not only him, even Xiu Sect, the saint of the Arctic Holy Land, was stunned at this moment, not saying a word for a long time. Even the Holy Land Lord she had seen, it seemed that no one could exert such a terrifying aura. No. At this moment, the most terrified person was Ge Guhuasher himself. At this moment, in the reflection of his pupils, the two ancient creatures attacked from afar, emitting an aura that was enough to destroy the world. At this moment, Gigu Huisher even forgot to escape. He stood there stupidly. The two ancient creatures slammed down, erupting with astonishing power. Several mountain ranges were reduced to pulverized pieces, and all the formations of the He Xiu Sect were also detonated at this moment. Those cultivators were all killed by the formation. For a moment, the sky was filled with blood. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Su Wukong felt his scalp tingling. Thinking of how he had provoked Nangong Haotian before, a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. Now being able to become Nangong Haotian's mount may be my greatest luck. You know, to be able to be the mount of such a character is itself a honor for the ancient race. Boom! When the earth-shattering power dissipated, the next moment, a tremendous force burst out from the depths of the mountains, and then a figure emerged from the dust. An old man in a grey Taoist robe appeared in the void. His cold eyes fell on Nangong Haotian. I am the ancestor of He Xiu Sect. You must be killed. As soon as the words are spoken, the law follows. In this space, great ways compete with each other and endless laws linger in the eyes of the old man in Taoist robes. Anyone who has achieved the great Tao can cultivate the power of the laws. The ancestors of these He Xiu sects evolved the laws of evil ways. A dark red evil aura shrouded this world, and the situation was like the end of the world. Extremely terrifying. Giga bloodline? A hint of surprise flashed across Nangong Haotian's eyes. Unexpectedly, this person also has Giga bloodline. The Giga clan has a long history and it is rumored that they have already existed in the ancient times. Looking back to the past, Nangong Haotian and Giguzi had met once, but these were all old stories that had long been buried in the long river of history. Above the sky, the power of the third level of the Emperor realm of Gigu Bahuang roared out. The power of the Tao blooms, and the power of the law is like a holy sword in his hand, emitting an extremely sharp aura. In order to seek the power of the great Tao, I did not hesitate to shatter my own cultivation as an emperor, and practiced again step by step, to achieve my current achievements. Gigu Bahuang opened his mouth slowly, his voice shaking the heavens and the earth, like the chanting of Sanskrit. His calm eyes did not change at all, as if he was talking about something insignificant. He seemed to have forgotten that Nangong Haotian almost annihilated all the disciples of He Xiu Sect. Thousands of years have passed in a flash, and I finally got a glimpse of the power of the great Tao. I never thought you would dare to kill my disciple. If that's the case, then let me go on a killing spree. In the void, the rumbling sound of Gigu Bahuang echoed, the whole world was shaking, strange phenomena arose, countless spaces shattered, and turned into endless void space. Die! Gigu Bahuang's eyes were extremely cold. He just uttered a word, and the space seemed to become dense. The dark red evil energy surged throughout the world, transforming into a 10,000-foot-long ghost face, emitting a terrifying aura. The power of the great Tao. In the distance, Su Wukong was trembling all over when he saw this scene. He thought that Nangong Haotian's aura of the great Tao was already amazing enough, but he didn't expect that the ancestor of the He Xiu sect could actually cultivate the power of the great Tao. This is a great emperor. Even if Nangong Haotian had extraordinary abilities, he was totally unqualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Emperor of Tao. For a moment, Su Wukong's breathing became rapid, and his eyes were full of tension as he looked at Nangong Haotian. The same was true for Qiu Xueqing standing by, her pretty face full of worry. Boom! The ghost face suddenly rose up and rushed towards Nangong Haotian. Wherever it went, everything was annihilated, leaving behind a breath of death in the air. However, Nangong Haotian's expression remained indifferent. In his eyes, the Emperor of Tao was nothing more than a big bug. Being arrogant in front of him? Court death. With a sneer, Nangong Haotian slapped out with his palm. The huge palm shadow was like a swimming dragon. The golden ocean of spiritual power gathered and turned into a palm shadow 10,000 feet long. The palm shadow was like a golden Buddha coming to the world, Sanskrit chanting was performed, and lotus flowers bloomed in the space, dazzling and resplendent. Boom! The next moment, the two forces collided head-on, causing an earth-shaking sound. In the space, the sky was shaking and the earth was trembling. Countless mountains collapsed and turned into hills and basins. The entire He Xiu Sect disappeared in an instant. This divine domain is surrounded by an aura of deathly silence, and even those who are strong in the innate realm cannot set foot here. You are quite capable. Above the sky, Gigu Bahuang's voice rolled, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes, but more of it was greed. He was surprised by Nangong Haotian's strength. If he could train it into a magic cauldron, perhaps his strength could be improved by half a bit. Thinking of this, the greed in Gigu Bahuang's eyes became more intense. Seeing this scene, Nangong Haotian's face remained calm, and the aura emanating from his body was enough to tremble in fear among heaven and earth, and even to eclipse the laws of nature. You, be my magic cauldron. Gigu Bahuang laughed wildly a few times, carrying evil energy in his body, and slapped out with his palm. The evil energy in the sky instantly filled the world. The next moment, the whole world turned into that dark and cold devil's hand. How much more than 10,000 feet is this palm? The whole world seems extremely small. Under the clutches of the devil, they were like a leaf floating on the ocean, not even an ant. Nangong Haotian's expression remained calm, but suddenly, his eyes became stern. A golden light intertwined in the eye sockets, and there was a charm flowing in the eyes. The great ways competed, countless strange phenomena evolved, and the reincarnation of all things operated in it. At this moment, Nangong Haotian flipped his right hand, and the heavenly Tao sword appeared in his hand. Its supreme power made the evil hand begin to tremble. When Gigu Bahuang above the sky saw this scene, his whole body burst into fear and his scalp went numb, as if he had seen something terrible. This is actually the power of heaven, impossible. In the void, Gigu Bahuang roared, his eyes filled with disbelief. The power of heaven is more mysterious than the laws of the universe. Not to mention the emperor, even the saints cannot comprehend it. And Nangong Haotian actually has the power of heaven in his hands? How can it be? It must be something outside of my body. If I can take it, how much stronger will I be? By then, I will be invincible under the saint. Gigu Bahuang's eyes were full of greed and arrogance, he seemed to have seen himself holding the heavenly sword and being invincible in the world. The next moment, the spiritual power in Gigu Bahuang's body became even more terrifying. The extreme power made the devil's palm more pure and huge, exuding a terrifying power, as if the whole world was about to shatter. The power of heaven? Nangong Haotian sneered, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, even the heavenly Tao is like an ant in my eyes, not to mention you, an ant in the emperor realm. Just because you have comprehended a little bit of the power of the great Tao, you dare to be so arrogant and presumptuous? Ridiculous. Nangong Haotian's whole body was intertwined with golden light, and the mighty power that made the avenue tremble was eternal in the entire great wilderness divine realm. At this moment, all the cultivators in the entire continent felt as if their throats were strangled by a pair of invisible hands, making it difficult for them to breathe and their breath was extremely weak. Well, today I will let you see what it means to be invincible. Nangong Haotian took a step forward, the heavenly sword in his hand clashing with the ground beneath his feet suspended in mid-air, countless air waves spread out in all directions, and the blood-red sky was annihilated by the endless ocean of spiritual power. Above the sky, countless strange phenomena appeared, including Buddha chanting, mythical beasts flying in the sky, and holy lotus blooming. The aura was earth-shaking, and each phenomenon seemed to have the power to destroy the world. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Gigu Bahuang was horrified. He couldn't imagine that there was such a terrifying existence in this world. Just as Nangong Haotian said, at this moment, he was not even as good as an ant in front of Nangong Haotian. Then, Nangong Haotian slashed out with a sword. The sword's power is mighty and will last forever. The power exuded an earth-shaking aura, and the deafening sound resounded throughout the heaven and earth. In an instant, everything was destroyed. The sword shadow that existed between heaven and earth fell down with a loud bang, like a flying meteor, shining brightly. In an instant, the entire world was illuminated, the sword shadow fell on Gigu Bahuang, and a terrifying and powerful force emanated. One strike, and the Tao disappears. Deathly silence permeated the entire world. Su Wukong's pupils widened, and there was a storm in his heart. The next moment, he knelt on the ground without any hesitation and said in a loud voice, "Su Wukong, I am willing to submit to you." Nangong Haotian looked calm, as if he hadn't heard anything. He stood with his hands behind his back and walked towards them. Qiu Xueching's pretty face at the side was also dull. Is he really the holy son of a holy land? Suddenly, Qiu Qingxue began to doubt her own judgment. She shook her head and laughed. If such a capable person could only be the son of the Holy Land, the world would probably have been turned upside down long ago. Let's go. At this time, Nangong Haotian had already come in front of Qiu Xueching. His tone was indifferent, as if he had just stepped on an ant to death, and his expression was calm without any ripples. Yeah. Qiu Xueching nodded blankly and hasn't calmed down yet. At this moment, there was a sudden throbbing between heaven and earth. Nangong Haotian frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Do you want to die or live?" As soon as he finished speaking, the spirit of Geguzi Huisher appeared. He had just witnessed with his own eyes how Nangong Haotian had annihilated the entire He Xiu Sect. At this moment, he knelt directly in midair and said in a trembling voice, "I am also willing to surrender and be a slave forever. Slavery forever." As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible mark descended from the void and fell into his soul. From now on, if he does anything to betray Nangong Haotian, he will be struck by lightning and his life will be worse than death. Hearing this, Nangong Haotian looked calm. He waved his right hand, and a strong vitality force lingered in his palm and sank into Gigu Huisher's soul. A brilliant light bloomed, and when the light mist dissipated, Gigu Huisher's body appeared in front of them. He was surprised to find that he had already touched the threshold of the 4th level of the Emperor realm. He believed that within 100 years, he would be able to enter the 4th level. "Do you want to go back?" At this time, Nangong Haotian's eyes fell on Qiu Xueching and spoke lightly. Hearing this, Qiu Xueching's beautiful eyes sparkled with light, and she spoke softly, "I just used the sound transmission talisman to tell my master that I want to continue my training in the great wilderness divine realm. If you don't mind, I won't go back." As she said this, Qiu Xueching stared at Nangong Haotian nervously, fearing that he would not agree. Nangong Haotian nodded and did not refuse. Qiu Xueching's beautiful eyes were filled with excitement, and her heart was filled with spring. After subduing Gigu Huisher, Su Wukong transformed into a golden-winged rock and carried them to the Nangong family. Since those families and sects are unwilling to surrender, Nangong Haotian doesn't mind taking action personally. When he returns, the Nangong family will be renamed Nangong Holy Land. At the same time, Western regions, Nangong family. Sects and families, big and small, surrounded the Nangong family. The aura of the two emperors filled this world. There were no less than 100 golden immortals, and countless heavenly immortals. Their bodies were filled with terrifying auras, which came together and shook the world. Wow! The leader, a man in a white Taoist robe, took a step forward. Divine aura flowed around him, his breath roared, and the ocean of spiritual energy condensed into substance, turning into a golden tower. He looked down on everyone and said in a cold voice, "Your Nangong family is going too far. You want us to become your vassal family? This is ridiculous. I heard that the Nangong secret realm contains treasures that would make even the emperor tremble. Today, we will join forces to kill your Nangong family. Let's start the battle." As soon as the words fell, an old man stepped out from the void. His aura of the emperor realm was not concealed at all. He looked at Nangong Yu, his cloudy eyes filled with greed. "He, I heard that Nangong Yu has a Xianin body. If I can get the Xianin Qi, perhaps my realm can be raised to a higher level." In the Nangong family, Nangong Yu's pretty face was extremely gloomy. The clan leader was still in seclusion, while the ancestor had gone to conquer the He Xiu Sect. Right now, she was the only one in the emperor realm in the entire Nangong family. Moreover, she had just broken through, and her aura had not yet stabilized completely, but the two powerful emperors outside were both veteran emperors who had broken through for 100 years. They were extremely powerful, and she was no match for them at all. "What should we do now?" Nangong Junyi walked over, his handsome face full of determination. Although he was only at the golden immortal level, the powerful aura around him allowed him to hold his own even against half an emperor. "You guard the family, and I will deal with the two emperors outside." Nangong Yu spoke slowly with a cold expression, and then the long sword in his hand appeared, and the sound of the sword tore through the sky and earth. "No!" Hearing this, Nangong Junyi's face suddenly changed. How could she deal with tens of millions of enemies outside by herself? This is tantamount to seeking death. Nangong Yu had a calm face and spoke calmly, "I am from the Nangong family. Now that the Nangong family is facing a crisis of survival, I cannot retreat. Not to mention other things, if the ancestor comes, everything will definitely change. If he fails to come..." Nangong Yu paused, a look of determination flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Please, ancestor, avenge me." As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Yu took a step forward, his figure turned into a stream of light, the clan protection formation opened, and his figure appeared in front of everyone. She looked indifferent, swung her sword, and a 1,000-foot-long sword shadow appeared out of nowhere. With just one sword, the monks in front of him were as fragile as brittle paper, and countless of them were killed or injured. Snort! The man in the white Taoist robe snorted coldly, stretched out his palm, and collided with it, causing a series of earth-shaking roars and waves of air to spread outwards. For a moment, the sky shook and the earth collapsed. Just one strike was so terrifying. As expected, he is the great and powerful emperor. When the monks saw this scene, they all sighed in admiration. "Although you have entered the realm of emperor, with your strength, you are still not my opponent." The man in white Taoist robe sneered, his eyes full of contempt. If it were those old monsters from the Nangong family, he might still be a little afraid, but... just a girl doll? It can be destroyed with a snap of fingers. He, whether you're my match or not, we'll know after the fight. Nangong Yu's pretty face was cold, with murderous intent in her eyes. As she finished speaking, her Xianin power vibrated, interweaving with her own spiritual power and lingering on the sword. Then, a stab came out from his face. The violent sword light bloomed in the air, and the sharp power seemed to be able to cut through the bright moon in the sky. The next moment, a sword shadow flashing with a cold luster whizzed towards the man in white Taoist robes. "Humph, a mere trifle." The man in white Taoist robe snorted coldly, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Then, he blasted out with his palm, and the two forces collided head-on, erupting with a series of sounds like the roar of golden swords. The sound was deafening, and the air waves rolled in all directions. Wow! The surging air waves were like a vast ocean, and the spiritual power rushed over with a roar. Nangong Yu instantly exploded and retreated tens of thousands feet away. Her pretty face was a little pale, her breathing was rapid, and there was a chill in her beautiful eyes. The next moment, she took a deep breath, and the sea of spiritual energy in her body began to circulate wildly, revealing her full strength and overwhelming momentum. The sword shadow that is 100 feet long has been hanging in the void forever, and the power of Xianin is extremely cold, as if it has fallen into the Arctic, piercing and overwhelming. 3,000 sword shadows. With a low shout, Nangong Yu swung the sword in his hand, and endless spiritual power turned into golden swords. The sky full of sword shadows gathered here, covering the sky above thousands of people. The cold sword light revealed a terrifying aura. Heaven-slaying sword formation, rise. Nangong Yu shouted again, inserted the sword into the ground, and then swung it violently, and a sword formation covering an area of several miles spread out. The golden formation was shrouded in an ancient aura, and the obscure runes were surging in the sword formation. Kill. With a wave of the sword, Nangong Yu's 3,000 black hair scattered in the air, and her beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. She sneered, and the 3,000 sword shadows and the heaven-slaying sword formation started to operate at the same time. Suddenly, there was a deafening and continuous roar. The Nangong family's heaven-slaying sword formation? Interesting. The man in white Taoist robe laughed, his eyes full of contempt. The heaven-slaying sword formation is the famous martial art of the Nangong family's masters. They have used it to kill countless powerful people. But Nangong Yu's strength is not enough to bring out the true mystery of this formation. With a sneer, the golden tower in the hand of the man in white Taoist robe suddenly fell into the air, and then the spiritual power in his body continued to circulate and injected into the golden tower. Boom! It fell with a loud roar, and the tower connected the entire sky and earth, as if it was about to tear the sky apart. The tower has an ancient and timeless aura, as if it were a magic weapon that appeared out of nowhere from the ancient times. Afterwards, under the seals of the man in white Taoist robes, the golden giant tower began to move, and endless power was emanated. Even the heaven-slaying sword formation disappeared, and the entire world seemed to be swallowed up by the giant tower. How can it be? Seeing this scene, Nangong Yu's eyes were full of disbelief. The heaven-slaying sword formation was one of the Nangong family's unique skills, but he didn't expect that it would be so vulnerable in front of this person. The strength of the Emperor of Tianta has increased by several levels. It seems that it won't take long before he can break through to the 4th level of the Emperor. At this time, the old man suddenly laughed, and there was a hint of envy in his eyes when he looked at the Emperor of Tianta. You have to know that this sky tower comes from the ancient times. At that time, the great wilderness divine realm was full of powerful people, and even golden immortals were as numerous as ants. It is nothing like today. The avenue is closed, and the realm of the Emperor is almost the strongest combat power in the great wilderness divine realm. As for those saints, it only exists in a few places. The anti-evil spear in your hand is no less powerful than my heavenly tower. Heavenly Tower Emperor Yan Xiaolua sneered. He naturally heard the implication of the old guy's words. The old man laughed and said nothing more. He flipped his right hand, and the spear of evil appeared in his hand, along with rolling evil energy. The next moment, the entire void seemed to be filled with endless evil energy. If Gigu Bahuang were here, he would definitely be extremely excited. This was because the aura of this evil energy was exactly the same as the great path he was practicing. But, unfortunately, Gigu Bahuang had already disappeared, and there was no possibility of survival. Little girl, I really like the mysterious Yin energy in you, and I hope to borrow your body. I hope you don't gossip. A sinister smile appeared on the old man's face. Then, he pulled out the Nye Xie spear, which was like a giant snake, extending for several feet and whistling towards Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu's face was extremely gloomy. He drew out his sword and prepared to resist. However, the evil spear was too terrifying, and Nangong Yu was no match for it. Just one hit. Nangong Yu was blown away and fell heavily to the ground. Her pretty face became paler and paler, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The spiritual power in her body surged continuously, and at this moment, her realm of emperor became somewhat unstable. Oops. Seeing this scene, Nangong Junyi and the family had an extremely gloomy expression. If this continued, Nangong Yu would be in danger. No, she must be saved. You know, Nangong Yu is the top genius of the Nangong family. If he dies at this moment, it will be a huge disaster for the Nangong family. Therefore, even if it means sacrificing himself, he must exchange it for her safety. Thinking of this, Nangong Junyi opened the formation and rushed away. He, I told you not to resist, but you insisted on doing this. In that case, I will teach you a lesson about what it means to respect your elders. The old man grinned grimly and then pulled out a spear. Wow! Just as the spear was about to be pulled out, a sword light suddenly flashed between heaven and earth and crashed over. But how terrifying is the spear? In just one breath, the divine spear swallowed up the sword shadow. Nangong Junyi's face was ice cold, and he used his divine power to block the attack. With a loud bang, his soul exploded, his body was covered in blood, his breath was extremely weak, and even his spiritual power fell to the level of celestial being. Nangong Junyi. Nangong Yu's eyes were bloodshot, and there was rage in his eyes. The fierce killing intent finally turned into a roar, I will kill you. Boom. At this moment, an extremely gloomy aura came from the sky, and a figure crossed countless spaces and appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, the old man and He Xiu's faces darkened. What is he here for? This person is none other than He Xiu. Before this, Nangong Haotian already knew everything that had happened, but he did not cross the space to rescue the Nangong family. Instead, he let He Xiu arrive first. Although He Xiu did not understand, he did not ask too much. He followed Nangong Haotian's instructions and came here first. Oops. Seeing He Xiu bringing disaster to the world, Nangong Yu's face darkened. She knew that He Xiu was a veteran emperor, even stronger than the old man and the man in white robe. Moreover, the reason why Patriarch Nangong left was to prepare to kill this person, and now. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nangong Yu shook his head frantically, his eyes full of disbelief. He Xiu, what are you doing here? He Xiu looked at He Xiu with some caution. He knew this man's strength. Even if he and the old man joined forces, they might not be able to compete with him. The old man also looked at He Xiu nervously. After all, the fewer people who knew about the Nangong's secret realm, the better. Hearing this, He Xiu looked indifferent and did not speak. Nangong Haotian had previously instructed him not to take action. So, He Xiu stood with his hands behind his back, his face calm. Since you don't want to take action, I will continue. The old man smiled hoarsely, and his expression was full of greed when he looked at Nangong Yu. Yang Tianxiong, if you want to die, I don't mind fulfilling your wish. At this time, He Xiu suddenly spoke, his voice was cold and without any emotion. What? Are you still going to protect the Nangong family? He Xiu smiled grimly, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Although he was afraid of He Xiu's disaster, as an emperor, he was still qualified to be arrogant. Hearing this, Nangong Yu on the side was also stunned for a moment. She knew very well that He Xiu Sect had lost many people at the hands of the Nangong family. Logically, they should have an irreconcilable hatred towards the Nangong family. But now, why didn't he take action, but instead protected them? Gigu Huisher looked indifferent and said nothing, but the old man and the man in white robe did not dare to move at all. Just because he is Giguzi who brings disaster to the world. Boom! At this moment, a roar sounded again from the sky. The sound was like a pair of invisible giant hands, tearing the sky apart, revealing a vast void. Cracking. A golden-winged rock let out a scream, and a terrifying aura shook the entire world. Seeing this scene, everyone on the ground was shocked. This is an ancient race, the golden-winged rock. Someone spoke in shock, his eyes full of horror. Yan Xiaolua and Yang Tianxiong also looked extremely unhappy. The golden-winged Dupang had been lingering in the barren ridge and never appeared. Why did he suddenly appear here? When Nangong Yu saw the figure standing on the back of the golden-winged rock, her pretty face was immediately filled with joy. Ancestor. The ancestor is back. At this moment, a smile appeared in her eyes and she felt that everything was hopeful again. Nangong Junyi, you must hold on. At this moment, Nangong Junyi's situation was already precarious. He had already fainted, his cultivation had been declining, and his soul had been shattered by the Nixie divine spear. This person. The two of them also noticed the figure standing on their backs, their eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of coldness. Greetings, sir. At this time, Gigu Huisher suddenly spoke, and his mighty voice rang out and fell into the ears of everyone. As soon as the words fell, everyone's expression changed. What? Even Yan Xiaolua and Yang Tianxiong found it hard to believe. Gigu Huisher actually knelt down and called that figure, sir? How can it be? There was horror in their eyes, and they could not believe what they were seeing. At this time, the golden-winged rock landed on the ground, turned into a figure, and stood behind Nangong Haotian. Nangong Haotian looked indifferent, his eyes fell on the millions of enemies. His calm voice did not have any spiritual power, but it penetrated everyone's mind, anyone who kneels down will not die. When the voice fell, the whole air became silent. Ha ha ha. However, Yan Xiaolua laughed out loud, his eyes full of contempt. Boy, who did I think you were? You turned out to be a waste who didn't even have spiritual power. Although I don't know why Gigu Huisher annealed to you, but in front of me, the Emperor of Tianta, you are like an ant. Yan Xiaolua spoke wildly, with no trace of sarcasm in his tone. Hearing this, Gigu Huisher next to him glanced at him with sympathy in his eyes. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You are really looking for death. He had witnessed Nangong Haotian's power. Even the ancestor of He Xiu Sect was just a bigger ant in front of him. Ah! Nangong Haotian sneered, his calm eyes showing no emotion at all. Emperor? I have killed countless of them. Arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Xiaolua's face suddenly darkened, and the heavenly tower in his hand emerged. The tower was entangled with terrifying and powerful power, and its divine might emanated, shaking the sky and the earth. He took a step forward, his body standing in mid-air, his cold eyes revealing his arrogance. Under my sky tower, all things are ants. Kill. Yan Xiaolua let out a low growl and attacked fiercely. The sky tower suddenly burst into a brilliant light, and all the magical weapons came out at once, rushing towards Nangong Haotian to kill him. The heavenly tower contains all things and can also evolve all things. These 10,000 kinds of magical weapons evolved from the heavenly tower. I thought it was something else. It's just the sky tower. How dare you make such a fuss in my eyes? Nangong Haotian chuckled disdainfully. He had no idea how many magical weapons like the heavenly tower he had seen, let alone how many he had destroyed. He never expected that thousands of years later, a descendant of the Emperor realm would dare to use the heavenly tower to act so arrogantly in front of him? How ridiculous! Then, Nangong Haotian slapped out with his palm. The surging palm contained supreme power, and the terrifying aura seemed to be able to swallow up the sky and destroy the earth. It lingered above the golden palm shadow, carrying the aura of crushing everything in its path, and moved towards the sky tower. Boom! A huge sound was heard, and waves of air rolled, surging within a radius of thousands of feet. Countless scenes were annihilated by this palm. The heavenly tower that Yan Xiolua was so proud of was like a piece of brittle paper at this moment. It was directly destroyed into powder and disappeared between heaven and earth. No! Yan Xiolua's eyes were bloodshot and he roared. His face turned pale and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The heavenly tower is connected to the heart. When the heavenly tower was destroyed, Yan Shura was naturally damaged. His cultivation level suddenly dropped to the first level of the Emperor realm, and there was a tendency for it to fall further. Yang Tianxiong, if you don't take action now, when will you take action? Yan Xiolua roared. After the words fell, Yang Tianxiong's eyes condensed slightly, and then he took a step forward, and directly pulled out the Nixie divine spear in his hand, and slammed it towards Nangong Haotian. This whip carried the ultimate spiritual power. If it hit, even the emperor would be in great pain and his spiritual power would be greatly depleted. But this thing was like a tickle in front of Nangong Haotian. Apart from falling on his body and making a loud bang, nothing happened. Even the clothes were not torn. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Yan Xiolua was shocked and took a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that Nangong Haotian could be so amazing. This was the Nixie divine spear, and he was not hurt at all. The spear of the anti-evil god? Not bad. Nangong Haotian smiled faintly and stretched out his hand. The evil spear immediately jumped uncontrollably and then broke away from Yang Tianxiong's hand. Gave it to you. As he spoke, Nangong Haotian threw the Nixie divine spear to Gigu Huisher as if he were throwing away garbage. Upon seeing this, the latter immediately knelt on the ground and said gratefully, "Thank you, sir." Yang Tianxiong was furious, his face was distorted extremely terrifyingly, and a terrifying aura burst out from his whole body. He had spent a lot of effort to obtain this evil spear in a secret realm, but he didn't expect that it would be kidnapped so easily by the boy in front of him today. What shocked him even more was that the blood he dripped on the anti-evil spear was instantly cleared by Nangong Haotian. How can a young boy have such abilities? Yang Tianxiong obviously didn't believe it. Call. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and then murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Although he no longer has the anti-evil spear, he is still a truly powerful emperor. Yang Tianxiong slapped out his palm fiercely, and the force of his palm was enough to make the heaven and earth collapse. Then, the golden palm shadow blasted towards Nangong Haotian. An ant trying to shake a tree. Nangong Haotian spoke coldly, and as soon as he finished speaking, he swung out a palm. This seemingly understated palm actually contained infinite powerful force. The rolling palm shadow, like the surging Nujiang River, carried an unstoppable force, and collided with Yang Tianxiong's golden palm shadow. Then an earth-shaking sound broke out, resounding throughout the space. The air wave came slowly, surged up, and crashed into the sky. Puff! How could an emperor like Yang Tianxiong withstand the power released by Nangong Haotian? With just one palm strike, the latter was blasted away. Yang Tianxiong slammed heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his face suddenly turned extremely pale. The blood in his body was churning and his entire body was smashed into a bloody mess. Nangong Haotian stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes full of murderous intent, his expression as cold as an extremely cold place, and he slowly said, let me show you again what the heaven-slaying sword formation is." As he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and a golden spiritual power condensed. The next moment, the entire land was spread with the heaven-slaying sword formation. The terrifying power surged in the air, and countless sword shadows appeared and lingered in the void forever. Then, 9 terrifying giant swords were torn up from the ground, and the sword shadows were more than 10,000 feet long. This sword formation seemed to connect the heaven and earth together. At this moment, the heaven and earth were filled with the heaven-slaying sword formation. Even a peak emperor could not escape from that endless aura. Seeing this scene, Nangong Yu stood there in a daze, finding it hard to imagine that the Zhu Tian's sword formation could actually exert such terrifying power. On the other side, Qiu Xueqing seemed to be used to it. Her pretty face was extremely calm. In her eyes, it seemed that there was only Nangong Haotian's figure in the world. Boom! Nangong Haotian suddenly attacked, and the Zhu Tian sword formation was activated. All the enemies in it were strangled by the sword formation, turned into powder, and scattered in the air. For a moment, brilliant light filled the world. By the time the light faded, the densely packed crowd had shrunk to a handful. As for Yang Tianxiong and Yan Xiulua, they had long been annihilated by the sword formation and disappeared between heaven and earth. Those who surrender will not be killed. The sword formation disappeared, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Nangong Haotian's eyes fell on the sparse crowd and he spoke slowly. As soon as the words fell, everyone knelt down trembling, with only endless fear in their eyes. Joke. Even their leaders Yan Xiulua and Yang Tianxiong were strangled to death. What qualifications do they have to resist? Seeing this scene, Nangong Haotian nodded, but did not take any further action. "Sir, both of them are elders of a holy place in the western regions. I'm afraid that holy place will be unhappy if they die here." At this time, Gigu Huisher pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. Nangong Haotian smiled faintly, "So what if I'm unhappy? Not only that, I will also host a banquet for them. I want to see what qualifications they have to dare to shout at my Nangong holy land." Gigu Huisher's expression suddenly changed. He was not surprised by Nangong Haotian's arrogance, but was surprised that Nangong Haotian actually called the Nangong family the Nangong Holy Land. The Holy Land is the most powerful force in the great wilderness divine realm, bar none. Even those sects, families or dynasties, there is a huge difference in front of even the smallest Holy Land, and Nangong Haotian now calls the Nangong family the Nangong Holy Land. So that means... Hiss. Gigu Huisher sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Nangong Haotian again with a complicated look in his eyes. Gigu Bahuang once told him that in the great wilderness divine realm, there was a mysterious force that was more terrifying than the Holy Land. No one knew how many people there were in this force, or how many powerful people there were. All we know is that all the holy places in the great wilderness divine realm must obey that force. This is because, if you want to become a holy land, you need the consent of that force and be awarded the Holy Land token. He vaguely remembered that the force seemed to be called the Holy Pavilion of the Divine Realm. In the entire great wilderness divine realm, it is the only force that dares to use the word holy in its name. Nangong Haotian had no idea what Gigu Huisher was thinking. He just told him to look after the surrendered monks. He then walked up to Nangong Yu and handed her a pill. Nangong Yu took it off and then sat cross-legged to practice. When the people of Nangong family saw this, they all jumped down to help Nangong Yu recover. Nangong Haotian took Nangong Junyi away and entered the Nangong secret realm. At this moment, Nangong Junyi's aura was too weak, and his cultivation had fallen to the mortal realm. If it continues like this, it will disappear in less than half an hour. Nangong Haotian flipped his right hand, and a spiritual power surged out from his body, turning into a ball of spiritual power, exuding strong vitality. Then, a finger popped out. The ball of spiritual energy sank into Nangong Junyi's body. The ball instantly turned into vast spiritual energy, filling his limbs and bones. Gradually, his breath stabilized, and his cultivation began to recover slowly. I believe it won't be long before we can get back to our peak. After doing all this, Nangong Haotian left the secret realm. At this time, He Xiu came towards him. His eyes fell on Nangong Haotian, and he said softly, "What did you mean by Nangong Holy Land just now?" Seeing He Xiu's nervous expression, Nangong Haotian felt a little strange, but he did not express it, and explained, "From today on, this is the Nangong Holy Land." After the words fell, He Xiu's pretty face changed, and she suddenly said, "Absolutely not." He Xiu's beautiful face was full of solemnity, and there seemed to be some secret hidden between her frowned brows. Nangong Haotian raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he had been practicing for tens of thousands of years, most of the time he was in the Nangong secret realm and hardly cared about worldly affairs, so he didn't understand what He Xiu meant. He Xiu slowly said, "The great wilderness divine territory has an unknown area, with numerous sects and families, and countless dynasties have changed over the years. And the Holy Lands are above these forces. Each Holy Land has a foundation that these forces cannot imagine. For example, my Arctic Holy Land, although it ranks high in the Northern Territory, has many emperors and great powers, and according to rumors. In the Holy Land, there is an extremely terrifying force, that is the Holy Palace of the Divine Realm. In the entire Great Wilderness Divine Territory, no one knows what kind of existence the Divine Territory Holy Pavilion is. Some say they are a combination of the top forces of various holy places, while others say they come from outside the territory. But, one thing is for sure, if you want to become a holy place, you must get the consent of the Holy Palace of the Divine Realm, otherwise we will be considered a public enemy." Every time He Xiu spoke, her expression became more solemn. In the end, her pretty face was filled with worry. Today, the Nangong family is acting so arrogantly, not to mention that the emperors killed before had intricate ties with other holy places. If Nangong Haotian announced it to the public now, the Nangong family would become a holy place from now on. It will certainly be opposed by other holy places. By then, the Nangong family will inevitably become the target of public criticism. Hearing He Xiu's words, Nangong Haotian smiled faintly, put his hands behind his back, and his calm eyes showed no ripples at all. Holy Pavilion of the Divine Realm? Why does Nangong Haotian need to seek approval from the Holy Pavilion of the Divine Realm for his actions? It's ridiculous. If he wanted to, what would happen if he wiped out the Holy Pavilion of the Divine Realm with his own hands? In the entire Great Wilderness Divine Realm, who dares to claim to be invincible and undefeated in front of Nangong Haotian? Seeing that Nangong Haotian's expression was still calm, He Xiu sighed. Although she had known Nangong Haotian for a short time, she knew that he was an extremely conceited person. No one can change what has been decided. Moreover, for some reason, He Xiu suddenly felt that the person in front of him seemed to have the ability to subvert the structure of the Great Wilderness Divine Realm. Thinking of this, she shook her head and laughed, suddenly feeling that she was too crazy. Not to mention the Holy Pavilion of the Divine Realm, even those real holy places all contain powerful and terrifying existences. In comparison, the Nangong family is as small as an ant. How can Nangong Haotian subvert it alone? Afterwards, Nangong Haotian said goodbye to He Xiu and headed towards the family meeting hall. At this moment, the family elders were standing aside respectfully, waiting for the ancestor to arrive. At this moment, in their eyes, Nangong Haotian was like a god. As long as the ladder did not fall, the Nangong family would not collapse. But after a while, Nangong Haotian's figure appeared in front of everyone. "Greetings, ancestor." Seeing Nangong Haotian, all the elders spoke in unison, their eyes full of respect and admiration. Nangong Haotian nodded, looked around at everyone, and then said calmly, Nangong Junyi is still recovering, so I will take the position of clan leader first. Do you have any questions? After the words were spoken, no one shook their heads. Seeing this, Nangong Haotian said, in this case, I will tell you my thoughts and you can discuss them with me. 10,000 years ago, my Nangong family was also a prosperous existence, and it was well known throughout the entire western region. However, as time passed, the family's power was in decline, and there were only 2 people in the emperor realm. After the words were spoken, the elders showed expressions of helplessness and guilt. Just as Nangong Haotian said, the Nangong family at that time had dozens of emperors and dominated the western regions. Even if a battle for the emperor breaks out in the western regions, all families must avoid the Nangong family. But now, if Nangong Haotian had not appeared in time, the Nangong family would probably have been doomed by now. Nangong Haotian looked around, his calm eyes swept across the elders, and said calmly, however, as long as I am here, the Nangong family will stand firm. Moreover, I will also announce to the public that from now on, the Nangong family will become a holy place. Nangong Holy Land. His words were like a thunderclap, falling into everyone's ears and shaking their hearts. Nangong Holy Land. Hearing these words, everyone's breathing became a little faster, and their eyes were filled with fiery light. They naturally knew what a holy land meant. If it became a holy land, then the power of the Nangong family could expand significantly. By that time, the Nangong family's foundation will naturally become stronger and stronger. Although, at this time, the Nangong family only had 2 powerful emperors. But, they have the ancestor in charge. Even the emperor can kill you. Seeing the fighting spirit rekindled in everyone's eyes, Nangong Haotian nodded with satisfaction. He continued, there is another thing. Since it is to be a holy place, the order must be changed again. From now on, the family disciple rankings will be abolished, and the heaven ranking and earth ranking will be re-established. On the heaven ranking, the golden immortals can challenge it. On the earth ranking, the heavenly immortals can challenge it. The position of the saintess will be taken over by Nangong Yu from the clan. As for the Holy Sun, the position is currently vacant. The challenge for the heaven ranking and earth ranking will be held in 3 days. Do you have any questions? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and no one opposed this opinion. Nangong Haotian nodded, and then said, in this case, everyone should prepare for the next thing. As for the news of Nangong Holy Land, wait until Nangong Junyi fully recovers before letting him announce it to the public. At that time, my Nangong Holy Land will hold a grand banquet and grant amnesty. A gleam of brilliance flashed across Nangong Haotian's eyes. Holy Pavilion of the Divine Realm? Ah! He wanted to see how terrifying this legendary holy temple of the Divine Realm was. If the latter are sensible, Nangong Haotian will naturally let them go, but if they don't know what's good for them, he doesn't mind turning this great wilderness divine realm upside down. If no one controls the divine realm, then Nangong Haotian will control it himself. Yes. Upon hearing this, everyone spoke in unison and then retreated. I hope you won't let me down. After everyone left, Nangong Haotian stood up and sighed softly. Ever since he learned about the holy pavilion of the divine realm, Nangong Haotian wanted to figure out one thing, which was what his true strength was. At present, the realm of the emperor was nothing more than an ant. Even an emperor who has mastered the great Tao is nothing more than a larger ant. Since the holy pavilion of the divine realm controls the resources of the entire great wilderness divine realm, the foundation therein should be extremely terrifying. 3 days passed by like a flash. One day, early morning. All the disciples of the Nangong family stood in the square. After 3 days of rest, Nangong Junyi's cultivation has recovered. The vitality given by Nangong Haotian was like a holy spring, cleansing his spiritual veins, making his spiritual power pure and his aura stronger and more stable. Nangong Junyi spoke loudly, and his voice fell into the ears of the disciples below, announcing the challenge of the heavenly ranking and earthly scale. The disciples below all looked extremely excited, with a strong fighting spirit in their eyes. After a long time, Nangong Junyi finished speaking, turned to look at Nangong Haotian, and said respectfully, "Ancestor, shall we start now?" Nangong Haotian nodded, then waved his hand. Guiguhuasher beside him understood and slowly walked out to the crowd, saying loudly, "The first place ranking competition will be between Nangong Sunsheng and Nangong Yu." As he spoke, Guiguhuasher stepped aside. He waved his hands and a formation formed and landed on the arena. "Sister, with your cultivation at the 5th level of the celestial immortal realm, you should just admit defeat." A handsome man smiled lightly, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze. He was the first to land on the arena. "Humph, stop talking nonsense." Nangong Yu snorted coldly, and her long green dress floated up, and she flew onto the arena, attracting the attention and cheers of many people. Guiguhuasher said solemnly, "The game begins." "In that case, I won't be polite." Nangong Sunsheng laughed, and as soon as he finished speaking, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Then he flipped his right hand, and a scimitar appeared in his hand. He swung the scimitar, and rich spiritual power rippled on the scimitar. Boom! The sword shadows were numerous, the cold light was shining, like a bright moonlight, whistling towards Nangong Yu. The latter's expression remained unchanged, and he turned his jade hand slightly, and a green sword appeared in his hand. Nangong Yu trembled her pretty body, and the long sword made a light sound. Clang! She also swung a sword. When the swords collided, there was a roar like that of golden swords, and the rolling air waves shook the arena. If it weren't for the formation, the arena beneath his feet would have collapsed with just this one blow. Snap! After one attack, both of them retreated explosively. Nangong Yu's breathing became a little rapid. She took a deep breath, her right hand trembling slightly, and the sword she was holding began to become unstable. Nangong Sunsheng is at the peak of the 6th level of the heavenly immortal realm and is only one step away from entering the 7th level. In terms of realm, Nangong Yu knows that she is no match for him. Give up the defeat. Nangong Sunsheng shook his head, looking helpless. Oh, it's still unclear who will win or lose. Nangong Yu pursed her lips, a gleam of brilliance flashed in her eyes. She took a deep breath again and mobilized the spiritual power in her body. The spiritual power surged out from her sword like a tsunami. How boring, Nangong Sunsheng shook his head and said, "In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Heaven-slashing style. As soon as the words fell, Nangong Sunsheng's eyes changed, and that terrifying aura seemed to be in harmony with the heaven and earth, emitting a terrifying aura that stirred in the air. The knife in his hand shone with an incomparable sharpness, as if the sky was torn apart at this moment. Boom! The two forces collided head-on, causing a deafening sound and rolling air waves that spread out in all directions. When everyone saw this scene, they were all shocked. Whether it is Nangong Yu or Nangong Sunsheng, they are both geniuses in the Nangong family. The battle between the two geniuses will surely be a thrilling battle. This heaven-slashing style seems a little familiar. In the distance, Su Wukong saw Nangong Sunsheng use this move and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He always felt that he had seen this move somewhere, but he couldn't remember where. Hearing this, Nangong Haotian smiled secretly and said nothing more. The Golden-Winged Rock clan is of course familiar with this sky-slashing style. Thousands of years ago, they used this move to kill many ancient races. Afterwards, This move was carved on a stone wall in the Nangong secret realm for the younger generations of the Nangong family to practice. And on the arena, Nangong Yu was shaken by this force. She calmed her mind, and her beautiful eyes kept changing. The dark eyes suddenly became extremely blue, as if they were filled with supreme mysterious power. Boom! Then, a terrifying force surged from Nangong Yu's eyes. The surging power was like a surging river. Even though they were separated by a formation, the other Nangong disciples felt their scalps tingling. 7-colored divine eyes? Seeing this scene, Nangong Haotian murmured softly, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then the corners of his mouth curled up. He didn't expect that the younger generations of his Nangong family were so talented. In front there was Nangong Yu who had the Xianin body, and behind there was Nangong Sunsheng who could comprehend the heaven-slaying style, and now there is Nangong Yu who can control the heterochromatic eyes. These three people, no matter where they are placed, will be named saints and goddesses. Unexpectedly, there are 3 of them in the Nangong family. The Great Road is opened, and the heavens compete for the throne. Nangong Haotian said secretly in his heart, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, but in an instant, his face returned to calm. Boom! At the same time, Nangong Yu's extremely strong power attacked, and Nangong Sunsheng's face suddenly changed, his eyes full of horror. He quickly drew his sword to block, but the power was too terrifying and he could not resist it at all. Nangong Sunsheng's body flew out like a kite with its string cut, and fell heavily to the ground. His face was as pale as paper, his breathing was disordered, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. I surrender. Taking a deep breath, Nangong Sunsheng forced himself to calm down, then smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Nangong Yu to be able to burst out with such terrifying power. After thinking for a while, he slowly said, "Can you tell me what kind of magic is this? It's so powerful?" After he finished speaking, the expressions of the family disciples below were also very curious. They also wanted to know what kind of power Nangong Yu possessed that could actually defeat Nangong Sunsheng, who was at the peak of the 6th level of the heavenly immortal realm. Hearing this, Nangong Yu shook her head and said, "I don't know either. It's just that after I entered the fairyland, these eyes awakened. I have never used them before. Today is the first time. In that case, it's not unfair that I lost." Nangong Sunsheng laughed, but still felt a little weak, and barely supported himself to leave. Time passed slowly, and the competition finally came to an end after almost 5 days. During these 5 days, the disciples gave Nangong Haotian many surprises. For example, Nangong Yu, who ranked first on the Earth list, relied on a pair of colorful divine eyes to charge forward all the way and firmly sit on the throne of first place. Although Nangong Sunsheng lost to Nangong Yu, he regained his strength and made it to 10th place. And Nangong Junyi on the heavenly ranking, a man born with a sword body, took the first place on the heavenly ranking with the strength of the 9th level of Golden Immortal. Wan Longyuan, who came in second, lost to Nangong Junyi despite his dragon veins and won the 2nd place. After the competition, Nangong Haotian asked Nangong Junyi to announce that from today on, the Nangong family would officially become the Nangong Holy Land, and invited everyone in the Great Wilderness to come and congratulate. As soon as this news came out, everyone in the entire Great Wilderness Divine Realm was shocked. Great Wilderness Divine Realm, Lee family. After receiving this news, the head of the Lee family raised his lips and sneered, "Humph! You are so arrogant. You, Nangong Junyi, want to support the entire Nangong family? You even want to become the Nangong Holy Land? How ridiculous." Just a few days ago, the Li family had already attached themselves to the Tianhuang Holy Land in the western regions. His Li family is not afraid of the Nangong family at all now, and as for the declaration of submission to the Nangong family, he does not even take it seriously. After this attempt to curry favor with the emperor, the Lee family's status in the western regions also rose rapidly. Master, I wonder if our Lee family will still accept this invitation? At this time, a man in the main hall spoke slowly. Hearing this, the head of the Lee family smiled disdainfully. Go, why not go? I want to see what qualifications his Nangong family has to become a holy land. By then, all the major forces will come to trouble them. Then we can talk about the matter of Nangong's secret realm, he. The Lee family patriarch's grim smile was self-evident in its meaning. And another holy place. The Arctic Holy Land also received the news. The Great Wilderness Divine Territory is divided into 5 major domains, namely, the Western Domain, the Northern Domain, the Southern Domain, the Eastern Domain and the Central Domain. This Arctic Holy Land is located in the Arctic region of the North Pole. It is cold in winter and snowy all year round. In the extreme cold palace, a middle-aged man listened to the report of the woman in front of him, with a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. The man tapped his fingers on the chair beside him, thought for a moment, and said calmly, "Are you telling the truth?" "Yes." Hearing this, the woman nodded. Her pretty face was cold and ruthless, and her whole body exuded an extremely cold aura that vibrated in the air. If He Xiu Sect were here, she would definitely recognize that the woman in front of her is her master. Han Qiuyue. This middle-aged man is the Holy Lord of the Arctic Holy Land. His cultivation is so high that no one in the entire Arctic knows what level his cultivation is at. Since Xiu Sect is also there, then you can go and take a look. But remember, if those people show up, you must never make enemies with them. The Holy Lord of the Arctic Holy Land spoke slowly. "Yes, sir." Han Qiuyue nodded and then disappeared into the extreme cold palace. Well. After a long time, the Saint Lord suddenly sighed, with a helpless look on his face. "I'm afraid that the Great Wilderness Divine Territory will soon usher in a bloody storm. You know, establishing a holy land privately without the consent of the Holy Temple of the Divine Realm is completely challenging the bottom line of their authority. Even more, the Holy Pavilion will take this opportunity to carry out a thorough purge in the Great Wilderness Divine Realm to ensure the absolute rule of the Holy Pavilion in the Divine Realm. At the same time, scenes similar to those in the Arctic Holy Land and the Lee family continue to occur throughout the Great Wilderness Divine Realm. Although the surface of the Great Wilderness Divine Realm is calm, the waves in the dark are surging and slowly spreading at this moment. Perhaps, it will erupt completely when that day comes. Nangong Haotian, who was sitting in the Nangong Holy Land, was not interested in all this. In his eyes, let alone the Holy Pavilion of the Divine Realm, even if the entire Great Wilderness Divine Realm united, they would not be his match. Ancestor. At this time, a figure appeared in front of Nangong Haotian. Nangong Yu spoke respectfully. She had witnessed Nangong Haotian's divine power and naturally admired the latter very much. However, she had only watched from afar before and had no close contact, but now, facing the old ancestor at such a close distance, her heart couldn't stop beating wildly. "Yes." Nangong Haotian nodded. "Do you know the origin of your heterochromatic eyes?" Hearing this, Nangong Yu shook her head. Strangely enough, when she was still in the mortal realm and had just started practicing, no matter how much she absorbed the spiritual power of heaven and earth, she could not break through the realm. It was not until later, by chance, that she broke through the realm and gradually became stronger. It was also after entering the fairyland that she obtained the pair of heterochromatic eyes. 7-colored divine eyes. At this time, Nangong Haotian uttered 4 words, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. As soon as the words fell, it was like a thunderclap, shaking in Nangong Yu's ears. Wow! Then, in her eyes, a drastic change suddenly occurred. She seemed to see a pair of huge eyes, eternally above the sky. In the starry sky, countless stars fell, bursting into brilliant light. And those eyes, always shining, still exist, as if they can see through everything and are above all living beings. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a terrifying aura came crashing down, and Nangong Yu stood there in a daze. Her pretty face was extremely pale, beads of sweat the size of beans were dripping down, and endless information was running through her mind. Colorful divine eyes. One of the 10 most unique eyes throughout history, it was once the divine eye of a god of the heavens billions of years ago. The god finally died in a war, and his eyes turned into colorful lights and disappeared in the long river of time. After receiving this information, Nangong Yu was greatly shocked, her pretty face almost petrified. She had never imagined that the origin of her heterochromatic eyes was so terrifying. Nangong Yu took a long time to recover from the shock. Looking at Nangong Yu's shocked expression, Nangong Haotian chuckled, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. After he came to this strange world, he did not have a physique that could span eternity, nor did he have any mysterious skills. He just relied on his perseverance to practice the most common skills, and step by step went from weak to invincible. This is a technique I got from a secret place. You should practice it well. By then, it will be easy to break through to the emperor level. After expressing his emotion, Nangong Haotian took out a book of martial arts techniques and handed it to Nangong Yu. The secret art of the sky. Nangong Yu murmured softly as her spiritual consciousness sensed the information about this technique, and her beautiful eyes shone with brilliance. In half a month, the Nangong Holy Land will invite everyone in the world. There will definitely be trouble by then. You should practice quickly so that you can represent the Nangong family in the battle. Nangong Haotian said lightly. Since the entire Great Wilderness Divine Realm is controlled by the Divine Realm Holy Pavilion, the Holy Pavilion will naturally send people to cause trouble for them, such as martial arts competitions. Yes, thank you, ancestor. Nangong Yu responded, then said goodbye and disappeared into the hall. Immediately afterwards, within half a month, Nangong Haotian trained all the Nangong disciples, whether on the heavenly ranking or the earthly ranking. In just half a month, the overall strength of the Nangong family increased a lot. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. One day, early morning. The disciples of Nangong Holy Land started to work early in the morning. The Holy Land was decorated with lights and it was very lively. Talents from both the heaven ranking and the earth ranking have emerged, and all kinds of magical weapons are countless. This has attracted the attention of many cultivators during this period of time. For a time, all the large and small forces around, as well as individual cultivators, went to watch. At this time, Nangong Holy Land welcomed an uninvited guest. The Lee family of the western regions has come to congratulate the Nangong family on becoming a holy place, and has come to give them a coffin. As the child in front of the door shouted, the entire Nangong Holy Land was silent for a moment, and then the atmosphere became subtle. Ha ha ha, Brother Junyi, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so many years, the Nangong family has been promoted to the Holy Land. This is really cause for celebration. At this time, a loud laugh was heard and a middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone. He had a smile on his face, but his tone was full of sarcasm. This person is none other than the head of the Lee family, Lee Wanan. I wonder what the meaning of Brother Wanan sending me the coffin of Nangong Holy Land is? Nangong Junyi's face was grim. He knew that Lee Wanan had come with ill intentions, but he didn't expect that he would be so bold as to send a coffin today. Ha ha ha, recently, my Lee family has attached itself to the Tianhuang Holy Land, and the people of the Holy Land told this family head that if we want to build a Holy Land, we need the consent of the Holy Pavilion. Now it seems that the people of the Holy Pavilion don't know about it, right? Li Wanan had a smile on his face, with an expression that said, "You will definitely be in big trouble today," which made all the disciples feel annoyed. So what? Nangong Junyi frowned slightly, his tone indifferent. Ha ha ha. Li Wanan laughed loudly, that's why I gave you a coffin. This way, it will be just enough to bury the entire Nangong family. As soon as the words fell, the air suddenly became quiet. Those who wanted to congratulate the Nangong family now ran away with their tails between their legs. Are you kidding? These big shots must be all-powerful and omnipotent, so why are they, the cannon fodder, joining in the fun? The Nangong family's disciples were all filled with rage, wishing they could tear out his tendons and bones. I heard that your Nangong family has produced many geniuses in recent days. Why don't we have a competition today? Li Wanan ignored these angry looks, glanced at Nangong Junyi, and spoke lightly. How to compare? Nangong Junyi's expression was slightly gloomy. My son has a great divine body, and his strength is at the peak of the golden immortal. He can even fight against a half-step emperor. I wonder who your Nangong family will send to fight? Li Wanan waved his hand, and a young man walked out behind him. The man had a handsome face, but his eyes were extremely gloomy and his gaze was full of contempt. Who dares to fight me? I come. At this time, Wan Longyuan, who was ranked second on the heavenly ranking, spoke in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and the ground beneath his feet immediately cracked and shattered. The aura around him was extremely cold and stirred in the air. Li Hongfu smiled proudly, his eyes full of sarcasm. You are just a golden immortal of the 8th level. With your strength, you are not my opponent. Where is Nangong Yu? In my opinion, she is the only one worthy of being my opponent. Why does the Saint Maiden need to take action to deal with you? Wan Longyuan sneered, and his dragon veins began to circulate, erupting with an impassioned dragon roar. Saint? This is a great idea. Being my, Li Hongfu's, woman is just right for you. Li Hongfu laughed wildly. In the past, when the Li family was still a vassal family of the Nangong family, Li Hongfu had admired Nangong Yu for a long time, and now the Nangong family declined, but the Li family prospered. Naturally, Li Hongfu regarded Nangong Yu as his own. Arrogant. Wan Longyuan's face suddenly changed, the dragon veins in his body started to circulate, the spiritual power surged, and he punched out. Along with a dragon roar, a fist shadow appeared out of nowhere. Above the fist shadow, a dragon shadow was entwined and rushed towards Li Hongfu. Ah! Seeing this scene, Li Hongfu sneered, then swung out a palm, and the huge palm shadow was like stars intertwined, immediately covering the surroundings. The two forces collided head-on, causing a shocking sound. The surging power was released at this moment, and the aura surged, bombarding the entire space. Is that all? After the attack, Li Hongfu stood there with his hands behind his back, his face full of contempt. On the other hand, Wan Longyuan's body exploded and retreated several feet before he finally stopped. His face was a little pale, and he took deep breaths in panic. The blood in his body kept churning, and then he forcefully swallowed a mouthful of blood. Come again. Wan Longyuan shouted in a low voice, with fighting spirit in his eyes. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. Wan Longyuan roared, and the dragon veins in his body began to run wildly. Dragon energy spread out, and then a divine dragon condensed and rose up, as if it were real and shining brightly. Wan Longyuan has the dragon vein in his body, so naturally he is more adept at practicing this technique than other members of the tribe, and it is even more powerful. He took another step, the spiritual power in his body surged, and an ancient giant elephant emerged from the ground. The two mythical beasts intertwined with each other, and the sound like the roar of a dragon shook the heaven and earth, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Dragon Vein. Seeing this scene, many forces or monks who came here to visit had a flash of shock in their eyes. I didn't expect that there was such a talented child in the Nangong family. If I can get this dragon vein, plus a great divine body, my cultivation path will definitely be smoother. Li Hongfu's eyes were full of greed. He grinned grimly, flipped his right hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. 3 styles of Hades, Dark Sea. With a low shout, Li Hongfu swung the sword in his hand, and the spiritual power in his body surged and lingered on the sword. An extremely terrifying sword shadow surged out from the sword body and turned into a sword light several feet long, hovering in the air forever. Around the sword shadow, the dark green sea of spiritual energy was surging like a raging storm. Li Hongfu swung his sword, and the sword shadow, carrying the sea of swords behind him, rushed towards the giant elephant dragon. Boom! The 2 forces collided head-on again, causing an earth-shaking sound. A terrifying aura surged out, and the air around it collapsed at this moment, revealing a dark void that exuded a sharp breath. At this time, Li Wanan waved his hand, and a formation rose up to cover the sky, enveloping Li Hongfu and Wan Longyuan. You! Nangong Junyi's face changed and he wanted to stop him, but Nangong Haotian's voice suddenly sounded in his mind and he stopped. Brother Junyi, don't be nervous. I'm just afraid that the 2 of them will destroy the Nangong Holy Land. Li Wanan said with a smile, and deliberately emphasized the word Holy Land while speaking. The irony in it was very obvious. At the same time, in that formation, countless forces intertwined and surged throughout the entire space. An incomparable aura bloomed at this moment, and bright lights rose up like a rising mushroom cloud. Even with the support of the formation, the ground began to shake slightly. With one strike, the spiritual power in the sky obscured the figures of Li Hongfu and Wan Longyuan. After a long time, the figures of the 2 slowly appeared. Li Hongfu retreated explosively, gasping for breath, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The spiritual energy in his body surged like a vast ocean, vibrating in the void. In the distance, Wan Longyuan was surrounded by spiritual energy, and a giant golden dragon circled his body, like a divine beast protecting its master, exuding an extremely awe-inspiring aura. Boom! Then, the 2 forces collided again, and the earth-shaking sound directly tore the surrounding air into pieces, turning it into endless nothingness. The spiritual energy in the sky was like endless stars, and every strand contained endless power. It seems that the disciples of your Nangong Holy Land are not that good. Li Wanan smiled coldly, as if he could already see the scene of his son killing Wan Longyuan with one sword. Nangong Junyi frowned deeply. Nangong Yu is still in seclusion. Among the younger generation, the only one who can suppress Li Hongfu is probably the saint. But, at this moment, an unexpected scene happened. Li Hongfu's grinning face froze instantly, and turned into a look of disbelief. Wan Longyuan suddenly slapped out with his palm, and a giant golden dragon surged out from the shadow of his palm, roaring loudly, and rushed towards Li Hongfu. The latter was startled and wanted to draw his sword to resist, but it was obviously too late. The terrifying force hit Li Hongfu's chest, and the terrifying force burst out and fell down. His body fell like a meteorite, hitting the ground heavily, raising a cloud of dust. Wan Longyuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Seeing Li Hongfu falling down, he did not stop. He flipped his right hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand, stabbing towards Li Hongfu. How dare you! Seeing this scene, Li Wanan's face suddenly changed, and he jumped up from the ground while shouting angrily. His strength at the level of an emperor was revealed. He slapped out with one palm. In an instant, strange shadows of his palm appeared. It floated in the void for eternity, and brilliant golden light flowed as he blasted away. Wan Longyuan was not afraid at all. The dragon veins in his body were running wildly. An impassioned dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. Then a golden dragon appeared and hovered above him. Boom! Suddenly, a palm came and the dragon broke into pieces instantly. Wanlong Yuan's face turned pale and the rolling air wave blew him away. His breath immediately reversed and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Court death. Nangong Junyi snorted coldly, stepped forward with his sword in hand, and said, "If you dare to touch the disciples of my Nangong holy land, even if you are the patriarch of the Lee family today, I will take your life." As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Junyi swung out a sword. The sword's shadow was like a bright moon, existing eternally in the void. The cold aura intertwined, tearing through the sky, and blasted towards Li Wanan. "It's interesting." From a distance, Han Shuyue saw Nangong Junyi use this move. A gleam of brilliance flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she was full of curiosity about it. Snort. Li Wanan's eyes were filled with disdain. Seeing the sword shadow about to strike him, he suddenly shouted in a low voice, 10,000 Buddhas are coming to the world. As soon as he finished speaking, streams of energy surged out of his body and a sea of spiritual power blossomed. It was formed by countless golden glowing mirrors, and scriptures were constantly chanted from their mouths. The Sanskrit sounds of the scriptures turned into a golden barrier in mid-air, with obscure words engraved on top, flowing through it. Boom! The sword shadow was devastating and with a mighty aura, it fell on the golden barrier as if destroying the world. Endless spiritual energy spread out at this moment, followed by a strong wind, and deep grooves appeared on the ground. Crack! Then, the golden barrier began to crack, and countless tiny cracks appeared and spread out in all directions. Li Wanan's expression changed, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the Buddha statue moved, carrying a tremendous murderous intent, and attacked Nangong Junyi. Huh! Nangong Junyi took a deep breath, and the Nangong holy sword in his hand turned, and the sword body exuded a vicissitudes of life and ancient atmosphere. The Nangong holy sword is an item that has been passed down from generation to generation among the Nangong family masters. It contains unimaginable power. Even the emperor has to stay away from it. Nangong's secret technique, Holy Sword Heavenly Punishment. Nangong Junyi's body fell in mid-air, his cold eyes filled with endless murderous intent. He shouted, and the spiritual power in his body spread like an ocean through his body, filling the sky. At this moment, the entire sky was irrigated by an endless ocean of spiritual power, and golden light illuminated the world. Then, countless thunders transformed from sword shadows condensed in the ocean of spiritual power. The rolling sword shadows and thunder were like a ferocious beast from ancient times, as if they could tear the whole world apart. Countless forces intertwined and shattered the entire space, and the heavens turned into endless void. Boom! At this time, a long sword from the heavens condensed and formed. The sword shadow of 10,000 feet was mighty, and there seemed to be the chanting of Sanskrit. The flowers on the other side bloomed all over the sky, and the golden ocean became the nourishment of the sword shadow. The pendant hangs high in the sky, eternally in the void. It seemed as if it fell, the entire great wilderness divine realm would be annihilated. Seeing this scene, Han Shuyue's pretty face in the distance was filled with shock. She really couldn't imagine that such a small Nangong family actually had such a terrifying secret technique. She even felt that even the most ancient martial arts of the Arctic Holy Land would pale in comparison to this secret technique and would be vulnerable. What exactly is the Nangong family? At this moment, Han Shuyue's eyes were filled with horror and doubt. Boom! Then, Nangong Junyi swung his sword and killed Li Wanan. The 10,000-foot-long sword shadow carried a devastating force, destroying everything it touched. Under the sword shadow, the Buddha statues in the sky were like nothing and could be knocked down with just one hand. The aura that was powerful enough to destroy everything enveloped Li Wanan, and the endless sense of death made him almost crazy. Finally, just as the sword shadow was about to fall, Li Wanan suddenly shouted into the air with a ferocious look on his face, "Sir, save me!" This roar mobilized all the spiritual power in Li Wanan's body. The roar penetrated the area within a radius of thousands of miles, and countless trees on the Holy Land were blown away by the sound waves. Well. At this moment, a sigh came from all directions, and when the voice fell, the 10,000 feet long sword shadow suddenly disappeared in the void. How can it be? Seeing this scene, Nangong Junyi cried out in horror, his face suddenly changed, and his eyes were full of disbelief. You know, Nangong's secret technique is the most domineering one in the Nangong family. In the same realm, he is invincible. But, it was turned into dust by a sigh? Could it be that? Thinking of this, Nangong Junyi took a breath of cold air, a chill ran through him from head to toe, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Han Qiuyue in the distance frowned slightly. She smelled a force of the great Tao in the sigh. It seemed that the emperor in the dark was an emperor of the great Tao. Han Qiuyue wondered whether she should help. After all, the saint was still here. If the emperor of the great Tao in the dark started a killing spree, it would be difficult for her to find the saint. At this moment, a 10,000-foot-long crack in the void appeared in front of everyone above the sky. Then, a figure like a god stood with his hands behind his back, surrounded by red light. There was a charm flowing in that man's eyes, as if in his eyes, the cycle of all things happened in one breath. It's actually the Space Avenue. Han Qiuyue was a little surprised. The Emperor of the Great Tao was extremely rare, and those who cultivated the Great Tao of space were also extremely rare. They could be described as rare as feathers and phoenix horns. Unexpectedly, the person behind the Li family actually has such an emperor who practices the Great Tao of space. It seems that Nangong Holy Land is in danger. Han Qiuyue didn't plan to take action at this time. The reason that allowed the Emperor of Space Avenue to take action should not be as simple as the Li family. I'm afraid that this Emperor of Avenue was representing those people. If he took action himself, he would be regarded as an enemy by all the holy places, and then the entire Arctic Holy Land would suffer because of his actions. Who are you? Seeing that the aura exuded by the visitor was too terrifying, Nangong Junyi took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Oh, it doesn't matter who I am. Above the void, the figure slowly spoke, and as the words fell, countless visions bloomed from behind him. I came here to tell you, Nangong Holy Land cannot exist. Having said this, the figure's tone suddenly changed, and he slapped out a mighty palm with murderous intent. At this moment, it seemed as if the void began to tremble, and the huge palm shadow covered the sky and the sun, and the world became dark. Boom! The deafening roar, carrying a devastating force, pressed towards the entire Nangong Holy Land, intending to completely destroy it with a single blow. Nangong's secret technique, Holy Sword Heavenly Punishment. Nangong Junyi's face darkened, and murderous intent flowed in his eyes. Although this mysterious man is much stronger than himself, he is the head of the Nangong family and is bound to live and die with the Nangong family. Nangong Junyi activated the Nangong Holy Sword, and then the sea of spiritual power surged, and waves of terrifying aura spread out. A huge sword shadow broke out from the ground, and golden sword waves shook in the air, like a giant trying to resist the force of the earth-shattering collapse. Boom! The two forces collided head-on, and the palm shadow was so powerful that it was overwhelming, but the sword shadow disappeared without a trace in the sky. Nangong Junyi's face changed drastically, and he jumped up from the ground with a roar. His blood and energy burned, and he mobilized all his spiritual power to throw a punch. Sun and Moon Reincarnation. The sun and the moon appeared between his fists. Above the heavens, the light of the sun and the essence of the moon bloomed at this moment. As Nangong Junyi threw a punch, the force came with the power of heaven and earth. Set up the formation. Then, Nangong Junyi spoke again. The formation of Nangong Holy Land exudes an aura of annihilation, and the light is bright, with dazzling brilliance illuminating the sky. The heaven-slaying sword formation, the 72 heavenly killing formations, the dragon-elephant prison formation, and countless other formations hidden in the Nangong Holy Land were deployed one after another. A series of terrifying forces mixed together, and the aura emanating from them was the figure above the sky, which also revealed a look of surprise at this moment. But in an instant, the figure's expression returned to normal, and he swung out a palm shadow, rushing across the void. Nangong Junyi was also not afraid. The countless forces he released gathered together and hit the palm shadow. In just a moment, the palm shadow shattered. The next moment, Nangong Junyi's breath began to become erratic, the spiritual power in his body was almost exhausted, his eye sockets were filled with blood, and waves of blood gushed out. However, his expression was still full of determination. He and Nangong Holy Land will live and die together. With this thought in mind, Nangong Junyi roared as if he was crazy and rushed towards the mysterious man. Just ants. The mysterious man just sneered. In his eyes, Nangong Junyi's behavior was no different from an ant trying to shake a tree. Want to hurt him? It's just wishful thinking. Then, he waved his right hand, and a hole of nothingness appeared, and countless forces of the formation fell into it. Then he stroked it gently, and the void disappeared, and the endless power of the formation was directly annihilated. Seeing this, Nangong Junyi felt a sense of despair in his heart. He originally wanted to injure this man with the mentality that he would definitely die, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even get close to him. The mysterious man slapped out his palm again, and the sharp palm shadow fell on Nangong Junyi. The latter felt pain, and it was like a meteor falling to the ground. A huge hole was immediately created on the ground, and dust rolled in the air. It's really boring. The mysterious man spoke with contempt, as if he had just crushed an ant to death, and his expression was extremely cold. He looked at the locust-like crowd below and said without any emotion, "Go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious man clapped his hands again, and a mighty and awe-inspiring palm filled the space between heaven and earth. If this palm fell, no one would be spared. The crowd fled in all directions like frightened birds. At this time, a strange voice suddenly sounded in Han Qiuyue's mind, "Block it, I can tell you the secret of Shenjiwei's body." The words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Han Qiuyue's mind. Her pretty face changed and her eyes began to tremble. Who is the owner of this voice? How does he know that I have the holy moon cold body? And, judging from his tone, it seemed as if he understood her better than she did. But if I take action, I will become an enemy of those people and the entire great wilderness divine realm. Is it worth it? On the other side, the mysterious man's palm shadow attacked, and the people underground all let out miserable screams. Han Qiuyue bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, her heart became ruthless, and a green sword appeared in her hand. Then, the green sword shadow poured out and collided with the palm shadow. The two forces intersected, erupting with a power that shocked the world, and the rolling aura spread towards the boundless void. After the attack, a light exclamation from a mysterious man was heard in the void. His eyes fell on Han Qiuyue, and then he moved and appeared in front of everyone, chuckling, "I didn't expect Emperor Qiuyue would also launch a sneak attack. However, it is not a rational decision for you to take action now." The mysterious man recognized Han Qiuyue's aura and a sarcastic smile flashed across his face. Since she is the great Tao Emperor of the Arctic Holy Land, she must be aware of the existence of the Holy Pavilion of the Divine Realm. If she takes action now, it will prove that the Arctic Holy Land wants to be the enemy of the entire Great Wilderness Divine Realm. Snort. Han Qiuyue's beautiful face changed slightly, then calmed down again. A cold light flashed across her beautiful eyes. You don't need to interfere with what I did. If you leave now, I will let you go. Otherwise. Ha 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 ha. She was interrupted in the middle of her words by the mysterious man's loud laughter. His sarcastic laughter was not concealed at all, and it fell into everyone's ears. I think I should be the one saying this to you. No one can stop me, the Emperor Xiaoyao, from killing anyone. At this point, Emperor Xiaoyao's voice suddenly turned cold, and murderous intent filled his eyes. Then he stretched out his palm, and the shadow of his palm fell down with momentum like the falling of galaxies, vast and powerful. I hope you keep your word. Looking at the sharp aura of Emperor Xiaoyao, Han Qiuyue murmured softly. If the voice in her ear just now had deceived her, she would have launched a massacre on the Nangong Holy Land without hesitation. Just at this moment, palm shadows attacked her from all directions. Cut! Han Qiuyue opened her red lips and let out a low shout, then the green sword in her hand swept across, and then a sword shadow like a waterfall emerged and collided with the palm shadow. Boom! Along with a sound of void shaking, waves of surging power suddenly spread out in all directions. Outside the Nangong Holy Land, there were countless gullies and a sharp aura was surging in the air. Even with the support of countless formations, this place began to become shaky. I've heard that a genius saint girl has appeared in the Arctic Holy Land. And her master is even more powerful and possesses a peerless body. I used to think it was an exaggeration, but today I see that it is indeed true. Emperor Xiaoyao took a step forward and landed in mid-air, his tone revealing a hint of appreciation. Ah! Han Qiuyue sneered, her face icy, and ignored him. Emperor Xiaoyao was not angry. Instead, he shook his head helplessly and said, "It's a pity. If you practice for another 100 years, with your talent, I will definitely not be your opponent, but..." He paused, a hint of pride on his face. "Now, you can't beat me." As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Xiaoyao stretched out his hand, and golden formations appeared from the ground and surged in the air. The grand and awe-inspiring light seemed to connect the entire heaven and earth. For a moment, the area within 1,000 feet was filled with dazzling light. Boom! In the light, there was a murderous aura hidden within, enveloping Han Qiuyue's body, like a series of shackles that constantly bound her. I want to see what kind of physique this legendary peerless body is that can allow you to cultivate from the mortal realm to the emperor realm in just 100 years. Emperor Xiaoyao licked his dry lips. For an ordinary emperor master, even if he has talent, it will take 1,000 years to break through to the emperor master level. Not to mention the emperor of the Great Tao, who might not be able to achieve a breakthrough or enlightenment in his entire life. And Han Qiuyue only used 100 years. This talent is really too strange. This made Emperor Xiaoyao feel a little fearful and envious. When you die, I will tell you naturally. Han Qiuyue said in a cold voice. As she finished speaking, the power of her holy Yuehan body surged. But in just a moment, the air around seemed to freeze, and endless coldness filled the world. Interesting. A hint of heat flashed across Emperor Xiaoyao's eyes. Han Qiuyue's cold breath was blooming with a holy aura that was extremely pure and mysterious. If he could refine her into a cauldron, perhaps his cultivation would be greatly improved. Thinking of this, greed flashed in Emperor Xiaoyao's eyes. He swung his hand violently, and the murderous intent released from the spiritual energy beam was terrifying. All kinds of weapons and ferocious beasts appeared in the light and rushed towards Han Qiuyue. Heavenly Frost Holy Sword Technique. Han Qiuyue uttered a few words from her red lips, and then waved the sword in her hand. The power of the holy Yuehan body in her body was like waves, interweaving and bombarding in the endless ocean of spiritual power. All the spiritual power lingered on the long sword, and then a 1,000-foot sword shadow surged out from the sword body. Suddenly, the wind howled in the sky and above the earth, and icy rain poured down from the sky. In an instant, this space became freezing cold, as if it had fallen into the Arctic. Boom! The cold and dazzling sword shadow lasts forever, and under the sunlight, it reflects a cold arc. Han Qiuyue then swung out with a sword, and the sword shadow seemed to span countless voids, tearing through the sky. Wherever the sword shadow went, everything was frozen, and endless icy air burst out, carrying an aura that was enough to destroy the world, bombarding the golden light column. Boom! The two forces collided head-on, and the rolling aura covered the sky and the earth, exuding a powerful force that could destroy the world. At this moment, the entire Nangong Holy Land was shaking, and countless monks who came to celebrate were crawling on the ground, trembling and not daring to move a step. Endless aura bloomed out, and at this moment Han Qiuyue's figure exploded back thousands of feet, and her pretty face turned pale. She took a deep breath, and the icy aura in her body surged and her pair of dark eyes turned into a deep blue. All worlds are frozen. Han Qiuyue let out a low shout and raised her jade hand slightly, and blue avenue power bloomed in her hand. The power turned into countless small balls, scattered in the air, and then expanded rapidly, and then spread across the entire sky. What I realized is the great way of ice. Seeing this scene, a disdainful smile flashed across the eyes of Emperor Xiaoyao. If Han Qiuyue's strength was above his, then his space avenue would naturally not be her opponent. But now it is clear. It can be destroyed with a snap of fingers. Emperor Xiaoyao clapped his hands. A space crack then appeared and slowly expanded, like a bottomless pit, eternally above the void, constantly devouring the icy avenue released by Han Qiuyue. Oh no! Han Qiuyue's beautiful eyes flickered and she cried out in her heart. Then, she slapped out several great laws, and the ice above the sky instantly turned into a long sword, hanging in the void, as if it would fall down at any time. An ant trying to shake a tree. Emperor Xiaoyao sneered, his eyes full of disdain. His avenue of space can devour everything in the world. Even Han Qiuyue's ice avenue could not withstand it. However, in an instant, the sword's brilliance bloomed and surged above the void. The rolling aura seemed to be able to shatter everything in the space and freeze it. Boom! Along with a muffled sound, the space crack was like a bottomless pit, as if it could swallow the void. The mighty sword shadow sank into the void and there was no life anymore. Call! Emperor Xiaoyao took a deep breath. After all, that was the sword shadow condensed by Emperor Dao. Even if he could devour it, he would also suffer a considerable backlash. However, he did not show these, but showed a hint of sarcasm on his face, and snorted coldly, I wonder what other abilities Emperor Qiuyue has, show them all. Regardless of realm or power of the great Dao, he is stronger than Han Qiuyue, and he represents the entire great wilderness divine realm, so naturally he is not afraid of Han Qiuyue and the forces behind him. Hearing this, Han Qiuyue's beautiful eyes flashed with a dark light. If she took action again, she would not be able to predict what the outcome would be. Since Emperor Qiuyue is not going to take action, then please stand aside. Maybe I can forget what just happened. Seeing Han Qiuyue didn't say anything, Emperor Xiaoyao laughed, his tone full of sarcasm. Boom! As a loud noise was heard, Emperor Xiaoyao's expression suddenly changed. Then, endless spiritual power emanated from his body and turned into a long spear with a blazing flame burning on the tip of the spear. In an instant, the rolling sea of fire covered the sky, burning the void for thousands of feet in radius. Kill! There was murderous intent in Emperor Xiaoyao's eyes. With a loud shout, the long spear, carrying a raging sea of fire, covered the Nangong Holy Land. Han Qiuyue's expression tightened. Although she knew that Qiu Xueqing had the Arctic heart, even the great Tao Emperor could not hurt her, but looking at the monks below, Han Qiuyue had a complicated expression for a moment, but she was helpless. You must know that the entire great wilderness divine realm is ruled by the divine realm holy pavilion. No one dares to disobey the orders of the holy pavilion. Ah! At this moment, a cold breath surged from all directions. As the words fell, in the void, a sword shadow rose from the Nangong's secret realm. This sword seemed to have traveled through eternity, crossed the void, and flowed for tens of millions of years. However, on the Sumera mountain, the sword shadow fell on the endless flames, erupting with astonishing power. At this moment, the spear shattered completely, turned into powder, and spread in the void. The sword was mighty and whistled as it pressed towards Emperor Xiaoyao. Emperor Xiaoyao's expression suddenly changed, and he clapped his hands quickly to create a layer of space shield. Obscure characters lingered in it, flashing with a mysterious and vicissitudes of life atmosphere. Boom! However, in just a moment, the shield was shattered, and the sword shadow rushed down with the force of thunder and landed on Emperor Xiaoyao. At the critical moment of life and death, Emperor Xiaoyao once again opened a hole in the void and swallowed the sword shadow inside. But, even so, the mighty sword energy still caused considerable damage to Emperor Xiaoyao. His face immediately turned as pale as snow, and his eyes were filled with horror. Well! The blood of Emperor Xiaoyao suddenly flowed back. He was horrified and used his spiritual power to stop it in time, otherwise the blood would have gushed out immediately. A huge wave of emotion rose in Xiaoyao Emperor's heart. He was the great Tao Emperor, but he was tortured so badly by a sword shadow. How could it be possible? In addition to being shocked, an expression of anger appeared on his face. On the other side, Han Qiuyue was also shocked. She was also the Emperor of the Great Tao, so she was naturally aware of the power of the Emperor of the Great Tao. It would be difficult to hurt him even a little, let alone defeat him. However, this sword shadow did it in just one breath. What kind of mysteries does this so-called Nangong Holy Land contain? For a moment, Han Qiuyue's eyes were filled with curiosity. Just a great Tao Emperor? You dare to act so presumptuously in Nangong Holy Land? The next moment, that cold voice sounded again, and the indifferent voice was like the chanting of Sanskrit, crossing the void and surging in all directions. Who? Emperor Xiaoyao has mastered the avenue of space, and every move of this world cannot escape his sight. But at this moment, he couldn't catch where the sound came from. Emperor Xiaoyao was inexplicably nervous. If you want to become a holy land, it's not up to you, a little mouse, to decide. What kind of hero are you if you hide your head and show your tail? If you have the guts, come out and see. Thinking of the holy pavilion of the divine realm, Emperor Xiaoyao calmed his mind and spoke coldly. What can a small divine domain holy pavilion do? Not to mention the lord of the great wilderness divine domain, even the heavenly Tao is as weak as an ant in front of me. Who do you think you are? That voice sounded again. As soon as it finished speaking, the sky shook, the sun and the moon turned upside down, dark clouds covered the sky, thunder rumbled, and torrential rain poured down in an instant. What you say must come true. It seems as if God is also afraid. Seeing this scene, everyone trembled. Who is this person? Han Qiuyue murmured softly, suppressing the shock in her heart, her eyes full of confusion. Wow! At this moment, a ray of light flashed between heaven and earth. In an instant, the dark clouds dissipated and the sunlight shone in. Then, a young man stepped out from the void, lotus flowers bloomed with every step, countless flowers from the other shore blossomed from his back, and a holy aura emanated from his whole body. How do you want to die? Nangong Haotian appeared in front of everyone. His pair of calm eyes fell on Emperor Xiaoyao, and his tone was neither light nor heavy. He looked at him as if sentencing him to death, with an extremely indifferent expression. Emperor Xiaoyao was deeply shocked by this aura. But after hearing Nangong Haotian's words, his face suddenly darkened, anger lingered in his eyes, and he shouted angrily, "Space-killing formation." As soon as the words fell, countless formations condensed from the void. This move is the proud and unique skill of Emperor Xiaoyao. It uses the avenue of space as a formation, hides the killing power in the space, and can bring out the greatest power of this formation. Even Han Qiuyue, who was standing by, felt the terrible threat. Her pretty face changed slightly. If she were facing this space-killing array, she would have to temporarily avoid the edge. But how should I deal with the person who just appeared? At the moment when Han Qiuyue's thoughts were wandering, Nangong Haotian took action. He just casually raised his palm, and the next moment, it seemed as if the heaven and earth were shaking. With the power of heaven and earth, he transformed into a palm and slammed towards the space sand array. How ridiculous! Emperor Xiaoyao showed a sarcastic smile. He practiced the avenue of space, but this person could surpass him in space power? So stupid. But, the next moment, the hideous smile on his face froze, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How can this be? He simply couldn't believe that Nangong Haotian broke his space-killing formation with just one palm. That majestic palm shadow was as powerful as ever as it pushed forward towards Emperor Xiaoyao. Emperor Xiaoyao's face suddenly changed. Without time to think, he mobilized all his spiritual power and the power of space, turning into a hole of nothingness, and barely blocked the attack of the palm shadow. After the blow, he gasped for breath, his eyes full of shock and fear. He could sense that if he took this blow head-on, he would most likely be shattered to pieces on the spot, with his spiritual heart annihilated. Emperor Xiaoyao was shocked. Who is this guy? He could not sense any fluctuations of spiritual energy from this man, but the power he emanated made even him, a great Tao emperor, feel extremely terrified. The power of the great Tao? Above the void, Nangong Haotian glanced slightly, his eyes full of disappointment, and shook his head and said, "Too weak." Nangong Haotian had once seen a powerful person who truly possessed the avenue of space. Wherever the mighty one went, the space was shattered. However, with just a wave of his hand, the mere emperor was destroyed in the blink of an eye. In comparison, this Emperor Xiaoyao is not even at the level of a baby, and Nangong Haotian has no desire to take action at all. Well, today I'll let you see what the avenue of space is. Nangong Haotian spoke in a light tone and calm expression. He has been practicing for 10,000 years, and he has comprehended countless great powers over the past 10,000 years. You know, the power of the great Tao that countless cultivators cannot comprehend in their entire lives is like rotten cabbage in Nangong Haotian's eyes and is insignificant. As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Haotian took action. He just stretched out one hand, and a hole of nothingness appeared. Compared with Emperor Xiaoyao just now, Nangong Haotian's is even more pure and terrifying. Even the entire great wilderness divine realm is like nothing in front of this hole of nothingness. Impossible. This is impossible. Seeing this scene, Emperor Xiaoyao almost went crazy, shaking his head and losing his voice in horror. He was sure that the person in front of him did not have the strength of an emperor. How did he comprehend the great Tao? Unless his strength has surpassed that of the great Tao emperor. Thinking of this, Emperor Xiaoyao's pupils shook, and his eyes were filled with endless fear as he looked towards Nangong Haotian. He originally thought that his strength as a great emperor was enough to make him dominate the world. But he didn't expect that there is always someone better than him, and the latter's strength is many times more terrifying than his own. Escape. At this moment, this was the only thought left in his mind. Escape and tell the news to the people in the holy pavilion of the divine realm. In this way, they can besiege the Nangong Holy Land. However, all these thoughts were captured by Nangong Haotian. He chuckled, as if he was looking at a hurriedly fleeing ant, his eyes expressing neither sadness nor joy. Nangong Haotian waved his hand, and the whole of nothingness began to move. In just a moment, it sucked Emperor Xiaoyao into it. In just a moment, the whole of nothingness disappeared. At this point, Emperor Xiaoyao fell. The other side. Holy Land of Heaven and Earth. The tablet of Emperor Xiaoyao was shattered, and the entire Tianhuang Holy Land fell into unprecedented panic. Even the Supreme Elder who devoted himself to cultivation made a rare appearance in the conference hall. What happened today must not be spread outside. The Supreme Elder said in a deep voice with a weathered look on his face. Even the great Tao Emperor was afraid of the aura lingering around him. This Emperor Xiaoyao was the Grand Elder of their Tianhuang Holy Land. The death of the Grand Elder today would inevitably cause unrest in the Holy Land in the future. But what should we do about what those people told us to do? One of the elders asked. The Supreme Elder said in a deep voice, I will go to the Holy Temple of the Divine Realm to report this time, and you continue to stay put. As for the Nangong Holy Land, no matter what happened, they are not immune from the death of Emperor Xiaoyao. As he spoke, murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Supreme Elder, and his turbid eyes seemed to look through the void at the Nangong Holy Land thousands of miles away. At the same time, Nangong Holy Land. After Nangong Haotian killed Emperor Xiaoyao, he frowned slightly, looked into the void, and then slapped out with his palm. An image of a divine dragon and a giant elephant appeared, struck down into the void, and burst out with supreme power. Far away in the Tianhuang Holy Land, the body of the Supreme Elder shook, and then his expression became furious. He took a deep breath, and forced himself to mobilize his spiritual power to slow down the circulation and reduce the horrific damage brought by the giant dragon and elephant. Soon after, the murderous intent in his eyes gradually grew stronger. After swinging his palm, Nangong Haotian's eyes fell on Han Qiuyue and he said lightly, "Come with me." Han Qiuyue's pretty face changed slightly. She saw with her own eyes that Nangong Haotian killed Emperor Xiaoyao. If this news were to spread, it would certainly cause a sensation in the entire Great Wilderness Divine Realm. By then, the Nangong Holy Land would become the enemy of the entire Great Wilderness Realm. I'm afraid Nangong Haotian doesn't want to see this happen either. What will he do? Han Qiuyue's pupils trembled and a possibility came to her mind. Would he kill her to silence her? Nangong Haotian, who was standing by, seemed to have seen what she was thinking, and said calmly, I just promised to tell you the true secret of Sheng Yuehan's body. As for whether the news of killing Emperor Yao would be leaked, he didn't care at all. In his eyes, even if the entire Great Wilderness Divine Realm joined forces, they would not be his match. Seeing this, Han Qiuyue breathed a sigh of relief, and then a hint of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. How did this person know that I have the holy moon-cold body? Moreover, his eyes were so clear that she felt as if she was naked and was seen completely by him, which made her very uncomfortable. With such suspicion, Han Qiuyue followed Nangong Haotian to the Nangong secret realm. As soon as they entered, they saw Qiu Xueqing who was still practicing. There is a formation in the Nangong secret realm that isolates the information from the outside, so Qiu Xueqing has no idea what happened just now. After seeing his master, Qiu Xueqing was greatly surprised, but he immediately understood. After all, the Nangong family becoming a holy land would cause quite a stir, so it was not surprising that the Arctic Holy Land came over for this reason. Master. Qiu Xueqing spoke obediently. This surprised Nangong Haotian a little. He didn't expect that the two of them had this kind of relationship. Interesting. Han Han Qiuyue nodded and looked at Qiu Xueqing with surprise. In just half a month, the saint's strength had reached the level of half-step emperor, and there were signs that she was about to break through to the level of emperor. Moreover, looking at the aura flowing through her body, it was as if the power of the great Tao was intertwined together, strong and powerful. I am afraid that he will become a great emperor in the future. I just don't know what kind of great power my disciple, who is also the holy maiden of the Arctic Holy Land, will realize. The library has many books on the great way of cultivation. You can go there to comprehend them. At this time, Nangong Haotian said to Qiu Xueqing indifferently. Nangong Haotian sensed the aura emanating from Qiu Xueqing, and it was obvious that she was about to step into the realm of emperor. Hearing this, Qiu Xueqing nodded in agreement, then said goodbye to the two of them, stood up and left the secret realm. At this time, only Nangong Haotian and Han Qiuyue were left in the entire secret realm. For a moment, the atmosphere was somewhat subtle, and before she knew it, Han Qiuyue's pretty face turned a little red. Nangong Haotian didn't notice this, and said calmly, "During this period, you must have encountered some bottlenecks in your cultivation." Han Qiuyue nodded gently, "That's right. No matter how hard I practiced during this period, I couldn't break through to the fourth level of the emperor. The obstacles were like a chasm in the sky and I couldn't get through them." Having said that, Han Qiuyue's pretty face showed a hint of helplessness. After entering the third realm, she tried countless methods but was unable to break through to the fourth realm. "I have no idea why." "Because of your physique." At this time, Nangong Haotian suddenly spoke. Han Qiuyue's beautiful eyes froze, and a look of confusion flashed across her eyes. Her physique? Han Qiuyue didn't quite understand what this meant. You know, he was able to enter the realm of the great Tao Emperor in less than 100 years, all thanks to his Saint Yuehan body. Otherwise, she would probably still be an ordinary cultivator, at the mercy of others. Your physique can help you step into the realm of the great Tao Emperor, but it also limits you at the same time. The two are not contradictory. Nangong Haotian spoke calmly. Time passed slowly. About half an hour later, when Nangong Haotian finished explaining, Han Qiuyue seemed to understand and her face suddenly brightened. "Then sir, if this is the case, how should I break through?" Han Qiuyue was completely convinced by Nangong Haotian's words and even changed the way she addressed Nangong Haotian. However, at this moment, Nangong Haotian suddenly didn't know how to start. Actually, it is not difficult to break through, but... After thinking for a while, Nangong Haotian said, "I wonder if Emperor Qiuyue has a Taoist partner?" Han Qiuyue shook her head. "Since I embarked on the path of cultivating immortals, I have never looked for any Taoist partner. In my eyes, only strength is the true meaning of everything." Han Qiuyue is good-looking and has many suitors in the Arctic Holy Land, but in her eyes, cultivation is what her heart desires, and as for a Taoist partner, they are nothing but clouds. "Sir, do you have any questions?" Han Qiuyue asked in confusion. Then, she seemed to have thought of something, and her pretty face suddenly became hot. Could it be that the gentleman wanted her to be his Taoist partner? Thinking of this, Han Qiuyue became even more shy. However, she obviously understood it wrongly. The reason why Nangong Haotian asked this was because if he wanted to break through the restrictions of Sheng Yuehan's body, the only way to achieve it was through dual cultivation. When the Yang Yuan gathers in the Dantian, one can break through limitations and enter the fourth level. After Nangong Haotian's explanation, the atmosphere in the secret realm became even more subtle. Even Nangong Haotian couldn't help but blush. Although he has been practicing for 10,000 years, he still retains his original body. He just stays in the secret realm to practice and does not take this matter seriously. Now that this matter is mentioned, even Nangong Haotian, who is invincible in the great wilderness divine realm, feels a little embarrassed. Is this the only way? After a long time, Han Xiu bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, her eyes full of struggle. Nangong Haotian nodded. In fact, there is a second method, which is to infuse her with spiritual power. As long as it is enough, she can break through the limitation. However, the two of them have only met once, and Nangong Haotian will not be so enthusiastic to help. Besides, this was just telling her a method. The specific outcome will depend on her own luck. Hearing what Nangong Haotian said, Han Xiu's eyes were full of struggle and entanglement. After a long time, she took a deep breath and made up her mind. She must break through the fourth level. Thinking of this, Han Xiu's pretty face turned red, like a ripe red apple, and she whispered softly, "Sir, please have mercy on me." By the end of her speech, Han Xiu's voice had become as thin as a mosquito, and she was too embarrassed to continue. Nangong Haotian's expression froze slightly when he heard this, and he couldn't help but laugh. "You misunderstood, I just told you how to break through the restrictions, I didn't want to do this with you." After she finished speaking, Han Xiu's pretty face was filled with embarrassment and shyness. She clenched her clothes with her pink fists, wishing she could bang her head against the wall and die. It was extremely embarrassing. Fortunately, Nangong Haotian changed the subject in time. Although you cannot cultivate your realm, you can cultivate your power of the great Tao. Everything in the world has its own avenue. What you need to do is to comprehend the power of the avenue. Although your cultivation is limited now, you can still consolidate your power of the great Tao. When you break through the realm, your strength will definitely double. Nangong Haotian's understanding of the power of the great Tao has reached the pinnacle. I'm afraid no one in the entire great wilderness divine realm understands it better than him. Hearing this, Han Xiu's expression eased a lot, and she said softly, "Then sir, what you comprehended is the great Tao of space." Today, she saw Nangong Haotian using the great Tao of space just like Emperor Xiaoyao, and thought that the former had comprehended the great Tao of space. But Nangong Haotian's strength was too mysterious, so she was also very confused. Nangong Haotian smiled faintly but did not speak. For some reason, he suddenly thought of a movie called Ip Man that he had watched in his previous life. It was quite factual to express it here. If there is nothing else, you can leave on your own. As for your disciple. Nangong Haotian spoke slowly. After all, Nangong Holy Land has become the target of public criticism. If He Xiu Sect stays here any longer, it may be detrimental to both you and the Arctic Holy Land. Nangong Haotian doesn't like trouble. If He Xiu Sect stays here, he will have to help. Good. Han Xiu didn't know what Nangong Haotian was thinking. She nodded, then left Nangong's secret realm and found He Xiu Sect. The latter was somewhat reluctant to leave and obviously did not want to part with Nangong Haotian. Nangong Haotian smiled faintly. "This Tao book is very suitable for your physique. If you practice it, you may become a strong man." Hearing this, He Xiu Sect nodded desperately, looking at Nangong Haotian with eyes full of admiration. She couldn't help but hold the book tightly, and encouraged herself in her heart to practice well. One day, she must reach the same level and the same realm of cultivation as him. Seeing the emotions revealed by He Xiu Sect, Han Xiu sighed slightly. However, she did not stop him. After all, Nangong Haotian was too outstanding. In the entire great wilderness divine realm, she could hardly find anyone else who could match him. Suddenly, she felt that the man in front of her seemed to have the ability to change the situation in the great wilderness divine realm. Time passes slowly. A few days later, Han Xiu and the other person left. During this period of time, Nangong Junyi's cultivation was fully recovered, and he also broke through to the third level of the Emperor realm. And Nangong Yu only needs an opportunity to step into the realm of the great Tao Emperor. One day, Nangong Junyi came to the Nangong secret realm and saw that Nangong Haotian was still practicing, so he stayed where he was, quietly waiting for the ancestor to wake up. "What's the matter?" At this moment, Nangong Haotian slowly opened and closed his eyes, his gaze fell on Nangong Junyi, and he spoke lightly. Nangong Junyi spoke respectfully. "Report to the ancestor, 200 years ago when the Grand Elder traveled around the world, he helped the Son of God of the Tianyan Divine Kingdom and had a very pleasant conversation with the monarch of that Divine Kingdom. The Supreme Elder even invited the Son of God from the Kingdom of God to come to the Nangong family to practice the dragon-elephant prison-suppressing technique." Before he finished speaking, Nangong Haotian's eyes moved slightly and he immediately understood. "When will the Son of God come?" Nangong Junyi thought about it, and since the Yenshan Kingdom was also in the western region that day, he replied, "If we use the teleportation array, it won't take long, about 3 days." Hearing this, Nangong Haotian closed his eyes again, and exhaled a breath that shook between heaven and earth, and the sound echoed like thunder. "If the Son of God comes, just leave it to Gigu to harm the world." During this period of time, Gigu Huisher has been practicing hard and has vaguely touched the Great Tao. He believes that in the near future, Nangong Holy Land will be able to have another Great Tao Emperor. "Yes." Nangong Junyi spoke respectfully and then stepped back. Walking on the road, Nangong Junyi felt more and more relaxed. For hundreds of years, the entire Nangong family relied only on the support of the Grand Elder, who had disappeared 50 years ago. At that time, the Nangong family was in complete trouble, and one wrong step would lead to eternal damnation. In the Nangong Holy Land today, there are 3 emperors alone, and there is also an ancient race that can rival the emperor. At the same time, there are no shortage of powerful golden immortals, and as for those below the golden immortals, no one knows how many there are. All of this comes from the guidance of the ancestors. At this moment, Nangong Junyi slowly looked towards Nangong's secret realm, his eyes full of admiration and respect. And the other side. Tianyan Divine Kingdom. Inside the temple hall, a middle-aged man sat on the dragon throne, his whole body surrounded by bursts of dazzling celestial flames, burning the sky and boiling the sea, terrifyingly sharp and cold. He looked dignified and spoke slowly. "This time when you go to Nangong Holy Land for training, Wuer must be humble and not impatient. The Nangong Holy Land is full of talented people, especially the Nangong Saintess, who is said to have reached the level of an emperor. You must not act recklessly." The middle-aged man wore a phoenix crown and a golden dragon robe covered with several killing arrays. When he opened his mouth, there seemed to be thunder flashing across his eyes. This natural phenomenon was the sign of an emperor. "My child obeys." A young man was standing below, wearing a snake robe. Although his tone was humble, the arrogance in his expression made the monarch of the Tianyan Divine Kingdom shake his head and sigh. This child of his was good in every way except that he was too arrogant, and even the court ministers did not take him seriously. "It's fine in the Tianyan Divine Kingdom, but once we go to the Nangong Holy Land, I'm afraid something will happen." Thinking of this, the monarch's eyes fell on the old woman beside him, which, "I'm sorry to trouble you to take care of Tianxi this time." "Don't worry, my lord. I will definitely fulfill my mission." This witch looked a bit creepy, her tone of voice was harsh and intimidating, and her eyes were extremely gloomy. After leaving the palace, the son of God Yen Tianxi instantly changed his expression, his eyes full of pride. "What Nangong Holy Land? It's just a tiny place. How dare you call it a holy land? How ridiculous." His words were full of disdain for Nangong Holy Land. The witch said calmly, "Son of God, don't speak nonsense. The Grand Elder of Nangong Holy Land has done a favor to the Tianyan Divine Kingdom, not to mention that he has opened up a pure divine body for the Son of God. Speaking of which, the Grand Elder of Nangong Holy Land is also a legendary figure. He has fought countless battles in his life, but he has never been defeated. His cultivation throughout his life is even more profound. No one knows what realm he is at. Hearing the witch's words, Yan Tianxi's eyes flashed with heat and curiosity. A life without a single defeat. As long as he is given enough time, he can do it. Yan Tianxi looked proud, then his eyes fell on the witch and asked curiously, "Witch, what is your cultivation level?" In Yan Tianxi's memory, this witch had always been following his father. Although she did not hold any position, all the civil and military officials in the court were respectful to her. Even his father himself had never scolded the witch. He has always been curious about the identity of the witch. The witch laughed and said jokingly, "I am just a sweeper. If it weren't for the Lord, I would have ceased to exist long ago." Hearing this, Yan Tianxi shook his head, did not ask any more questions, and walked out. The witch standing there looked at Yan Tianxi's back. A gleam of brilliance suddenly burst out from her cloudy eyes, and a sinister arc appeared at the corners of her mouth. No one knew what she meant. But in a flash, she also disappeared. 3 days later, the witch and Yan Tianxi arrived at the Nangong Holy Land on the emperor's boat. A group of disciples and elders from the Holy Land came out together to welcome the Son of God of the Tianyan Divine Kingdom. Nangong Junyi stood in front of them with his hands behind his back, his eyes fixed on the sky, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if his gaze could penetrate the sky. After a long time, the emperor's boat parted the clouds and mist and appeared in front of everyone. Then, 2 rays of light flashed up, and when the light faded, the figures of Yan Tianxi and the witch appeared, and the emperor boat was also taken back by the witch. The Nangong family members who were here to welcome the two of them made quite a big scene. The witch sensed the powerful aura emanating from these people and looked a little surprised. But she reacted immediately, stepped forward and said respectfully, "The witch brings the son of Heavenly Flame Kingdom to see Saint Nangong." Nangong Junyi also politely replied, "No need to be polite. Since you are the friends of the Grand Elder, you are the friends of Nangong Holy Land. Please rest assured to stay in Nangong Holy Land during this period of time." He paused, then said, "Elder Gigu." As soon as he finished speaking, Gigu Huisher took a step forward, emitting a gloomy aura that was somewhat similar to that of a witch. It's just that Giguzi Huisher's icy aura is purer, like the cold and gloomy air extracted from hell. The leader of He Xiu Sect? Not only the witch, but even Yan Tianxi standing beside her were a little surprised when they saw this person. As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels far and wide. He Xiu Sect is an evil sect, and this fact is known to everyone in the western regions. And the leader of He Xiu Sect is actually an elder in Nangong Holy Land? This is simply too hard to accept. From today on, this Gigu Huisher is the master of the Son of God of the Tianyan Divine Kingdom. Nangong Junyi spoke slowly. Nangong Haotian had the final say on who would be the master of the Son of God, and he was only responsible for passing on the message. However, as soon as the words fell, the faces of the witch and Yan Tianxi changed. Yan Tianxi was even more furious. He was the Son of God of the Tianyan Divine Kingdom and had great divine power. How could the other party allow the leader of an evil sect to be his master? It's simply a humiliation to him, the Son of God. He is not worthy of being my master. Yan Tianxi spoke mercilessly, his eyes full of anger. As the Son of God of the Kingdom of God, how could he be despised and humiliated like this? The witch at the side did not say anything to stop him, the meaning was self-evident. "Oh!" Nangong Junyi exclaimed lightly, a gleam of brilliance in his eyes, and said lightly, "Elder Gigu has reached the 3rd level of the Emperor realm, and is even on the verge of comprehending the power of the Great Tao. His strength is unparalleled. Can't he be your master?" After the words fell, Yan Tianxi's face was slightly startled. The Emperor of the Great Tao. If it was at the emperor level, Yan Tianci would naturally not take it seriously. You should know that in the entire Tianyan Divine Kingdom, there are only 3 powerful emperors, but apart from the Supreme Emperor of the Divine Kingdom who will never leave the world, there is no other great Tao Emperor. But Geguzi is a disaster to the world. After all, he is the leader of an evil sect. He is the son of God of the Kingdom of God. How can his proud character be tarnished like this? Yan Tianci gritted his teeth and still insisted, he doesn't deserve it. Hearing this, Nangong Junyi's face turned cold, and he waved his sleeves and said calmly, in this case, I'd better trouble the witch to send the Son of God back. After all, my Nangong Holy Land is small and cannot afford to support this big Buddha. The witch also knew that Nangong Junyi was angry, so she walked out and bowed, Holy Lord, please don't be angry. My Son of God has no intention of mocking him. He has just been served in the palace for a long time and his attitude is a bit arrogant, so please forgive me. After she finished speaking, her eyes fell on Gigu Huisher, and her words were full of praise. I heard that Elder Gigu's cultivation is extremely mysterious, and even those old-fashioned emperors and powerful beings are no match for the Elder. The Kingdom of God will feel at ease and it hands the Son of God over to the Elders. The witch's words loosened the originally cold atmosphere a little. Nangong Junyi's expression eased a lot, his eyes were a little cold, and he said in a light voice, in this case, I will trouble Elder Gigu. No problem. Gigu Huisher suddenly spoke, his expression showing no sadness or joy. However, at this moment, Yan Tianci snorted disdainfully, ha. Immediately, he set his gaze on Nangong Yu who was behind him. Nangong Yu's gorgeous figure caught Yan Tianci's eyes, and a greedy look appeared on the latter's face. I once heard my father mention the saintess of your Nangong Holy Land. The saintess and I were engaged when we were children. I wonder if this marriage still counts. As soon as the words fell, the entire square fell silent. Even the witch's face looked a little gloomy at this moment. If Yan Tianci didn't have the identity of the Son of God of the Tianyan Divine Kingdom, she would have slapped Yan Tianci to death with a single palm without anyone else's help. This guy has no sense of taste. How can you say such things here? A shame. As expected, after hearing what Yan Tianci said, all the disciples of Nangong Holy Land showed anger in their eyes, and even Nangong Junyi's expression became even colder. Yan Tianci was right. The Supreme Elder and the monarch of the Tianyan Divine Kingdom did have such an agreement. However, the power of the Nangong Holy Land weakened 100 years ago, and the Tianyan Divine Kingdom never mentioned the matter again. Now that the Nangong Holy Land has rekindled hope, the Tianyan Divine Kingdom has begun to curry favor with them again. Naturally, this made them feel dissatisfied. What? Do you want to go back on your word? Seeing the people from Nangong Holy Land showing such expressions, Yan Tianci was aggressive, his eyes full of arrogance. Snapped. Just then, a clear voice rang out. Nangong Yu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly attacked and slapped Yan Tianci on the cheek. The latter's face turned red instantly, his eyes full of disbelief. After a long time, Yan Tianci finally reacted and roared, "You dare to hit me?" The witch's face also turned a little ugly. Although Yan Tianci deserved to be beaten, he was the Son of God after all. This slap seemed to be a slap in the face of the Tianyan Kingdom of God, and it had extraordinary significance. What's wrong with hitting you? Nangong Yu looked indifferent. You're just a half-step emperor, yet you dare to shout in front of her? Stupid and ridiculous. Court death. Yan Tianci's eyes were filled with rage. He roared, and the red sword in his hand turned upside down. He swung the sword with a sharp aura and attacked Nangong Yu. Just an ant. Nangong Yu just snorted coldly and slapped out with his palm. The spiritual power in his palm was vast and endless. In an instant, it fell on Yan Tianzi. Yan Tianzi was knocked flying and fell heavily to the ground, and his court robes were torn into pieces by the thick spiritual energy. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. You want to be my husband? Are you worthy? Nangong Yu retracted his palm, glanced at Yan Tianzi who looked like a mongrel, and said with an extremely cold tone, then left without looking back. Nangong Junyi seemed not to have seen this scene. His eyes fell on the witch and he said calmly, in that case, the two of you can stay here. The witch spoke in a deep voice, with a gloomy look in her eyes. Gigu Huisher threw a sound transmission talisman to the witch and said calmly, come to the martial arts training ground to find me tomorrow. After saying that, he left with a group of people from the Nangong family. A hint of resentment flashed across the witch's eyes, but it was fleeting. Nangong Yu, I will definitely ride on you and gallop. After a long time, Yan Tianzi crawled up from the ground. The resentment in his eyes was extremely strong, and he spoke obscene words without any concealment. Killing intent was blooming in his eyes. The witch sighed. Just based on this piece of trash, he wanted to compare himself with the saint of Nangong Holy Land? That's also ridiculous. However, she did not say these, but said, Son of God, let's go back to our residence first. At the same time, in Nangong's secret realm. In front of Nangong Haotian, Gigu Huisher and Nangong Junyi stood respectfully. After listening to their reports, Nangong Haotian slowly opened and closed his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and he said lightly, I understand. Please pay attention to this witch. She may have bad intentions. The words fell. Nangong Junyi's expression changed slightly, a hint of murderous intent flashed across his eyes, and he said softly, in this case, should we? Not in a hurry. Nangong Haotian waved his hand to interrupt, I am curious about the purpose of this witch. I am afraid that this son of God is just a chess piece arranged by the Tianyan divine kingdom. The real chess master is someone else. As he spoke, Nangong Haotian's mouth curled up. He had not been out of seclusion for 10,000 years and felt too lonely. Now that I have just come out of quarantine, I can play a game of cat and mouse, which is not bad. Yan Tianzi and the witch were arranged to stay in a bedroom. For safety reasons, the latter set up layers of formations in the bedroom to prevent accidents. How dare the small Nangong family be so rampant? Yan Tianzi sat down at the table, anger in his eyes not yet gone, still brooding over what had just happened. Hearing this, the witch pondered for a while and said, Son of God, you must not underestimate the Nangong family. This Nangong Holy Land is not as simple as you think. The group of people who welcomed us today included at least 3 great emperors. That Gigu Huisher has even vaguely touched the threshold of the power of the great Tao. If the Son of God comes recklessly, even I, the grandmother, will not be able to save you. At this point, the witch sighed. She had not expected that in just a few decades, the Nangong family had developed to such a scale and strength that it could even be described as terrifying. Not to mention strong people like the Nangong family's supreme elder. The current Nangong Holy Land is no longer something that the Tianyan divine kingdom can contend with, otherwise why would the king allow her to bring the Son of God to the Nangong Holy Land to learn martial arts? However, Yan Tianzi didn't know this. He was already filled with rage at this moment, and he wished he could ride Nangong Yu on him right now and have a great time. Seeing Yan Tianzi's greedy eyes, the witch felt contempt in her heart. However, she did not show it, but said calmly, Son of God, tomorrow is the time for you to practice the dragon-elephant prison suppressing technique. This technique is extremely powerful and is much stronger than the top techniques of my kingdom of God. The witch understood in her heart the power of the dragon-elephant prison suppressing technique. Even if she had the same level of cultivation, she might not be able to safely withstand the spell and ensure that she would remain unharmed. However, Yan Tianzi was not clear about it, and instead interrupted her impatiently. I know, remember the technique in mind and then hand it over to father. Hearing this, the witch smiled and didn't say much. In the blink of an eye, a day has passed. The injuries Yan Tianzi suffered yesterday had long since healed. His whole body was filled with spiritual energy, his eyes were shining, and his powerful aura was exploding in the air. Just at this moment, Giguzi's voice of disaster rang out from the sound transmission talisman. Come to the martial arts arena quickly. Upon hearing this, Yan Tianzi curled up the corners of his mouth, threw the sound transmission talisman aside, and continued to sleep soundly. It was unknown how long it had passed before Yan Tianzi woke up from his sweet dream and found that the sun was already high in the sky. He then left the room and bedroom and slowly came to the martial arts field. Guiguhuisher had been waiting at the martial arts arena since morning. It took such a long time for Yan Tianzi to show up, but Guiguhuisher was not angry. There was no sadness or joy in his eyes, and no emotion could be seen. Your Nangong Holy Land is too big, so I was late. Yan Tianzi yawned and made up an excuse to get away with it. Guiguhuisher's expression remained calm, and a sharp voice came from his mouth. If you don't follow the rules, you will be whipped 10 times. As soon as he finished speaking, a long black whip appeared in his hand and lashed towards Yan Tianzi. Yan Tianzi's face suddenly darkened, and he said coldly, "Old thing, do you really think I'm giving you face?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Tianzi flipped his right hand, and the Tianyan sword appeared in his hand, and then he swung out a red sword. The sword light rolled like endless flames, burning the air around it, and blasted towards Guiguhuisher. Boom! The two forces collided, a muffled sound exploded in the sky, and air waves rolled and spread out in all directions. Yan Tianzi's body trembled, and he took several steps back before he could stand. Soon, his eyes turned red, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the brutality in his heart gradually rose. Die, old man! A roar sounded, Yan Tianzi's body shook, and he pointed his sword upwards. Heaven and earth shake. Kill! As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual energy in his body surged and turned into a spiritual energy vortex, which then lingered around the heavenly flame sword. In an instant, the spiritual energy turned into a red sword shadow, like poured gold, reflecting an eye-catching luster under the sunlight. Boom! Yan Tianzi swung out a sword. The rolling sword shadows carried tremendous momentum, and the unstoppable power was like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Wherever the sword shadows went, there was scorched earth, and the air was filled with an endless sea of fire. Giguzi seemed not to see it, and his calm eyes showed no ripples at all. He uttered a few words coldly, "Disperse." As soon as he finished speaking, Guiguhuisher whipped again and hit the air. The piercing roar made it seem as if the heaven and earth were shaking at this moment, and the rolling power was boundless. The power of just one whip was enough to shatter the sword shadow into pieces. But, after one whip, the force of the whip remained unabated. Accompanied by a muffled sound, a long whip fell on Yan Tianzi. This whip seemed to hit his soul, and Yan Tianzi's skin was torn and bloody in an instant. In an instant, he felt that his soul was somewhat unstable. Because of the severe pain, Yan Tianzi's originally handsome face now looked extremely hideous and painful. Snapped. Guiguhuisher swung down another whip. Yan Tianzi roared and almost fainted. He was so angry that he wanted to use his spiritual power to block it, but the whip's spiritual power was stronger and the whip shadow was faster, so he couldn't stop the fierce whip from falling one after another. By the time 10 whips were over, Yan Tianzi's breath had become extremely weak, and his spiritual power was somewhat unstable, as if he could disappear at any time. The witch who was watching in secret saw the whole scene. Her eyes were gloomy, but there was no murderous intent in them. Her expression was unpredictable and no one knew what she was thinking. Guhushur's face was calm, as if he had just pulled out an ant. He took out a pill from his space ring and flicked it out with a finger. Puff! The pill went into Yan Tianxi's mouth. Then, a breath of life blossomed in his body, filling his limbs and bones. His body, which had been a mangled mess of flesh and blood, was now healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, his spirit even became more stable. If you're late again next time, you'll get 20 lashes. Giguzi's words, "The world is in turmoil," made Yan Tianxi's heart tremble and his face turned extremely pale. He never wanted to feel this kind of pain that affected his soul again in his life. Thinking of this, Yan Tianxi calmed down, and saved himself the trouble of Giguzi's disaster. However, Guhushur didn't know that during the time that Yan Tianxi was quiet, he was always thinking about how to take revenge on Nangong Holy Land in the future, instead of being grateful to Guhushur for making his soul stronger. A day passed, and I have to say that although Yan Tianxi had a bad temper, he was indeed gifted. In just one day, one can learn the basic techniques of the dragon-elephant prison suppression technique. You know, even for the disciples of Nangong Holy Land, it would take at least a year to master the introductory techniques of this skill. Just practice well. I'll come over for a spot check in half a month. Guhushur was surprised at Yan Tianxi's talent and planned to report the situation to Nangong Haotian. After all, Yan Tianxi doesn't know how to be grateful and has a bad temper. If he learns everything in the future, he might turn around and sell the Nangong Holy Land. Although Nangong Haotian was in the Nangong secret realm, he knew everything that happened in the entire Nangong Holy Land. He didn't care about what happened to Yan Tianxi. Instead, he cared about the witch who had been watching secretly but did not do anything to stop him, allowing Guhushur to whip him. This made him a little curious. It seems that not only the Tianyan Divine Kingdom thousands of miles away, but also this witch, they all have their own plans. Nangong Haotian raised his lips. He really wanted to know what expectations these people had for the Nangong Holy Land that would allow the son of God of a country to come and die. Boom! At this moment, fierce auras surged out from in front of Nangong Haotian. When the fog dissipated, a sea of blood appeared in front of him. The Red Moon Blood Sea has been formed. Nangong Haotian withdrew his thoughts. During these days, he had collected a lot of sacred materials from heaven and earth, in order to provide them for the disciples of Nangong Holy Land to practice. This Red Moon Sea of Blood is filled with extremely coercive holy power. Once you enter it, you can no longer use any spiritual power and can only rely on your body to hold on. If you can practice the dragon-elephant prison suppression technique here, you will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Thinking of this, Nangong Haotian used his spiritual sense to inform Nangong Junyi, asking him to gather all the disciples in the Golden Immortal Realm to come to the Nangong Secret Realm. In just a short while, Nangong Junyi brought his Golden Immortal disciples to the entrance of the Secret Realm, including Yan Tianxi, who looked proud. Although Yan Tianxi could not defeat Nangong Yu, who had the cultivation of an emperor, he had no problem dealing with these small fry in the Golden Immortal Realm. In the dark, the witch also followed and looked around. Her cloudy eyes shone with brilliance. So this is the Nangong Secret Realm. According to rumors, the Nangong Secret Realm contains opportunities that are enough to make the emperor excited. With this, one can comprehend the power of the Great Tao at any time and become an emperor of the Great Tao. Thinking of this, the witch couldn't help but reveal a hint of greed in her eyes. Wow! But at this moment, a stream of light shot out from the secret realm, and then Nangong Haotian appeared in front of everyone. Greetings, ancestor. When they saw Nangong Haotian, the disciples spoke in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. They half knelt on the ground, their eyes full of admiration. Even Nangong Junyi was the same. Only Yan Tianxi stood straight, his eyes full of disdain and arrogance. Seeing this scene, the witch hiding in the dark cursed in her heart, this rubbish. If he aroused Nangong Haotian's anger and could not enter the secret realm, then the aura he hid on him would not be able to enter either. If so, what should she do next? The witch's eyes were sharp, with murderous intent blooming in them, and she wished she could kill Yen Tianxi on the spot. Why doesn't the son of God kneel? Nangong Junyi snorted coldly, his words full of dissatisfaction. I am the son of God. I will not kneel to anyone other than my father, even the heavens. What does the ancestors of your Nangong Holy Land have to do with my Tianyan divine kingdom? Yen Tianxi was not afraid of Nangong Junyi's gaze at all. He looked up and looked at him. His calm voice was full of contempt and arrogance. He looked down on Nangong Holy Land from beginning to end. Finished. The witch was shocked. What else was this bastard saying? If you dare to speak to Patriarch Nangong like this, you really don't want to live. No, this move of his is crucial, he cannot die. Thinking of this, the witch took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Just as she was hesitating whether to rescue Yen Tianxi, Nangong Haotian suddenly spoke. It's okay, it's just the arrogance of the younger generation. I like this kind of personality. As he spoke, Nangong Haotian laughed, but it was unclear what it meant. Yes. Upon hearing this, Nangong Junyi nodded and retreated. There was a flash of disbelief in the witch's eyes. Is this the end? This old man Nangong is really good at tricks. But what confused her was that she had been observing Nangong Haotian for a long time and did not find any spiritual power leaking from his body. He was no different from an ordinary person. At this time, Nangong Haotian looked around at everyone and slowly said, during this period of time, I have created a sea of blood for you. You cannot use any spiritual power in it. You can only use your martial body to withstand the power, practice the dragon-elephant prison suppression technique, and train your martial body to the extreme. At this moment, everyone was listening attentively, afraid of missing a word, but Yen Tianxi was the only one who didn't care at all. He had never heard of the Red Moon Blood Sea. In the imperial palace there was a gravity room with 100 times the force, which must be tens of millions times stronger than this shabby place. After Nangong Haotian finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and the Nangong secret realm opened and closed. At this moment, even the witch was extremely excited and kept murmuring silently. Wow! With a flash of light, everyone disappeared at the entrance to the secret realm. When everyone reacted, they found themselves in a place made of stone caves, like a basin, with mountains towering above and countless rare treasures scattered around. In front of them, a red moon and a sea of blood were surging, emitting waves of gloomy and terrifying power, surging in the air, making everyone shudder. Ancestor, is this the Crimson Moon Blood Sea? Wan Longyuan asked in a deep voice. During this period of time, he has been trained by Nangong Haotian a lot. Now he has been able to bring the potential of the dragon vein in his body to the extreme, and has already broken through the peak of the Golden Immortal, and is only one step away from entering the realm of the Emperor. Nangong Haotian nodded, his eyes fell on Wan Longyuan and Nangong Junyi, and said, You two are both at the peak of the Golden Immortal, one has a dragon vein and the other has a sword body. If you can break through to the Emperor realm today, my Nangong Holy Land will be even more powerful. I understand. They both spoke in unison, their eyes gleaming with passion. Then, Wan Longyuan turned to look at Nangong Junyi, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Brother Junyi, I lost to you in the competition a few days ago. How about we bet on who can break through first today? Of course it is good. Nangong Junyi has the air of a scholar, but he has already reached the peak of the Golden Immortal realm and possesses an innate sword body. His combat power is unparalleled. In the battle for the heavenly ranking, he defeated Wan Longyuan in just 10 moves. You are just a boaster. Yan Tianzi didn't believe what Nangong Haotian said. You know, dragon veins and innate sword bodies are very rare in the entire great wilderness divine realm. How could such a person exist in his small Nangong family? Impossible. Laughing loudly, Yan Tianzi took a step forward and fell into the red moon sea of blood. In an instant, the enormous force surged through his body. The terrifying pressure made his face change suddenly, and then he could not feel any spiritual power at all. The intense pain made his face look a little hideous, and he shouted to the sky, "Awesome!" As the words fell, everyone gasped. Wanlongyuan possesses dragon veins and his martial arts are much stronger than theirs, but even so, he is still in great pain in front of the red moon blood sea. Wow! At this moment, Nangong Junyi also stepped into the crimson moon blood sea and felt the supreme pressure brought by the blood sea. Although he gritted his teeth, he did not utter a word. Seeing this scene, Nangong Haotian nodded and had a good opinion of Nangong Junyi. Then, more disciples of the Nangong family began to jump into the red moon blood sea to practice. Their martial bodies were not as strong as Wanlongyuan and Nangong Junyi, so the moment they jumped in, a huge tearing sensation spread throughout their bodies, and they all couldn't help but scream. A bunch of trash. Yan Tianzi said disdainfully. He had a proud look on his face. He thought that he was a being that could practice in a gravity room of 100 times, so how could he be afraid of this red moon sea of blood? Yan Tianzi jumped into the red moon sea of blood without thinking, but after a few seconds, his handsome face suddenly became extremely hideous, and his screams like a pig being slaughtered echoed in the secret realm. Ah! Seeing this, Wanlongyuan next to him sneered, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He had long been unhappy with the Son of God of the Kingdom of God. If it weren't for the strict rules of the Holy Land, he would have slapped the Son of God to death. How could he allow him to make noise here? Nangong Haotian looked at everyone with a cold expression and spoke slowly, "Now concentrate your mind and practice the dragon-elephant prison suppression technique." Yes, everyone responded in unison. Everyone concentrated their minds and gathered their energy, activating the dragon-elephant prison suppressing technique. In a short while, phantoms of dragons and elephants bloomed above their heads. Countless phantoms broke through the void, traveled through eternity, and swept up the surrounding red moon sea of blood. The sea of blood rolled, and the endless essence of the sea of blood was absorbed by the Nangong family disciples. For a moment, their martial arts became even stronger. At this moment, Wanlongyuan was shocked to find that his dragon vein was not restricted and could actually absorb the blood and energy from the red moon blood sea, which made him very happy. After a loud laugh, he began to circulate the dragon veins frantically. Above the void, a giant dragon shadow condensed and rose up. The red shadow seemed to be real, and the sound of the dragon's roar shook the secret realm. Dragon vein. Seeing this scene, Yan Tianzi's eyes were full of disbelief. How could this guy have a dragon vein? Isn't the dragon vein only found in that place? His faith collapsed and his heart was filled with turmoil. He had heard his father say that the dragon bloodline was the strongest physique, and even the holy body of the human race could not be compared with it. And now Wanlongyuan actually possesses dragon veins. Doesn't that mean his physique is even more terrifying than mine? Impossible. Thinking of this, Yan Tianzi shook his head violently, his face full of doubt and resistance. He is the son of God of the Tianyan divine kingdom and possesses a pure divine body. In the future, he will step into the realm of the great Tao Emperor. How can he be compared with a mere dragon vein cultivator? Ridiculous. So ridiculous. But just as Yan Tianzi was thinking, the phantom of the dragon and elephant above him in the void had become a little unstable, with cracks appearing all over it, just like his heart of Tao, which was about to crumble. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shaking sound suddenly came from the red moon blood sea. Then, a giant dragon completely condensed, and golden light burst out from its body. A six-clawed dragon emerged from the sky, roared towards the void, and the space shattered instantly. Under the divine dragon, Wan Longyuan closed his eyes and practiced. A mysterious and ancient glow lingered all over his body, like a god. The sea of blood around him madly poured into his body and became nourishment for his practice. Rumble. Outside the secret realm, above the void, countless strange phenomena appeared. The flowers of the other shore bloomed, and above each flower, a golden Buddha appeared, chanting in Sanskrit, and auspicious signs descended from the sky. The red spider lily, the golden Buddha appears, and the emperor comes out. These two visions indicate that Nangong Holy Land is going to produce another emperor. Seeing this scene, the Nangong clan members outside the Holy Land were all dancing with joy. From now on, Nangong Holy Land will have 4 powerful emperors. Is that all? In the secret realm, Nangong Haotian had a calm expression. He sighed softly, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, as if he was expecting something. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of the emperor condensed from the sea of blood, sank into Wan Longyuan's body, and flowed through his limbs and bones. A terrifying breath instantly spread out. He opened and closed his eyes, and a sense of annihilation burst out from his eyes, vibrating in the void. Then he clapped his hands together, and a vortex formed in his body. In the vortex, there were strands of golden mist interweaving, and the supreme pressure came over the world, exuding an ancient and vicissitudes of life atmosphere. Great, the power of the great Tao. Seeing this scene, Yen Tianxi's face turned pale and there was a hint of trembling in his voice. He never imagined that Wan Longyuan not only stepped into the realm of emperor, but also condensed the power of the Tao and became the emperor of the Tao. What kind of monsters are there in this Nangong Holy Land? At this moment, Yen Tianxi stood with his mouth half open in the wind, his worldview constantly being washed away, and in the end his expression became numb. Boom! The Tao and Wan Longyuan's martial body merged together, bursting out with an aura that was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, shaking in the air, and a Tao emperor reappeared. 10,000 Dragons Avenue. Wan Longyuan spoke slowly, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Hearing this, Nangong Haotian's gaze froze, and he looked at Wan Longyuan with a hint of thought in his eyes, and then the corners of his mouth curled up. This is interesting. I didn't expect that this disciple of Nangong Holy Land is actually the descendant of that person. However, Nangong Haotian did not say much. After all, when the time is right, Wan Longyuan will reveal the answer. Boom! At the same time, an aura of an emperor burst out from Nangong Junyi. Is Nangong Junyi also going to become an emperor? At this moment, Yen Tianxi's spiritual heart in the distance completely collapsed. He had just arrived and was about to witness the arrival of 2 emperors. You know, there are only a few powerful emperors in his Tianyan divine kingdom, but in this small secret realm, there are existences that can be comparable to their Tianyan divine kingdom. Outside the secret realm, the strange phenomenon that had just dissipated condensed again. All the cultivators in the entire Nangong Holy Land were so shocked that they rushed over. Auspicious signs descended from the sky and purple air rose from the east. Some monks even had an epiphany, sat cross-legged and began to practice. The witch, who had been hiding in the dark, was horrified when she saw this scene. In her spiritual consciousness, she saw the aura of 2 emperors in the secret realm, and the Dharma image of the great Tao was condensed among them. This. The witch's heart trembled. She couldn't imagine that the foundation of Nangong Holy Land was so terrifying. There were already 3 great Tao emperors that she knew of. The 3 great emperors. The witch took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Although Nangong Holy Land is powerful, she is not the cattle or sheep that can be slaughtered. She believed that even if a conflict occurred, she would be able to get out of it safely. As for Yan Tian, it's just a chess piece. If it dies, it dies. The monarch of the Tianyan divine kingdom won't say anything more. Thinking of this, the witch calmed down a lot and started to sit cross-legged and practice. Buzz. At the same time, in the secret realm, the spiritual energy in Nangong Junyu's body evaporated, and a cushion bloomed in midair. A long sword emerged from the cushion. Any cultivator who possesses an innate sword body can give birth to his own innate spiritual sword after awakening the sword embryo. Nangong Junyu's innate spiritual sword was completely white, emitting bursts of cold light and sharp power, and was unstoppable. The sharp edge of the spiritual sword was revealed, vibrating in the void, and the air was like cloth, being cut into pieces directly. Holy Heavenly Spirit Sword. Nangong Junyu's eyes opened and closed, and a ray of brilliance burst out. Then the sword body vibrated with an ancient and vicissitudes of life aura, the power of the avenue, and there seemed to be a Buddhist chant. The mighty sword power rose from the ancient times and landed on the secret realm. Boom! The spirit of the great Tao is vast and mighty, and the incomparable brilliance of the sword is like bright starlight, blooming in the secret realm. The way of the sword. Seeing this scene, Nangong Haotian's mouth curled up. Today's Red Moon Blood Sea has added 2 more great Tao emperors to the Nangong Holy Land. This is a good harvest. But some are happy while others are sad. Yan Tianzi, who was standing aside, had already become numb and shook his head frantically. The phantom of the dragon and elephant above him had already been shattered like his heart of Taoism, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. Impossible. As soon as the words fell, the phantoms of the dragon and elephant above shattered. The aura of the immaculate divine body filled up, and Yan Tianzi looked like a madman. He looked up to the sky and shouted angrily. Killing intent flowed around his body, and spiritual power rolled, surging above the Red Moon Blood Sea, causing a turbulent wave for a moment. You Nangong Holy Land must have teamed up to deceive me. You are just a bunch of ants. How can you master the power of sword body and dragon vein? Not to mention the illusory avenue, you don't deserve it at all. The killing intent in his eyes surged, and a shadow of the god of war appeared behind him, grinning. Whether it's the sword body or the dragon vein, they were all given by me, Yan Tian. Seeing this, the witch outside the secret realm frowned and thought to herself that something was not good. She didn't expect that her aura would actually backfire on Yan Tianzi, causing his Taoist heart to collapse and him to go insane. Before coming to the secret realm, the witch secretly injected a cold and gloomy aura into Yan Tianzi's body. She originally wanted to take this opportunity to spy on the things in the secret realm, but she didn't expect Yan Tianzi's state of mind to be so unstable that he was finally backfired by her aura. Now she could only pray that Yan Tianzi's combat power would double after he went astray, so that he could resist the young emperor of the Tao. Wan Longyuan took a step forward, his eyes lingering with coldness. Humph. I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Today I just broke through to the great Tao emperor, so I'm going to test the waters with an ant like you. As soon as he finished speaking, a palm shadow vibrated in the void, and a dragon shadow lingered, and Wan Longyuan slapped Yan Tianzi with one palm. Great Sun Sky Flame Palm. Seeing this, Yan Tianzi's eyes were full of madness. He was not afraid of Wan Longyuan at all. Together with the shadow of the god of war behind him, he also swung out a shocking palm shadow. Above the palm shadow, endless flames spread, tumbling and burning everything around it, and collided head-on with Wan Longyuan's palm. Boom! The two forces collided, causing a deafening sound and rolling air waves all around. Yan Tianzi flew backwards and fell directly to the ground. His body was covered in blood and his face was pale, but his eyes were filled with overwhelming murderous intent. Although Yan Tianzi is a genius, he is only at the golden immortal realm. However, Wan Longyuan in front of him is the great Tao Emperor, not to mention that he also controls the power of dragon veins. The former is no match for him at all. Ah! After a long time, Yan Tianci crawled out from the rubble. His clothes were tattered and he no longer looked like a human. But he roared again, with a ferocious beast-like light in his eyes. He quickly took out a pitch-black pill from his space ring and swallowed it. The forbidden power surged in his body. The intense pain was like thousands of ants biting his body. His face suddenly became extremely hideous. Soon after, his cultivation level actually broke through to the Emperor realm. He exuded an extremely cold aura, as if he could destroy the heaven and earth. He smiled hoarsely, and revealed a look that was ready to devour anyone, which made people tremble with fear. 9-turn Qi and blood pill. Seeing this scene, Wan Longyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression remained normal. It's just using the Qi and blood pill to forcibly break through to the Emperor realm. When the effect of the medicine wears off, the backlash of the Qi and blood will make the person who takes it live a life worse than death. What's more terrifying is that he can only stay in the first level of the Emperor realm for his entire life and can't improve even a little bit. Well, let's try out the power of my dragon elephant prison suppression technique today. Although Yan Tianci's strength is not impressive, he has broken through to the level of Emperor after all, so he can be used as a living target. Boom! An ancient giant elephant appeared above the eternity, and let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, as if it had the power to trample through mountains and rivers and shatter the void. Then, the dragon veins started to run wildly, and a divine dragon condensed in the sky full of dragon energy. The giant elephant dragon circled and turned upside down, exuding a power that was enough to destroy the world. With the blessing of senior brother Long Yuan's dragon vein, the power of the dragon elephant prison suppressing technique has become even more violent. Even cultivators of the same realm may not be able to withstand this blow. Seeing this scene, the disciples talked about it, their faces full of envy and admiration. Outside the secret realm, the witch was also surprised at the power of the dragon elephant prison suppressing technique. After learning from Yan Tianci, the witch also mastered this technique, but she found that no matter what she did, she could only achieve a small degree of success. It was extremely difficult to improve further. It seems that there are unexpected things in this secret realm. A sharp light flashed across the witch's cloudy eyes. After a whisper, she disappeared into the world, as if she had never appeared. Roar! Inside the secret realm, Yan Tianci kept roaring and screaming like a ferocious beast. The phantom of the god of war condensed from the pure divine body behind him exuded a monstrous and sharp aura. The Yentian sword appeared in his hand, and he swung the sword fiercely. The aura of a divine body passed through the sword light, and an endless ocean of spiritual power lingered on the sword body, turning into a sword shadow. In the eternal sky, a sharp breath vibrated in the space, and at this moment the air around seemed to be shattered. Boom! With a slash of sword, the terrifying sword shadow and air wave carried the monstrous sword energy and blasted towards Wan Longyuan. The latter's expression remained unchanged. The giant elephant dragon rushed out behind him, roared, and then collided with each other, erupting with an earth-shaking sound wave, stirring in the secret realm, and the entire Red Moon Blood Sea was stirred up with huge waves of several feet. Boom! After the attack, Yan Tianci's body exploded backwards and hit the ground hard, with smoke and blood all over his body. His breath was extremely weak, as if he was about to die at any time. Nothing more than that. Upon seeing this, Wan Longyuan retracted his palm, a hint of disdain flashing across his eyes. He originally thought that this son of God would be very powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so weak that he couldn't even take a palm from him. What a waste! Puff! Upon hearing this, Yan Tianci trembled all over, a mouthful of blood spurted out, his face became even paler, his breath flowed backwards, his eyes went black, and he fainted. Nangong Haotian had a calm expression. With a wave of his right hand, Yan Tianxi's figure disappeared into the secret realm. When the light disappeared, Yan Tianxi had already been lying in front of the witch. The latter had a gloomy face, knowing that the aura left on Yan Tianxi had been exposed. But what she was curious about was, since Nangong Haotian had already discovered it, why didn't he eliminate this aura, but instead allowed it to remain in the secret realm? Was it to lure me into the trap? The witch thought for a long time, sighed, and took the unconscious Yan Tianxi back to the bedroom. Yan Tianxi was seriously injured at this time, and his blood was backlashing. If he had not absorbed the essence of the Red Moon Blood Sea, he would have exploded and died long ago. Looking at Yan Tianxi, who was emitting the aura of the Red Moon Blood Sea, a hint of greed flashed in the witch's eyes. It was such a waste to let Yan Tianxi absorb such great power. But if he wants to continue this move, he can't die. The witch had to take a deep breath and suppress the greed in her heart. She took out a dark green pill, which was filled with rich vitality, but also had a hint of coldness. The witch laughed grimly. I spent a lot of effort to get this Wanda Shengji pill from a forbidden place. If you, my chess piece, don't behave yourself, don't blame me for being rude. As she spoke, the witch flicked her finger and the pill sank into Yan Tianxi's body. Then an endless breath of life bloomed in his limbs and bones, and the wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the last moment, a wisp of black mist broke out of his body and merged into Yan Tianxi's bone marrow. He closed his eyes and the breath in his body began to stabilize. It seems that I need to go to a secret place. She needed this Red Moon Blood Sea very much. If she absorbed it, her strength would be able to break through many levels. By that time, let alone these talented disciples, even the entire Nangong Holy Land would be unable to do anything to her. As he thought about it, the witch disappeared in the room. At the same time, all the Nangong disciples who came to the secret realm gained a lot and left the secret realm with a smile. Nangong Haotian was not in a hurry to leave, but sent a message to Gigu Huisher, asking him to come and guard the secret realm. If my guess is correct, the witch will come over to spy on this Red Moon Sea of Blood. You should test her strength and remember that it is better to admit defeat than to kill her. Yes. Gigu Huisher responded respectfully. After giving the instructions, Nangong Haotian turned around and disappeared into the secret realm. In a moment, the witch appeared at the entrance to the secret realm. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely not be able to enter this secret realm, but now she can enter the secret realm through that breath. Then her figure flashed, and the next second her body entered the secret realm. In front of her, an endless sea of blood and red moon was shimmering, emitting a cold and terrifying aura. Her face showed joy, and the greed in her eyes became even stronger. If one could absorb all of these powers, then escape from here to practice in seclusion, then after 100 years he would become a great being at the peak of the 9th level of the Great Tao, and would be able to dominate the entire Great Wilderness Divine Realm. By then, who in 9 out of 10 days would dare to disobey? The witch was laughing wildly, but suddenly a bright light flashed and blasted towards her. She reacted instantly, took a step forward, and dodged the murderous air wave. Who? She snorted coldly with murderous intent in her eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Gigu Huisher came over, holding a long whip, his eyes full of coldness. Anyone who trespasses into the Nangong secret realm will die. Hearing Gigu Huisher's words, the witch frowned slightly, and then sneered, who did I think he was? He was just a lackey of Nangong Holy Land. After hearing that your He Xiu Sect was destroyed by Nangong Haotian, he turned around and defected to Nangong Holy Land? 2 families with the surname New. The witch's voice was cold, and her words were full of contempt and sarcasm. Gigu Huisher had an unclear expression, and he just kept repeating, anyone who trespasses into the Nangong secret realm will be killed without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the whip in his hand towards the witch. Boom! The power of the whip shadow was vast and sharp, like the roar of a mad dragon, stirring up a cold and chilling aura, and rushing towards the witch to kill her. I've heard for a long time that the He Xiu Sect practices with the essence of women. Today I see that it's true. Seeing this cold and gloomy aura, the witch sneered. There was no fear in her eyes, as if this cold and gloomy power was vulnerable in front of her. Gigu Huisher looked indifferent and did not refute. When the whip shadow came crashing down, the witch slapped out with her palm. Spiritual power surged in Haren's palm, and the cold and gloomy energy in it was even purer, as if it was absorbed from hell. In an instant, the entire secret realm fell into endless coldness. Boom! Along with a muffled sound, two forces surged in the secret realm, turning into rolling air waves that even blew the boulders into pieces. For a moment, gravel rolled and the red moon blood sea roared and surged, creating waves several feet high. Crack! The palm shadow shattered, but the whip shadow showed no power at all. It pressed forward with a devastating force and overwhelming spiritual power. Seeing this, the witch smiled sinisterly, "Flower evil fan." As soon as she finished speaking, an extremely black fan appeared in her hand, emitting an evil and cold aura that froze the spiritual energy around it. Boom! With a wave of the fan, countless violent winds flashed up, and terrifying air waves surged throughout the entire secret realm, rolling fiercely and with tremendous momentum. The whip shadow was directly turned into powder under the mighty power, and a deafening collision sound was heard. After one strike, the two were evenly matched. The aura in the red moon blood sea bloomed, and the greed in the witch's eyes became more intense. Without thinking twice, she jumped into the red moon sea of blood. After feeling the endless power, her face suddenly changed. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Afterwards, the witch continued to absorb the essence of the red moon blood sea. She laughed wildly a few times, her eyes full of contempt and ridicule. "If you have the guts, come down and fight me." The witch knew that she could not use spiritual power in the red moon blood sea and could only fight with her martial body, and what she was most proud of was her martial body. Boom! Giguzi took a step forward and fell into the red moon sea of blood. Even though the mighty force was pressing down on him, he only groaned, his face unchanged, like a dead pool, without revealing any expression. Seeing this, the witch shouted angrily, "You're looking for death." Then he threw a punch. This punch did not contain any spiritual power. It affected his martial body and was powerful and strong. If it hit the target, even the emperor would be seriously injured. Boom! Gigu Huisher met the attack with a punch without any hesitation, and when the two fists collided, there was a sound like golden swords. Both of them took several steps back, and ripples of blood appeared on their bodies. Come again. After a few rounds, the witch realized that she was about to fall into a disadvantage, so she had to fight with all her strength, dragon elephant prison suppressing skill. As soon as she finished speaking, she started to practice her martial arts, and the phantoms of a dragon and an elephant appeared behind her. She then punched out, attracting the phantoms of the dragon and the elephant above, and pressed down towards Gigu Huisher. "You dare to play with the stolen skills in front of Nangong Holy Land? You are courting death." Giguzi Huisher had a ferocious look on his face, and he also used the dragon-elephant prison-suppressing technique. The two divine beasts appeared in the secret realm at the same time. They collided with each other with tremendous force, emitting a terrifying power, and their aura vibrated in the air. Wow! The aura rolled, and the surrounding red moon blood sea also erupted like a tsunami, gushing upwards. Giguzi Huisher's palm was even more powerful, knocking the witch back several meters away. The latter's breath was weak and her face had lost all color. She understood that if Gigu Huisher attacked again, even if she could escape by chance, she would definitely be seriously injured. No, I have to find a way to leave. Guiguhuasher saw that she wanted to escape. Although Nangong Haotian told him not to kill her, he couldn't just let her get away so easily. He swung the whip in his hand again, like a dragon emerging from the world, emitting supreme power, and rushed towards the witch. Seeing that the situation was not good, the witch had no choice but to use her last trick. Life or death depended on this trick. 3 coffins of the sky and the dark sky. The witch let out a low shout, and then her body shook. A surge of power gathered in her body like a surging sea, and then exploded in the next moment. An endless ocean of spiritual energy spread out and transformed into 3 coffins. This Tianin 3 coffins is my famous skill. I wonder if Elder Gigu can take it. The witch's eyes were bloodshot and her smile was cruel. There are 3 coffins in Tianin, namely human coffin, earth coffin and sky coffin. It took her nearly 100 years to cultivate the 3 Tianin coffins to perfection. Each coffin could exert a power that was enough to destroy the world, with aura rolling and murderous intent overflowing. Seeing this, Guiguhuasher no longer held back his strength, and the ocean of spiritual power in his body leaked out, turning into a dazzling light that hung eternally above the void. The rich purple light exuded the aura of death, as if it could cut through the void, making people tremble with fear. The art of annihilation. The 2 forces collided with each other, erupting with an aura that was powerful enough to destroy the world. The entire secret realm was shaking at this moment, and the terrifying aura of annihilation filled the entire secret realm. Even the great emperor could not withstand this terrifying power at this moment. See you later. After the attack, a wave of air rolled. The witch did not dare to stay here for long. Relying on the surging wave of air, she took a step forward and disappeared into the secret realm. Wow! When the air wave dissipated, Guiguhuasher was the only one left in the entire secret realm. It was a good performance. At this moment, Nangong Haotian's voice suddenly rang out. He had been observing here from beginning to end. Gentlemen. Seeing Nangong Haotian, Guiguhuasher spoke respectfully, with a hint of confusion in his eyes, and asked, "Sir, why didn't you let me keep her, but let her go? And why don't you investigate what the Son of God of the Kingdom did today?" Nangong Haotian smiled faintly, "I'm just too bored and want to play a game of cat and mouse. There must be someone else behind that witch. The Tianyan Divine Kingdom is also restless. If their monarch knew that the Son of God was seriously injured and the envoy was also hit hard, they would definitely attack the Nangong Holy Land." After hearing what Nangong said, Guiguhuasher suddenly realized, "Sir, do you want to wipe out the whole thing?" Nangong Haotian smiled but said nothing. "If we only bring out the Tianyan Divine Kingdom, how can we call it a one-pot victory?" The other side. The witch returned to her bedroom, her face pale and her blood surging. Guiguhuasher's attack had dealt her a heavy blow. If she was not a Tianin body, she would have definitely suffered the backlash. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Then he activated his dantian and continued to absorb the spiritual energy from the surroundings. After a while, he felt much better. As for Yen Tianxi beside him, his body was covered in blood and his breath was extremely weak. If he hadn't kept him alive, this piece of trash would have died at the hands of Wan Longyuan long ago. If the plan had not been completed, would have thrown you into the furnace long ago. The witch snorted coldly, with murderous intent in her eyes. But she also knew that Yen Tianxi could not die now. If he died, not only would everything she had done before come to naught, but she would also be held accountable. "Forget it, I'll bear with you for a while." Then the witch flipped her hand and a golden pill appeared in her palm. If an alchemy master saw this, he would definitely be shocked. Innate Xianhuang pill. It is an imperial-grade elixir made with the innate mysterious yellow energy and divine fire. Just one can drive countless people crazy. Puff! The imperial elixir fell into the hands of the witch, but the latter did not feel reluctant to let it go. She flicked her fingers, and a stream of light flashed, and the elixir went into Yan Tianxi's mouth. Afterwards, a stream of innate mysterious yellow energy spread out, flowing through his limbs and bones. The surging breath was like the yellow river bursting its banks, washing over his body. Immediately afterwards, there was a muffled bang, and a faint golden light enveloped Yan Tianxi's body. The atmosphere is ancient and vicissitudes of life. There are Buddhist chanting and fighting in the void in the ears. Not only has the backlash force subsided, but it can also be used for my own benefit. This immaculate divine body is quite interesting. Seeing this, the witch's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and she murmured to herself, "It's a pity that the Tao heart has collapsed and the devil seed has been planted." Even after being repaired by the innate Xianhuang Qi and the immaculate divine body, it will never be able to improve even a little bit. The devil in the heart of Tao is a big taboo for cultivators. Once the seeds are planted, the outcome is almost always obsession, a life worse than death. However, the witch didn't care about these things. He was just a tool of hers. As long as the task was completed, what did the life or death of the tool have to do with her? As for the Son of God of the Kingdom of God, it's just an empty position. Time passed slowly, and about 3 days later, Yan Tianxi woke up from his bed. He looked around, and there was a demonic aura rising from the depths of his eyes, which even he himself did not notice. The witch walked in from outside, and seeing Yan Tianxi wake up, she said coldly, "Today, the trial God Tower of Nangong Holy Land is open, and the Son of God can go and try it. Maybe you can get some good inheritance." Speaking of family background, even the entire Tianyan Divine Kingdom cannot compare to the Nangong Holy Land. Otherwise, why would the monarch of the Divine Kingdom allow the son of God of another country to come and practice the dragon-elephant prison suppression technique? Okay. Yan Tianxi nodded. After he woke up, he found that his strength seemed to have increased a lot, and there was a mysterious aura lingering in his body. He must have been the work of the witch. Feeling this mysterious aura, Yan Tianxi was filled with murderous intent and secretly vowed to tear Wan Longyuan into pieces. "Wan Longyuan, just wait for me." At this moment, the witch called Yan Tianxi, handed him a pill, and then whispered something in his ear. After hearing this, Yan Tianxi was shocked and turned to look at the pill in his hand. After considering for a long time, he accepted the pill as if he had made up his mind, and then left the bedroom. The Trial God Tower is a sacred artifact obtained by Nangong Haotian thousands of years ago. There was a time when he traveled around the world and collected a lot of rare treasures, which he put into this divine tower, set up countless formations, and named it the Trial Divine Tower. This is a divine tower specially prepared for the cultivation of disciples of Nangong Holy Land. The Trial God Tower stands in a desolate place in the Nangong Holy Land. The tower rises from the ground and soars into the clouds, as if connecting heaven and earth, exuding an ancient atmosphere, as if it had crossed the void from ancient times and was located here. Wow! At this moment, a hole of nothingness suddenly appeared in the void, and then Nangong Haotian's figure appeared in front of everyone. He looked around and said calmly, "This Trial God Tower is divided into 9 floors. You will get rewards every time you break through a floor. If you can reach the 9th floor, you will be baptized by the Great Tao." Avenue Baptism. Hearing these words, all the disciples of the Nangong Holy Land had burning eyes. Anyone who has experienced the baptism of the Great Tao can plant a mark of the Great Tao. When they break through the Emperor realm, the mark will bloom and transform into the energy of the Great Tao, becoming an Emperor of the Great Tao. And if one is already an Emperor, then he will directly become the Emperor of the Great Tao. But how difficult is the baptism of the Great Tao? Even in the entire Great Wilderness Divine Realm, there were only a few times when the Great Tao baptism occurred, but in a mere trial tower, as long as one could break through to the 9th floor, one could experience the Great Tao baptism. This is too horrible. Start now. At Nangong Haotian's command, the bodies of Nangong Yu, Nangong Junyi, Wan Longyuan and others turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the Trial God Tower in the blink of an eye. Although Yan Tianzi did not believe in the baptism of the Great Tao mentioned by Nangong Haotian, he would not miss it as long as he could gain benefits. So he also took a step forward and entered the Trial God Tower. Boom! Inside the Trial God Tower, Nangong Yu saw only nothingness when he entered. It was obvious that this was an independent space. It seemed that everyone would be teleported to a different space. She flipped her right hand and the purple smoke sword appeared in her hand. The sound of the sword echoed between heaven and earth. Boom! But at this moment, the entire void space began to tremble, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. The air was rolling, and a strong light shone in. Nangong Yu couldn't help but close his eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the scene in front of her shocked her greatly. An endless sea of fire filled the entire space, burning the sky and boiling the sea. The flames were blazing. Even though she had reached the level of the Great Tao Emperor, she still felt that the flames were extremely dangerous. The heaven-slaying sea of fire can burn the heaven. If you can comprehend its meaning, you can cultivate the heaven-slaying divine flame. And at this moment, a vicissitudes of life voice came close to Nangong Yu's ears. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene in front of him changed again. A unicorn evolved, its body having existed eternally in the sea of fire, standing tall and upright, with endless flames lingering all over its body. It let out a long roar, shaking the earth and the sky, and the entire void began to tremble. Seeing this scene, Nangong Yu was shocked and it took him a long time to calm down. Looking at the 10,000-foot-tall Qilin, Nangong Yu murmured softly, "What kind of existence is the ancestor?" The higher his cultivation level, the more terrifying he felt the ancestor was. Nangong Yu thought that the work before his eyes might have been done by the ancestor. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but take a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Since it was the ancestor's idea, he must want the younger generations of the Nangong family to grow into a towering tree. She must seize this opportunity. Bring it on! Nangong Yu shouted, and a crisp sound came from the purple smoke sword in his hand. His fighting spirit was unstoppable. His small body contained terrifying power. A gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, like a sword coming out of the world, revealing its sharpness. Roar! The Qilin seemed to have consciousness. With a roar, it stepped out with its 10,000-foot-long body. For a moment, the sky and the earth shook, and the whole world was trembling. Nangong's secret technique, a sword that overturns the sky. As soon as she finished speaking, the spiritual power in her body surged like a tide. A huge sword shadow intertwined from the sword body and rose up as the sword was swung out. The mighty sword shadow has been hanging in the sky since ancient times, and the green sword shadow is like a rainbow, stretching for thousands of miles. The sword shadows were overwhelming, and wherever they went, there were constant roars and the void collapsed. It crashed down on the Qilin like a falling galaxy. The light was dazzling, illuminating the entire world. The airwaves rolled, and the space of thousands of miles collapsed. The mighty sword shadow remained unstoppable. After a long time, the sword shadow dissipated. However, the Qilin still stood above, and the supreme pressure fell down, everything collapsed, and an endless sea of fire entangled her. Nangong Yu's expression suddenly changed, and he looked up to the sky and shouted, "Holy Sword, heavenly punishment." There are 9 types of Nangong's secret techniques. This was the second move she used. The endless ocean of spiritual energy surged again and transformed into a sword shadow, hovering above the void. The sword shadow was mighty and exuded a supreme aura. This sword is much more terrifying than the previous one. The power of the great Tao lingered around her body, surging from the sword shadow, shining brightly with golden light, like a shining star. Boom! An aura powerful enough to destroy the world slammed down upon the Qilin, and its enormous power spread out. The next moment, the entire void was shaking. The sea of fire dissipated, and the Qilin gradually disappeared with a roar. After the Qilin completely disappeared, endless void appeared in front of Nangong Yu again. Bang! The sound of a bell seemed to come from ancient times, entering Nangong Yu's ears and shaking his mind. First level, past. The same vicissitudes of life voice from before sounded again and fell into Nangong Yu's ears. Then, a hot breath appeared in front of her. The divine flame that kills the sky. Seeing this scene, she swallowed and forced herself to calm down. Wow! The next moment, before Nangong Yu could react, the heaven-slaying divine flame seemed to have intelligence and penetrated into her body. A hot breath spread out and surged through her body. But at this moment, another breath in her body also surged. Mysterious Yin energy. Nangong Yu has a Xianin body, which is the most Yin at the extreme, while the Zhu Tian divine flame belongs to the extremely Yang energy. Water and fire cannot coexist, and if they appear in her body together, she will definitely suffer the backlash of the two forces. Ah! The pain was like being bitten by thousands of ants, and she cried out in shock. Her originally delicate face now looked extremely hideous. Ice and fire. The two forces continued to devour her body, flickering, and her breath became somewhat erratic. Outside the tower, Nangong Haotian frowned slightly, looked towards the Trial God Tower, and said to himself, "I was negligent." As soon as he finished speaking, his body disappeared. By the time he made his next move, he was already inside the divine tower. Keep calm. Yes, ancestor. Fortunately, Nangong Haotian reminded her in time and Nangong Yu finally woke up temporarily. Wow! Then, Nangong Haotian flipped his right hand, and a stone appeared in his hand. If there were any powerful people from the Holy Land here at this moment, they would definitely be stunned with astonishment, because this seemingly ordinary stone is actually a colorful divine stone. Legend has it that this is a holy object left behind by a great god who repaired the sky. If one can understand the mystery contained within it, one can live as long as the sky. Nangong Haotian's eyes were dim, and he slapped the stone several times, with heavy palm shadows and rolling aura. Then, the stone fell in mid-air, emitting colorful light and endless holy power, illuminating the entire void. Puff! Along with a muffled sound, the colorful divine stone actually sank into Nangong Yu's body. This force seemed to have an extremely mysterious power that could restore the extremely Yin and Yang energies to calm. At this moment, it was filling Nangong Yu's body without interfering with each other. Boom! The next moment, a roar was heard, and endless spiritual power poured into her body like an infusion. The second level of Emperor. Nangong Haotian said slowly. A normal Dao Emperor could fight against opponents of several levels higher. Based on Nangong Yu's current cultivation and strength, he judged that an ordinary late-stage Emperor would probably not be her match. Only those who possess divine bodies or those who are in the late stage of the great Dao Emperor can be on par with him. After all, the boost that the heaven-slaying divine flame and the seven-colored divine stone brought to her was not a little bit. When the light faded, Nangong Yu had completely entered the second level of the Emperor realm. His whole body was filled with strength, as if he could shatter the void with just one punch. When I looked up, I found that Nangong Haotian had disappeared. Time passed, and several hours went by. Most of the disciples of Nangong Holy Land were unable to break through the first level, and those geniuses were eliminated after barely entering the second level. Nangong Yu and Nangong Sun Sheng, who were ranked first and second on the Earth list, persisted to the third level. When they got out, the power lingering around their bodies was also extremely terrifying. Both of them have shown signs of breaking through to the golden immortal realm. I believe it won't be long before they can compete for a place on the heavenly ranking. At this moment, light was still blooming in the Trial God Tower. Buzz! At this moment, a ray of light burst out from the Divine Tower. The fourth floor. Seeing this scene, someone exclaimed, his eyes full of shock. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone looked over. In the Trial God Tower, a ray of light burst out on the fourth floor, shaking in the air. After a moment, there seemed to be a Sanskrit chanting, and waves of air rolled in. I wonder who has entered the fourth floor. Nangong Sun Sheng couldn't help but sigh, his eyes full of envy. In the Trial God Tower, he gained a lot of benefits. If he could refine these thoroughly, he believed that he would be able to impact the heavenly ranking in just 1 month. The same was true for Nangong Yu standing beside her, with a pair of beautiful eyes gleaming with light. To be able to step onto the fourth floor of the God Tower, it must be the work of the saint. People were talking about it outside the Trial God Tower. Maybe it's Nangong Junyi. You know, he has an innate sword body and unlimited talent. Then it is possible that Wan Longyuan is the one who possesses the dragon vein. The dragon vein exists from eternity. With such a talent, even Nangong Junyi and Nangong Yu have to avoid him. There was a lot of noise outside, and the arguments were getting louder. Despite the competition, everyone is happy in their hearts, because no matter who the genius of the Nangong family is, there is a great possibility that he will become a person who has achieved enlightenment in the future. Hey, what do you think? Could it be the Son of God from the Kingdom of God? As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked solemn and was unwilling to discuss this possibility. In the Trial God Tower on the other side, Yen Tianzi broke into the fourth level in one fell swoop with his immaculate divine body and innate Xianhuang Qi. The endless void was filled with rolling thunder, and the roar of thunder burst out, shocking his mind. The fourth level, I wonder what rewards there will be on this level. A hint of greed flashed across Yen Tianzi's eyes. When he was at the first level, he obtained the complete innate Xianhuang Qi, which completely repaired the backlash of his martial body, making his body more pure and mysterious, and his realm also broke through to the second level. On the second and third floors, he successively obtained a small world and a mysterious martial arts method. No matter which one of these is taken out, it can make the entire great wilderness divine realm tremble. Thinking of this, he was looking forward to the fourth level of the Trial God Tower even more, wondering what rewards there would be on this level. Boom! But at this moment, an endless sea of thunder condensed from the sky and turned into a giant thunder dragon. Thunder and lightning intertwined in its eyes, and countless thunders roared between its breaths. Roar! A dragon roared, shaking in the void. The thunder dragon was so tall and mighty that it blocked out the sky and the sun. It rushed towards Yen Tianzi, destroying the heaven and earth wherever it went. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. Yen Tianzi looked fearless as he activated the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Technique. The ocean of spiritual energy in his body was as surging as the sea. Behind him, phantoms of a dragon and an elephant appeared and circled in the air. Amidst the roars of the elephants and the howls of the dragons, the two divine beasts entangled with each other and roared towards the thunder dragon together. After the baptism of the divine tower, his understanding of the dragon elephant prison suppressing art has become much deeper, and with just one palm, he can unleash power that is no weaker than that of a late-stage emperor. Boom! Then, the two forces collided head-on, a deafening roar broke out, and endless power vibrated in all directions. The entire empty space was filled with overwhelming spiritual energy. Thunder rumbles, the ocean surges, it's like the end of the world. Boom! But this force was too terrifying. It hit Yan Tianci, causing him to retreat thousands of feet before he could barely stand. His clothes were torn, covered in blood, and his face was extremely pale. Call! Yan Tianci took a deep breath, the greed in his eyes did not diminish, and he grinned, heavenly flame divine sword. As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword appeared in his hand, and a hot aura lingered around his body, like a volcanic eruption. An endless sea of fire intertwined and shook above the void. 3 heaven and earth styles, slashing the sky and destroying the earth. He let out a low shout, and the ocean of spiritual energy in his body lingered above the sea of fire, flowing out from the sword body and transforming into a sword shadow that hovered in the air forever. Above the sword shadow, the blazing flame burned everything, the power was astonishing, and the void seemed to be burned. Boom! With a swing of the sword, the 10,000 feet long sword shadow was like a falling galaxy, emitting endless dazzling morning light. The light was overwhelming, like crushing dead trees and rotten ears. Wherever it went, the air collapsed, and the entire space seemed to be split into 2. Wow! The mighty sword shadows came, and the endless sword brilliance intertwined together, filling the sky with light. It seemed that the whole world was left with only dazzling brilliance and nothing else. Boom! A shocking sound rang out, and the thunder dragon roared angrily. The ocean of thunder above the sky rolled like a volcano about to erupt, and turned into a huge palm shadow, covering the sky and the sun, enveloping it. The palm shadow was so powerful that it destroyed everything in its path. The palm shadow collided with the sword shadow and was unstoppable, but in a blink of an eye, the sword shadow turned into powder and disappeared into the endless void. Don't want. In Yan Tianci's eyes, the palm shadow was getting bigger and bigger. He exclaimed, his eyes full of fear. Boom! The palm shadow attacked him, and he closed his eyes in fear. When he opened them again, he found that his body appeared outside the Trial God Tower. Is it the Son of God from the Kingdom of God? Someone exclaimed, pointing at Yan Tianci. At the same time, the light on the 4th floor of the Divine Tower dimmed, and everyone was sure that this was the Son of God from the Kingdom of God. I didn't expect this guy to have such a terrifying talent. Although Yan Tianci failed to pass the level, the disciples of Nangong Holy Land did not laugh at him. Instead, they showed a rare look of admiration. Although they disliked the arrogance of the Son of God, their envy and admiration for his talent and strength did make them admire him. After hearing the discussion of the disciples of Nangong Holy Land, Yan Tianci's restless mood eased a lot. He then looked up at the Divine Tower, his expression still proud. I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you are not as powerful as me. Yan Tianci didn't care at all that this was Nangong Holy Land. He laughed out loud, and his joking words fell into the ears of the disciples of Nangong Holy Land. Upon hearing this, their faces all changed. The emotional ones even wanted to rush forward and attack, but were stopped. What do you mean by that? What? Did I say something wrong? Yan Tianci glanced at them with contempt on his face. If you are really capable, go to the 5th floor, or defeat me. Yan Tianci continued to provoke. The strongest of this group of minions in front of him is only at the Golden Immortal Realm, while he is at the 2nd level of Emperor Venerable, and he also has the heavenly profound yellow chi. This group of people are not strong enough for him to practice on. Although the disciples of Nangong Holy Land were very angry, they were too lazy to waste words with him and just waited quietly. Time passed slowly, and about half a minute later, a ray of light suddenly burst out from the 4th floor of the Trial God Tower. The 4th level. A disciple from my Nangong Holy Land has entered the 4th level. This time it must be Nangong Yu. Saint Maiden, you must work harder and give this son of God a slap in the face. As the voices gathered, Yen Tianci frowned, opened his eyes, and saw the light blooming on the fourth floor of the divine tower. His face couldn't help but darken. He thought to himself, so what if I've reached the fourth level? I don't believe you can defeat the thunder dragon on the fourth level. Yen Tianci's face was gloomy. He didn't believe that Nangong Yu was qualified to challenge the fourth level. Wow! At this moment, a ray of light burst out from the fourth floor of the Trial God Tower again. Someone else has entered the fourth floor. Seeing this, Yen Tianci also became a little uneasy. If someone stepped into the fourth level, he could still accept it, but now. Yen Tianci's face was cold, his fists were clenched, and murderous intent lingered in his eyes. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the fourth layer of light lit up again and lasted for a long time before ending. Ha ha ha! So many people have entered the fourth level. It looks like my Nangong Holy Land is going to produce countless dragons. At this moment, a disciple from Nangong Holy Land laughed loudly, his expression full of joy, as if he was the one who stepped into the fourth level. I just wonder if the face of the Son of God of the Divine Kingdom hurts. Someone looked at Yen Tianci and spoke with a sneer. Snort. Yen Tianci snorted coldly, so what if we have entered the fourth level? The Thunder God Kingdom is not something that ants like them can handle. But as soon as he finished speaking, his face froze. I saw that the fifth level of light was blooming brightly in everyone's eyes. Yen Tianci's expression changed in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief, and he shook his head violently. Impossible, how could they defeat the Thunder Dragon? This is impossible. Looking at Yen Tianci, who was almost going crazy, the disciples of Nangong Holy Land looked extremely relieved. Wow! At this time, the light of the fifth level bloomed again, and someone else stepped into the fifth level. Seeing this scene, the entire Nangong Holy Land became excited. Although they didn't know what rewards these floors would have, the rewards for the first and second floors alone were enough to benefit them greatly. Even if someone could step onto the ninth floor and be baptized by the avenue. That's even more terrifying. I do not believe. Some are happy while others are sad. The happier the disciples of Nangong Holy Land are, the crazier Yen Tianci becomes. His eyes are bloodshot and his face looks a little hideous. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, the disciples of Nangong Holy Land were even happier. These days, Tian Yen Tianci was extremely arrogant and did not take them seriously, but the Holy Lord had ordered that they should not disrespect him, so they could only swallow their anger. Now, these are the backlashes that Yen Tianci deserves. Son of God, please forgive our ignorance, but I wonder if the genius of our Nangong Holy Land can enter the sixth level? At this time, a disciple of Nangong Holy Land asked with a smile on his face and a playful expression. Puff! Hearing these words, Yen Tianci's heart was slightly shaken, his face turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Ha ha ha! Seeing that Yen Tianci's mind was unstable, the disciples of Nangong Holy Land laughed even more happily. Some people even said directly, "Keep vomiting, the amount you are vomiting is too little." The Tianyan Divine Kingdom is just a small piece of land, yet it wants to act so arrogantly in my Nangong Holy Land? How ridiculous! As the sarcastic voices came one after another, Yen Tianci felt dizzy, as if his heart was cracked, and there was a roar in his ears. It took a while for the sound to subside. Nangong Haotian, who was far away, saw all of this, but he did not say anything to stop it. In his eyes, Yen Tianci was just courting his own death. Since he had received the benefits, he should learn to behave himself instead of showing off everywhere and annoying others. If they don't slap you in the face now, whose face should they slap? After all, he is just a pawn of the person behind the scenes. Just as Nangong Haotian thought, the witch in the dark saw this scene and her face became extremely gloomy. This useless thing. The witch's eyes were filled with anger, and her greed became even stronger. Although she didn't know what kind of divine object Yen Tianzi had obtained in the Trial God Tower, judging from his aura of breaking through to the second level, he must have grasped some opportunity. Even if he was not a pawn, the witch would refine him and then take the opportunity he had obtained. Boom! At this moment, a breath of air rose into the sky, and by the time everyone reacted, an earth-shaking light burst out from the 6th floor of the Trial God Tower. Boom! The next moment, golden clouds appeared above the sky, and a sound like the sound of a bell from the avenue resounded in everyone's mind, with Sanskrit chanting and auspicious signs descending from the sky. Buzz! Afterwards, a pure breath filled the air again, and everyone felt as if they were sublimated. The realm barrier was broken, and some cultivators directly sat down cross-legged to break through. Even the witch in the dark felt at this moment that there was a pure breath swirling in her body, filling her limbs and bones. Breakthrough. The witch was delighted. She didn't expect that this aura could help her break through the realm barrier and reach the 5th level of the Emperor realm. It seems that I still need to thank this Nangong Holy Land. After the joy, the witch's mouth curled up and a cruel look appeared in her eyes. Now that it has passed, the plan should be implemented. She must get a glimpse of the secrets of Nangong Holy Land. Buzz! At this time, the light of the divine tower bloomed again. The next moment, everyone's faces changed in shock and they gasped. Someone has entered the 6th floor. Trial God Tower, countless opportunities. It's hard to imagine what kind of opportunities you can get by stepping into the 6th level. Yen Tianzi's face looked even uglier, with madness in his eyes. No. Impossible, it must be fake. How can their talents in the Nangong Holy Land be more terrifying than mine? It must be fake, you are all lying to me. Yen Tianzi suddenly laughed wildly, his face turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Everyone looked at him with pity, as if they were looking at a clown. At the same time, in the Trial God Tower. Is this the 6th floor? Nangong Yu came to a mysterious space. This place is surrounded by mountains and water, and is like a painting in ink painting. It is very different from the previous space, which surprised her a little. I just don't know what kind of challenges and opportunities there will be here. You know, the opportunities in the previous few levels helped her improve her strength a lot. Boom! While I was thinking, a voice came. The void trembled, the sun and the moon appeared together, emitting dazzling light. This world contains the true meaning of all things. If you can comprehend it, you can become a saint and an emperor. The sound of the Tao spans eternity and resonates above the void. Become a saint and an emperor. Hearing this, Nangong Yu was startled, and a hint of heat flashed across her beautiful eyes. The laws of the universe are inherently mysterious. Becoming a saint and an emperor is even more difficult than ascending to heaven. It is hard to imagine what kind of energy this space contains. Retracting his thoughts, Nangong Yu began to comprehend. In front of us, there is clear lake water and endless mountains. The sound of birds singing is endless. The endless breath of life blows towards you, refreshing your heart. Angry. Nangong Yu spoke softly, as if her mind was opened up by something. At this time, a faint green aura lingered around his body, and endless vitality, like a surging lake, poured into Nangong Yu's body. Boom boom boom. At the same time, a roar sounded in the sky. The road was paved, and golden auspiciousness broke through the void and enveloped Nangong Yu. Countless mythical beasts transformed, and divine lotuses blossomed, emitting a holy aura. Boom! A strange phenomenon appeared, and vast spiritual power poured into Nangong Yu's body like an ocean. With the irrigation of spiritual power, her realm is constantly breaking through. The peak of the second level of Emperor. The early stage of the second level of Emperor. The peak of the second level of Emperor. After a long time, Nangong Yu's realm stabilized at the peak of the fourth level of the Emperor. Only one step away from entering the fifth level of Emperor realm. Taking a deep breath, Nangong Yu's beautiful eyes slowly opened and closed, with a gleam of brilliance flashing in them. It vibrated above the void, as if it could tear the sky and split the earth. The avenue roared, and all things came to life. The holy eyes of the great Tao. At this time, the previous voice came again, rumbling. As soon as the words fell, golden light suddenly burst out from Nangong Yu's eyes. In his eyes, all things are full of vitality, divine lotuses bloom, and the breath is endless. At a glance, it seems that the cycle of all things has quietly passed. Such a majestic power. Nangong Yu took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. This power was too terrifying, she felt vaguely. His martial body cannot withstand such force. If he uses the power of the holy eyes of the great Tao, he will probably explode and die. Nangong Yu believed that in order to use the great Tao Saint Eyes, one would need to be at least at the peak of the ninth level of the Emperor realm. Even saints. Boom. Without all life, the world began to collapse. Nangong Yu did not stay any longer and prepared to attack the seventh floor. But the next moment, her expression changed. A force enveloped her body, making it impossible for her to move at all, and her pretty face suddenly changed. Wow! Then, a strong light enveloped her, and when she opened her eyes again, she found that she was already outside the Trial God Tower. Lady Saint. Seeing Nangong Yu appear, Nangong Junyi and Wan Longyuan walked over. Nangong Yu nodded and said, "You all have been leaked?" Yes. Nangong Junyi spoke and told them about his experience. It seems that you have gained a lot in the God Tower. At this time, Nangong Haotian came over, his eyes fell on Nangong Yu, and a rare look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Every level of the Trial God Tower has randomly generated scenes and opportunities. The strength of challenges and opportunities are determined by the warrior's own talent and strength. Nangong Yu was able to pass the test of the holy eyes of the great Tao on the sixth level. Even the most arrogant and proud geniuses might not be able to achieve such talent. Ancestor. Seeing Nangong Haotian appear, several people spoke in unison, their eyes full of admiration. It was Nangong Haotian who gave them such talent and strength. Without Nangong Haotian, they wouldn't be where they are today. You have all just broken through to a new realm. Take a good rest and stabilize your realm. Nangong Haotian said calmly. Yes. After hearing this, several people spoke in unison. At this moment, a harsh voice sounded, "Nangong Yu, I want to challenge you." As soon as the words fell, the entire Nangong Holy Land fell silent. Then there was a burst of laughter, and all the cultivators looked at Yen Tianci with sarcastic smiles on their faces. Challenge the saint? How ridiculous. Nangong Yu frowned as well. Although she didn't know how Yen Tianci restored his martial body, he also broke through to the peak of the second level of the Emperor realm. But if it were just these, he would not be able to defeat her. Why, you don't dare. Seeing that Nangong Yu didn't say anything, Yen Tianci sneered with disdain in his eyes. He now possesses the complete innate Xianhuang Qi and has unparalleled combat power. He wants to challenge Nangong Yu and trample on the majesty of the Nangong Holy Land. He, does the saint need to take action herself to deal with trash like you? Wan Longyuan took a step forward and spoke coldly. It just so happened that he had gained a lot of insights in the Divine Tower and was worried about not having a whetstone. I was careless last time. Seeing Wan Longyuan, Yen Tianci's heart trembled, and he secretly stepped back a few steps. He calmed himself down and said coldly, "Today, I will let you experience the power of this Son of God." As soon as he finished speaking, the sky flame sword appeared, and a blazing sword light emanated from it, with a momentum that seemed to have the power to tear the sky apart and split the earth. Just as Wan Longyuan was about to make a move, Nangong Junyi came over and said calmly, "This time, let me do it." As soon as the words fell, the holy heavenly spirit sword appeared in his hand. The holy light bloomed and fell on the void. The air around it twisted together like cloth, and was cut into pieces, turning into holes of nothingness. No one can be a match for this Son of God. Yen Tianzi spoke coldly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The Tianyan divine sword in his hand exuded a terrifying aura, and a cold sword shadow surged from the sword. 3 heaven and earth styles, slashing the sky and destroying the earth. The blazing sword shadow was ancient and sharp, surging in the air, and blasting towards Nangong Junyi. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Nangong Junyi's expression remained unchanged. He swung his sword and an endless ocean of spiritual power rose up, covering the void. Countless sword shadows condensed and pressed towards the ground like a rain of swords. Boom! Then, the two forces collided, and an earth-shaking sound wave erupted. The breath rolled like a tsunami, exploding in all directions. A column of light rose from the ground, and the surrounding land shattered. After one strike, both of them retreated explosively. Yen Tianzi looked pale, his blood was surging in his body, his blood was flowing backwards, and his face was hideous. On the other hand, Nangong Junyi's face looked calm, as if he had not suffered any harm. "Come again." Yen Tianzi let out a low roar, murderous intent rolled in his eyes, waves of energy intertwined, and the ocean of spiritual energy surged endlessly. The aura of the Emperor Realm shook the void as he waved the sky flame divine sword in his hand. The sky is full of sword beams and the void is eternal. 3 styles of heaven and earth, 9 revolutions sword God. As soon as the words fell, the endless ocean of spiritual energy transformed into 9 sword shadows and condensed in the void. Every sword shadow exudes a power that is enough to destroy the world. Boom! One of the sword shadows came down with overwhelming force. The sword shadow was as vast as the sea. Wherever it went, the air was completely annihilated, the void collapsed, the sun and the moon sank, and the mountains and rivers turned upside down. Countless strange phenomena occurred in the heaven and earth, and Yen Tianzi laughed grimly. These 3 styles of heaven and earth are the unique skills of the Tianyan divine kingdom. His father could even unleash a force that was strong enough to kill an emperor in the late stage. Boom! The 1,000-foot-long sword shadows covered the sky and the sun. The mighty power came from all directions like a falling galaxy. The light was so bright that the whole world was filled with dazzling white light. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. Nangong Junyi retracted the holy heavenly spirit sword, activated the ocean of spiritual power in his body, and then punched out. Behind him, the shadows of a dragon and elephant rose from the ground and their bodies stepped through the void. The elephant's trunk rolled, and the void around it shattered. Endless pressure was like stars falling from the earth, and the space of thousands of feet was twisted together. Roar! Amidst the roars of elephants and dragons, the 2 divine beasts stomped on the void, and everything was annihilated wherever they passed. Boom! The next moment, the 2 forces collided with each other, causing a deafening sound. The sword shadow instantly shattered, turned into powder, and disappeared into the void. "Come again!" Yen Tianzi shouted, and the 8 sword shadows that had been hanging in the void for eternity fell like meteorites. The airwaves rolled, tearing through the sky, and smashed towards the dragon and elephant shadows with tremendous power. Boom! The phantom of the dragon and elephant emitted a golden light, like a divine shield, blocking the sword's shadow. As the divine shield shattered, the sword's shadow disappeared again. Ah! Seeing this scene, Yan Tianzi went completely crazy. His face was twisted and extremely ferocious, and he roared, "I want you to die. 9-turn sword god, kill." Amid the roar, the remaining 7 sword shadows fell directly down with supreme power and an aura that was enough to destroy the world. The entire air was pierced, the heaven and earth shook, the mountains and rivers collapsed, and the ground beneath the feet revealed bottomless ravines. Boom! A sound like thunder rang out, and with overwhelming force, it rushed towards the phantom of the dragon and elephant like a rotten wood. "Come on!" Nangong Junyi also shouted, with light shining in his eyes. The phantom of the dragon elephant roared, walked into the air, and swept up the aura around it. The entire space twisted together and then shattered completely. Boom! Afterwards, the dragon elephant phantom and the 7 sword shadows collided with each other, and a shape like a mushroom cloud rose directly into the sky. Enveloping this world, the aura rolls, as if connecting the entire heaven and earth. Endless power emanated, the terrifying force was like a raging ocean wave, the void trembled, the mountains and rivers turned upside down, the sky was filled with spiritual energy that engulfed it and enveloped the entire sky, and for a moment the world became dark. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone gasped, their eyes filled with shock. They didn't expect that these 2 people could burst out such terrifying power. The terrifying power poured down like a waterfall. Vibrating above the void, the rolling power roared in this world, and the air was like cloth, being torn directly apart. Boom! After the attack, Yan Tianzi's figure retreated wildly, crossing the void of 10,000 meters before he could barely stand. He took a deep breath, his face turned slightly pale, and anger was mixed in his eyes. On the other hand, although Nangong Junyi also retreated 100 feet, his figure remained unchanged, his aura was calm, he raised a sword and stood on one hand. Snort! Yan Tianzi sneered, murderous intent surged in his heart, and the spiritual power in his body rolled like an ocean, covering the void. Endless pressure spread out, like the end of the world. Burning sky and sea of fire. Accompanied by a roar, Yan Tianzi took a step forward, his figure landed in the void, and then he slapped out with his palm. Boom! In the void, a sea of fire spread out, covering the entire world. A palm shadow that covered the sky and the sun condensed from the sea of fire. In an instant, countless air shattered, space was annihilated, and all living things were devastated. Innate Xianhuang Qi, come out. As he spoke again, a golden aura suddenly emanated from Yan Tianzi's body. Like a chain, it lingered in the palm shadow, and endless breath irrigated it. The palm shadow expanded again, and the next moment, the whole world seemed to be filled with that palm shadow. This is interesting. Nangong Junyi narrowed his eyes slightly, raised the corners of his mouth, and chuckled. Then, the holy heavenly spirit sword in his hand made an impassioned sword sound. A holy aura lingered above the sword, and then behind him, 3 golden Buddhas appeared and chanted in Sanskrit. The divine lotus blossomed, and the surging spiritual power was like surging sea water, condensing on the holy heavenly spirit sword. Then, a sword was swung out. The sword's shadow that is 10,000 feet long, breaks through the eternity, passes through the void, and comes across. Wherever it went, space shattered, the void roared, and everything seemed to be turned to dust. Boom boom boom. If the sound of divine punishment is sounded, golden light will entwine on the sword shadow, and the Buddha's head will appear. The unstoppable momentum will crush everything in its path, and it will collide with the palm shadow that covers the sky and the sun. Boom! Immediately afterwards, an earth-shaking sound was heard, and the whole world fell into endless trembling. The endless void collapsed directly, the mountains in this world turned into nothingness, the sea water turned upside down, and turned into white mist rising in the air. The earth-shaking air wave rolled over, breaking through the void, like a raging ocean wave, stirring in the entire space. It took a long time to dissipate. Call. The rolling air waves were extremely fierce and hit Yan Tianxi's body. The latter flew out like a falling meteor, cutting through the sky, covered in blood, looking horrible to the sight. In the dark, the witch saw this, frowned, and snorted coldly, "Waste. Well, let me lend a hand." With a leisurely sigh, endless greed flashed across the witch's eyes. As she finished speaking, she clasped her hands together, with bright light flowing between her fingertips. She whispered softly, as if chanting an ancient spell, and a mysterious and vicissitudes of life purple aura lingered from her. The purple air turned into flowing light and sank into Yan Tianxi's heart of Tao. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a huge aura like the sea burst out from Yan Tianxi. He roared towards the sky, his face was extremely ferocious, and his body was surrounded by dark demonic energy. After a long time, Yan Tianxi's body returned to normal. He raised his head suddenly, and a bloodthirsty light burst out from his dark eyes, like an ancient ferocious beast that was choosing its prey. Just one glance was enough to make people shudder. Dao Heart Demon Seed? Nangong Haotian let out a light exclamation and looked up into the void. I didn't expect this witch to be so cruel and plant the seed of evil in Yan Tianxi's heart. As long as the Dao Heart Demon Seed is planted in one's heart, one will become possessed and become a demon beast that only knows how to kill. However, when the breath calms down, the backlash force of the Dao Heart Demon Seed will directly devour the master, and finally turn into a ball of desolate power and disappear between heaven and earth. Fight, you can show your greatest value now, don't let me down. In the void, the witch smiled greedily. This power of desolation was what she really wanted. The Dao Heart Demon Seed may seem terrifying, but planting it in the Dao heart of a cultivator, especially a great emperor, is almost as difficult as ascending to heaven. Yan Tianxi had been extremely arrogant throughout his life, and it was natural that cracks would appear in his heart after suffering such a blow in the Nangong Holy Land. It was also because of this that the witch had the opportunity to take advantage of the situation and plant the Taoist devil seed in Yan Tianxi. And the complete innate Xianhuang Qi. If I can obtain these two, and then remain in seclusion for another 1,000 years, when I come out, maybe I will become the legendary saint. By then, that old thing won't be able to do anything to me anymore. Thinking of this, the witch suddenly laughed wildly, murderous intent filled her eyes, and this terrible power surged throughout her body. Roar! Devoured by the Dao Heart Demon Seed, Yan Tianxi was completely transformed into a ferocious beast that only knew how to kill. The next moment, the whole body pounced forward, the rolling force was like a huge wave, and the entire space was twisted together. But in an instant, Yan Tianxi rushed over, carrying an overwhelming momentum, and pressed towards Nangong Junyi. Ah! Nangong Junyi snorted coldly, his eyes full of fearlessness, and threw a punch. His powerful fist was filled with fierce power. Nangong Junyi was born with a sword body, his body was as hard as a divine sword, he was fearless and swung his fist to collide with it. Yan Tianxi clenched his hand into a fist, and all the spiritual energy around him was absorbed, forming a golden fist mark around Yan Tianxi's right fist, which blasted towards Nangong Junyi. In an instant, Nangong Junyi released the three most powerful defensive techniques: Light Spirit Shield, Body Protection Technique, and 8 Desolate Sword Formation. Boom! Finally, as Yan Tianxi's power continued to increase, Nangong Junyi's defense finally collapsed. He punched in the air. Puff puff. 3 mouthfuls of blood spurted out of Nangong Junyi's mouth, and his face was as pale as paper. Yan Tianxi controlled the killing formation, and huge dark purple lights came towards Nangong Junyi. Nangong Junyi looked fearless. He roared and the spiritual power in his body surged out, transforming into a spiritual power shield that lingered around his body. Boom! Countless rays of light, with sharp aura and mighty momentum, slammed onto the shield. In an instant, the spiritual shield collapsed, Nangong Junyi's face changed, and he drew his sword to resist. But the power was too terrifying. Nangong Junyi was like a grasshopper and was knocked back by the huge light. Boom! At this moment, a figure fell down and slapped out with a palm, blocking the killing move of the killing formation. Ancestor! Nangong Junyi's face lit up with joy and he wanted to stand up to greet him, but he was seriously injured and could not move. Nangong Junyi, let me lend you the holy heavenly spirit sword. Nangong Haotian glanced at him and said. Nangong Junyi said, and pulled out the holy heavenly spirit sword that was stuck in the ground. Bang! Nangong Junyi lost his balance and fell to the ground. Nangong Haotian waved his right hand, and a clear force was transmitted into Nangong Junyi's body. Nangong Haotian held the sword in one hand and chanted. The spiritual sword originated from the ancient times and returned to the primeval world. Those who hold the holy heavenly spirit sword can kill all living things in the world and slaughter all the bad people in the world. Holy heaven sword, giving birth to all things, devouring the 9 extremes, ruling the world, holy heaven sword art, killing the world. Nangong Haotian suddenly paused, and then continued, holy heaven sword style, the first style, holy soul sword shadow. Suddenly, thunder and lightning rumbled in the sky, shooting around continuously, and slowly swallowed up the entire sky. The holy heavenly spirit sword was also constantly absorbing the power of thunder and lightning and transforming it into spiritual power, forming holy soul sword shadows around it. Several feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet. As time went by, the shadow of Shengtian's sword gradually grew larger, until it reached a height of 10,000 feet, then it slowly stopped. Gudong. Nangong Junyi swallowed his saliva, his eyes widened, and his mouth was opened so wide that 3 eggs could fit in it. Boom! A giant sword shadow of 10,000 feet long slammed towards the killing formation, and the powerful force directly destroyed the killing formation. Boom! The aftermath of waves emitted by the holy heaven sword shadow directly shattered half of the space. It can be seen how powerful this attack is. After a long time, wait for the dust to settle. Yen Tianzi was already a bloody mess, his voice was extremely weak, and his tone was full of resentment. You Nangong Holy Land, all of you must die, cough cough. Witches, please kill them. Although he was seriously injured, he was not killed by the holy heaven sword shadow. Ah! Nangong Haotian looked indifferent as he swung out a sword. The sword light burst out, cut through the void, and fell down. Bang! As the sound rang out, Yen Tianzi exploded and died, turning into a ball of blood mist and dissipating in the void. Nangong Haotian looked indifferent, as if he had just stepped on an ant to death, calm and composed. Pa, pa, pa. At this moment, applause suddenly rang out, and the witch's figure crossed the sky and appeared in front of everyone. She had a smile on her face and her hoarse voice was piercing. Ancestor Nangong is indeed the star of disaster as those people call him. His strength is indeed extraordinary. Without much thought, we all know that those people the witch mentioned are from the holy palace of the divine realm. Speaking of which, there has been no movement from the holy pavilion of the divine realm for almost a month. If the witch hadn't mentioned it, Nangong Haotian would have almost forgotten about them. It's just that Yen Tianzi is the son of God of my kingdom of God. If you, Nangong Holy Land, kill him like this, it will be difficult for an old woman like me to report to the authorities. The witch had a smile on her face, her eyes fixed on the power of desolation and the innate mysterious yellow energy, her eyes full of greed. Seeing this, Nangong Haotian sneered, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said nothing. Then, the witch continued, "How about this? Let me take this great power and the innate Xianhuang Qi and hand it over to the monarch of the kingdom of God. This will be considered as my mission accomplished." As soon as the words fell, the entire Nangong Holy Land fell silent. An aura no weaker than that of a witch filled the air, and they stared at the latter. If the witch made any move, they would kill her without hesitation. Call. An oppressive atmosphere permeated the Nangong Holy Land. Even though the witch had the cultivation level of the 5th level of the Emperor, she still felt a sense of indifferent pressure at this moment. Take a deep breath and force yourself to calm down. The corners of his mouth curved up, and he said calmly, "In that case, I will take these back." Having said this, the witch's figure passed by, wanting to take the power of desolation and the innate mysterious yellow energy into her pocket. Wow! At this moment, a ray of light cut through the void and cut off the witch's outstretched arm. The witch's expression suddenly changed, her chest heaved, and anger rose in her eyes. At their level, regenerating dead flesh and reconnecting broken legs is just a matter of a moment. However, this kind of shame will be remembered for a lifetime. Don't go too far. The witch spoke in a cold voice, and the aura of the 5th level of the Emperor burst out, and the power shook the void. In the midst of shock and anger, she had already found a way to escape. Nangong Holy Land was no longer as bad as she had imagined. Even the number of its most talented disciples was unknown. There are also many powerful emperors, not to mention the great Tao Emperor and the Nangong ancestor whose strength is unfathomable. Thinking of this, the space ring emitted a ray of light, absorbing the two forces into it. Then all the spiritual power in his body burst out, and his body was like lightning and thunder, reaching extreme speed. With a whistling sound, it fled into the void. Can you escape? Nangong Haotian raised his eyes, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he waved his right hand. The holy heavenly spirit sword in his palm shot into the void like a crossbow. The speed of the spirit sword was extremely fast. It pierced through the void, making a series of roaring sounds. However, in the blink of an eye, it pierced through the witch's body, causing her to explode and die with blood all over her body. When the emperor fell, his blood turned into a bloody rain, spreading between heaven and earth. Buzz! And at this moment, something strange happened. A crack in the void tore through the sky, and a palm covering the sky and the sun appeared in front of everyone. Exuding a supreme aura, he grasped the two forces and then disappeared into the void. Although the palm has disappeared, the power still exists between heaven and earth. The Holy Land shook and the avenue roared. It was not until Nangong Haotian took action to smooth out the cracks in space that the aura that was powerful enough to destroy the world was calmed down. After a long time, everyone still didn't calm down. Just a palm shadow made them so nervous. If the real body appeared in the world, they would probably not be a match for the owner of the palm even if they attacked together. Hiss! Thinking of this, everyone's eyes changed in shock and they took a breath of cold air. You know, they are all powerful emperors, and some of them have even broken through the avenue and created the laws of the avenue, but in that aura, they are still like ants. I'm afraid only the legendary saints can do this. I can give you whatever you want, and I hope you won't let me down, otherwise I will be unhappy. Looking at the calm void, Nangong Haotian's expression was as indifferent as water. If he had wanted to, not only would he have been able to keep the hand, but also its owner. But if it were just that, it would be too boring, so Nangong Haotian allowed this person to take away these two forces. Nangong Haotian speculated that if these two forces were completely refined, they should be able to withstand the power of several of his palms, which was quite good. At the same time, in a holy secret place. The grey cave was filled with the gloomy power of desolation, and a figure in purple clothes was sitting on a cushion. In front of her, several crystal balls were suspended in the air, emitting an earth-shaking aura, as if they were nourishing something, and waves were heard in the surrounding void. Boom! His eyes suddenly opened and closed, waves of air in the void vibrated, and space disintegrated. This desolate power and the innate mysterious yellow energy have saved me a lot of time. The figure spoke slowly. If any disciples from Nangong Holy Land were here, they would certainly be shocked. Because this figure looks very similar to the witch who just fell. My clone is greedy indeed. He is just an ant at the Emperor realm. How could he want to escape from my control? How ridiculous. The figure spoke again, his tone full of contempt and sarcasm. It turned out that the witch in the western regions was the incarnation of this figure. In order to practice her mysterious skills, she created countless clones, which began to practice in the mortal realm and were scattered all over the great wilderness divine realm. The witch gained a lot of opportunities and became greedy, wanting to break free from the subject's control over her. But I didn't expect that the witch thought it was a foolproof plan, but in the eyes of the subject, everything was so ridiculous. I didn't expect that this small Nangong Holy Land would gather so many geniuses. And the Trial God Tower must contain many mysterious opportunities. At this moment, a figure outside the secret realm spoke up, "Ancestor, people from the holy temple of the divine realm are here." Hearing this, the purple-clothed old man curled up his lips, left the secret realm and went to greet him. The other side. Tianyan Divine Kingdom, the monarch Yen Wuji, when he learned that his son had died in Nangong Holy Land, his face was as calm as water, without any expression of grief or anger. However, the monarch's wife was filled with grief and anger, her eyes were filled with endless murderous intent, her voice was hoarse from crying, and she said with murderous intent, "We must avenge our dead son." "Madam, calm down. There are countless strong men in the Nangong Holy Land. Although their grand elder is missing, his profound cultivation is not something that our Tianyan divine country can afford to provoke." Yen Wuji sighed. Although his voice sounded helpless, there was not a trace of desolation in his tone. Yen Wuji. Upon hearing this, the monarch's wife's eyes were sharp and she sneered, her face filled with endless anger. "Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. I tell you, he is my son. Whoever kills my son will be killed by me." Yen Wuji's wife is named Yang Baiyu, a daughter of the Yang family from the western regions. Her family has a long history and countless heritage. Logically speaking, with the background of the Yang family, they would not even look down on the small Tianyan divine kingdom, but Yen Wuji holds the holy fire of the divine kingdom in his hands. According to legend, this holy fire originated from ancient times and is eternal. It contains the endless great way of fire, but after thousands of years, no one has been able to crack it. The most bizarre thing is that the destiny of this kingdom of God is closely related to that of the Tianyan kingdom of God. Therefore, no matter who it is, as long as they want to obtain the holy fire of the kingdom of God, they must not touch Yen Wuji. Otherwise, the holy fire will be closed and no one will be able to open it again. In order to obtain the holy fire of the kingdom of God, the Yang family allowed Yang Baiyu to marry into the Tianyan kingdom of God. As the king of a country, Yen Wuji is also cruel and vicious. Naturally, he knows the significance of the Yang family's actions. He came up with such a plan to stir up the conflict between the Yang family and the Nangong Holy Land, and then take the opportunity to watch the fire from the other side of the river and reap the benefits. "Madam, please go away." Seeing Yang Baiyu leave angrily, Zhang Wuji chuckled, then his face changed to be extremely gloomy. He raised his head and spoke in a deep voice to the void, "What happened to that witch?" As soon as the words fell, there was a wave of vibration in the void of the palace, and a hoarse voice sounded, replying to the Lord, "The witch has fallen in the Nangong Holy Land." Snort. Yen Wuji snorted coldly, his eyes showing disdain. "With such strength, you still want to spy on the holy fire of the kingdom of God? How ridiculous. Yan Wuji continued, I heard that Nangong Holy Land has produced many geniuses, and that saint girl even possesses a mysterious Yin body. You go there in person and deliver the heavenly Yin energy to Nangong Holy Land. And tell them that Yang Baiyu wants to unite with the Yang family to harm Nangong Holy Land. Always remember, no matter what the other party says, you must not conflict with them. Yan Wuji put his hands behind his back, with a smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. Yes. As the words fell, the void returned to calm again. Looking at the calm sky, Yan Wuji sneered and said, How can you spy on the holy fire of the kingdom of God? Wait until I understand a little bit of it and break through the holy fire restriction. By then, you will all be trampled under my feet. This vast divine realm may seem peaceful, but in reality, undercurrents are surging and murderous intent is hidden. Only in the Nangong Holy Land, life has been very peaceful since the fall of the Son of God of the Kingdom of God. One day, early morning. Nangong Haotian was still cultivating when he heard Nangong Junyi's voice, Ancestor, there is an envoy from the Tianyan Divine Kingdom outside the Holy Land who wants to see you. After he finished speaking, Nangong Haotian opened and closed his eyes. A figure flashed and appeared in front of Nangong Junyi. Do they want to start a war? Hearing this, Nangong Haotian spoke lightly. The Tianyan Divine Kingdom is just a tiny place and can be destroyed with just one hand. Nangong Junyi hesitated for a moment and said, I heard that he came to give a gift. It's interesting. A hint of amusement flashed across Nangong Haotian's eyes. He thought that the monarch of the Divine Kingdom was furious and came to declare war on the Nangong Holy Land. As they were talking, the two came to the main hall, where a middle-aged man in a grey Taoist robe was waiting quietly. Are you the envoy of the Tianyan Divine Kingdom? At this time, Nangong Haotian stepped over and spoke lightly. The messenger turned to look at Nangong Haotian and saw that the latter had a handsome face, light bones, and no breath in his body. If Nangong Junyi hadn't been standing behind him with a respectful look on his face, he would have thought that it was some child running into the hall. After a pause, the messenger said, Yes. Although the Son of God of my kingdom died in Nangong Holy Land, he committed many sins and deserved to die. In order to calm the anger of the Holy Land, the Lord has asked me to give the heavenly Yin Qi to the saint. Please accept it. As soon as he finished speaking, the messenger took out the sky Yin energy from his space ring. In an instant, the entire hall seemed to be frozen and was extremely cold. Even the powerful golden immortals felt difficulty breathing and their faces were terrified. As the saying goes, no reward without merit. What do you, the monarch of the kingdom of God, want to do by giving me such a precious thing from the Holy Land? Upon seeing this, Nangong Junyi frowned and asked in a cold voice. Nangong Junyi was very familiar with the gloomy atmosphere in the sky. It is the aura extracted from the 9 holy spring in the Tianyin Mountains. The emperor can refine it and gain enlightenment in an instant, and appreciate countless unique skills. The monarch of the kingdom of God just gave away such a heaven-defying divine object? Nangong Junyi naturally didn't believe it. Hearing this, the messenger smiled and said, As expected of you, Saint Nangong. Nothing in the world can escape your discerning eyes. Stop talking nonsense. Nangong Junyi frowned and spoke coldly. The messenger said, The monarch of my kingdom of God wants to invite the ancestors and saints of Nangong Holy Land to visit my kingdom of God. In order to show our sincerity, our kingdom of God is willing to offer the holy fire of the kingdom of God for the saint to observe. Hearing the messenger's words, Nangong Junyi sneered, Your Tianyan divine kingdom is very generous. You are willing to let outsiders observe the foundation of the divine kingdom. Throughout the entire western regions, everyone knows that the Tianyan divine kingdom is supported by the divine holy fire. If not for a number of forces wanting to obtain the holy fire of the kingdom of God, the kingdom of heavenly flame would have disappeared in the long river of history long ago. However, the holy fire of the kingdom of God was too special, so the Tianyan kingdom of God took advantage of this opportunity to develop and expand its power. The holy fire of the kingdom of God. A gleam of brilliance flashed across Nangong Haotian's eyes, and he murmured softly. He naturally knew the origin of this holy fire. Legend has it that this holy fire came from outside the realm. It seemed to be the fire from a great god's alchemy furnace, which fell into the great wilderness divine realm and would never be extinguished and would last forever. Good. With a wave of his hand, Nangong Haotian summoned the gloomy energy of the sky and spoke lightly. Nangong Yu's strength must be now completely consolidated at the peak of the 4th level of the Emperor realm. This gloomy energy from the sky can allow her to reach the 5th level. Hearing Nangong Haotian's agreement, the messenger's eyebrows flashed with excitement, and he quickly asked, "When do we set off?" Nangong Haotian raised his eyebrows and said, "It will take some time to refine the heavenly yin qi. It won't be too late by then." Good. The envoy naturally had to listen to Nangong Haotian's words and did not dare to refute them at all. Without further words, Nangong Haotian stepped out of the hall. After a while, they arrived at Nangong Yu's bedroom. Pushing the door open and telling her what had just happened, Nangong Yu's eyes were full of joy, and he said, "Grandmaster, disciple is willing to go. No rush, you should refine the gloomy energy first." As he spoke, Nangong Haotian waved his hand, and a ball of gloomy energy appeared in front of Nangong Yu. These waves of icy air are actually in line with Nangong Yu's physique. With the help of Nangong Haotian, Nangong Yu refined it in just a few days, and his momentum was as unparalleled as an arrow about to be unsheathed. Boom! A terrifying aura filled the house. Nangong Yu woke up from his practice with a smile in his eyes. Although she has not entered the 5th level of the Emperor realm, the endless aura in her body is much more terrifying than that of the Emperor at the 5th level. Nangong Yu felt that at this moment, she could fight against a 7th level strong man. You know, after reaching the 5th level of the Emperor realm, each realm is a watershed, and it becomes extremely difficult to fight a higher level battle. And Nangong Yu has such combat power at the 4th level, it is truly astonishing. When I opened the door, I saw Nangong Haotian standing there waiting. Nangong Yu saw this, her pretty face lit up with joy, as if she had eaten molasses, and she said softly, "Ancestor." Nangong Haotian raised his eyes and saw that Nangong Yu's breath was even stronger. He smiled and said, "You have made rapid progress. You are worthy of the title of saint. You have the heaven-slaying divine flame in your body, and you just absorbed the heavenly yin qi. If you can obtain the holy fire of the divine kingdom, your combat power will be unparalleled." Nangong Haotian spoke, and Nangong Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled. Although she didn't know the power of the holy fire of the kingdom of God, but after listening to the ancestor's explanation, she must be very scared. If I could integrate it into my body, perhaps I could stand at the same level as the ancestor. By that time. Thinking of this, Nangong's beautiful eyes sparkled, so much so that she didn't even listen to what Nangong Haotian said next. "Let's go." At some point, Nangong Haotian's words dragged Nangong Yu into the present world. Nangong Yu nodded quickly and followed. Outside the Nangong Holy Land, the messenger had been waiting for the two. At this moment, a cry was heard, and a golden-winged roc appeared in his eyes. Who on earth is he, using an ancient race as a mount? When the messenger saw this scene, his expression was a little dazed and he didn't react for a long time. You know, how arrogant the ancient race was. If you want to tame a horse and use it as a mount, it is not as simple as just having strong strength. The messenger vaguely felt that the identity of this patriarch Nangong was not that simple. "Let's go. On the back of the golden-winged rock, Nangong Haotian spoke lightly. A few days later, the three appeared in the Tianyan Divine Kingdom. Flying is prohibited in the palace. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed for provocation. Therefore, at the beginning, Nangong Haotian asked Su Wukong to transform into a human form and go with them. The envoy was a close personal of the monarch, so he had a smooth journey and soon arrived at the heart of the palace. Nangong Haotian noticed that there were many powerful people, their auras hidden in the dark, and even several powerful emperors. Nangong Haotian smiled faintly and said nothing more. No matter how many emperor realm cultivators there are, they are nothing but ants in front of him. As they were thinking about it, the four of them arrived at the palace hall. The monarch of the kingdom of God, Yan Wuji, and his wife, Yang Baiyu, were sitting on the chairs. The messenger led the three of them over and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the people are here." Hearing this, Yan Wuji waved his hand and said, "Well, you can leave first." "Yes." The messenger clasped his fists and spoke, then walked away. Yi Haotian. Lin Qingyu. Nothingness. Nangong Haotian, Nangong Yu, and the other two spoke slowly. On their way here, the messenger had already informed them that Yang Baiyu had joined forces with the Yang family to kill their Nangong Holy Land. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the two changed their names. The Yang family only heard of his name but did not know him. Therefore, the appearance of the three of them did not change. Hearing this, Yan Wuji nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work, please go to the side hall and wait for a while, I will go later." After the words fell, Yang Baiyu frowned. Seeing that Nangong Yu and Su Wukong both had strong auras, and were at least golden immortals, she said, "What do you need to discuss in the side hall? Are you going to do something behind my back?" A hint of murderous intent flashed across Yan Wuji's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant, and then a smile appeared on his face. "Madam, you don't know, these people are the descendants of friends I met 100 years ago. Since we are going to attack the Nangong Holy Land, we naturally need help. They are all geniuses, and they may be able to help us. It would be better this way." Yang Baiyu said coldly, but he had his own plans in mind. There are countless powerful people in Nangong Holy Land, and even the Yang family can't cope with them. But they still had the courage to attack the Nangong Holy Land, occupy the Tianyan Divine Kingdom, and take the Divine Kingdom's holy fire for themselves. Thinking of this, Yang Baiyu didn't say anything more. Anyway, he is just a golden immortal cultivator, so even if something happens, it won't cause any trouble. As for Yan Wuji, if he is really pushed into a corner, who knows if he will die together with the Yang family. At this moment, a voice rang out from outside the hall, "Aunt, when will we attack Nangong?" As the voice sounded, a handsome young man walked over. When he saw Nangong Yu's appearance, his expression froze, his eyes showed greed, and his breathing became a little rapid. "Beautiful. It's so beautiful." She was like a fairy walking out of a painting, so beautiful that everything else pales in comparison. One smile can conquer a city, another smile can conquer a country. This sentence popped up in his mind, which must be the most appropriate to describe the woman in front of him. Although the young master of the Yang family extended his hand to greet him, his arrogance was not concealed at all, which made Nangong Yu even more annoyed. "Lin Qingyu." Nangong Yu did not extend his hand, but spoke lightly. Seeing this, Yang Wanli's face darkened, his smile disappeared instantly, and his voice became cold. "It seems that Fairy Lin doesn't like me. After all, this is the Tianyan Divine Kingdom." Nangong Yu didn't want to bring unnecessary trouble to the ancestor, so she said, "Young Master Yang has misunderstood. It's just that the young master is blessed with good fortune and safety, and I am just a little concubine's daughter who dares not climb to the top." Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Yang Wanli suddenly laughed out loud, his eyes full of greed. He looked at Nangong Yu, licked his dry lips, and said in a hoarse voice, "In that case, let's learn how to do it in bed." The dirty words fell into Nangong Yu's ears, and the latter's face changed, with anger swirling in his eyes. She is the Saint Nangong. Who dares to say such unbearable words in front of her? He was about to attack, but Yen Wuji suddenly shouted coldly, "How dare you? These three are my friends, Yen Wuji, and are also honored guests of the heavenly flame divine kingdom. If you dare to make any more noise, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life." Yen Wuji's voice was cold, and his tone was filled with murderous intent. Ah! However, Yang Wanli did not appreciate it. His eyes were full of sarcasm. He said with contempt, "You are now just a hollow monarch. The entire palace is full of cultivators from my Yang family. What kind of monarch are you?" Yang Wanli's words were extremely cruel. Hearing this, veins popped up on Yen Wuji's face and he was burning with anger. If he hadn't considered the overall situation, he would have killed Yang Wanli with a single blow. Why would he let him continue to make noise here? "Madam, is this what you mean?" Yen Wuji spoke in a deep voice, anger boiling in his eyes, his voice extremely gloomy. Yang Baiyu raised his eyes and said in a neither light nor heavy voice, "Wanli, you retreat first." "Yes." Yang Wanli smiled playfully, then looked at Nangong Yu deeply, and then stepped back. "Humph." Yen Wuji snorted coldly. He swore that once he refined the holy fire, he would make the Yang family pay 1,000 times the price. "I am tired. If you have something to discuss with me, we can discuss it in the main hall." Yang Baiyu did not stay any longer. He just laughed and got up to leave the hall. After Yang Baiyu left, Yen Wuji suddenly sighed, looking helpless. It seems that the monarch of a country is now facing internal and external troubles. At this time, Nangong Haotian suddenly spoke, his tone was flat and it was impossible to tell the severity of his words. Hearing this, Yen Wuji gave a bitter smile. The man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Their desire to spy on the holy fire of the kingdom of God is extremely strong. Even if there is no Yang family, there are still the Li and Zhao families, until the kingdom of heavenly flame disappears. In the bedroom, Nangong Yu was still thinking about what Yen Wuji said. She frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Grandmaster, I don't understand something. The holy fire of the divine kingdom is the destiny of the Tianyan divine kingdom. Why would they let us spy on the divine kingdom?" Hearing this, Nangong Haotian looked calm and said calmly, "It's just that Yen Wuji is out of ideas. He wants us to have a conflict with the Yang family so that he can benefit from it." However, no matter how much he calculated, he could not have predicted that there would be the heaven-slaying divine fire in your body. The two are originally from the same origin, and your martial body can completely refine it. After saying that, Nangong Haotian closed his eyes and rested. Hearing what Nangong Haotian said, Nangong Yu felt sweet in her heart and a smile spread across her pretty face. Boom! At this moment, a muffled voice suddenly rang out. The door of the house exploded, and wood chips flew everywhere. Several figures appeared here. The leading man had a smile on his face. His eyes fell on Nangong Yu. He did not hide the greed in his eyes at all and grinned, "Fairy Lin, my young master invites you." As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the bedroom stagnated. Nangong Yu's face was cold and his heart was filled with anger. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. If she hadn't considered the overall situation, she would have killed them with a sword. "Who do you think you are? Get out of here." However, Su Wukong on the side was furious. "How dare you insult the saint? Court death. Who do you think you are?" Hearing this, the leading man's face turned cold, anger swirled in his eyes, and he said in a cold voice, "I am the young master's favorite, how dare you talk to me like this? Humph. Su Wukong snorted coldly. What young master and not the same master? In terms of status and position, he has the blood of an ancient race and is an existence that is superior to all beasts. How could they provoke him? Su Wukong attacked boldly, and there was only a loud bang. The leading man's body flew through the air and fell to the ground, instantly becoming a bloody mess. Su Wukong took a step forward and said with a cold face, "This is just a small lesson. If you dare to say another word, I will kill you." You. Hearing this, the faces of the young family members changed, but when they met Su Wukong's cold gaze, they all lowered their heads and dared not look at him. Roll. Su Wukong let out a cold cry, like the sound of thunder, shaking everyone's minds. The young family members were like frightened birds, dragging the unconscious man and fleeing from here. Lady Saint, I'm sorry to have wronged you. Su Wukong retracted his cold gaze and instead showed a respectful look. Nangong Yu shook his head, not caring about it, and continued to practice as if nothing had happened. The other side. In Yang Wanli's bedroom, he listened to the report from his servants with an extremely gloomy expression. With a bang, he kicked the man in front of him to the ground. His face was as cold as ice, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Are you telling the truth? The subordinate did not dare to hesitate at all. He knelt on the ground and spoke in a trembling voice, "It's absolutely true." Snort. Hearing this, Yang Wanli snorted coldly, his eyes were filled with coldness, and his heart was burning with anger. He had acted so arrogantly throughout his life that no one had ever dared to look down on him. Today, Lin Qingyu has repeatedly refuted his face. He is really refusing to accept the toast and then drinking the forfeit. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. After the words fell, Yang Wanli raised a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth, and then ordered the people around him, "Bring Wu Qi here, I want to see how rampant the people brought by that useless monarch are. You dare to act in my territory, you are really courting death. Killing is prohibited within the palace." But Yang Wanli had no respect for Yan Wuji at all, as if the latter was just a dog of the Yang family and he could only let him do whatever he wanted. Yes. The people below did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. They nodded and called the martial arts fanatic back immediately. Wu Qi is a guard specially trained by Yang Wanli. His cultivation has reached the peak of Golden Immortal, and his combat power is unparalleled. Born only for fighting, loyal only to Yang Wanli. Soon, Yang Wanli brought Wu Qi to Nangong Yu's bedroom, and his voice resounded throughout the palace, "Lin Qingyu, get out here." Taking a step forward, Yang Wanli swung his sword. The sword light was sharp, passing through the void and pressing towards the bedroom. Boom! At this moment, a sword beam appeared out of nowhere. When it collided with it, there was a deafening roar, and the air waves rolled and shook. Afterwards, Nangong Yu walked out of the bedroom. She is dressed in green like a fairy who is not stained by the worldly affairs. Her pretty face is as cold as ice. She holds the purple smoke sword in her hand and her beautiful eyes are filled with anger. "You stinky bitch, I called you Fairy Lin to give you face, but you don't know how to appreciate it. Today I will let you know how powerful I am, ha 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 ha." Looking at Nangong Yu's moving beauty, Yang Wanli's eyes were filled with greed. Wow! As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Yu's face became extremely cold, and he swung out his sword again. The sword light was much sharper than Yang Wanli's, and it cut through the void, accompanied by bursts of roaring sounds. Yang Wanli's face changed and he wanted to draw his sword, but it was too late. In horror, the martial arts fanatic suddenly took a step forward, using his martial body to block the sword light. Blood spurted out, but his expression did not change at all. Seeing this, Nangong Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect this strong man's body to be so strong. Her sword only scratched a layer of his skin. Call. On the other side, Yang Wanli took a deep breath, his face full of horror. After reacting, he said with a look of shock and anger, "Wu Qi, tear this stinky bitch apart for me." Wow! As soon as the words fell, Wu Qi moved at the sound, his body like a tiger released from the cage. A sharp roar was heard, piercing the air and rushing towards Nangong Yu. "If you dare to touch my lady, you're seeking death." At this moment, an angry roar came from the bedroom. Then Su Wukong's figure appeared here, and he blasted out with a palm, which appeared out of nowhere and landed on Wu Qi. Boom! The fists and palms intertwined, making sounds like golden swords. The rolling air waves surged, the surrounding stone bricks and tiles were directly shattered, and the air was twisted together. After the attack, Su Wukong appeared in front of Nangong Yu and said, "Lady Saint, Mr. Nangong asked you to go back to the bedroom first. I will take care of everything here." Hearing this, Nangong Yu nodded, then turned around and returned to the bedroom. "Martial arts fanatic, kill him for me." Seeing Nangong Yu leaving, Yang Wanli spoke coldly with anger in his eyes. Wow! As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Qi made his move. The spiritual energy in his body surged out like a tsunami. A faint glow appeared in his palms, piercing the air and making a piercing whistling sound. Su Wukong showed no fear, he swung out with his palm, and a huge palm shadow gathered. With overwhelming force and fierceness, he charged towards the martial arts maniac. Boom! An extremely muffled sound was heard, and air waves vibrated. After one strike, the two were evenly matched. The palm shadow's momentum did not diminish in the slightest as it landed on Yang Wanli's martial body. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. He fell heavily to the ground and then fainted. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Yang family members around them all changed, and a peak golden immortal even shouted angrily, "How dare you? What? Do you also want to follow in their footsteps?" Su Wukong spoke coldly with a cold expression. After the words fell, the man's face froze. The anger in my heart also dissipated. Instead, there was a deep fear. You know, Wu Qi is at the peak of golden immortal, and his combat power is even more terrifying than his. Even so, he is no match for this man. If he takes action, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Since no one wants to fight with me, just get out of here. Su Wukong looked around, and when he saw that no one was talking anymore, he prepared to go back to his bedroom. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in the sky. "Dare to hurt my Yang family? I want you dead." Wow! As soon as the words fell, a sword shadow crossed the sky, the sword stepped on the void, and slammed towards the void. The latter's face changed, and the ocean of spiritual energy in his body surged, turning into a protective shield that enveloped his body. But the sword shadow was too fierce, and the spiritual shield was like brittle paper, and was destroyed by the sword in one go. It crashed down on Su Wukong, his body was torn through the air and smashed onto the ground, blood all over the place. Master Baiyu. When the Yang family saw these figures, their expressions lit up with joy, they knelt on the ground, and spoke excitedly. Yang Baiyu nodded, put away his sword, and looked at the unconscious Yang Wanli, his eyes full of heartache. "Wanli is worth a lot of money, how can you hurt him? Kneel down." Yang Baiyu's expression was icy, and with a cold sneer, his cultivation level at the emperor level began to shake. Filling the surroundings, terrifying auras were locked onto Su Wukong. Su Wukong's expression changed, but his body remained strong and there was no fear in his eyes. "The Yang family is so insignificant that I have to kneel down?" As soon as the words fell, the whole world fell silent. Hearing this, Yang Baiyu's eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. Kill him for me. Wow! The young family members hiding in the dark moved upon hearing the sound. Just as they were about to take action, a space crack appeared above the void. Yan Wuji walked out, wearing golden armor and a crown on his head. A cold voice rolled out from his throat, "Let's see who dares." Yang Baiyu's face was gloomy. Was Yan Wuji coming here at this time to go against the Yang family? "Madam, they are the descendants of my friends and also distinguished guests of the Tianyan Divine Kingdom. Don't you need to give me an explanation?" Yan Wuji spoke indifferently with a fierce aura. His eyes fell on Yang Baiyu. "Explain?" Yang Baiyu snorted coldly. "They hurt Wanli, and as her aunt, I came here to settle the score. Is there any problem?" Yan Wuji raised his lips and said in a cold voice, "Really?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Wuji attacked fiercely. The flames in the sky turned into a palm shadow and slapped towards Yang Wanli. The latter's body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string, and the surrounding land sank into it. "You!" Yang Baiyu's face changed in shock, her pretty face twisted into a twisted shape, and she was filled with rage. Yan Wuji withdrew his hand, his eyes indifferent. "Madam, this is the Tianyan Divine Kingdom, not your Yang family. If the Yang family doesn't have eyes, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yan Wuji's voice was cold and threatening, and it reached Yang Baiyu's ears. She was so angry that her pretty body was shaking, her finger bones were white, and her eyes were filled with endless rage. Yang Baiyu took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. She knew that getting angry now was pointless and would make her lose the chance to get the holy fire. Once he mastered the holy fire of the kingdom of God, in her eyes, Yan Wuji was like a lamb to be slaughtered. Thinking of this, Yang Baiyu's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and her voice returned to calm. "It was I who was rude. However, before setting out to attack the Nangong Holy Land, Wanli must go and comprehend the holy fire of the kingdom of God." At this point, Yang Baiyu's voice was unquestionable. His eyes met Yan Wuji's in the void, his aura not losing a bit. "Good." After a long time, Yan Wuji's voice was heard in the void. "The holy fire of the divine kingdom is the destiny of our Tianyan divine kingdom, and it contains unimaginable opportunities." Yan Wuji paused, his eyes fell on Nangong Yu, and he said, "Since Lin Qingyu is my friend, she is also qualified to go for enlightenment." After he finished speaking, Yang Baiyu looked grim, with anger gushing out of his eyes. She knew clearly what Yan Wuji wanted to do, but as the former said, this was not the Yang family. If Yan Wuji is pushed into a corner, no one knows what he will do. Although Yang Baiyu was angry, he did not lose his temper. She flipped her right hand, and a pill full of vitality appeared in her hand, which she then gave to Yang Wanli to take. After a while, Yang Wanli's wounds slowly healed and his breath recovered a lot. His eyes fell on Yang Wanli, and Yang Baiyu said earnestly, "The holy fire of the kingdom of God is of great importance. No matter what, you must integrate it. Even if Yan Wuji regrets it, I will still be able to send you away from here." "Yes, aunt." Hearing this, Yang Wanli nodded vigorously and looked at Nangong Yu with eyes full of greed. This time, he not only wants to get the holy fire of the kingdom of God, but he also wants to get Nangong Yu as well. Seeing this, Yang Baiyu just smiled. As long as Yang Wanli can obtain the holy fire of the kingdom of God, a mere woman will follow him. The holy fire of the divine kingdom is of utmost importance to the Tianyan divine kingdom. Yan Wuji may not have used countless formations and divine objects to hide it in the secret realm of the imperial palace. After a while, they arrived at the secret realm of the imperial palace. The flames in front of him were burning the sky and boiling the sea, and the aura was enormous. In the center of the sea of fire, a raw stone exuded an endless aura. Even a powerful emperor would be as small as an ant in front of this power. Seeing this scene, greed was revealed in everyone's eyes. Yang Wanli became even more excited, his throat rolling, as if the only thing he had in his eyes was the rough stone. Is this the holy fire of the kingdom of God? Nangong Yu whispered softly. For some reason, her heart suddenly began to beat, as if a mysterious force was pulling her. This is the holy fire of the kingdom of God. No matter who you are, as long as you walk in front of the holy fire and comprehend the power in it, you will be recognized by the holy fire. Then the holy fire will recognize you as its master and you will become the holy fire venerable. Yan Wuji said at this time. Holy fire Lord. As the words fell, the greed in everyone's eyes became even stronger. Yang Baiyu once heard Yan Wuji say that the holy fire of the divine kingdom did not belong to the great wilderness divine realm. It not only contains terrifying power, but also represents a certain identity. If the holy fire recognizes its master, then the master will also bear the destiny that he deserves. After Yan Wuji gave a few instructions, Nangong Yu and Yang Wanli stepped into the sea of fire. Wow! The next moment, endless flames enveloped Nangong Yu, and a series of illusions flashed through her eyes. Finally, the sea of fire collapsed, and an endless staircase appeared in Nangong Yu's eyes. Holy fire stairs. Outside the secret realm, Yan Wuji mentioned that if one wanted to touch the holy fire of the kingdom of God, one had to walk through the holy fire stairs. There is great majesty among the stairs. If you are not careful, you will fall into it and never be able to reincarnate. Call. Taking a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, Nangong Yu took a step forward. Then, the stairs in front of him began to respond. A faint charm spread out, and a strange vision appeared in the air. In the void, the avenue roared, and the Sanskrit sound crossed the void and fell into Nangong Yu's ears. Buzz. The next moment, a rolling breath shook the void. Afterwards, a figure 10,000 feet tall appeared, as if connecting heaven and earth, with a majestic aura that covered the sky and the sun. The great Tao holy eyes, the heaven-slaying divine flame. Interesting. At this moment, the figure suddenly spoke, like a huge bell, tearing through the sky and spanning eternity. Nangong Yu's face was stern, these were her biggest secrets. No one in the entire great wilderness divine realm knew about it except the ancestor. She had just stepped onto the holy fire stairs, and it was as if she had been seen through and all her secrets were known. Who is this figure? At this moment, Nangong Yu looked very nervous. Young man, if you can take my palm, you will be considered successful. The figure spoke again. As soon as the words fell, the figure moved, waving his helpless arms and slapping out. That palm was so powerful that the entire sky seemed to be torn apart. The shadow of the palm covered the sky and the space instantly became dark. Before Nangong Yu could be shocked, the purple smoke sword appeared and the spiritual power in his body gushed out like a spring. A sword was swung out, and the sharp sword shadow was like a bright moon, flashing with a cold breath, and it blasted towards the palm shadow. However, compared with the palm shadow, the sword swung by Nangong Yu was just a drop in the ocean, and it turned into powder in an instant. The palm shadow's momentum did not diminish in the slightest as it pressed towards Nangong Yu. The latter's expression changed, and the ocean of spiritual energy in his body began to steam. Then he slapped out with his palm, and the phantom of a dragon and elephant appeared, roaring towards the sky. Endless power shook and smashed into the void. The next moment, the entire sky was shattered. The two forces collided, causing an earth-shaking sound, and the entire staircase was shaking and on the verge of collapse. Boom! The next moment, the palm shadow shattered. Above the void, a voice spoke, "Dragon-elephant prison-suppressing technique? The young are truly formidable." As soon as the words fell, the figure disappeared. Hearing this, Nangong Yu's face was surprised and his eyes were a little puzzled. This figure seemed to be very familiar with the dragon-elephant prison suppression technique. Could it be that the owner of this figure knew the ancestor? However, Nangong Yu remembered that the dragon-elephant prison suppressing technique was not written by the ancestor. If so, who is it? With a sigh, Nangong Yu shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He would go out and ask the ancestor. At the same time, in a mysterious place, the aura here is different from that flowing in the great wilderness divine realm. Suddenly, an old man in Taoist robes opened his eyes, and a surging force shook the void. There was a hint of a smile on his lips, but the aura he exuded when he waved his hand was enough to destroy the world. In just 100 years, I have seen the dragon-elephant prison suppression technique again. It seems that this old man and the Nangong surname are really destined to be together. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man laughed again. His voice was earth-shaking. The ground around him trembled and the air twisted together. His power was overwhelming and unstoppable. The other side. In the holy fire stairs, Nangong Yu had no idea how many stairs she had walked up and how many obstacles she had encountered, but she defeated them all one by one. By the end, Nangong Yu's spiritual power was almost exhausted and her pretty face was pale. If it weren't for the belief in her heart, she would have fallen to the ground and fainted. Buzz. After an unknown amount of time, Nangong Yu took a step forward, and the entire holy fire staircase emitted a roar. Countless steps burst into golden light, the light intertwined, covering her body, emitting a clear breath, like sweet spring water, sinking into Nangong Yu's body. Boom! The breath was full of vitality, flowing through her limbs and bones. Her dantian, which was almost exhausted, was like rain and dew. The breath was completely restored and her face became rosy. Is this the holy fire of the kingdom of God? At this moment, she suddenly found that the raw stone appeared in front of her. The raw stone exudes a supreme aura. Seeing this, Nangong Yu was extremely happy and was just about to touch it. At this moment, a cold shout suddenly rang out, "Stop!" As soon as the words fell, Yang Wanli appeared in front of Nangong Yu. With a greedy look on his face, he said in a hoarse voice, "The holy fire of the kingdom of God is mine, you are not qualified to touch it." As he spoke, Yang Wanli took out his long sword and swung it. A ray of light burst out, with great momentum, and rushed towards Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu's pretty face was cold, but with the cultivation level of the 9th level of the Golden Immortal, how dare he be so arrogant in front of her? He swung his sword, and the two sword beams collided, causing the sound of golden swords to burst out, and the air waves spread in all directions. After the attack, Nangong Yu was shocked to find that Yang Wanli's aura was extremely strange. Although he is only at the 9th level of the Golden Immortal realm, the power he unleashes is in no way weaker than his own. Is he hiding his strength? Seeing Nangong Yu's stunned expression, Yang Wanli laughed wildly, "Ha ha ha, I am the man of destiny, recognized by the holy fire ladder, and my power here is endless. Lin Qingyu, if you know what's best for you, you'll be my thing. Otherwise." At this point, the greed in Yang Wanli's eyes magnified infinitely. Not only the holy fire of the kingdom of God, but also Nangong Yu, he wanted to spy on it. Court death. Hearing this, Nangong Yu's pretty face changed, and she sneered, "Nangong's secret technique, holy sword heavenly punishment." With a swing of the sword, the spiritual energy in his body was as vast as the ocean, emitting supreme power. In the ocean, a sword shadow condensed. It was like tearing the sky apart, and it remained above the void forever. Boom! Then, the sword shadow fell down, and the entire void was split into two by the sword shadow, like a galaxy falling upside down, emitting light all over the sky. An ant trying to shake a tree. Yang Wanli laughed loudly. He had no restrictions on the holy fire stairs, and the power he could unleash was beyond Nangong Yu's imagination. He sneered and waved his hand. The spiritual power in the sky gathered together to form a giant hand that covered the sky and the sun. Afterwards, the two forces collided, erupting with an aura powerful enough to destroy the world. The stairs shook as if they were about to fall, and the surrounding void was shattered. Lin Qingyu, I want you to be my toy. With a sinister grin, Yang Wanli swung his sword again, and the sky was filled with sword shadows, like a violent storm, engulfing Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu's pretty face was indifferent, her red lips slightly parted, and she spoke in a cold voice, Nangong's secret technique, the sky shining sun. As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Yu waved the sword in his hand. A brilliant light bloomed on the sword, like the yellow river bursting its banks, and the spiritual power was endless. It enveloped the sky and turned into a vast sea of spiritual power. Boom! Then, there was a earth-shaking sound, the space was shaking, and a sun appeared out of nowhere, covering the sky. The ocean of spiritual energy also began to burn at this moment, turning into a sea of fire that filled the sky, burning the sky. The third move of Nangong's secret technique. The Nangong secret technique is the most ancient forbidden technique of the Nangong family. There are 9 styles in total, each style represents a different level. This sword seemed to have the power to kill the sky, and the flames were even more ferocious than the holy fire of the kingdom of God. Yang Wanli's face changed drastically, but then he gave a sinister smile. If he were outside the secret realm, he would be wiped out by this move. But, on the holy fire stairs, he is invincible. Thinking of this, Yang Wanli shouted, Mountain and River 10,000 Swords Technique. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Wanli's spiritual power surged. The spiritual energy lingering in his body spread out in all directions, and the flames in the sky were extinguished in an instant. A small world of 10,000 feet in radius is formed. Mountains and flowing water, with heavy sword shadows. Countless sword shadows are hidden in this world. Each sword shadow has supreme power, enough to burst out with strength comparable to the aura of the Emperor. Boom! With a loud bang, countless sword shadows covered the sky and attacked Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu thrust out a sword, and the sun burst into dazzling light. For a moment, the entire space was left with only white, and then endless air waves erupted, shaking in the void. The breath is rolling and the power is supreme. The void of this world was constantly being impacted and torn apart, and the power unleashed by the two was enough to make even the emperors and the powerful men feel their scalps tingling. The space was shattered and the aura spread wildly. In this world, Yang Wanli is invincible. With a sinister grin, Yang Wanli attacked even more ferociously. His surging spiritual power was like a wave, destroying everything in his path as he charged towards Nangong Yu. Boom! The power rolled, Nangong Yu's pretty face turned pale, and the spiritual energy in her body was about to dry up. Puff! After the attack, Nangong Yu's figure exploded back thousands of feet, blood spurted out, and his face was as pale as paper. In the holy fire stairs, the power possessed by Yang Wanli was too terrifying, and he was no match for him at all. Is this the only way? As he thought about it, Nangong Yu smiled miserably. He didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of a cultivator in the golden immortal realm. Buzz! At this moment, a mysterious power surged from her eyes. Exuding a majestic and holy aura, in just an instant, Nangong Yu's injuries healed, his body was full of spiritual energy, and his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life and ancient aura. The holy eyes of the great Tao. Nangong Yu was shocked. She didn't expect that she had awakened the power of the holy eyes of the great Tao. Since obtaining the holy eyes of the great Tao, Nangong Yu has never used it once. Unexpectedly, the power of the holy eyes of the great Tao was released on its own initiative. Feeling this tremendous power, Yang Wanli's face darkened, but he quickly regained his composure. In the holy fire stairs, he is invincible and no one can defeat him. Boom! At the same time, a bright light burst out from Nangong Yu's eyes, like two beams of light, piercing through the void and shattering the entire world in one blow. The world shattered, and endless nothingness appeared. Yang Wanli was swallowed into it and his soul was destroyed. Puff! The backlash power of the holy eyes of the great Tao was even more terrifying. Blood gushed out and Nangong Yu almost lost his strength. His body was slowly aging. However, in the blink of an eye, his facial features had become old. Seeing this, Nangong Yu fell into endless panic and his whole body was shaking. Seeing the void space swallowing up everything, Nangong Yu was extremely desperate and wished that the ancestor could save her. But Nangong Haotian seemed to have never appeared, and there was no sign of him. Buzz! Just as it was being swallowed by nothingness, the holy fire of the kingdom of God suddenly emitted a dazzling light. It was as if it had turned into a small world, enveloping Nangong Yu. Endless breath of life enveloped her, like a silkworm chrysalis, and her appearance began to become younger. Boom! After a long time, a powerful force spread out in all directions like a dam breaking. That endless power instantly stabilized the entire space. Looking inside her body, Nangong Yu's pretty face was filled with shock. The holy fire of the kingdom of God actually merged with the heaven-slaying divine flame. Hiss! Nangong Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. She remembered that the ancestor said that the two kinds of flames were of the same origin, which was why he allowed her to fuse the heaven-slaying divine flame. The two flames intertwined together, like a Bagua diagram, exuding an ancient and simple atmosphere. Holy flame of heaven. This is where Nangong Yu got his name from. After taking a deep breath, a hint of excitement flashed across Nangong Yu's pretty face. The power of the holy flame of heaven allowed her to directly enter the 5th level of Emperor. Now she is a little closer to the ancestor. Thinking of this, Nangong Yu's eyes were filled with unknown emotions and her heart was filled with joy. Boom! Without the support of the holy fire of the kingdom of God, this space would completely collapse. Buzz! A shrill sound was heard, and when I opened my eyes again, I found that I was already outside the secret realm. Where's Wanli? After seeing Nangong Yu alone, Yang Baiyu's face changed, and he moved in front of the former and asked. Hearing this, Nangong Yu frowned. She now possesses the power of the holy eyes of the great Tao, the holy flame of killing the heavens, and the mysterious Yin body. Before that, he even broke through to the 5th level of Emperor Venerable. In terms of combat power, she is not inferior to Yang Baiyu at all. Nangong Yu raised his head, looked directly at Yang Baiyu, and said, I killed him. Boom! As the words fell, it was like a thunderclap, landing in Yang Baiyu's mind. The latter's expression changed in shock, with shock and anger mixed in his eyes, and finally turned into a murderous intent, and he slapped Nangong Yu, I want you to die. Nangong Yu showed no fear and also slapped out a palm, and the two were evenly matched. Kill her for me. Yang Baiyu retreated 100 meters, the murderous intent in his eyes undiminished, and he shouted angrily. Wow! Afterwards, countless strong men hid in the void, and all of them burst out with their strongest attacks and countless killing moves, pressing towards Nangong Yu Gai. Nangong Yu's pretty face changed slightly. She had just merged with the holy fire of the divine kingdom, and her realm was not yet stable. Facing so many powerful people, she was a little unprepared. Boom! And at this moment, a 1,000-foot sword shadow appeared, stepping into the void, coming out from eternity. With just one strike, he blocked all the force, and then a cold voice surged from all directions, who dares to touch her? As soon as the words fell, a figure appeared in front of Nangong Yu. Seeing this, Nangong Yu's pretty face lit up with joy, and she blurted out, "Ancestor." Seeing Nangong Haotian appear, Yang Baiyu frowned. But then he relaxed, a hint of disdain in his eyes. He looked indifferent and spoke in a cold tone, "Kill them for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the Yang family guards in the dark surged, and their aura rushed towards Nangong Haotian. Boom! Nangong Haotian looked calm, and he swung his right hand, and a wave of air burst out from it. The surging power is like a huge wave. Blast them away. Afterwards, Nangong Haotian attacked again. His palm turned into a fist, and the spiritual power in his body burst into bright light. His whole body was covered in golden light, like armor. Then, a punch was thrown. A fist shadow condensed, like a roaring dragon, crossing the air and vibrating towards the void. Boom! A muffled sound was heard, and a fist shadow exploded in the air. Then blood flowed everywhere, and countless strong men turned into blood mist at this moment. Hiss! When the survivors saw this scene, their faces changed and they gasped. Seeing this, Yang Baiyu's face darkened. I didn't expect this person's strength to be so terrifying. At this moment, Yang Baiyu felt like giving up. If you dare to make any more noise, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Nangong Haotian said in a cold tone, with murderous intent in his eyes. Snort. Hearing this, Yang Baiyu snorted coldly, but did not dare to move forward even a bit. But the murderous intent in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Wow! At this moment, Yan Wuji's breath surged in the air, and he appeared in front of Nangong Yu in an instant. Yan Wuji's face was grim. Feeling the breath of the holy fire in Nangong Yu's body, his whole body was filled with strength. He said in a deep voice, "You have merged with the holy fire of the kingdom of God?" As soon as the words fell, the entire palace fell silent. Everyone's eyes were on Nangong Yu. Yang Baiyu's expression changed even more, and he looked at Nangong Yu with shock in his eyes. She merged with the holy fire of the kingdom of God? Yang Baiyu's breathing stagnated, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The holy fire of the kingdom of God was the key to the Yang family's ancestors' breakthrough. Without the holy fire, the ancestor would not be able to break through that realm. And the Yang family will not be able to be promoted to a holy land. Nangong Yu must die. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in Yang Baiyu's eyes became even more terrifying. The long sword then appeared, and the spiritual power in his body rolled, ready to bring a fatal blow to Nangong Yu at any time. Yes. Nangong Yu showed no fear. She was now at the 5th level of the Emperor realm. Even if she couldn't beat them, it would be easy for her to escape from here. Not to mention, she has the ancestor protecting her behind her. Upon hearing this, Yan Wuji's aura shook the void, a violent aura appeared in his eyes, murderous intent rolled in his body, and the space around him collapsed completely. The holy fire of the kingdom of gods is the destiny of the Tianyan kingdom. Without the kingdom of gods, the Tianyan kingdom will no longer exist. Moreover, without the holy fire, how could he understand the true meaning of the great Tao? How could he trample the Yang family under his feet? He originally wanted to activate the holy fire of the kingdom of God through the Nangong Holy Land, and then cause a dispute between the Yang family and the Nangong Holy Land, so that he could reap the benefits. Did not expect. In the end, he ended up losing more than he gained. He took a deep breath, suppressed the violent anger in his heart, and forced a smile on his old face, saying, "The holy fire of the divine kingdom contains supreme power. If Fairy Lin rashly integrates it, it will definitely damage her martial body. My ancestor Tianyan will be able to visit the Tianyan kingdom in person in a few days, but by then, I will ask you to help Fairy Lin calm the backlash of the holy fire. So, I hope you can stay in Tianyan Divine Kingdom for a while. What do you think? Yan Wuji knew that he couldn't stop these people with his own strength, not to mention that the Yang family members were watching from the sidelines. Ancestor Tianyan will be back soon, and then he will take action to kill all these people. After the voice fell, Nangong Haotian and the other two looked calm, but Yang Baiyu on the side could no longer sit still. Ancestor Tianyan is coming back. Didn't he fall in the land of annihilation? Yang Baiyu appeared calm on the surface, but secretly there was a storm brewing. Patriarch Tianyan was not a figure of this era. According to rumors, his cultivation was so profound that he was no longer a match for the emperor cultivators. Even his own ancestor was no match for him. Otherwise, the Yang family would not have gone to so much trouble to spy on the holy fire of the kingdom of God. But she was a little confused. Yan Wuji once said that the ancestor Tianyan had died 5,000 years ago. Otherwise, it would not have ended up in such a situation. But, what he said now? Did he tell them that on purpose? Nangong Haotian nodded in confusion, then turned to look at Nangong Yu and said, "Let's go." Yes. Nangong Yu nodded in response, and they left together. Yan Wuji looked at the direction the two men left, his eyes filled with murderous intent and his chest heaving. He must obtain the holy fire of the kingdom of God. No one can stop it. Yang Baiyu said indifferently, "What are you looking at? They've already left." Upon hearing this, Yan Wuji snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves and left. Once he captures Nangong Yu and fuses the holy fire of the kingdom of God, both the Yang family and the Nangong Holy Land will be ants. On the way. Nangong Haotian suddenly said, "Remember, the power of the great Tao Saint Eyes cannot be used at any time." After a pause, his eyes fell on Nangong Yu, and then he added, "Even if it's a matter of life and death." Seeing Nangong Haotian's serious expression, Nangong Yu's pretty face was moved. Although she didn't know what the old ancestor meant, she still nodded obediently. The backlash force brought to her by the holy eyes of the great Tao was too terrifying. If it were not for the holy fire of the kingdom of God, she would probably have perished on the holy fire stairs. Although Nangong Haotian's face was calm, his thoughts were quietly passing through his eyes. The holy eyes of the great Tao, this is what Nangong Haotian obtained in an extraterritorial battlefield. Even after thousands of years, Nangong Haotian still hasn't figured it out, let alone the origin of the holy eyes. What he didn't expect was that the holy eyes of the great Tao actually chose Nangong Yu. I'm afraid there must be fate in it. However, Nangong Haotian didn't care too much. No matter what the fate is, as long as someone dares to hurt the Nangong family. Even if it is the way of heaven. Nangong Haotian will also trample it through. As he was thinking, a force of indifference burst out from his body, reaching the sky, breaking through the void, and spanning eternity. At this moment, countless planes in the vast universe were trembling. Those auras were enough to make even the most powerful emperor crawl on the ground, not daring to make a sound. After a long time, the aura finally dissipated. Wow! From somewhere, a pair of huge pupils suddenly opened, emitting a strange light that swept across the galaxy of all worlds. But it was fleeting. When the light faded, the pupils closed again, as if nothing had happened. The Tianyan Palace is so huge that even a powerful person from the fairyland would need several days to walk around it. Walking on the road, Nangong Yu's pretty face showed some surprise. "You know, the ancestor never walked such a long way." She asked curiously, "Grandmaster, where are we going?" "Underground Boxing Club." Nangong Haotian said lightly. "Underground boxing dealer?" Hearing this, Nangong Yu murmured softly what the ancestor had just said. The curiosity in his eyes grew even stronger. The underground boxing gang is an extremely special force. Like a treasure house, it is spread all over the great wilderness divine realm. These were some wealthy young men who placed bets on the fights among the slaves they had purchased. The monks who come here can also place bets and watch. A completely dark place. Although he didn't know why the ancestor wanted to go to that kind of place, Nangong Yu still followed him. After a while, the two arrived at the entrance of the underground boxing club. If you want to enter the underground boxing club, you have to become their VIP, which means you have to pay 1 million spirit stones as admission qualification. As for spiritual stones, they were like waste stones to Nangong Yu. He had everything he could think of, and no one knew how many there were. When I arrived at the underground boxing club, the layout here was very similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum in my previous life. It is like a basin, with countless formations carved in it and mysterious runes lingering on the arena below. Even a powerful golden immortal cannot break through this formation. Therefore, the monks present do not need to worry about being attacked. Finding a place to sit down, Nangong Yu asked, "Ancestor, who do you think will win?" Hearing this, Nangong Yu looked over and said with just one glance, "White-robed monk." As soon as the words fell, a sarcastic smile came into Nangong Yu's ears. "You are still an ancestor with this level? How ridiculous. My boy, I am mercifully telling you that the red-robed monk is nicknamed Bloody Hand Slayer. Even a powerful golden immortal cannot last more than half a quarter of an hour in his hands. That white-robed monk. But it's garbage." The person who spoke was a young monk, wearing gorgeous clothes, with countless treasures in his arms, and a misty aura, with the aura of the golden fairyland flowing all over his body. At this moment, the young monk stared at Nangong Yu with his eyes full of greed. Nangong Yu frowned and ignored him. Nangong Yu was even more so. He simply ignored the young monk and took out tens of millions of spirit stones and gave them all to the white-robed monk. Seeing this, the young monk's face changed, his eyes filled with anger, and he snorted coldly, short-sighted. After saying that, he turned to the guards around him and ordered, "Keep an eye on them. When you get out, tie up this woman and bring her to me. As for that man, kill him." After the words fell, the guard said in a deep voice, "Yes." The entire conversation between the two fell into Nangong Yu's ears. The latter looked calm, as if he didn't hear it. He closed his eyes and rested, as if waiting for an opportunity. Martial arts competition in Taichung. The bloody butcher was dressed in red, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. He looked at the man in white with disdain in his eyes. "Lu Bai, I advise you to admit defeat. Maybe I can let you go." Hearing this, Lu Bai's face was filled with murderous intent, and he shouted angrily, "Ningheng, you killed my family. If I don't avenge you, I, Lu Bai, will not be a human being. Die now." As he spoke, Lu Bai waved the sword in his hand, and traces of sword energy blasted towards Ningheng. Snort. Seeing this, Ningheng snorted coldly, looking disdainful, an ant trying to shake a tree. "Since you are seeking death, then you will be my soul and go down to accompany your deceased family." While laughing wildly, Ningheng slashed out the long sword in his hand, and a dark sword shadow was like a broken bamboo, passing through the air, tearing the air, and colliding together. Boom! Then, a breath rolled away from all directions. Agitated in the air, Lu Bai's figure burst out, his face even pale. "If that's all, then you're too weak." Seeing this, Ningheng's eyes showed disdain and his voice dropped with disdain. "Speaking of which, brother, I really like the taste of your Taoist companion. I wonder when Brother Bai will find another Taoist companion so that I can feel better again." Ha ha ha. Ningheng's expression was arrogant, and his voice was not covered at all, and it all fell in Lu Bai's ears. "Ah!" Hearing this, Lu Bai's eyes turned red, his mind was filled with murderous intent, his blood was boiling, his facial features were twisted together, showing a ferocious look. "I want you to die." At this moment, Liu Bai was like a ferocious beast that was choosing its prey. The spiritual power in his body surged out and turned into sword shadows all over the sky. The golden light flashed and a sharp aura was emitted as he rushed towards Ningheng to kill him. Bloodthirsty sword style, angry soul. Ningheng shouted arrogantly, and the long sword in his hand was burning with flames. A terrifying aura surged on the arena. Even the audience outside felt a heart-shaking atmosphere at this moment. It seemed as if it was about to be disintegrated by the endless flames. A mere first-level golden immortal dares to act rashly in front of the blood-hand butcher. How ridiculous. At this time, the rich kid glanced at Nangong Haotian with a smile full of disdain. Hearing this, Nangong Yu's face turned cold, and he said coldly, "If you dare to make noise again, I will pull out your tongue." As he spoke, murderous intent flashed in Nangong Yu's eyes, which caught the ears of the young monk, and the latter's expression changed in shock. "You wanna die?" The young monk's face was filled with rage, his facial muscles were shaking wildly, and murderous intent lingered in his eyes. If underground boxing clubs were not prohibited from fighting privately, he would definitely ride on Nangong Yu and gallop wildly. At the same time, on the arena, the overwhelming aura was as dark as a whirlpool. In the midst of this, a black long sword appeared and fell upside down in the void. The aura it exuded made countless cultivators tremble with fear. "Liu Bai, it's not unfair that you died at the hands of the angry soul." Ningheng swung his knife with a sinister smile. The long sword tore through the void, splitting the entire arena into two. The endless power was overflowing because the surging aura enveloped Liu Bai and made him unable to move at all. Boom! The next moment, countless forces poured out and hit Liu Bai. Suddenly, there was a surge of air and dust everywhere. The endless ocean of spiritual energy rolled, erupting with an earth-shaking sound. Even though the formation appeared, the audience still felt an extremely hot breath rushing towards them, causing them to close their eyes. "No one in this world can take on my angry soul." Looking at the dust in the sky, Ningheng murmured softly. There was a light in his eyes, as if he had seen Liu Bai disappear. But, the next moment, the smile on his face froze, and turned into a look of deep disbelief. "What? How can this be?" When the dust settled, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. There was a layer of green light lingering around Liu Bai, with ancient runes engraved on it, shaking above the entire arena. At this moment, the audience also showed surprise. Unexpectedly, Liu Bai could exert such mysterious power. It is indeed the body of Tian Yen. In the distance, Nangong Haotian saw Liu Bai's bursting aura, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Ancestor, what is the heavenly body?" Seeing Nangong Haotian facing the wind like this, Nangong Yu, who was standing aside, couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Until then, she had never seen the ancestor smile so happily. After hearing Nangong Haotian's words, he was even more confused. Could it be that this man in white robe in front of me has some kind of physical condition? Hearing this, Nangong Haotian smiled faintly and explained, "The so-called Tian Yen body is a physique that is born only for formations. For ordinary cultivators who want to learn the art of formation, talent is extremely important. And the Tian Yen body is actually a kind of formation. It is rumored that in the beginning of time, 10 kinds of innate formations were born in the world, and this Tian Yen body is one of them. Take people as the eyes, and everything as the formation. Raise your hand and the formation is complete." After hearing the last part, Nangong Yu's pretty face almost froze. Just by listening to what Nangong Haotian said, she could imagine that a cultivator, with a wave of his hand, countless formations were carved out, crashed down, and suppressed the world for eternity. What a terrifying existence this is! Faintly, she even felt that the natural body of the white-robed man in front of her was stronger than her own holy eyes of the great Tao. Nangong Haotian's eyes sparkled, as if he was looking at a treasure. Geniuses like this are rare. If you miss it, you won't know when you will get it again. At the same time, on the arena, Liu Bai was also shocked by his own mysterious power. Mysterious aura filled his limbs and bones. At this moment, he felt that he had endless power and could annihilate everything in the world. Ningheng, I want revenge for my family. After coming back to his senses, Liu Bai's expression was filled with boundless murderous intent. He snorted coldly, then raised his hand and punched out. The spiritual energy in the body gushed out and turned into a fist shadow. A faint golden aura lingered above the fist shadow. The breath is fierce and the power is overwhelming. Snort. Seeing this, Ningheng's face became extremely gloomy. How dare someone show off his skills in front of him with just a little trick? Court death. In a rage, the blade in Ningheng's hand turned into a raging sea of fire. The terrifying flames seemed to be able to burn everything in the world, and the surrounding void was also completely annihilated. Great annihilation technique. Ningheng swung his sword, using the sword as a medium to emit a ray of light. Wherever the light reaches, the air shatters. The overwhelming spiritual power transformed into an endless wave, filling the arena. He blasted towards the golden fist shadow. Boom! The forces collided, erupting with an earth-shaking sound. The air waves rolled and surged within the formation. The light was bright and it burst out at this moment. Is this the power of the Tianyan body? Nangong Yu spoke in surprise after seeing this scene. You know, at this moment Liu Bai is only in the early stage of Golden Immortal Realm, but he can burst out a power that is not weaker than that of the peak Golden Immortal Realm. If one reaches the Emperor Realm, how terrifying it would be. Hearing this, Nangong Haotian smiled faintly and said nothing more. Although he had never seen Tianyan's body, he had met a great array master. As he raised his hand, the formation was condensed. In his eyes, the powerful emperor was like an ant and could be killed in an instant. But later, that powerful man disappeared in the great wilderness divine realm and his whereabouts are unknown. Boom! After one strike, the surging force turned into air waves and spread out in all directions. Ningheng's face changed and he retreated rapidly, barely standing. On the other hand, Liu Bai stood still, like a killing god, exuding a power that made people fear. How can it be? Seeing this scene, Ningheng took a deep breath, his eyes full of disbelief. It was hard to imagine that just a moment ago, in his eyes, Liu Bai was just an ant that could be crushed to death at any time. But now, it was as if he was facing a god, his heart was trembling. Ningheng, killing someone means paying with one's life. This is only right. Today I will avenge my family. At this time, Liu Bai took a step forward, his whole body filled with a terrifying aura and murderous intent. Hearing this, Ningheng sneered, with murderous intent in his eyes, "Humph, arrogant. Do you think you can compete with me just by chance? That's ridiculous. You are only at the early stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. In my eyes, you are nothing but an ant." At the end of his speech, Ningheng was almost crazy, his face was ferocious, his breath was agitated, and the long sword in his hand made a gloomy and ferocious sound. Boom! A terrifying aura swept over, and the cold momentum shook everyone's mind. Then, a phantom appeared in his hand, dark and cold, like a devil from hell, and its screams made everyone's scalp tingle. Kill! While roaring, Ningheng slapped out with his palm, and the shadow of the evil ghost behind him exuded a tremendous momentum, unstoppable, and carrying a force that could crush everything in its path. It rushed towards Liu Bai to kill him. Seeing this, Liu Bai's expression remained unchanged. With a shake of his arms, a golden light emanated from his body, as if a god had descended to the earth. Rumble. Then, a golden aura began to flow and turned into a golden formation, covering the sky and the earth. One after another, divine statues gathered together, and there seemed to be Sanskrit chanting in the void, and the sky was full of spiritual power, flowing endlessly. Then, under the shocked gaze of everyone, the two forces collided with each other, unleashing a force powerful enough to destroy the world. The air waves rolled and surged up into the sky. Endless power surged in the void, the formation on the arena soared into the sky and turned into a blue barrier, and infinite power fell on the barrier. The formation creaked, as if it would break in the next moment. Boom! After a long time, the power dissipated and a muffled sound was heard. Then, under the gazes of everyone, Ning Heng's body, like a kite with a broken string, flew across the air, flew backwards, and hit the ground heavily. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone gasped and looked extremely shocked. A cultivator at the early stage of Golden Immortal actually defeated Ning Heng, who was at the peak of Golden Immortal. You know, the latter is a bloody butcher. Even if he is a half-step emperor, he can still hold his own. For a moment, such a result was hard for everyone to believe. At this moment, an extremely cold voice suddenly sounded from somewhere. Court death. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force rushed towards Liu Bai. Boom! The breath rolled and fell on Liu Bai's body. Liu Bai's face turned pale, the ground beneath his feet collapsed instantly, his flesh and blood were blurred, and his bones were broken, but his eyes were filled with an unyielding look. Oh! After one attack, seeing that Liu Bai was unyielding, the man let out a light exclamation, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. When the dust settled, a figure appeared in front of everyone. It's the Bloody King. When they saw this person, everyone's faces changed and some people exclaimed, Bloody King! This person is very famous. According to the legend, he has been immersed in blood for many years and his cultivation has already reached the highest level. Even the emperor is no match for him. Moreover, it is said that behind the Bloody King, there is a force that the entire western regions fear. Tutian Pavilion. Everyone says that the He Xiu Sect is the most evil force in the western regions, but in front of the Tutian Pavilion, it is nothing but a dwarf compared to a giant. Although there are not many members in Tutian Pavilion, each of them is a figure that makes the entire western region tremble with fear. And this Bloody King is the eldest disciple of one of the members of Tutian Pavilion. Therefore, when they saw the Bloody King, everyone became panicked. Wherever he walked, there was blood everywhere and corpses everywhere. Just as they thought, when everyone reacted and wanted to escape. The space seemed to be blocked. Not to mention the Golden Immortals, even the powerful emperors could not escape from it. At this moment, everyone's faces were pale and their eyes were filled with panic. It's over. Everything is over. The young cultivator who had previously mocked Nangong Haotian and the others now showed fear on his face. With his status and position, he must know what kind of existence the Blood King is. If you know the Bloody King will appear here, he will not come here no matter what. How dare you kill my furnace tripod? How audacious! As he spoke, the Bloody King's body shook, and a chilling bloody aura spread out, covering the entire underground boxing village. The formation covering the arena was completely shattered at this moment. The breath was released and fell on Liu Bai. The latter cried out in pain and his face turned even paler, but his body remained standing and his eyes were full of fighting spirit, which made the Blood Man King very angry. Since you are so tough, I will refine you into a cauldron. Then all your secrets will be mine. As soon as he finished speaking, greed flashed in the Blood King's eyes. He witnessed the entire battle between Liu Bai and Ningheng. I was shocked that there was such a terrifying existence in Liu Bai's body. However, the more this happens, the more powerful the furnace cauldron will be. When he absorbs and integrates it, his strength will be able to reach a higher level, even surpassing his master. Thinking of this, a hint of murderous intent flashed in the Bloody King's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. Become my nourishment. Laughing wildly, the Bloody King slapped out with his palm. The terrifying palm shadow, carrying tremendous power, slammed towards Liu Bai. Seeing this, Liu Bai's heart trembled, and he quickly activated his skills and blasted out with a sword. The sword shadow flickered and emerged. The two forces collided with each other, causing a dull sound. The palm shadow was overwhelming and powerful, while the green sword shadow was like white paper. It turned into powder in an instant and disappeared in the air. However, the palm shadow was still as powerful as ever, and it came crashing down with a fierce momentum, destroying everything in its path. Liu Bai's expression changed in shock. He slapped out several palm shadows, and a blue shield surrounded him. But these are just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In a flash, countless defenses collapsed and fell on Liu Bai. The latter flew backwards, bleeding and almost lifeless. He, you don't know your own limitations. Upon seeing this, the Bloody King in the void sneered, and the aura he exuded was even more frightening. The Bloody King was too terrifying. Even if all the emperors and powerful men present attacked him together, they would not be his match. At this moment, they can only pray that their lives will not be taken away by the Blood King. Fortunately, with Liu Bai's body as a cauldron, the Blood Man King was very happy. He said in a loud voice, "Today, I am happy, so I will let you go. Get out of here." The sound surged from all directions, shaking everyone's minds. Hearing these words, the monks in the audience felt as if they had been pardoned. They all burst out with all their might and fled in all directions. Seeing this, the Bloody King smiled even more arrogantly, as if he really enjoyed seeing this scene. Wow! At this moment, a figure walked in the opposite direction and landed on the arena in an instant. Nangong Yu stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferent, and said, "Let him go, and I will spare your life." As the words fell, the whole space fell silent. There was disbelief in everyone's eyes, and they even forgot to escape, their faces filled with horror. Hearing this, the Bloody King was stunned at first, and then burst into a sinister smile. For a moment, the whole world was shaking. Above the sky, dark clouds covered, and countless thunder beasts emerged. One after another, phantoms emerged, as if a pair of terrifying giant eyes appeared from the dark clouds. "Boy, you are the only one who dares to speak to me like that." As he spoke, his voice was like thunder, and the Bloody King's momentum continued to rise. In the end, the air seemed to have completely collapsed. Nangong Yu's expression remained calm. In his eyes, the Bloody King, who was feared by everyone, was like an ant and was not worth mentioning. "Come and die." As he spoke, the Bloody King waved his hand. A palm shadow covered the sky and the sun, surging from the void and pressing towards Nangong Yu. With one palm strike, everything turned into nothingness wherever it touched. When everyone reacted, they screamed and quickly ran away in all directions. The young monk was so frightened that he didn't even care about his own guards and fled madly into the distance. Nangong Yu showed no fear and also slapped out with his palm. With a wave of his palm, countless strange phenomena appeared in the void. The sky was filled with golden light, illuminating the earth and the sky. The dark clouds above the sky had turned into nothingness and disappeared into the air. The palm shadow was mighty, the aura was earth-shaking, the void thousands of feet around him turned completely into nothingness, and holes of nothingness appeared. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound was heard, and the world in this side began to tremble. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the ground and spread in all directions, as if connecting the entire heaven and earth. It took a long time to regain peace. The ancestor's strength is truly terrifying. Seeing this scene, Nangong Yu's heart trembled, his eyes filled with shock. She originally thought that with her current strength, she would be able to get close to the ancestor. Did not expect. In front of the ancestor, I am still like a child. When Lu Bai saw this scene in the photo, his eyes were already stunned. It is unimaginable that such a young monk can burst out such terrifying power. Thinking of this, Lu Bai's eyes sparkled, and he quickly said, "Please accept me as your disciple, sir." After the words fell, Nangong Haotian smiled and said lightly, "Oh? Why should I accept you as my apprentice?" Lu Bai said without hesitation, "If you don't want to accept me as your disciple, then you won't save me." Hearing this, Nangong Haotian smiled faintly. This guy is quite smart. As expected of someone with a natural body, he is truly gifted. "What's your name?" Nangong Haotian glanced at him and spoke. Lu Bai said, "Lu Bai." Nangong Haotian nodded and looked around. He saw that everyone was looking at him with eyes full of fear as if they saw a monster. After thinking for a while, Nangong Haotian said, "Let's talk somewhere else." Afterwards, Nangong Haotian took Nangong Yu and Lu Bai away from here. On the way, Lu Bai and Nangong Yu had a very pleasant conversation and quickly became part of the group. Nangong Haotian was also happy to see this scene. Time passed, and after a while, the three of them arrived inside the imperial city. "Master, are you from the Tianyan Divine Kingdom?" Seeing Nangong Haotian's smooth journey, a complex look flashed in Lu Bai's eyes. He originally thought that his master and his master were here for fun, but he didn't expect that they were actually the core figures of the Tianyan Divine Kingdom. You must know that except for the core figures of the Tianyan Divine Kingdom, no one can enter the imperial city, otherwise they will be regarded as enemies by the entire Divine Kingdom and hunted down forever. Hearing this, Nangong Haotian shook his head, and then told Lu Bai the purpose of their visit. The latter's face suddenly understood. This monarch of the kingdom of God, for his own selfish desires, has killed countless people of the kingdom of God, all in order to find the holy fire blood and start the holy fire ladder. After hearing the purpose of Nangong Haotian's visit, the complexity in Lu Bai's eyes disappeared. Hearing this, Nangong Haotian frowned. He didn't expect that there was such a story behind this. After hearing what was said, Nangong Yu on the side became even more furious, and wished he could raze Tianyan Imperial City to the ground right now. During the conversation, several people came to the bedroom. Nangong Yu rested first, while Nangong Haotian prepared for Lu Bai's Tianyan body. "Since you call me master, I will give you a great gift." After he finished speaking, Nangong Haotian waved his hand, and then a hole of nothingness appeared in this space. When Lu Bai reacted, he found himself in a mysterious space. Ninth Heaven. This is an independent space opened up by Nangong Haotian 1,000 years ago, which contains 9 worlds. Each level represents a law. After hearing Nangong Haotian's story, Lu Bai was shocked as if he was struck by lightning. He was unable to react for a long time. Lu Bai vaguely felt that he had followed the right person. Perhaps, my road to becoming an emperor will begin today. Thinking of this, Lu Bai looked extremely excited. You should still remember the mysterious power in you today, right? Nangong Haotian said lightly. Hearing this, Lu Bai quickly said, "Disciple, remember. If it weren't for that power, I would have died in Ningheng's hands. It's strange to say, I used to have some attainments in formations, but since I awakened that power, my understanding of formations seems to have become even deeper. Liu Bai had a look of confusion on his face, and when he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. A palm-sized golden formation appeared in his hand. The aura it exuded was enough to make even a late-stage golden immortal cultivator stay away from it. Nangong Haotian nodded and said, "This is because you have the body of Tianyan." Afterwards, Nangong Haotian told Liu Bai the origin of the Tianyan body. Hearing this, the latter was extremely excited, his eyes full of desire, and he quickly said, "Master, please teach me the unique skills of the Tianyan body. Wave your hands to form a formation and kill the emperor." However, these 8 words almost overturned his understanding of martial arts. However, Nangong Haotian said, "Remember, in the martial arts, greed is the most taboo. You must know that if you don't move forward, you will retreat. More haste makes waste. Disciple will follow your instructions." Hearing this, Liu Bai regained his composure, but he couldn't stop feeling happy in his heart. Nangong Haotian saw this and did not say much, but just said, "Although you have awakened the body of Tianyan, your current realm is not enough to use this power. If you can rely on your Tianyan body to break through the formation emperor, then your martial arts power will naturally reach the realm of the emperor. Then, I will be able to use the power of the Tianyan body." The cultivators in the great wilderness divine realm do not only practice the art of martial arts. They will also specialize in areas such as alchemy, weapons, and formations, etc. However, practicing these is even more difficult than practicing martial arts, so let's take the formation as an example. It requires extremely high mental state and mental strength of the monks. The mental power of a beginner array master is at least several times that of a cultivator of the same level. As for the spiritual power of the formation emperor, can be compared with the great emperor. At this moment, Nangong Haotian suddenly spoke, "Above the void, there are countless stars, above the brilliance, spiritual power is everywhere." As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Haotian waved his right hand, and an ancient book appeared in his hand. He continued, 10,000 years ago, there was a wise man who watched the stars and the moon every day and evolved a unique spiritual power." As he spoke, Nangong Haotian flicked his finger, and the book turned into a stream of light and finally sank into Liu Bai's body. In Liu Bai's mind, he seemed to see an old man sitting on a huge rock. The sky is dotted with stars, emitting endless light. Suddenly, the old man's eyes opened and a gleam of light burst out, tearing through the sky, and the entire void was roaring and shaking. Then, the stars in the sky shattered and turned into countless rays of light, gathering in the void. 9-turn star technique. Then, countless obscure characters were engraved in his mind, and a faint silver light lingered around him. At this moment, Liu Bai seemed to have turned into a star. The whole world was illuminated by him like day. Time passed, and after an unknown amount of time, Liu Bai woke up. His eyes opened and closed, a gleam of light flashed, shaking the void. "Master, I have comprehended the first turn," Liu Bai said excitedly. 9 revolutions of stars, 1 revolution at a time, 1 level higher than the previous one. He had only comprehended the first turn, and his mental strength increased by several times. Moreover, the formation he has set up now will make even a half-step emperor feel the threat of death. I believe it won't take long until I comprehend the second transformation. He will be able to step into the realm of formation emperor and completely awaken his heavenly body. Time passed, and several days went by. Liu Bai's realm was also completely stabilized. The next day, the news that Patriarch Tianyan had returned to the court shook the entire divine kingdom. Yan Wuji was overjoyed and came to greet him with all the ministers from the palace. "You know, Patriarch Tianyan has experienced several eras, and his strength has long been unparalleled. It is impossible to imagine his true power. With Patriarch Tianyan in charge, all the traitors and rebels will be killed. Some are happy, some are sad. Yang Baiyu's face was gloomy and he was extremely panicked. If Yan Wuji told others what he had done, given the temper of the Tianyan patriarch, he would certainly be in great danger. Thinking of this, Yang Baiyu's eyes were filled with worry. Welcome back, old ancestor. Inside the palace, Yan Wuji was the first to kneel on the ground and spoke loudly. Afterwards, countless subjects followed Yan Wuji's footsteps and knelt down, their voices gathering together and resounding through the sky. As soon as the words fell, a crack appeared in the void. The wind was howling, and a terrible pressure enveloped everyone's mind. The aura was overwhelming and terrifying. Then, a figure stepped out from the void, with overwhelming momentum, his body shining with light, and there seemed to be stars gathered in his eyes, and his charm was flowing. This person is the ancestor of Tianyan, Yan Wangchen. Next to him, there was a young monk with sharp eyes and starry eyebrows. He looked at the monks below with a proud look and a frivolous smile on his face. Master, these are your subjects? As the voice fell, the young monk's tone was full of contempt. There was a faint halo rotating on his body, and the aura around him was whistling, tearing the sky and splitting the earth, like the might of a dragon. If Liu Bai were here, he would definitely be extremely surprised. Because, the power of the formation was actually flowing in this young cultivator. Hearing this, Yan Wangchen smiled lightly, his eyes full of fondness. In my eyes, the subjects of the heavenly flame divine kingdom are nothing more than the nourishment of the divine kingdom's holy fire. Wait for me to take out the holy fire of the kingdom of God and help you integrate it. I believe that in a few years, Juner will be able to break through the realm of the Emperor of Formation. This young monk's name is Zhang Ruojuan, and he is not from the western regions. Instead, he was a disciple that Yan Wangchen accepted in the eastern region when he was training. This person's attainments in formations are extremely terrifying. At such a young age, he has already reached the level of a formation master. This time, they came not only to attack the Nangong Holy Land, but also to allow Zhang Ruojuan to merge with the holy fire of the kingdom of God and let the latter break through to the formation emperor realm. Fulfill his promise to the Zhang family and retrieve the opportunity buried in the Zhang family's holy land. As they were talking, two people walked over and landed in front of everyone. Yan Wangchen looked around and said calmly, "Thank you for your hard work, let's end the reception now, everyone please leave first." Yes. Hearing this, everyone spoke in unison. In the blink of an eye, the subjects dispersed, and the crowd that was originally as dense as locusts was now only a few in number. At this time, Yan Wuji walked over, glanced at Zhang Ruojuan, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. He once heard from the ancestor that he had accepted a disciple with extraordinary talent. I guess it must be him. Ancestor, Wuji has something important to report to you. After thinking for a while, Yan Wuji spoke. Yan Wangchen nodded and said, "There are too many people here, let's go to the main hall to discuss matters." Yes. Upon hearing this, Yan Wuji nodded in agreement. Afterwards, he brought the two of them to the main hall. Yan Wangchen sat on the dragon throne, and Zhang Ruojuan also sat down beside him. He looked around with contempt in his eyes. The western regions are indeed a wild and desolate place. Not only is the spiritual energy turbid, but it is also so dilapidated. If his master had not wanted to help him fuse the holy fire of the kingdom of God, he would not have come to such a desolate place. Seeing the young monk's disdainful expression, Yan Wuji's eyes flashed with gloom, but he hid it and said in a deep voice, "Ancestor, the holy fire has been fused by an outsider." What? Hearing this, Yan Wangchen's face suddenly changed. With a bang, the armchair in front of him turned into powder. Anger rolled in his eyes, and the whole hall turned cold. Seeing this scene, Yan Wuji was shaking all over, with a look of horror, and told everyone what had happened a few days ago. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Wuji felt an invisible force strangling his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe. It is hard to imagine that the monarch of the divine kingdom is as lowly as an ant in front of Yan Wangchen. You are just a piece of trash. I already know about this. Please leave first. Yan Wangchen snorted coldly, let Yan Wuji go, and waved his hand to let Yan Wuji leave. Upon hearing this, Yan Wuji fled as if he had been granted amnesty. After Yan Wuji left, Zhang Ruojuan suddenly said in a cold voice, "Humph! How dare a lowly person like you spy on the holy fire of the kingdom of God? You are courting death." In his eyes, the holy fire of the kingdom of God has long been his. Anyone who dares to touch what Zhang Ruojuan wants is seeking death. After he finished speaking, Yan Wangchen did not rush to speak, but a gleam of brilliance flashed in his cloudy eyes. After a long while, he said, "No hurry." Being able to fuse the holy fire of the kingdom of God, and having the same martial body, means that there is something divine in this person's body. If so, then this is an important opportunity for you. Master, what do you mean? Hearing this, Zhang Ruojuan's eyes flashed with confusion and he spoke. Yan Wangchen laughed and said, "As far as I know, there is a bead in the Nangong Holy Land that can separate the power of a cultivator. If this person really has power that is not weaker than the holy fire of the kingdom of God, then the power in her body will all belong to Juner." Hearing Yan Wangchen's words, Zhang Ruojuan's eyes were filled with excitement. If this is true, why would it take a year to enter the realm of Formation Emperor? He was confident that only 1 year would be enough. At this time, Yan Wangchen spoke again, and said in a deep voice, "Moreover, from what Yan Wuji said, Yi Haotian brought a disciple with him, who also has some attainments in formation. Master speculates that the person should be a formation body. If Juner can integrate it, it will be a good foundation for the future formation path." As Yan Wangchen spoke, Zhang Ruojuan's eyes were filled with greed. The holy fire of the kingdom of God, the formation body, and the things in the Nangong secret realm. He wants all of these. "Thank you, Master." Zhang Ruojuan spoke quickly, his face filled with excitement. No need to thank me. We are originally master and disciple. It is natural for me to help my disciple overcome the difficulties in his cultivation. Yan Wangchen laughed, his tone full of kindness. However, as he spoke, a gleam of brilliance flashed across his eyes, and another thought came to his mind. Besides, if you don't step into the realm of the Formation Emperor, how can I enter your Zhang family's sacred land and take the opportunity that belongs to me? By then, if you give me another 100 years, I will definitely be able to break through that limitation and become the legendary saint. The other side. Nangong Haotian also heard about the return of Patriarch Tianyan. However, he didn't care. The moment Yan Wangchen arrived, Nangong Haotian sensed this power. The pinnacle of the great Tao Emperor. However, it is extremely difficult to break through to a saint, even a half-step saint. Therefore, Nangong Haotian guessed that Patriarch Tianyan came back this time probably to obtain the holy fire of the kingdom of God. Thinking of this, Nangong Haotian chuckled, his expression somewhat amused. Unexpectedly, since they came to the Tianyan divine kingdom, it has become so lively. That's interesting. Master. While thinking, Liu Bai strode over. The aura lingering around him at this moment was such that even ordinary powerful emperors would have to stay away from him. You know, he is only in the early stage of golden immortal realm now. If you enter the realm of Emperor Venerable. In the same realm, invincible. Hearing this, Nangong Haotian nodded, then handed him a note. After seeing what was written above, a blazing light flashed across Liu Bai's eyes, and he said, "Master, I am willing to accept the challenge." As he spoke, Liu Bai's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. This note was naturally a declaration of war from Yan Wuji, wanting Liu Baiyi to challenge the formation set up by Patriarch Tianyan. Plus, the young monk today. Nangong Haotian speculated that Patriarch Tianyan took a fancy to Liu Baiyi's Tianyan body. In that case, let's meet them. Nangong Haotian smiled faintly. Want to seize Liu Baiyi's Tianyan body? Nangong Haotian was curious about what method they wanted to use. While thinking, Nangong Haotian brought Liu Baiyi to the agreed place. At this moment, there was no one else except Yan Wuji, old ancestor Tianyan and his disciples. Seeing Nangong Haotian coming over, Yan Wuji forced a smile on his old face. I guess this person is the disciple accepted by Mr. Yi? He is indeed a handsome man with extraordinary talent. Yan Wuji looked at Liu Baiyi, whose strength was only at the early stage of the Golden Immortal, and laughed. It was hard to tell whether his tone was a compliment or sarcasm. Could the people master is talking about be them? Zhang Ruojuan, who was standing aside, saw that Nangong Haotian didn't even have any cultivation, and couldn't stop the disappointment in his eyes. What kind of disciple can a master who has no cultivation at all teach? Wouldn't it be an insult to himself to let him compete with this person? Thinking of this, Zhang Ruojuan instantly lost the desire to fight. Yan Wangchen laughed and said, "These are not important. It's about that young cultivator. Even as a teacher, I cannot comprehend his physique, but he must be a good formation body. Juner, when the master sets up the formation, you will be in the formation and absorb the body of this person. As for that master, even if he is hiding his abilities, he is nothing more than an ant in front of my master." Hearing Yan Wangchen's arrogant voice, Zhang Ruojuan nodded. His eyes were full of greed, as if Liu Baiyi was just a lamb to be slaughtered. There is no strength at all. Boy, come here and die. When Yan Wangchen set up the formation, Zhang Ruojuan took a step forward, looked at Liu Baiyi with an arrogant face, his voice full of sarcasm. Hearing this, Liu Baiyi frowned, looked at Nangong Haotian, and saw the latter nodded. He also took a step forward, the ground cracked, and he fell into the formation. Boom! The next moment, the formation set up by Yan Wangchen emitted a brilliant light, and beams of light connected heaven and earth. Under their feet, the golden formation was rotating, with mysterious and ancient characters engraved in it. Bloodthirsty soul-locking formation? Seeing this scene, Nangong Haotian frowned, and then he understood why Yan Wuji and the others issued this challenge. It turns out that he wanted this young cultivator to take over Liu Baiyi's Tianyan body. But, it's obvious. They are doomed to fail. Not to mention that Liu Baiyi's attainments in battle formations at this time were beyond Zhang Ruojuan's imagination. Even if the trick was successful, everything was meaningless in front of Nangong Haotian. In this formation, you use your mental power to attack each other. Whoever falls to the ground loses. The winner will get this formation sword. Yan Wangchen looked at the two of them and spoke slowly. As he spoke, he turned his right hand and a brown scepter appeared. The power of the formation engraved on it was incomparably astonishing. The formation is of a zhang, and is an extremely rare imperial weapon. Yan Wangchen took out this item as a bet, obviously risking a lot of money. After saying that, Yan Wangchen's gaze fell on Nangong Haotian, a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, looking forward to what kind of bet the latter would come up with. Seeing this, Nangong Haotian raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that the Tianyan Divine Kingdom would be so stingy. While thinking, Nangong Haotian cast a talisman. Life and Death Talisman. Seeing the talisman in Nangong Haotian's hand, even Patriarch Tianyan, a living fossil of the times, was filled with shock on his face. In the great wilderness divine realm, in addition to formation masters, spiritual weapon masters, etc., there is also a special profession. That's the rune master. If formation masters are 1 in a million, then rune masters are even rarer. Looking at the entire great wilderness divine realm, even a rune master with weak strength can have a status comparable to that of a sect leader. As for those ancient rune masters, each of them is a holy place. From this we can see how terrifying the status of the rune master is. How come he has the life and death talisman? Is he a rune master? Impossible. If he is a rune master, he would never appear in this desolate place in the western regions. So how did he get such a mysterious rune as the life and death rune? Yan Wangchen took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Life and death talisman. As the name suggests, when you are attacked by death, you can use this rune to find someone to replace yourself, just like grafting. This kind of rune is extremely terrifying. The fact that this person could take out something like this as a bet just proves that he is not from a big family. The reason is simple. If this person came from a big family, he would definitely not take this kind of life-saving rune as a bet. Thinking of this, the greedy desire in Yan Wangchen's eyes was about to burst out. If I could get this rune, I would have more cards in my hand. My beloved disciple, you must win this fight for me. The corner of Yan Wangchen's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes were grim. With Yan Wangchen's order, the fight began. He, boy, I advise you to admit defeat. In my eyes, you are just a stepping stone for me to ascend to the path of becoming an emperor. At this time, Zhang Ruojuan's sinister smile was heard from the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and his mental power surged out like a surging ocean. It burst out from his fingertips and turned into a huge ball of light around him. Then, it spread towards Liu Bai. 7-star fighting formation. Seeing this, Liu Bai narrowed his eyes and blurted out. After the words fell, Zhang Ruojuan's smile became even wider. Yes, this is the 7-star fighting killing formation. Since you know it, you should know the horror of the 7-star fighting killing formation. Zhang Ruojuan laughed sinisterly, his eyes full of arrogance. Become my food obediently, and I can make your death more painful, otherwise. Having said this, Zhang Ruojuan did not continue speaking, but the meaning was self-evident. Let's fight. Liu Bai was fearless. He shouted softly and his hands kept intertwining. A formation condensed from his palms and spread out in all directions. Seeing this, Zhang Ruojuan's face darkened and murderous intent filled his eyes. The killing array begins. With a cold breath, Zhang Ruojuan slapped out with his palm, and then 7 stars condensed from the sky. The starlight was bright, and the 7 stars were shining with cold light. Boom! The next moment, 7 stars began to rotate and transformed into 7 figures that emerged from the world. The surging power filled the entire bloodthirsty soul-locking formation. The rolling power roared up, and 7 figures exuded murderous intent. The killing force stirred the void and was extremely terrifying. Zheng! The sound of golden swords was heard, 7 figures turned, and the power in the sky intertwined, covering the sky. For a moment, it was as if the galaxy gathered and countless stars twinkled. Boom! As Zhang Ruojuan grinned, countless forces rushed towards Liu Bai. The sky is full of stars, as if falling. The light was bright and its power was overwhelming, annihilating the entire void. For a moment, the entire formation was shaking, and it was all white inside, making it impossible to see what was inside. After a long time, until the light faded, Zhang Ruojuan's smile suddenly froze, and her eyes were full of disbelief. How is this possible? Seeing that Liu Bai was fine, Zhang Ruojuan couldn't help but exclaimed, his face looking extremely ugly. Liu Bai raised his lips, and a slightly contemptuous voice rolled out of his throat, "Is that all?" As soon as he finished speaking, the formation around him flashed with dazzling golden light. There was a golden glow in his eyes, making him look like a god, insolent and domineering. Your 7-star fighting formation? It's just a third-rate formation. At this time, Liu Baiyi spoke again, with an even more sarcastic tone. Today, I will show you what the power of the stars is. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Baiyi slapped out with his palm, and the mental power in his body surged like a flood bursting a dam. Endless spiritual power gathered in the sky, and at the same time, the 9-revolution star art was circulated. At this moment, the surging mental power turned into a sky full of stars, with endless light interweaving and flashing dazzling light. Rumble. Silver light fell, embellishing the ground with crystal clearness, formed by the condensation of a silver formation. Enveloped in the entire bloodthirsty soul-locking formation, the terrifying power was much more terrifying than Zhang Ruojuan's 7-star fighting killing formation. The killing force made the entire space seem to be frozen. How is it possible? At this moment, Zhang Ruojuan was already stunned. It was hard for him to imagine that Liu Baiyi could exert such terrifying power. Yan Wangchen, who was outside the formation, had an extremely gloomy expression and his eyes were full of confusion. The 9-star technique of Taiyin. How could he possibly master the Taiyin 9-yin formation? The Taiyin 9-star technique has a total of 9-star formations. The 7-star fighting formation used by Zhang Ruojuan came from the 7th star in the Taiyin 9-star formation. The most important thing is that the Taiyin 9-star technique is one of the 3 unique skills of the Taiyin Holy Land. How could he master the complete version of the Taiyin 9-star technique? Could it be that he is from the Taiyin Holy Land? But the Holy Land of Taiyin is not in the western regions, and different domains check and balance each other. If you commit evil in the western regions, you will be besieged by the entire Holy Land of the western regions. There are also sanctions from the Holy Pavilion of the Divine Realm. But if he was not a disciple of the Taiyin Holy Land, how could he have mastered the Taiyin 9-star technique? While he was thinking, 7 stars appeared in the formation. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ruojuan was shocked to the extreme. There was no other reason, this formation was exactly the 7-star fighting formation that he had just used. How is this possible? At this moment, Zhang Ruojuan was so shocked that his voice was trembling. How could he know the 7-star fighting killing formation? This is what his master taught him. Moreover, Zhang Ruojuan could sense that the 7-star fighting formation displayed by Liu Baiyi was several times more terrifying than his own. Most importantly, the person in front of me. But it's only the early stage of Golden Immortal Realm. Boom! While he was shocked, 7 figures blocked out the sky and the sun, as if gods had descended. Lights flashed, and endless power engulfed everything, drowning the entire bloodthirsty soul-locking formation. Puff! After a long time, the earth-shaking destructive force dissipated, and Zhang Ruojuan flew backwards, his body covered in blood, his breath weak, and his eyes full of horror. Seeing this scene, Yan Wangchen outside the formation had an extremely gloomy expression. The divine consciousness transmitted a voice, "Juner, I will mobilize the power of the killing array now, you cooperate with the killing array to deprive this person of his power. As for his master, leave him to me." As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light burst out from Yan Wangchen's fingertips and sank into the formation. Then, streams of blood-red aura, like endless blood pillars, enveloped the entire bloodthirsty soul-locking formation. The murderous intent was overwhelming, like a flood bursting a dam. A cold atmosphere was surging in the space. Boom! The next moment, the column of blood engulfed Zhang Ruojuan's body, and the latter recovered from his injuries in an instant. The eyes were extremely red. It was like an ancient ferocious beast that would choose its prey before devouring anyone, emitting a terrifying aura. Kill! Zhang Ruojuan twitched the corner of his mouth, and hoarse voices surged from all directions. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hands violently, and the blood column in the space seemed to have intelligence and attacked Liu Bai. Seeing this, Liu Bai's face darkened. Mobilizing the mental power in the body, the star art of all realms started running frantically. The sky is full of stars, shining brightly. Then, a huge golden bell appeared in front of her, covering her. Under his feet, golden formations intertwined, emitting earth-shaking power. Boom! The vast column of blood pierced through the air like a sharp arrow and hit the huge bell. A deafening sound erupted, and the entire bloodthirsty soul-locking formation was shaking at this moment. It seemed as if it would collapse in the next moment. Buzz! Above the golden bell, mysterious runes flow, and the light is endless, as if there is Sanskrit chanting. The stars in the sky are shining brightly, and each one seems to have tremendous power. Taiyin 9-star technique, Tai Hongzhong formation. Outside the formation, Yan Wangchen could no longer sit still, with greed in his eyes endless. At this moment, my breathing became a little rapid. The next moment, Yan Wangchen was able to confirm that the white-robed man in front of him had mastered the complete Taiyin 9-star technique. If they get it, combined with the opportunity from the Zhang family Holy Land, I believe that it won't be long before I can reach the legendary Saint Realm. It seems that this visit to the Heavenly Flame Divine Country has given me a big surprise. While murmuring, Yan Wangchen had already figured out a plan on how to obtain the Taiyin 9-star technique. After one strike, brilliant light appeared and the power of the formation surged in the air. The huge bell vibrated, and the sound seemed to come from across the void, breaking through eternity, and coming from ancient times. Boom! The sky is full of golden light and shining stars. A holy breath surged out from the huge bell and transformed into a figure, covering the sky and the sun. The formation rotated, emitting endless aura, and the light intertwined and fell into the formation. Figures gathered together, and the tremendous power of the formation gathered together and turned into a palm, slamming towards Zhang Ruojuan. This palm strike carried with it a force that could crush everything in its path and was unstoppable. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, and countless cracks appeared on the ground beneath their feet. The bloodthirsty soul-locking formation began to shake, and countless blood pillars collapsed, turning into thick blood energy that filled the sky. Zhang Ruojuan's figure exploded backwards, passing through the air, covered in blood. The blood energy in the formation seemed to have affected Liu Bai's mind, and at this moment a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He formed a formation with his hands and slapped the ground with one palm. A strong wind blew up from the formation, and the silver formation spread out in all directions. Then, a huge sword condensed in the center of the formation. Under the starlight, the huge silver sword refracted a faint light, as if it could tear the sky and the earth apart. Kill! Liu Bai opened his mouth, his 3,000 long hair fluttering in the wind, murderous intent rose in his eyes, and he swung his hand. The silver sword, accompanied by a sword sound, condensed the power of the formation, flashed a bright light in the sky, and blasted towards Zhang Ruojuan. Seeing this scene, Yan Wangchen's face suddenly changed and he shouted angrily, "How dare you!" As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed out with his palm. The power of palm shadow is vast and infinite. It collided with the silver sword, causing a deafening sound. Puff! After the attack, Liu Bai's face turned pale, his body retreated wildly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Kneel down. Then, Yan Wangchen attacked again. There was tremendous anger in his eyes. This Zhang Ruojuan was the son of the Zhang family in the eastern region. If anything happened to the latter, he would be to blame. He would never have a chance to get that opportunity again. Therefore, nothing can happen to Zhang Ruojuan. At least, not before he gets that opportunity. Boom! At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked Yan Wangchen's terrifying attack. Nangong Haotian walked out, stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes calm. A dignified emperor at the peak of his powers would attack an early golden immortal cultivator. That's irrational. Nangong Haotian's voice was flat, and no emotion could be heard from it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Wangchen's eyes narrowed. I didn't expect that this useless master could actually block my attack. It seems that this person's strength is at least at the peak of the golden immortal realm. But, think about it. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Yan Wangchen's eyes. He was a powerful emperor at the peak of his powers and had even comprehended the great way of fire. A mere peak golden immortal is like an ant in his eyes. Looking for death. Yan Wangchen snorted coldly, flipped his right hand, and summoned a magic sword. The pitch-black sword body reflects a cold luster under the sunlight. The sharp sword energy seemed to be able to cut through the void. The sound of the sword shook the air and tore through the sky. But, just these are far from enough in front of Nangong Haotian. Just as he was about to make a move, Yan Wuji suddenly walked over. He lowered his voice and whispered something to Yan Wangchen, and the latter's expression relaxed. He retracted his sword, his eyes were gloomy, and finally he turned and walked towards Zhang Ruojuan to check the latter's injuries. We won, and that meter of formation should belong to us. Nangong Haotian suddenly spoke. As soon as the words fell, the entire palace fell silent. Yan Wangchen's chest was heaving, his fists were clenched, and murderous intent was rolling in his eyes. Take a deep breath and force yourself to calm down. He threw the formation over, picked up the unconscious Zhang Ruojuan, and walked away. Yan Wuji did not stop either and left with Yan Wangchen. Let's go. Nangong Haotian handed the formation to Liu Bai and said. The other side. After the two returned to the hall. Yan Wangchen looked at Yan Wuji with a cold gaze and said coldly, Are you sure what you said is true? It's absolutely true. Yan Wuji spoke quickly, not daring to hide anything. It turned out that just when Yan Wangchen took action, Yan Wuji received news from his subordinates. The Supreme Elder of Nangong Holy Land appeared. A few days ago, a sword mark was found in an uninhabited place in the western regions. Yan Wuji could determine that the sword mark was definitely left by the Supreme Elder of Nangong Holy Land. I didn't expect that guy to be alive. Thinking of the Grand Elder of Nangong Holy Land, Yan Wangchen couldn't help but feel a headache. Yan Wangchen had traveled through several eras and knew how terrifying the Supreme Elder was. Although he is not a saint, even a saint should still treat him with utmost respect and no one dares to disobey him. If he really appears in the great wilderness divine realm, I'm afraid the attack on the Nangong Holy Land will have to be slowed down this time. Yan Wangchen said slowly. However, Yan Wuji on the side said, Ancestor, from what I see, this is a good opportunity to attack Nangong Holy Land. Why do you think so? Yan Wangchen frowned and asked in confusion when he heard this. Yan Wuji laughed, his expression suddenly changed, and he uttered a few words, Holy Fire Stairs. If I'm not mistaken, the Grand Elder of Nangong Holy Land had stayed on the Holy Fire Stairs for a while, but I don't know how he got out of the stairs. That sword mark might have fallen somewhere in the western region after the stairs collapsed. Hearing Yan Wuji's voice, Yan Wangchen's face became a little gloomy. That guy actually entered the Holy Fire Stairs? You know, the Holy Fire of the Kingdom of God contains a shocking secret. Although the Holy Fire has not been stolen, it does not mean that the secret behind it has been cracked by him. Did you let him in? Yan Wangchen looked at Yan Wuji with cold eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible pressure enveloped Yan Wuji. The latter's face changed as murderous intent rolled over him. He could only bite the bullet and say, yes. The fact that the Grand Elder of Nangong Holy Land was able to enter the Holy Fire Stairs was indeed Yan Wuji's plan. Several hundred years ago, Yan Wuji met the Supreme Elder by chance. He used Yan Tianxi's pure divine body as bait to lure him to the Holy Fire Stairs in order to unlock the secret of the Holy Fire of the Kingdom of God. However, later on, Yan Wuji didn't know how the Supreme Elder managed to leave the Holy Fire Stairs, but the Holy Fire of the Kingdom of God was not stolen, so Yan Wuji didn't care. Hearing what Yan Wuji said, Yan Wangchen snorted coldly, the aura in his body vibrated, and he blasted Yan Wuji back, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Waste. That guy is extremely mysterious. How can you control him? If you do something behind my back again next time, I will kill you. Yan Wuji didn't dare to say anything more. He lowered his head, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Since the Supreme Elder has appeared, why is it a good time to attack the Nangong Holy Land? After his anger dissipated, Yan Wangchen spoke slowly. After the words fell, Yan Wuji said carefully, replying to the ancestor, the Holy Fire Stairs connects countless spaces. Although he escaped from the stairs, it does not mean that he is now in the great wilderness divine realm. Hearing this, Yan Wangchen thought for a moment, nodded, and agreed with what Yan Wuji said. The Holy Flame Stairs are extremely mysterious. Even though he had gone through several eras and read countless ancient books, he was still unable to find out the origin of the Holy Fire Stairs. All we know is that the Holy Fire of the Kingdom of God does not originally belong to the great wilderness divine realm, and that it contains unimaginable opportunities. But before they could even merge, outsiders got there first. Thinking of this, Yan Wangchen's eyes became grim and murderous. In that case, wait until the Yang family arrives and then attack the Nangong Holy Land. Yan Wangchen stood up and ordered, gather all the forces of the Kingdom of God and go to attack together. Yes. Yan Wuji clasped his fists and spoke upon hearing that. After he finished speaking, he retreated. At this moment, Yan Wangchen was the only one left in the hall. Want to get the chance in the secret realm of Nangguang Palace? You are still too young. Yan Wangchen looked at the sky outside, snorted coldly, and greed filled his eyes. He knew clearly in his heart that both the Yang family and Yan Wuji wanted to take possession of the holy fire of the Divine Kingdom and the Nangong's secret realm. But, in the eyes of Yan Wangchen, these things have long been his alone. No one is allowed to get involved. Time passed, just a few days. The Yang family's Supreme Elder led everyone in the Yang family to the palace. Grandpa Chioen. Seeing the Yang family's Supreme Elder, Yang Baiyu hurried over with a face full of joy. Ever since Yan Wangchen returned to the court, Yang Baiyu was afraid that Yan Wuji would reveal all her deeds, so she dared not show up in public. Only now that the Supreme Elder appeared did she have the courage to show up. Yang Chaoan nodded, then his eyes fell on Yan Wangchen, and then he smiled faintly, "Senior brother Wangchen, long time no see." Junior brother is getting younger and younger. Today, Yan Wangchen was wearing a black robe, with a strong aura. While he was speaking, the space around him collapsed. Seeing this scene, Yang Chaoan was even more shocked. It's hard to imagine that after not seeing each other for 100 years, Yan Wangchen's strength has improved a lot. What a weirdo. Thinking of this, Yang Chaoan said with a smile on his face, "How dare I call myself young in front of my senior brother? But my senior brother, after going through several eras, his aura is still strong. I believe his strength has improved a lot. It's just luck." Yan Wangchen waved his hand and said. This attack on the Nangong Holy Land was led by the Tianyan Divine Kingdom, which joined forces with the Yang family and a number of other Divine Kingdom forces. There were enough powerful emperors to count on their hands. And the number of golden immortal realms is countless. The force is overwhelming and vast. Therefore, Nangong Haotian had already contacted the Holy Land and asked them to prepare the equipment. Seeing this scene, Nangong Yu in the distance had angry eyes and a cold tone. We don't know them at all, but they come here to attack Nangong Holy Land. Do they really think we are easy to bully? Master, if you give the order, I can set up a formation right now to kill them all. Mr. Nangong, I feel the same way. Not only Nangong Yu, but also Lu Bai and Su Wukong on the side had faces filled with anger at this moment. They looked at the cultivators in front of them with murderous intent in their eyes. However, Nangong Haotian waved his hand and said, "No problem. They are just a group of ants. If we kill them now, how can the forces behind them attack Nangong Holy Land?" After the words were spoken, several people looked a little confused. Nangong Yu was the first to understand and said, "Ancestor, do you mean the Holy Temple of the Divine Realm?" Nangong Haotian nodded. During this period of time, the Holy Pavilion of the Divine Realm had been silent. It seemed that they had tacitly allowed them to become a holy land. But, if this is the case, how can Nangong Haotian enjoy playing this game? Therefore, they had to unite to attack Nangong Holy Land, and then be suppressed and killed by the Holy Land. Only the Holy Pavilion of the Divine Realm will step in to stop the Nangong Holy Land. After all, the Tianyan Divine Kingdom can mobilize so many forces, so the Divine Domain Holy Pavilion naturally acquiesces in the Divine Kingdom's actions. Boom! At this moment, a space crack appeared in the sky. A group of figures appeared from a distance. It's him. Nangong Yu looked over when she heard the voice and saw a very familiar figure among the group of people. "Father, it's them." The figure obviously discovered them and spoke coldly. The look he gave Nangong Yu was full of greedy desire. This person was none other than the young monk who had had an argument with them in the underground boxing club, He Xiu Sect. The Zhao family is a vassal force of the Tianyan Divine Kingdom. The head of the family, Zhao Dingsheng, has reached the initial stage of Emperor Venerable's cultivation. He stands out from the crowd of vassal forces and shows signs of becoming a branch of the Kingdom of God. The son of Zhao Dingsheng was even more arrogant. Even when facing the powerful emperor, he relied on the Zhao family and did not take him seriously at all. Unexpectedly, they met again today. Oh! Hearing this, Zhao Dingsheng looked over with murderous intent in his eyes. At the underground boxing club, Zhao Shuesen abandoned his guards and fled, lying to his father that Nangong Haotian and his men were looking for trouble and wanted to kill him. When Zhao Dingsheng found out, he was extremely angry. As soon as he landed on the ground, he slapped out his palm and attacked Nangong Haotian and others. Seeing this, everyone looked surprised, but did not stop it. After all, the monarch of the Kingdom of God highly values the Zhao family, and they don't want to offend the Zhao family at this time. Besides, Yan Wuji didn't say anything, so why were they joining in the fun? Yan Wuji on the other side naturally noticed this scene, but he just snorted coldly and did not take any action. The Zhao family is seeking death, why should we care about it? However, how could an emperor, who was in the early stage of his reign, dare to attack Nangong Haotian and the others? You really don't know how to live or die. While he was thinking, Zhao Dingsheng swung his palm and it fell down suddenly. Nangong Yu's face darkened and he was about to take action. Lu Bai on the side took the lead in condensing a formation, and a green light enveloped them. The palm shadow fell down, making a deafening sound. When the dust settled, Lu Bai withdrew the formation, and several people were unharmed. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Even Zhao Dingsheng's eyes flashed with surprise. Although he did not use his full strength in that palm strike just now, the blow from the emperor was not something that an ant in the early stage of Golden Immortal could withstand. He's not dead yet. When Zhao Shuesen saw Lu Bai take action, he was shocked as if he had seen a ghost. He also thought that Lu Bai had died in the underground boxing club long ago and disappeared. We have no grudge against you, why are you attacking us? Nangong Yu spoke coldly with anger in her beautiful eyes. After he finished speaking, Zhao Dingsheng sneered, "Do you need a reason to kill ants? Come and die." After he finished speaking, Zhao Dingsheng clapped his hands again. Then, a palm shadow appeared. It vibrated in the void, emitting a faint golden light, and blasted towards Nangong Yu. Humph! Upon seeing this, Nangong Yu's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. He flipped his right hand, summoned the purple smoke sword, and swung it towards the void. The sword shadow passed through the air, carrying tremendous spiritual power, and spewed out in the direction of Zhao Dingsheng. Boom! The two forces collided, causing an earth-shaking sound. The air waves rolled and spread in all directions. After one strike, the two were evenly matched. Seeing this scene, the people around were even more shocked. Zhao Dingsheng is a powerful emperor, and everyone in the Tianyan divine country knows it. However, no one expected that this young female monk could be on par with Zhao Dingsheng. Could it be that this person is also a powerful emperor? Thinking of this, everyone retracted their previous contempt and their eyes were filled with envy. Those who can cultivate to the level of emperor are unparalleled. Come again. Seeing Nangong Yu blocking his palm, Zhao Dingsheng's face was filled with shame and anger, and he shouted angrily. The next moment, a long spear appeared in his hand. Subduing Dragon Divine Strike. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Dingsheng waved his halberd, and the spiritual power in his body burst out, shaking the sky and transforming into a phantom of a halberd. The entire body seemed to be filled with gold, emitting an earth-shaking aura. Below the Emperor, we are all ants. Even the powerful golden immortals felt a great murderous intent at this moment. They all retreated hundreds of meters, their eyes filled with shock. Boom! A halberd was swung out, and the shadow trembled, like a falling galaxy, with dazzling light, endless power, and devastating momentum. It carried tremendous force and attacked Nangong Yu Haran. Seeing this, Nangong Yu's pretty face was covered with frost. Guei sword technique. Although she was in the Tianyan Divine Kingdom, she did not use the Nangong secret technique. As the sword was swung out, the spiritual power in the body surged, transforming into countless sword shadows. Finally, the sword shadows overlapped, condensing into a sword shadow that covered the sky and the sun. Above the sword shadow, power rolled and strength surged, like a flood bursting through a dam, splitting the surrounding sky into two. Then, the two forces collided. An earth-shaking sound erupted from the center of power, and a mushroom cloud spread out. The land around was cracked into countless marks, the sky was shaking and the earth was trembling. The rolling wind waves stirred up dust in the air, covering the sky and the sun, and people could not see the scenery inside. Boom! After the blow, Zhao Dingsheng's figure retreated wildly in all directions and slammed heavily on the ground. The ground cracked open, and a bottomless pit appeared in front of everyone. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone gasped, their eyes filled with shock. How could Zhao Dingsheng, who had already reached the level of an emperor, be beaten so badly by a young cultivator? How can this be? Even Yan Wuji found it difficult to describe the situation at this moment. Unexpectedly, Saint Nangong, who had merged with the holy fire of the kingdom of God, could actually unleash such terrifying power. Fortunately, he secretly conveyed the message to Nangong Haotian yesterday that the Tianyan Divine Kingdom would not take action against the Holy Land. It was just to deceive the Yang family and those affiliated forces of the Kingdom of God. Now those affiliated forces of the Kingdom of God are all very powerful. Now that the Tianyan Kingdom of God has lost the holy fire of the Kingdom of God, if they continue to indulge them like this, sooner or later, these affiliated forces will betray the Kingdom of God. By then, the Tianyan Divine Kingdom might not be able to stand alone. Therefore, this is also a good opportunity to liquidate affiliated forces and ensure the rule of the kingdom of God. However, he did not tell Yan Wangchen about this. If the latter takes action recklessly, it has nothing to do with him. Besides, Yan Wangchen is at the peak of the emperor level and has even comprehended the power of the great Tao. Yan Wuji also did not think that apart from the Grand Elder, there was anyone else in Nangong Holy Land who could be compared with the ancestor. While thinking, Nangong Yu took a step forward, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. She had been pent up with anger and had nowhere to vent it, and now here came a ball to vent it on. Wow! A sword was swung out, and a sword light carrying tremendous power burst out and blasted towards Zhao Dingsheng. This time, Nangong Yu's attack was extremely ruthless. Zhao Dingsheng's face suddenly changed and he wanted to resist, but under the sword's shadow, his strength was extremely weak and he was no match for Nangong Yu at all. There was a muffled sound, and Zhao Dingsheng's body suddenly turned into a bloody mist. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned to the extreme. I haven't been able to speak for a long time. No. After a long time, Zhao Xuesen's hysterical roar was heard. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, his heart was filled with murderous intent, and he had already lost his mind. He swung his fist towards Nangong Yu, who frowned and prepared to attack. A force rushed over first and dissolved the fist's shadow. The monarch of the kingdom of God. Seeing this person, everyone was shocked. I didn't expect that the monarch of the kingdom of God would actually take action to block this punch at this time. Yan Wuji looked at Zhao Xuesen indifferently and said slowly, "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of mental power blasted towards Zhao Xuesen. Hearing this, the latter's expression changed. When he regained consciousness, his face turned pale, cold sweat covered his face, and his eyes were filled with fear. In that moment just now, he seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and a figure slaughtering all things. It was extremely terrifying. These are all the spiritual spells used by Yan Wuji. With his strength, he can transform anything with just a thought. Your Majesty, please forgive me for being rude. The monarch of the kingdom of God has taken action. No matter how angry he is, it will be of no use. What's more, his father has died in it. Except for finding the ancestor of the Zhao family who has disappeared for a long time, nothing can help. Yan Wuji nodded without saying much, but a gleam of brilliance flashed across his eyes. Although he was the monarch of a country and had countless vassal forces, they did not obey him. But it is the Tianyan divine kingdom, or in other words, it obeys Yan Wangchen. Now that the kingdom of God has lost its holy fire, it is even more important for him to build a force that belongs to him alone. Only in this way can we survive in this divine realm. It is said that the Zhao family's supreme elder is missing and may have died. But Yan Wuji knew that the ancestor of the Zhao family had not died and had been imprisoned in the forbidden area. Moreover, it is very easy to find him. All he needs is the blood of his clan's descendants. This is also why he ignored Zhao Dingsheng's death but only saved Zhao Xuesen. While thinking, Yan Wangchen suddenly said, "Let's go and attack Nangong Holy Land." As soon as the words fell, everyone regained their composure and followed Ancestor Tianyan into the teleportation array. Nangong Holy Land. Dark clouds rolled over the city. Nangong Junyi stood in front of the Holy Land. The Nangong Holy Sword appeared in his hand. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his Taoist robe moved without wind. Wow! Gigu Huisher, Wanlongyuan, Nangong Chenyu, a group of figures appeared behind Nangong Junyi. A tremendous aura lingered around them, and their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Although he didn't say a word, Nangong Junyi already understood what he meant. He smiled faintly and said nothing more. Crash! At this moment, a muffled sound tore through the sky. Then, a space crack thousands of feet long appeared in the void. Dense human figures were like locusts, exuding a monstrous and fierce breath, shaking in this space. They are coming. Seeing this scene, everyone narrowed their eyes, with cold light flashing in their eyes and murderous intent bursting out. Nangong Junyi. Extremely cold voices surged in from all directions. Yen Wangchen spoke first, and the aura of the Peak Emperor pressed down and landed on the entire Holy Land. Boom! The next moment, the Nangong Holy Land burst into a sky full of light, and countless formations intertwined, transforming into a figure that covered the sky and the sun. Endless aura collapsed and filled the sky. Feeling this breath, Yen Wangchen frowned. Unexpectedly, the formation of Nangong Holy Land was so strong, and he felt vaguely familiar with this aura, as if he had seen it somewhere. Without thinking any more, Yen Wangchen's cold voice fell again, "Wait for the people from my kingdom of God, and kill them all." As soon as the voice fell, Nangong Junyi took a step forward, his black hair fluttering in the air, and his words were full of sarcasm, "That Yen Tianxi is just a pawn of your Tianyan divine kingdom. If you want to touch my holy land, you can try it." During this period, Nangong Junyi has already stepped into the 5th level of Emperor Venerable. His cultivation is so profound that even when facing the old ancestor Tianyan, he is still not afraid. Upon hearing this, Yen Wangchen's eyes were filled with anger. Just as he was about to attack, Yen Wuji on the side suddenly offered a plan. "Ancestor, why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? The Yang family has been too rampant recently. Why not let them attack first and put a stop to their aggressiveness?" Yen Wangchen's right hand paused, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He nodded, his eyes fell on Yang Chaoan, and he said lightly, "Junior brother Yang, I heard that a few decades ago, the Yang family produced an invincible emperor of the same realm. I admire him very much." As he chuckled, Yen Wangchen's eyes sparkled with brilliance, the meaning of which was self-evident. After hearing this, Yang Chaoan's old face became gloomy. But, he knew how terrifying Yen Wangchen's strength was. Not to mention him, even the entire Yang family is no match for Yen Wangchen. "Mu Feng." Yang Chaoan spoke in a deep voice. "The child is here." At this time, a man came over from the back of the crowd. He had the cultivation level of the 3rd level of the Emperor, and his aura was stern and his eyes were gloomy. Yang Mufeng, the current head of the Yang family. "Uncle, don't worry. The small Nangong Holy Land is no match for me." Yang Mufeng glanced at Yen Wuji who was gloating on the side, and spoke in a deep voice. Hearing this, Yang Chaoan nodded and said, "Be careful." "Yes." Yang Mufeng replied, and as soon as he finished speaking, his figure appeared in front of Nangong Holy Land. A pair of gloomy eyes fell on Nangong Junyi, and a cold voice rolled out from his throat, "Do you remember me?" Nangong Junyi laughed, took a step forward, and said loudly, "Of course, my subordinates are losers. 100 years ago, 2 families had a family war over a spiritual stone mine. Many clansmen from both sides died in the battle, and in the end, Nangong Junyi defeated Yang Mufeng with a palm strike. For this reason, Yang Mufeng has been harboring anger in his heart for 100 years, and today he came here for revenge. After 100 years, I am no longer the same as I was before. Today, I will use your blood to sacrifice the souls of my people from 100 years ago." With a cold snort, Yang Mufeng took the lead. The long sword in his hand rolled, and he swung it out, with a dazzling sword light emitting out. "Just you?" Seeing this, Nangong Junyi raised a disdainful arc at the corner of his mouth. He held the Nangong holy sword in his hand, the sword light flashed, and it was extremely cold. Boom! Sword shadows collided and dust rolled. The land around it cracked and spread in all directions. After one strike, the two were evenly matched. Yang Mufeng's eyes were filled with anger, and he swung his sword again, one sword to overthrow the gods. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling sword light, like a star shining in the world, carried with it a force that could destroy everything in its path, and blasted towards Nangong Junyi. The sword was so powerful that wherever it went, it split in two. The air around him collapsed at this moment. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Technique. Nangong Junyi showed no fear. He retracted his sword, a gleam in his eyes, and then he slapped out with his palm. A vast ocean of spiritual energy surged out, condensing into phantoms of dragons and elephants above. The two divine beasts were unrivaled, their trunks rolled up the sky, and the 10,000 feet of space was completely shattered. The dragon was even more majestic, blocking out the sky and the sun, and the entire space became dark. Amidst the roars of elephants and dragons, endless power crashed down. The void shattered, and spiritual energy filled the sky. Boom! Under the tremendous force, the sword's shadow was like brittle paper and disappeared into the void. However, the dragon-elephant phantom's momentum did not diminish in the slightest. It carried with it a force that could crush everything in its path, shaking the vast space and crashing down on Yang Mufeng. Wow! This force was too terrifying and he simply could not withstand it. After the attack, Yang Mufeng's body flew through the air, exploded back thousands of feet, and fell heavily on the ground. His body was covered in blood and his breath was weak. Nangong Junyi withdrew his hand, his eyes full of indifference. Then he swung a sword. The sword fell on Yang Mufeng, bursting out with tremendous power, and the latter's body turned into blood mist. The spiritual consciousness escaped but was killed by Nangong Junyi's sword. At this point, Yang Mufeng disappeared. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the forces that came to attack Nangong Holy Land all gasped. Yang Mufeng, who was at the third level of Emperor Venerable, just fell into the hands of Nangong Junyi. How is this possible? For a moment, everyone wanted to retreat, but as soon as they had this thought, they were slapped to death by Yen Wangchen, and their souls perished. How dare you! In the void, Yang Chaoen's eyes were filled with anger and he shouted angrily. He slapped his palm suddenly. The palm shadow that covered the sky and the sun carried tremendous power, pushing towards Nangong Junyi and others with great force. Nangong's secret technique, Holy Sword of Heavenly Punishment. Seeing this scene, Nangong Junyi did not become arrogant. Endless spiritual power poured into Nangong Holy Sword, and then the sword stabbed out. The dazzling sword light, flashing with cold light, hung eternally above the void. Boom! The rolling sword shadows were thousands of feet long, and for a moment the entire world seemed extremely small. With a swing of the sword, the 1,000-foot-long sword shadow was like a falling galaxy, splitting the sky and the earth into two. It collided with the palm shadow, and exploded with earth-shattering power. A mushroom cloud suddenly appeared in this world and shook it. The power is so great that it connects heaven and earth. Endless spiritual energy surged in the space, and the air thousands of feet high collapsed. The rolling waves of air swept over, and for a moment the mountains and rivers turned upside down, and the sun and the moon sank. After a long time, wait until the dust settled. Countless gullies appeared in front of everyone, and what was even more shocking was Yang Chaoen's clothes were tattered, his old face was extremely pale, he was panting, and his eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't imagine that Nangong Junyi's strength was so terrifying. On the other hand, after the attack, Nangong Junyi's body remained motionless, like the roots of an old tree. He stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, murderous intent flowing in his eyes, and a cold voice came from his mouth. 100 years ago, your Yang family planned to kill my Nangong disciples, and now you want to attack the Nangong Holy Land? You are so greedy, but in front of my Nangong Holy Land, you are nothing but ants. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Junyi raised the sword in his hand. Endless power was rolling in the holy sword, and the entire Nangong Holy Land was shaking at this moment. Dots of golden light, like stars in the sky, are everywhere. Then, countless rays of light fell into the Nangong Holy Sword. A terrifying sword shadow surged out from the sword body, hanging in the void for eternity, with overwhelming power and overwhelming force. Nangong's secret technique, Holy Sword Heavenly Punishment. The golden sword shadow was like golden irrigation, cutting through the sky around it. As the sword was swung, the 1,000-foot-long sword shadow was like a flood bursting through a dam. The tremendous power stirred the heaven and earth, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire world. Boom! Wherever the sword shadow goes, heaven and earth are split in two, yin and yang are separated, and all things sink. This sword carries the will of the Holy Land. Seeing this scene, Yang Chaoen's face was filled with shock. In panic, he clapped his hands several times. The palm shadow was powerful, like a tiger descending from the mountain, its force was unstoppable. But, in the face of the will of the Holy Land, everything seemed so pale. In just a moment, the palm shadow shattered. Boom! The golden sword shadow was like a falling galaxy, the sword's brilliance burst out, and the overwhelming power was fully released at this moment, smashing down on Yang Chaoen. After the blow, Yang Chaoen was covered in blood, his breath was weak, and he fell heavily to the ground. His life or death was unknown. Seeing this scene, the entire void fell silent, and one could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked shocked, and huge waves of anger were rising in their hearts. It is unimaginable that Nangong Junyi's strength is so terrifying. Even someone as powerful as the Yang family's Grand Elder is no match for the Nangong Holy Land? In this case, do they still want to attack the Nangong Holy Land? How can it be? At once, everyone came to their senses. There were countless opportunities in the Nangong's secret realm, but they also had to survive to get them. Everyone is not stupid and knows that Nangong Holy Land is not something they can afford to provoke. When Yen Wangchen in the void saw this scene, his face became extremely gloomy, and anger swirled in his eyes, a bunch of trash. He thought that after Yang Chaoen's 100 years of seclusion, his strength would have improved a lot, but he didn't expect that he was still so weak. "Please help, ancestor," Yen Wuji said with his head down and fist clasped. As he finished speaking, a gleam of brilliance flashed across his eyes. Yen Wuji knew that in the Nangong Holy Land, the strongest fighting force was still among them. Judging from the current situation, Nangong Haotian's strength is probably much stronger. Even if the ancestor defeated Nangong Junyi, facing Nangong Haotian. Thinking of this, Yen Wuji sneered in his heart, but he appeared calm and sincere on the surface. Snort. Hearing this, Yen Wangchen snorted coldly, took a step forward, and the entire void twisted together. For a moment, dark clouds gathered and thunder roared, as if it was the end of the world. Seeing this scene, Nangong Junyi narrowed his eyes, he knew that the real threat was coming. The Nangong Holy Sword in his hand made a sound, full of fighting spirit. The people behind him were even more fearless, and they all drew their weapons, ready to fight him. Boom! Yen Wangchen fell to the ground, the void around him shattered, the ground beneath his feet collapsed, and the surroundings turned into a dead silence. With a grim gaze cast upon the crowd, Yen Wangchen said contemptuously, "All of you, come together." When the voice fell, Yen Wangchen was extremely arrogant. But they knew that this person had reached the peak of the emperor and was vaguely entering the realm of semi-saint. They must not underestimate the enemy. Attack together. Nangong Junyi's eyes changed, and the long sword in his hand stabbed out a sharp sword light, Nangong's secret technique, a sword toppled the sky. The sword shadow is vast and powerful across the sky. Immediately afterwards, Wan Longyuan also slapped out his palm, Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. 10,000 Tribulations Whip Technique. Sacred Sword Qi. Gigu Huisher and Nangong Junyi also took action. For a moment, the phantom of the sword shook the void, and the divine beast broke through the eternity and came roaring. The whole world seemed to be trembling. The sky shook, the mountains and rivers collapsed, and spiritual energy filled the sky. Countless forces rushed out and attacked Yan Wangchen. Weak. Too weak. However, these forces that were enough to make a group of powerful people feel fearful were vulnerable in Yan Wangchen's eyes. He laughed wildly, and the power in his body surged towards the sky like a flooding river. As soon as he finished speaking, he clapped his hand. The terrifying power surged and surged in the air. The shadow of a Buddha statue condensed and blocked out the sky, as if connecting heaven and earth. Boom! Then, the Buddha statue clapped its hands. The 1,000-foot-long palm shadow, carrying a terrifying force, pressed down towards everyone. Boom! The palm shadow was devastating and powerful, and it collided with the sword shadow of the beast, causing an earth-shaking sound. In an instant, all things were turned into dust and fell to the sky, and the entire world fell into it. Puff! After one attack, Yan Wangchen's power was too terrifying and he was no match for him at all. He spat out a stream of blood and flew backwards 10,000 meters before he could barely stand. This person's power. Wan Longyuan's eyes were filled with horror. He had already entered the ranks of emperors and even possessed dragon veins. His strength was unimaginable, but in front of Yan Wangchen, he was like an ant and could not withstand a single blow. You guys step back first. After taking a deep breath, Nangong Junyi spoke. No, we live and die together with the Holy Lord. Nangong Junyi smiled. Wan Longyuan also took a step forward. That's right, we will never retreat. Gigu Huisher on the side said, my life belongs to Mr. Haotian and Nangong Holy Land. Hearing this, Nangong Junyi smiled faintly, then his expression changed, his eyes fell on Yan Wangchen, and he said, in that case. Then we'll kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the holy sword in his hand surged, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, and with a roar, he and everyone else used their strongest power to attack Yan Wangchen. The sky above the Nangong family was covered with dark clouds, and a fierce battle was about to break out. The power of Nangong Junyi's holy sword went straight to Yan Wangchen's face, and Yan Wangchen smiled slightly. I didn't expect that the Nangong family would produce such a person. After saying that, he waved his hand and a huge shield appeared in front of him, blocking the attack from Nangong Junyi. Is this all your strength? It's such a waste of the Nangong family's treasure. As Yan Wangchen spoke, he looked at the Nangong family with a sneer on his face. At the same time, he also thought of the Nangong family's secret realm and treasures, and unconsciously revealed a greedy look. Nangong Junyi paused when he saw this and threw out the holy sword. The holy sword stopped above Yan Wangchen's head, transforming into countless sword shadows that constantly intertwined and circled in the sky. A stunning entrance into the world. Nangong Junyi roared, and countless sword shadows pointed at Yan Wangchen, pouring down like a rainstorm. Yan Wangchen did not dare to delay. He kept forming seals with his hands, and countless inscriptions like flames gushed out from them. They transformed into fire dragons and wrestled and entangled with countless sword shadows. Nangong Junyi's body was shaking and sweat was pouring down. On the other hand, although Yan Wangchen had a serious expression on his face, he was much more relaxed than Nangong Junyi. Wan Longyuan and Nangong Junyi hurried to help. Wan Longyuan slapped out his palm, Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. Sword of the Holy Spirit. The spiritual power and sword energy of the two men burst out together, transforming into a divine beast with sword scales all over its body, rushing towards Yan Wangchen. "Oh, it's just a trivial trick." Yan Wangchen sneered, and then a giant dragon covered in magma emerged from Yan Wangchen's hand. The giant dragon swallowed the divine beast in one gulp, and then rushed straight towards the two with undiminished power. The two tried to stop it, but were helpless as they were still pushed tens of thousands meters into the sky by the giant dragon. The dragon then transformed into a fireball and knocked the two to the ground again. Ripples appeared in the space nearby, and the sky became even darker. The wounds of the two were already bloody. They didn't expect that the strength gap was so huge. They both fainted with their heads tilted. Yan Wangchen's attack became stronger. Countless fire dragons gathered together to form a fire sword, which stabbed straight towards the holy sword. Nangong Junyi spat out a mouthful of blood and was knocked hundreds of meters away. Finally, he fell to the ground, covered in blood. "Ancestor, save me!" Nangong Junyi shouted. No one can save you, so just be my food." Yan Wangchen laughed wildly and arrogantly, and the fire sword in his hand slashed down. What's going on?" Yan Wangchen only felt that the fire sword paused and could no longer cut. When the smoke cleared, a handsome young man suddenly appeared there, holding a sword between two fingers and looking at him with contempt. "Ancestor. It turns out to be you. You will be buried with them," Yan Wangchen said angrily. It turned out that the people who came were Nangong Haotian. Lu Bai, Nangong Yu and Su Wukong followed closely to support the Nangong family. Yan Wangchen was extremely angry when he failed to kill the head of the Nangong family. He then swung his sword quickly, and the sword energy turned into countless galloping cavalrymen. Each of them looked ferocious, holding scimitars, and wearing heavy armor, looking very majestic. "What ancestor? Today I will send you to the west." Yan Wangchen sneered. "Ancestor, be careful. Don't worry about me, you are girl." Nangong Haotian looked at the galloping cavalry without any fear. At some point, he took out a pen from his arms and started painting. Kid, are you ready to write a suicide note?" "Don't worry, I'll give you some time to write it later, ha 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 ha." Nangong Haotian remained silent, his brush moving with great vigor and vitality. Soon the portrait took shape. The figures on the portrait looked mighty and majestic. They were the door gods from Nangong Haotian's world, Qin Gong and Yuqi Gong. "What, impossible! How could you summon something so powerful?" "I saw two door gods wearing golden armor, with angry eyes, looking at the thousands of troops galloping towards them. Duke Qin swung his mace, and thousands of soldiers and horses disappeared in an instant like a whirlwind of wind and rain. What a strong power of the avenue! What kind of monster is this ancestor? Is he a god?" Obviously, these two door gods were painted as two powerful emperors of the great Tao. Everyone was talking in horror. Yang Chaoan of the Yang family was also horrified and began to regret coming here. The other ancestor killed Yan Wangchen instantly with just a painting, so wouldn't it be a matter of a snap of a finger for his own Yang family? Yan Wangchen's spell was broken, and he fell to the ground, spitting out blood. In fact, there is no need for Nangong Haotian to be so ostentatious, as Yan Wangchen is too weak. However, he did this today for only one thing, and that is to establish his authority. Only in this way can the major sect surrender, the holy pavilion of the divine realm take notice, and the entire great wilderness divine realm be fearful. "Wait a minute, don't kill me, I am willing to give all my life treasures and skills to you, and I can make the Tianyan divine kingdom submit to the Nangong holy land." Yan Wangchen was really scared. Only now did he realize what a terrible person he had provoked. What a joke, he was beaten to death by just half a painting. How can they be compared? They are not on the same level at all. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Nangong Haotian said lightly with a smile. I saw Yuchi Gong's huge sword slashing down with a bang, like a dam bursting and unstoppable. All everyone heard was the sound of space being torn apart and Yan Wangchen's screams. Ah! It was a pity that Yan Wangchen, despite thousands of years of practice, had such profound skills, but it ended with a scream. The scene was completely silent, everyone was immersed in great shock, and Yan Wuji was even more horrified and filled with regret. But there was a man in a black robe in the crowd, his face full of admiration, then his expression changed and he walked out of the crowd. The Holy Pavilion of the Divine Realm has issued an order that the Nangong family is powerful, virtuous and talented, and should be named a Holy Land. Nangong Junyi should be named the Holy Lord. I hope that in the future, you can follow the will of heaven and earth and save the people from their plight. Today's battle is truly not an unjust war. The Holy Pavilion hopes that you will withdraw your troops and reconcile with your old friends. After hearing this, everyone felt very nervous. One is to avoid disaster and not die here, and the other is to submit to the Nangong family. They are not afraid of not being accepted, but they are afraid of retaliation. With this ancestor, they are just ants. We are waiting to see the Holy Lord. Everyone knelt down in unison and shouted loudly. He was glaring at me just now, but now he is bowing down to me. Thinking of this, Nangong Haotian sneered. Sir, our Tianyan divine nation is willing to submit to the Nangong Holy Land. I will immediately recruit Nangong Yu to be the Holy Maiden and support her for generations. What do you think, sir? Yan Wuji came forward cautiously and said. Okay, but Yuer has to stay in the Nangong family and not go to your Tianyan kingdom. Of course, of course. What happened today was caused by that old boy Yan Wangchen. I didn't bring any gifts today. I will come to apologize another day. When Yan Wuji saw that Nangong Haotian did not blame him, he was overjoyed and hurriedly took his people back. Everyone said goodbye one by one, except for the Yang family, who glared at them for a long time before leaving. The two door gods also turned into two paintings and pasted on the door of the Nangong family's mansion. These would also be the door gods of the great wilderness divine realm in the future. It was snowing heavily, and in an attic, an old man was slowly sipping tea. Xiaomei, cook it slowly. If you cook it too fast, the taste will be ruined. It looks like the situation in the western region is going to change. Everything finally returned to peace. After this storm passed, the disciples all grew a lot. They all trained very hard and did not dare to slack off even for a moment. They all hope that if something happens in the future, they can contribute. The heaven and earth ranking changes every day. The Nangong family's outer disciple enrollment office was almost packed. The Nangong family's reputation in the western regions was becoming more and more famous, attracting the love of countless young people. The disciples' training needs to be strengthened, and we also need to purchase the training resources and equipment of the Nangong family. Oh, and remember to renovate the Nangong family. Firstly, those bastards smashed a lot of things last time, and secondly, we need to recruit new disciples. After all, we are a holy land. Nangong Haotian instructed Nangong Junyi about all the matters concerning the Holy Land. Report. What is it? Your Majesty, the royal family of the Beiwu dynasty in Dongzhou has sent an envoy to visit you. Nangong Junyi looked at Nangong Haotian in surprise. Dongzhou is a vast place with abundant resources. The sects and forces there are far more numerous than those in the western regions, and they are much more powerful. Dongzhou is the richest place in the great wilderness divine realm. They have always looked down on us, the barbaric and small nations. Even though we are both holy places, we are still looked down upon by them. Why would they take the initiative to visit? Dongzhou, He Dongzhou. Ancestor, what are you talking about? Oh, nothing. Let's go and meet the Beiwu envoy. After saying that, Nangong Haotian slowly stood up and walked towards the meeting hall. Lu Heling, the Beiwu envoy, greets the Holy Lord. A thin old man with snow-white hair slowly stood up and bowed deeply. Sir, there is no need to be so polite. Our western region is 1,000 miles away from Dongzhou. Thank you for your hard work. I wonder why you came here this time. Ah, I am here on behalf of His Majesty. His Majesty has admired you for a long time. This time, I am here to invite you to come to our Beiwu dynasty to have a chat with His Majesty. Our Beiwu dynasty also welcomes the Nangong family to move into our Beiwu dynasty. Nangong Junyi was very shocked after hearing this, but also a little tempted. After all, Dongzhou is much better than the western regions. Don't rush to agree. Let me test the waters. It's the ancestor's sound transmission note. Nangong Junyi calmed down and was about to speak when Nangong Haotian answered first. Sir, you may not know that the Holy Land has just been established and my father is so busy that he may not have the time to go on a diplomatic mission to your country. If your Majesty does not mind, I am willing to go on a diplomatic mission to your country on behalf of my father. Nangong Junyi was stunned after hearing this, and looked at his son Nangong Haotian at a loss. Junyi, please agree to it quickly. It will be safer for me to go to the Beiwu dynasty and visit an old friend by the way. Since the ancestor said so, he could only agree, but Nangong Junyi was still a little worried. What my son said just now is absolutely right. Moreover, I have been very busy these days. I will send my son to your country as an envoy first. I will come to your house to apologize one day. The old man was stunned after hearing this, and looking at Nangong Haotian who was neither humble nor arrogant, he praised him in his heart. Although he did not bring Nangong Junyi back, bringing this kid back was not too bad. Alright, I will come to pick you up and take you to Beiwu in 3 days. After the event, a grand banquet was held at Nangong Mansion, firstly to entertain the envoys, and secondly to see off the ancestor. Ancestor, are you really going to Beiwu dynasty? Nangong Yu asked with eyes wide open, eyes full of reluctance. Yes, you must practice well at home and don't be lazy. I will come back to check your homework. When will you come back, old man? Very soon. Why, you miss me before you leave. After saying that, he touched Nangong Yu's head. Tisk, no way. Nangong Yu said that, turned his head, and ran away. Nangong Haotian's hearty laughter came from behind. Great Moon God, you must bless the ancestor to return safely. A beautiful girl, kneeling on the bed, praying facing the moonlight, who else could it be but Nangong Yu? The time to set off has finally arrived, and everyone in the Nangong family has come to see the ancestor off. Old Haotian, you must come back early. Nangong Yu almost let the cat out of the bag. Nangong Junyi glared at Nangong Yu angrily and whispered, who told you to call the ancestor by his name? The ancestor won't blame me. You girl. Before he could finish his words, a voice came from the airship above him, Dad, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself and manage the Nangong family well. When Nangong Junyi heard this, he almost fell down and broke out in a cold sweat. Of course, don't worry. Nangong Junyi shouted finally. The airship of the Beiwu dynasty is the most famous in the entire Great Wilderness Divine Realm. The airship is fully equipped with everything from toilets to bathhouses. The things on the light boat were enough to make Yen Wuji, the monarch of the Tianyan Divine Kingdom, linger, not to mention the Beiwu Palace. Thinking of this, Nangong Haotian was quite looking forward to it, and then he took out a mirror. Hiss, Why is this Mr. Nangong so conceited? Even if he is handsome, a grown man doesn't need to look in the mirror. Shoo, shut up and do your job as a guard, or you will lose your job. The image in the mirror turned, and every corner of the Nangong family was clearly visible. Nangong Haotian smiled proudly, thinking that it could be considered remote monitoring. From now on, I will rely on this to contact Nangong Junyi and Yuer. It's like a video call in that world. Suddenly, a piece of paper floated out of Nangong Yu's room. On it was a giant turtle with "Ancestor" written on it. Nangong Haotian's face turned green, and he saw Nangong Yu hurriedly running out to pick up the paper. This girl is getting more naughty day by day, Nangong Haotian thought. Then he took the mirror back fiercely. "Tsk, you see, the more handsome you are, the more inferior you feel and the more troubles you have. Now you know the benefits of being ugly, right? You are such a chatterbox. If I had known, I would not have brought you to the army for the sake of being from the same hometown. You might as well lose your head even if you don't fight." The guard shrank his head back and dared not say another word. There were colorful clouds floating outside. I had been in seclusion for 10,000 years, and it had been 10,000 years since I saw the colorful clouds in the sky again. Thinking of this, I felt emotional. I stayed there for a long time and then returned to the cabin. Nangong Haotian and Lu Heling had a very pleasant conversation. Lu Heling was amazed at Nangong Haotian's profound knowledge and thorough understanding. Because he made very thorough analysis both inside and outside the situation, as if he had experienced it personally, but he didn't know that for some of them, he was the eyewitness. The airship was extremely fast and it took only half a day to reach Liaocan Pass, the main pass in Beiwu. "Mr. Lu, your airship is so fast." "Sir, you are joking. This is still considered slow. If we use a military airship and march in a hurry, it will probably only take an hour to arrive. If your family is willing to come to our Beiwu, I am willing to give you a few." Nangong Haotian nodded after hearing this, thinking about how to get a few boats back to the family and let Yuer, Junyi and others have a ride. On the top of Wulong Mountain, covered with snow, in a hidden cave, a woman of unparalleled beauty woke up. "You finally came, Haotian." The capital of Beiwu State, in Anjing City. The busy streets are crowded with small vendors, and there are many kinds of shops, with the sounds of hawking being heard one after another. Nangong Haotian couldn't help but feel emotional when his commercial strength alone crushed the western regions. "Sir, please come this way. Anjing is a big city with complicated streets and alleys. Don't get lost. The first thing to do when arriving in Beijing is to see the emperor." Nangong Haotian had already done his homework here. Dongzhou was divided into 3 parts. The northernmost was the tribal Wuxian tribe, the middle was the northern Wu kingdom and its other small countries, and the southernmost was the southern Qin kingdom and its other small countries. Beiwu and southern Qin used to be one country called Dou dynasty, but later due to turmoil, they were divided into these 2 countries and other small countries. The northern Wu dynasty had conquered the southern Qin dynasty many times but failed, so it decided to cease fire with the southern Qin dynasty, which has lasted until now. I'm afraid that this time Emperor Beiwu wants to gather his forces again to conquer southern Qin. If this is true, Nangong Haotian would not agree to the emperor's request. Finally we arrived at the palace. As soon as we entered the hall, we saw civil and military officials standing on both sides, waiting for a long time. Nangong Haotian of the Nangong family in the western region pays respect to His Majesty. After saying that, Nangong Haotian knelt down and kowtowed in an orderly manner, shouting, "Long live the Emperor." The Emperor's name was Yuan Ci. He looked very young and had a promising future. His eyes were often looking into the distance, but he was also a little impetuous and arrogant. Seeing Nangong Haotian being so polite, the emperor nodded with satisfaction. It is really hard for the envoy to come from afar to visit. I dare not. I have heard that the Emperor of Beiwu is young and promising. Recently, I have seen that he is indeed so. I am also honored to be summoned by your Majesty in person. I am really flattered. Hao Tian dare not complain. Yuan Ci smiled and nodded, very satisfied with this envoy from the western regions. Then there were some polite words and a grand banquet to welcome Nangong Haotian. The next day, Nangong Haotian woke up in the Royal Hotel, Yingzhan building. Outside the window are no longer the mountains and pine trees of the western regions, but the long-lost green forests and bamboos. Nangong Haotian stared out the window blankly. It was the same in that world. He wondered how his grandfather was doing. I didn't expect that you would have such a refined taste. A eunuch came in with toiletries and breakfast, and said with a smile. Also? You like it too? Nangong Haotian asked curiously. To be honest, I used to be a scholar, but because I failed the exams many times and my family was poor, I became a eunuch. Then you are really pitiful. Sir, please don't say that. It's all in the past. Why don't you write a poem for such a beautiful scene? Nangong Haotian thought that the eunuch thought that people from the western regions did not know etiquette, did not understand music, and certainly could not write poetry, so he came to embarrass the outsiders. I get up early in the morning outside the bamboo pavilion, feeling relaxed and happy. The early coolness comes through the windows, and the solitary moon shines on the pass and river. I eat sweet quinoa and radish while traveling, but I miss the ivy when I return home. I feel like I have a statue of Buddha, and I sing wildly and unrestrainedly. Nangong Haotian recited along, saying that this was not written by him, and he was not very familiar with poetry, so he had no choice but to be a literary thief. The eunuch was stunned after hearing that, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she left after finishing her work with endless praise. Not long after breakfast, the emperor summoned him. Nangong Haotian came to the emperor's study. It was not as magnificent as the main hall, but it was antique. Haotian really wrote a great poem, ha 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 ha. Your Majesty, thank you for your compliment. I just scribbled something, it's nothing special. Nangong Haotian was shocked. It turned out that the eunuch was sent by the emperor to test me. Fortunately, I didn't say anything. Haotian is so modest. I'm afraid even if I were to come to the god of poetry, I would have to show some courtesy to him. Yuan Ci smiled proudly and gave Nangong Haotian a seat. Haotian, do you know why the door of my Shuxian Academy is on the south side, not the north side? Nangong Haotian knew it at a glance, smiled in his heart, and decided not to ruin the emperor's plan. I am a fool and don't know what your Majesty means. Ha 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 ha, this gate was originally on the north side, but I moved it to the south so that I could take over the south and let Beiwu unify the country. Your Majesty is wise, but I think that being obsessed with war will damage the country's strength and the people's hearts. Why do you have the same excuse as those old guys? The emperor went north to conquer Wuxian, and although he was defeated in the south, he was still approaching the capital of southern Chen. Why can't I do anything? Your Majesty, those who serve their country conquer the four directions to become hegemons, and those who are virtuous and righteous rule the world. Throughout history, haven't they always survived? What nonsense! Only a vast territory can make one a king. I am determined to conquer the southern Chen. To be honest, I want to unite the major holy places and conquer the southern Chen together. This meeting with you is just the beginning. I hope to cooperate with you more in the future. Nangong Haotian said no more, exchanged a few words of greeting, and then went back. Yuan Ci's meaning was very clear. He wanted Nangong Haotian to go back and tell Nangong Shengdi to join Beiwu. Fortunately, Nangong Junyi did not come. Nangong Haotian did not take this matter to heart, but was eager to stroll around the streets and have a good time. After all, there were not many opportunities. The streets are still bustling, but there are also some discordant things. Get out of the way, can't you see it's the Tianluan sect? Several men in Dongzhou martial arts uniforms came here domineeringly and drove some people away wantonly. There was a big flaming will printed on their bodies. Nangong Haotian sighed in his heart, there are people like this everywhere, isn't it better to be honest? Nangong Haotian ignored it because there were too many such things happening. He just found a tea house and sat down to drink tea. Sir, I can tell from the first glance that you are from another place. I am Anjing's little PHS, and I am well informed. Oh, really? Then tell me what's going on with this fire will cult. Oh, sir, you've asked the right person, but... I saw Xiao Lingtong rubbing his thumb with his fingers, with a flattering smile on his face. Nangong Haotian smiled and threw over a few pills. There are as many such broken pills as you want, but for a cultivator in the fairyland like Xiao Lingtong, they are treasures. He, young master is really generous. This Tianluan sect originated in Xingwu City. Its original purpose was to save the world from suffering and make justice like the Tianluan hanging high in the sky. In fact, it's bullshit. They are rampant in the countryside, oppressing the people under the banner of justice, and doing all kinds of evil. But their power is huge. Not only are their cultivation levels very high, but also important officials in the court are minions of the Tianluan sect, especially the national teacher, who is a leader of the Tianluan sect. Nangong Haotian couldn't help but sneer. Are we still going to march south like this? Afterwards, he inquired about other things about Beiwu and got to know a little more about Beiwu and Nanjing. After all, the western region is only temporary. If the Nangong family wants to dominate the great wilderness divine realm, they must come to East Continent. The foundation of the western region is too weak. But not now, we need to make a name for ourselves first, and the Tianluan sect seems to be a good start. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside, followed by the sound of outsiders talking, and even a girl's cry for help. Help, someone save me, please let me go, woo-woo. Xuanhe Street next to the tavern. Several burly men wearing the clothes of the fire will sect surrounded a little girl. Although the little girl was dressed in coarse linen, her eyes revealed a bit of delicateness. Hey, young lady, I've been delayed for several months. Isn't it inappropriate to keep delaying it like this? Brothers, please give me a few more days. My family is struggling to make ends meet. As she spoke, the woman was so frightened that her face turned pale and tears kept flowing down her face. Humph, if I can get the rent waived by crying, then I will be left with nothing. Give me a few more days. I really can't afford it. After saying that, he lowered his head and started crying again. Hey, how about this, you accompany us tonight and you don't have to pay the rent. After saying that, several sturdy men grinned as if they saw their prey, and their hands involuntarily reached out to touch the little girl. My dear fellows, how much rent does this little girl owe? Nangong Haotian arrived on the street at some point, and walked forward to ask with a smile. He hated bullying of women the most in his life. Humph, where did this pretty boy come from? He is ruining my good deeds. Look carefully, this is the Tianluan cult. Oh, don't show off that broken wheel. Be careful, or the wheel will fall off when you ride in the carriage. Ha 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 ha. Some people couldn't help laughing, but after looking at the furious man, they held their laughter back. Court death. The sturdy man took a strong step forward, punching Nangong Haotian in the face. The little girl closed her eyes in fear, not daring to look again. Nangong Haotian did not dodge or evade, but stood with his hands behind his back. The sturdy man became even more proud, thinking that Nangong Haotian was so scared that he dared not move. Since joining the Tianluan sect, his skills have improved by leaps and bounds, and he has now reached the peak of the true body realm. But when the sturdy man's fist was about to hit Nangong Haotian, he unexpectedly found that his fist could not hit out at all. Just as the sturdy man was wondering, there was a sudden loud bang, and the sturdy man flew backwards, and he was deeply embedded in the wall. "Girl, are you okay? Get up quickly. What's your name?" The little girl turned her pretty face and whispered. "I'm fine, thank you for saving me. My surname is Wang, my name is Fangyun, and my courtesy name is Xiuansu." "Then Miss Xiuansu, please get up quickly." Nangong Haotian helped Wang Fangyun up, her face was still red. Xiuansu, are you okay?" I saw a young man running from a distance, panting, holding a stick in his hand, with messy hair and dirt all over his body. When he ran to the front, he slipped and fell flat on his face. It was a very embarrassing scene. The young man stood up again in a hurry and shouted, "You hooligans from the Fire-Will cult, don't try to hurt her." The young man saw Wang Fangyun being supported by a strange man, and without asking any questions, he wanted to beat Nangong Haotian with a stick. Nangong Haotian grabbed the stick, and the boy couldn't pull it out no matter how hard he tried, so he wanted to give up the stick and use his fists and feet. "Don't hit Brother Helan, this young master saved me. He was the one who saved me." The young man was startled after hearing this, and suddenly saw the strong man from the Fire-Will sect already inside the wall, so he hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm so sorry. I was too impatient." That face instantly turned into a sunset glow, but when he saw the hand supporting Wang Fangyun, he felt bad again. "By the way, I haven't asked you your name yet. Thank you so much for what you did just now." "Ah, my name is Nangong Haotian, from the western regions. It's just a small favor, no need to thank me. My surname is Helan, my given name is Chuanming, and my courtesy name is Yutsai. Thank you for your help, sir." Helan Chuanming spoke first. Nangong Haotian smiled slightly upon seeing this, said no more, and prepared to go back. "Thank you for your help, sir. I guess you haven't eaten yet. Although my house is simple and plain, if you don't mind, please come to my house for a meal." As she spoke, Wang Fangyun's face turned red again, and her beautiful eyes lowered again. "This is inconvenient." "Then come to my house." Helan Chuanmingxiang answered first, and then he took Nangong Haotian to his home. It turned out that they were neighbors. "Xiuansu, you entertain the guests first, I'll go buy some wine." "Boss, did my purse fall into your hands?" "You're talking nonsense. I've been doing business here for so many years, and I still need your little money?" Helan Chuanming was yelled at like this, and buried his head deeply in his neck, muttering in a low voice. "Okay then, I'll look for it again." Helan Chuanming was an honest man, a little cowardly. He never refused when his fellow villagers asked him for help. But it seems that the good thing about Wang Fangyun is that he has the courage and confidence. Not finding his purse, Helan Chuanming didn't dare go home and sat on the roadside dejectedly. "Boss, what is this?" Nangong Haotian arrived at some point and took out a purse from the boss cupboard. "Oh, my purse. This, how do I know this is his purse?" "Oh, you said you didn't know, so you didn't know?" "Humph, it's none of your business. I just don't know." Nangong Haotian had heard about this a long time ago, so he rushed over and knew the answer with his demon-slaying heavenly eye. "Forget it, Brother Haotian, let's go." Helan Chuanming took Nangong Haotian back again, but the boss behind him had a sinister look in his eyes. Wang Fangyun and Nangong Haotian were talking and laughing at the table, and the air was filled with the smell of jealousy. After finishing the meal, Nangong Haotian hurriedly fled from this place of trouble. Helan Chuanming, who had no chance to say anything, then spoke to her angrily. But it was obvious that Wang Fongyun was absent-minded, but Helan Xuanming was still enjoying it. A few days later, as soon as Nangong Haotian left the hotel, he saw Wang Fongyun selling wonton there. Wang Fongyun was very happy to see him coming and gave him a bowl of wontons for free. Just as we were enjoying our meal, we suddenly heard the sound of gongs and drums behind us, and a majestic convoy passed by. A big flag was fluttering, with the inscription, Lu, the leader of the Anjing branch of the Tianluan sect. The convoy completely ignored the people under the cars and tried to run them over. "Don't block the road, the captain is here, we will not be responsible for anyone who is crushed to death." The little minions next to him were also so majestic. While they were talking, they did not forget to rob the people's things. "There are flies coming over to bother me when I'm having breakfast in the morning." After saying that, he stood in front of the car. The car was driving towards him at high speed, but Nangong Haotian did not move at all. Suddenly he raised his hand and overturned the carriage, which fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Everyone's faces froze, and Wang Fongyun just stood there in a daze. "Boy, you're looking for death." The person inside quickly got out, formed seals with his hands, and a wheel of fire gradually appeared behind him. "Holy fire burning!" The helmsman shouted loudly, and countless fire snakes emerged from the fire wheel and rushed straight towards Nangong Haotian. "Humph, trash is trash, your strength is not even as good as that old man Yen." After saying this, he slapped out with his palm, and a giant dragon emerged, swallowing up the fire snake and the helmsman. The leader of the Golden Fairyland died just like that. No one had ever seen such a scene. They had only heard of the lightning-fast fight between immortals, but they didn't expect it to be so dangerous. "Sir, are you okay?" Wang Fongyun stepped forward cautiously and asked, feeling confused and uncertain. "Do I look like I'm in trouble?" Nangong Haotian said this with a smile as he walked towards the carriage, which contained the fire will sex pass and token. "Is that really the case?" "Inside the Shuxian courtyard of the Beiwu Palace." "What? There is such a thing happening right under my nose?" Yuan Ci couldn't quite believe it. He didn't believe that with his ability, he would put the people in such danger and that the Tianluan church was so hateful. "If your majesty doesn't believe it, please look." Nangong Haotian took out the helmsman's things from his arms. "When did I grant them the imperial pass?" The situation was more serious than Nangong Haotian had imagined. He then took out a mirror and played the scene on Xuanhe Street. The dark palm slammed heavily on the table, and the table was instantly crushed to pieces. "This is really too much. Someone, come and issue an order to impose a curfew in all states across the country and capture the Tianluan cult thieves." "Your Majesty, wait a minute. I heard that there are ministers of the Tianluan sect in the court. I'm afraid. This emperor was good in every way except that he was too impulsive and too lazy. He did not go out to sympathize with the people or investigate their sentiments. Oh, it's all my fault for being so confused and believing the one-sided words of those traitors. I trusted them so much. It turns out that the Tianluan sect in the court is also a pro-war faction and is deeply loved by the emperor. I am a humble boy, but I want to go to the Tianluan sect headquarters in person. This is extremely dangerous. Besides, you are a distinguished guest from the western regions. Let the 3 guards go." "No, if the 3 guards take action, they will definitely alert the enemy. I am not talented, but I am also from a holy land, and I am willing to share your worries." "That's great, but I have a request." "Your Majesty, please speak freely. Can you take me out with you?" Nangong Haotian returned to the hotel and packed his things. It seemed that he had to bring another person with him, and he was afraid that it would be difficult to serve him. Nangong Haotian packed his things while grinning evilly and came up with a plan. It was time to say goodbye to Wang Fongyun, but when I arrived at Wang Fongyun's house, I found that she was also packing. Miss Xuansu, where are you going? Thank you for taking care of me these days, young master. I have to go back to my hometown, Keiling, to stay for a few days. After all, the Tianluan sect is too scary. Wang Fongyun's eyes were full of reluctance. After spending these few days together, it seemed that she had already fallen in love. Oh, I also want to go to Keiling to do some things, how about going together? Are you kidding? Keiling is the headquarters of the Tianluan sect. It would be terrible if we went there. But you have to wait for me for a while. I have to pick someone up. By the way, where is Brother Helan? I don't know. Maybe he has something to do and has returned to his hometown. When Wang Fongyun heard that she could be with Nangong Haotian again, the gloom on her face disappeared, and she was filled with anticipation and fantasy. Nangong Haotian didn't think much about it and went to pick up Yuan Ci. After all, the Tianluan sect had already remembered Wang Fongyun and him. In the blue sky, a large wooden board is flying freely, and the whistling wind is in my ears. Haotian is really amazing. He flies so high and so fast. It really opens my eyes. That's right, because Yuan Ci couldn't find a reliable giant sword, he had a sudden idea and took down the door of a hall. If Kokuna feels it's too high, you can lower it a little bit. Kakuna is an ancient language from the western regions, and it is also what your majesty meant. But considering Wang Fongyun, he was afraid of scaring her, so he changed the name. Wang Fongyun thought that this handsome but pale young man was the young master's friend. Brother, you are just scared. Look, your legs are shaking. After saying that, Wang Fongyun couldn't help but giggle and covered her mouth. Where is that? Yuan Ci glared at her and stopped talking. He was too lazy to argue with a country woman. They would have to fight fiercely when they arrived at the Tianluan sect headquarters. The clear blue sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and soon strong winds blew, causing the wooden boards to move up and down. Suddenly Yuan Ci fell down accidentally, but Nangong Haotian remained calm and continued driving. Sir! Your friend fell down. Wang Fongyun screamed in shock. It's okay, he has already reached his destination. This is his unique way of getting off the ship. After saying that, Nangong Haotian did not forget to give a thumbs up. Wow, your friend is amazing, an immortal is an immortal. Wang Fongyun looked down with envy and anticipation, because they would be the only two on the journey ahead. On the other side, Yuan Ci fell directly into a river, and his cultivation level of the Emperor Venerable was actually imprisoned. This was the work of Nangong Haotian. Ah! Damn Tianluan cult! They even dared to attack me. The angry Tianxi fainted without any spiritual protection. Nangong Haotian and Wang Fongyun did not go directly into the city, but stayed in a hostel in Huancheng. Is there really only one room left? Sir, don't ask any more. This is really the only room left. This place is not like the imperial city. This is the only one within 100 miles. Please stay here. Sir, let's stay here. It's so late. Well, I can only sleep on the floor tonight. Nangong Haotian had no choice but to stay there first. When they arrived at the room, Nangong Haotian took the initiative to ask the store owner for a quilt and spread it on the floor. Then they sealed the door to prevent thieves from disturbing their rest in the middle of the night. They went to bed only after everything was arranged. Sir, are you coming down from the fairy mountain? Are there dragons on the fairy mountain? Dragons can ride horses. Are there ghosts in this world? Wang Fongyun had been flying for a whole day and was about to go to bed, but he was still in the 100,000 wise mode. Nangong Haotian had never been so annoyed when he was practicing no thoughts in the secret realm. If he had known earlier, he would not have brought her here. With a wave of his hand, a paper man flew out and transformed into the appearance of Nangong Haotian, and then replaced the real Nangong Haotian. If you are so willing to talk, just tell him. I'll go out and get some peace and quiet, Nangong Haotian thought. Then his figure leaped into the darkness and disappeared. Wang Fongyun, who had been chattering incessantly, gradually became tired and fell asleep. This Huancheng is really small. Nangong Haotian stood on the top of the city with his hands behind his back, looking down at Huancheng and gazing at Keiling. Forget it, I haven't slept for a long time, let's go back to sleep. The moonlight was like water, and Wang Fongyun's face was charming under the moonlight, but it could not hide the fact that she kicked the quilt. Oh, this girl. Nangong Haotian muttered to himself, then covered her with the quilt and went back to sleep. In the dream, on a snowy mountain, a peerless beauty in a red robe, holding a sword, slashed at him. Nangong Haotian suddenly woke up and sighed in his heart. Hey, keep your voice down, don't get discovered. I see, that pretty boy inside is quite rich, hee hee hee. Brother, we'll be inside soon. Kill that pretty boy first. As for that woman, leave it to me, hee hee. The two little thieves were tiptoeing outside the door, muttering to each other, giggling from time to time, and becoming more and more excited as they talked, simply ignoring him, Nangong Haotian. Whatever you worry about will come true. The door opened with a bang, and the two little thieves looked at Nangong Haotian in a daze. Fight, rob. Hand over everything you have, or I'll make you pay. Nangong Haotian just laughed, he felt sorry for these two stupid guys. There were two more thieves in the court of Huancheng County. They were tied together and shed tears of regret. A man in black, hiding in the corner, laughed strangely and then disappeared. Yuan Ci woke up slowly, and when he opened his eyes he saw a mud-walled thatched house. He touched it with his hand and found it was covered with straw. You're awake. A silver bell-like voice rang in his ears. At this time, Yuan Ci was still in a semi-comatose state. Come here, help me change my clothes and wash up. Oh, how pitiful. His brain is damaged. Take the medicine quickly. A girl in coarse linen clothes stood at the window, holding a bowl of steaming medicine in her hand. Where is this? Where is Haotian? Yuan Ci looked at the dirty bowl and couldn't bear to take it, so he asked her again. This is Piaomiao town, and I don't know any Haotian. How did I get here? Stop talking, drink the medicine first and I'll tell you later. Yuan Ci originally resisted, but because he felt extremely thirsty, he endured it and drank the medicine. He also remembered that it must be the Tianluan sect. He was secretly angry for a while, and then found that his spiritual power was restricted. He hurriedly asked how far this place was from Anjing. Anjing? Where is that? I don't know. I'll go ask the village chief and the others. Yuan Ci wanted to go, but found that his clothes were gone and his face turned red. He found his clothes hanging out to dry, and a suitable coarse cloth garment placed next to him. He put them on clumsily and ran out. The girl ran out and Yuan Ci followed her out. It turned out that this was a village surrounded by mountains. When he saw the Beiwu flag, he felt relieved. There are jackals, tigers, leopards and other monsters on this mountain. Young master has no skills, and you will die if you try to cross it by force, said the elderly village chief. How dare you? I am the current emperor of Beiwu. I order you to find the local government to send guards to welcome me back to the capital. Why don't you kneel down and accept my order? I'm sorry, village chief, this guy just woke up and his head was broken. I'll take him back right away. The little girl was so scared that she quickly pulled him back. Wait a minute, let me go, I have the imperial seal. After saying that, he went to look for the jade seal, but found that he had thought the seal was too heavy before, so he put it in the storage bag. Now he had no spiritual power and could not open it. It was terrible. Without the seal to prove it, he is just a mortal. Hey, idiot, my name is Lu, what's your name? I am not a fool. Common people are not worthy of knowing my name. Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Seeing this stubborn peer, Lu felt extremely helpless. He sighed and went back to work. After a while, Yuan's side stomach was growling with hunger. There was no way he could just sit here and take a look. The aroma of rice wafted into Yuan's nose. Oh, it smelled so good. Hey, silly boy, do you want to eat? Tell me your name, and then call me sister and I'll give it to you. Looking at this rice porridge, Yuan's began to struggle with himself as to why he was interested in this simple meal. My name is Yuan's. Anything else? Elder sister. Hey, drink it. Yuan's picked up the bowl and began to eat voraciously. Without his spiritual power, he became just an ordinary person. What's your last name? Sister, you have a hard life. The Tianluan sect said that I did a lot of evil in my previous life and I don't deserve to have a surname. I have to work hard for the rest of my life to pay it back. Yuan's suddenly put down the bowl, his eyes seemed to spit fire, and he was furious. The Beiwu dynasty ruled the country with filial piety and attached great importance to bloodline inheritance. Now that someone's surname is removed, it will undoubtedly shake the foundation of our dynasty. How dare you? You don't have to worry about this bunch of filth. I will grant you the royal surname. From now on, you will be called Yuan Lu. Ha 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 ha, you're really funny. It's up to you, but don't call yourself Zhen after you go out. You can call yourself Wei. After dinner, go back to work. Yuan's felt disdainful in his heart, but Wei sounded pretty good, and this was all he could do now. During these few days, he had experienced the sufferings of the people, felt how hard it was to get food, seen the harsh policies and heavy taxes of the government, and even more saw the Tianluan sect that relied on the government to bully others. Yuan's has scolded many people in the past few days, including himself. After several days of hard work, the confinement loosened a little and he barely returned to the fairyland, but the quality of the storage bag was too good, at least it could only be made in the celestial fairyland. But everyone thought he was in a daze. This child is so pitiful, he looks okay and has strength, but he's just a fool. Yuan's was very angry after hearing this, but the villagers took good care of him and he did not get angry. There's a tiger. Dongzi ran and shouted frantically, and everyone hurriedly put down their farm tools and went home. A big tiger appeared at the east end of the village, perhaps a wild beast coming down from the mountain, but Yuan Lu was still there. After seeing this, Yuan's thought to himself that something was wrong and hurried over, only to find that it was a tiger in the immortal realm. When the tiger saw Yuan's it rushed over first. To ordinary people, its huge body meant that Yuan's would surely die. 9-turn sacred decision. Suddenly a long sword appeared out of nowhere, flew out, cut through the air, and pierced the tiger's heart. This girl must have found an immortal. I was wondering why she was so crazy. All immortals are like this. Yuan Lu, are you okay? After spending these days together, Yuan's and Yuan Lu have become a family, because he feels the warmth here that he doesn't have in Nanjing. Humph, this tiger belongs to me. You actually killed my tiger. Tell me, how much compensation do you want? A yellow-headed young man said arrogantly, holding a ghost-head knife in his hand and a big fire wheel on his back. How dare you say that? The tiger is going to hurt people. Why didn't you say that? After hearing this, Yuan Ci became furious and subconsciously wanted to kill him. Yuan Lu hurried forward to stop them and comforted Yuan Ci in a low voice. The villagers also stood up for him. Why, you want to fight? There was a lot of black energy on the young man's body, and there was a hideous-looking monster on top of his head, holding a sickle, with blood-red eyes staring at Yuan Ci, and it was a cultivator in the late stage of the Xianxian realm. He, actually you can give me the girl in your arms as compensation. The young man licked his lips greedily, squinting at people as if they were ants. Yuan Ci couldn't stand it, so he made up his mind and used his magic weapon, Wushan Seal. I saw a palm-sized exquisite hill instantly turned into a big mountain, pressing down on the young man. The young man met the king of hell without even the chance to wail, and all that was left was a layer of meat patty and a piece of iron. This is the secret treasure of the royal family of the Northern Wu dynasty, the Wushan Seal, which will not be taken out unless it is absolutely necessary. At this time, in the Hall of 100 Ghosts. Why hasn't my son come back yet? An ugly bald middle-aged man asked in a deep voice, with a ghost head knife shining coldly beside him. Reporting to the hall master, the young master he asked to be killed. After the subordinate said this, he was so scared that he buried his head in his arms and trembled all over. What? You bunch of rubbish. Black air gushed out from the body of Hall Master He Gu, transforming into countless iron chains that dragged several people into endless darkness. The Imperial Master has issued an order to collect the essence and blood of 100,000 people to help the Imperial Master break through. It seems that we have found a solution now. Well, I hope your Majesty can grow up well and not let me down, but I also hope nothing goes wrong. Nangong Haotian was playing with the mirror. He had been investigating the situation in Keiling every day these past few days, waiting for Yuan Ci. Yuan Ci couldn't help feeling a little uneasy since the last time. He was worried that the forces behind the yellow-headed young man would come back for revenge, and his cultivation had not yet recovered. Hey, idiot, come over and eat quickly, we have to go into the city later. Why are we going into town? Buy some cloth. The clothes you are wearing don't fit you well. Yuan Ci looked at his clothes. After several months of baptism, they had become tattered. After dinner, Yuan Lu rummaged through the cabinet under the bed. After peeling off layer after layer of seals, several taels of silver appeared in front of him, and Yuan Lu took out a few of them. Here, spend it sparingly. If you spend it all, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Sister, you are so stingy. You are going into the city with so little money. You don't even know if you can get there. You little bastard, if you say one more word, I'll make you beg on the street. Yuan Lu pretended to hit Yuan Ci, but then he reached into the bag again and took out another piece. Hey, thank you, sister. I'll go right away. Although the county town is not as prosperous as Anjing, the market is also bustling and lively. But there were also the Tianluan sect standing guard there. Yuan Ci was extremely angry, but he could do nothing about it. Soon Yuanci finished buying the cloth and prepared to go home. Hey, why didn't you go to Piamiao town? Didn't your ghost king Zhua Yi and his men go there? Hey, don't mention it. Last night, those guys from Third Brother insisted on drinking with me, and they got caught. A few minions with fire wheels on their bodies and ghost patterns on their arms were chatting there. Yuan Ci hid aside and listened with tears in his eyes. I want to go back, Yuan Lu and the others are in danger. Yuan Ci rode his horse non-stop and rushed to Piamiao town. When he arrived at the edge of Piamiao town, he saw that the town was shrouded in endless black clouds. An ominous premonition arose in Yuanci's heart. Yuan Lu. Where are you? What came into view were destroyed houses and shriveled corpses hanging on the ruins, each of them a familiar figure. Ah! Yuan Ci let out an angry roar and quickened his pace, looking around for Yuan Lu. When he arrived at the familiar house, Yuan Ci fell to his knees and burst into tears. Yuan Lu, village chief, everyone, I'm sorry for you. I will definitely avenge you, I will. The past scenes are as vivid as a movie. The beauty of the past makes me more heartbroken the more I think about it. Ha 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 ha, the girl you just brought is pretty good, but she has a bad temper. What? Is she still alive? She was. Damn it, they all have to die. After saying that, Yuan Ci bit his finger and rubbed it on the Wushan seal, and the Wushan seal suddenly glowed with golden light. A huge magic circle appeared in the sky, and 2 members of the 100 Ghosts Hall were killed instantly. Yuan Ci ran desperately on the familiar path, and soon saw Yuan Lu lying on the ground in a mess. Yuanci, run. Yuan Lu squeezed out a few words painfully through her teeth. She was already very weak. You're looking for death. You dare to kill the people from the 100 Ghosts Hall of the Tianluan sect. After saying that, He Gu chopped towards Yuan Ci with the ghost head knife in his hand. He was already at the peak of the golden immortal realm. When the ghost head knife was about to chop towards Yuan Ci, a figure suddenly stood up and stood in front of Yuan Ci. It was Yuan Lu. Yuan Lu was directly burned by the ghost fire. She turned her head with tears in her beautiful eyes and seemed to want to say something. Before I could finish my words, they turned to ashes. Maybe it was a farewell, maybe it was. Ah. I'm going to kill you. Yuan Ci completely lost control and manipulated the Wushan seal to launch an attack. Oh, what a treasure, but the owner is a loser. Humph, the weak don't deserve to own it, let alone live. He Gu accurately avoided the light column attack of Wushan seal, and took the Wushan seal upwards, and the Wushan seal was in He Gu's hand. Thank you for your treasure, now it's time for you to die. After saying that, he slapped his palm, and countless ghosts knocked him out and crashed into a mountain. Yuan Ci vomited blood, fell to the ground, dying, with his head tilted. Suddenly I saw the stream where Yuan Ci and Yuan Lu used to wash clothes and play. The moonlight shone on the stream. This stream was very strange. It had countless branches. There is a bright moon on each branch, and Yuan Ci stared at them infatuatedly. Is it really like this? Is there really only one moon? So that's how it is. Yuan Ci's aura surged wildly. It is the power of the Tao. The restraints on my body were lifted, but I felt dizzy again. No, I want to save Yuan Lu. Yuan Ci suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. It was still the same river, nothing had changed, but he had become the emperor of the great Tao. Yuan Lu, who came to save him, did not show up. Is it a dream? Yuan Ci hurriedly flew to Piaomiao town, where a group of people were demolishing a ruin. Old man, where is Piaomiao town here? Alas, you are too late. This place was destroyed by the people from the 100 Ghosts Hall a month ago. More than 3,000 people in the town died. What? A month ago? What did I go through? Then do you know a girl named Lu? Oh, I know. She died in there too. What a tragic fate for a good person. The cuckolds are in power. The 100 Ghosts Hall. The Heavenly Will Sect. Not a single one can be left alive. If you are Li's friend, I know her grave. The girl is so pitiful, she has no father or mother. With the old man's guidance, Yuan Ci successfully arrived at the tomb, which was the place where Yuan Ci comprehended the power of the Tao. Oh, by the way, this piece of cloth should be hers. I'll give it to you now. This piece of cloth was exactly the one Yuan Ci bought when he went to the city. Although it was a little dirty now, Yuan Ci still recognized it at a glance. Yuan Ci kept stroking the cloth and looking at the tombstone. You promised to make new clothes for me, why are you breaking your promise now? On the wooden tombstone were written 3 big characters, Lee's tomb. Yuan Ci found a huge rock nearby and cut it into 4 square pieces. He carved a few words with the sword with loud and clear strokes, then thought for a while and added a few more words, then turned and left. The words, "Tomb of my beloved wife Yuan Lu," were engraved on the stone in a flamboyant style. Yuan Ci turned and left without looking back. Tell me, if I marry you, what should you call me? My beloved concubine? Oh, no, it's the queen. You're sick again, you're such a fool. After saying that, Yuan Lu slammed the door and left angrily, and Yuan Ci hurriedly chased after him. My dear wife. Yuan Ci shouted loudly, and his voice was really loud. Hey, why are you shouting so loudly? I really regret saving you, you fool. After saying that, he kicked Yuan Ci and his face turned red. Yuan Ci laughed and said nothing more, just looked at her. The previous scenes are still vivid in my mind, and my heart is broken. Now, in Yuan Ci's heart, there is only revenge. Yuan Ci ran all the way to the town and paid a direct visit to Bai Gui Hall. Who are you? How dare you enter the 100 Ghosts Hall without permission? You are really blind. Inside the Hall of 100 Demons, countless sword shadows suddenly appeared and rushed towards every member of the 100 Ghosts Hall, massacring the hall with blood. Help! Oh my God! Shouts, wails, and groans were heard everywhere, but Yuan Ci's eyes were calm. This was the wrath of an emperor. Master, spare my life, master. He Gu knelt on the ground trembling, begging for mercy with tears and snot. Humph, even if I forgive you, the people of Piamiao town will not forgive you, and the people of this world will certainly not forgive you. It's none of my business. This is a task assigned by the court. We are just following orders. You're talking nonsense. Yuan Ci couldn't believe that he was the one who harmed Yuan Lu. If you don't believe me, please look. He Gu took out the imperial edict from his arms, on which was clearly printed Yuan Ci's seal, as well as that of the imperial teacher. Damn Wang Ruizuan, I trusted him so much. Yuan Ci collapsed. His most trusted imperial teacher turned out to be such a person. Although the imperial edict had not been reviewed by Yuan Ci, the bright red seal on it lingered in his heart like the wronged soul of Piamiao town. It was all because he believed the nonsense of the Tianluan sect at that time. Not only did he appoint a cultured leader, Wang Ruizuan, but also almost all the affairs of the court were handed over to him. However, he stayed in his study like a fool, planning his dream of dominating the world, and ended up harming countless innocent people. I'm sorry Yuan Lu, I'm just a fool, a huge fool. Master, please let me go. My son and I are willing to work like slaves for you. Son? Didn't that yellow-haired young man die? Yuan Ci stared blankly at the yellow-haired young man, his mind confused. When He Gu saw that Yuan Ci did not react, he was delighted and quickly asked his son to kneel down and acknowledge his master. Hey, give me back the Wushan seal. What seal? Sir, I don't know. Yuan Ci touched his waist and found it was still there. What happened? Wasn't it stolen? Was it a dream? Do you know me? I didn't know you, sir, but now I know you. You are my master, and I am your most loyal slave. Before he could finish his words, Yuan Ci killed the father and son with one sword. No, the confinement and experiences on his body were definitely not caused by the Tianluan sect. Could it be that kid Haotian? Yuan Ci rushed to Keiling. He wanted to find Nangong Haotian to get to the bottom of things. Sir, are you sure your friend will be back today? Yes, He will definitely come back after he finishes his work. So soon, less than a day? He's very efficient. I heard he works even in his dreams at night. Suddenly the door opened with a whoosh, and the person who came in was Yuan Ci. Your Majesty found the boy very quickly. Can it be slower? It turned out that Nangong Haotian used his spiritual power to write the words, Nangong Haotian is here, in the sky above Keiling, and also used an arrow to indicate the location. Tell me, what's going on? Nangong Haotian did not answer, but actually took off an iron ring from Yuan Ci. Everyone you meet has existed before, and some things have happened before, but now is now. Maybe it is related to the past, or maybe it has nothing to do with it at all. What do you mean? I don't understand. It's that Piaomiao town where everyone died a month ago. It was all due to this life and death loop. They were unwilling to accept this, so they kept repeating the same thing over and over again, being tortured over and over again. Even so, they were unwilling to leave. So what about my experience? It's just that you added to their script and changed the plot a little bit, but the ending won't change, nothing else. So the story starts all over again? Yes, Your Majesty, the only way to make up for it now is to destroy the Tianluan sect, and then they will leave. Yuan Ci has not yet recovered from his shock. He is not only shocked by the absurdity of the matter, but also more shocked by Nangong Haotian's strength. There are many such life and death rings. The Tianluan sect relies on this kind of resentment to practice. Yuan Ci looked at the cycle of life and death, feeling filled with regret. There were many people like them who were killed innocently and did not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Let's go, sir, let's go and wipe out the Tianluan cult. Yuan Ci's way of addressing him changed immediately. He had never met such a person before. Okay, let's go. Wang Fongyun was stunned as she listened nearby, but she heard the voice of Your Majesty clearly. After repeated questioning and showing her the imperial seal, Yuan Ci hurriedly knelt down. Seeing this, Yuan Ci hurriedly helped him up. Don't worship me, I'm not worthy to be the emperor. After saying that, he stood up, turned around and walked straight to the Tianluan sect headquarters. Boom! The gate of Tianluan sect was smashed to pieces, and the members of Tianluan sect were dumbfounded. Who was so bold? Who are you? Kill your people. Yuan Ci's words were cold, and he instantly activated the Wushan seal. The huge magic formation hovered over the Tianluan sect's headquarters like a big ring of life and death. Countless sharp swords swooped down, killing all those below the emperor level. This is the judgment of the Great Way, which can clearly distinguish right from wrong, good from evil. Your Majesty, stop. Your Majesty, do not be deceived by the traitor from the western regions. Wang Ruizun suddenly appeared and shouted loudly under the pressure of the rain of swords. Oh, Imperial Master, aren't you ill? You look healthy. Thank you for your care, Your Majesty. I came here to help Your Majesty prepare for the southern expedition. Preparation? Using the lives of the people to prepare? Your Majesty, please do not listen to the lies of that evil man from the western regions. Wang Ruizun was pierced through the heart by thousands of arrows, while Nangong Haotian just watched from the side without taking any action. Seeing that everyone outside was dead, Yuan Ci rushed into the main hall to kill everyone. The Tianluan sect members went straight into the main hall. Great martial god might! Yuan Ci roared and blew the hall to pieces. Now only a few people at the Emperor realm were left. Hurry up and call in the ancestor. The great elder shouted, and everyone crushed the jade pendant and summoned the Tianluan patriarch. The sky began to be covered with dark clouds. A huge black wheel was turning slowly, and there were shrill wails and laughter coming from it. The wheel of heaven is in motion. Those who follow it will prosper, and those who go against it will perish. A man with disheveled hair, a mouth full of fangs, 6 hands and 4 heads, holding an iron wheel and a ghost axe in his hands, emerged from the wheel in the sky. You are a bunch of useless people. You can't even do this simple thing and you disturb my meditation. After saying that, he looked at Yuan Ci and others, his eyes full of anger. Oh, how terrible. Everyone turned their heads to look at the corner, and it was Wang Fangyun. I'm really impressed by you. Nangong Haotian slapped his forehead, his face full of worry. Humph, no matter how many of you come, you are all scum, prepare to die. After saying that, he threw out a black ball from his waist, and a man covered in black air came out of the black ball. Hey, Cayman? Nangong Haotian was surprised and wanted to laugh. Who said it came from the island? It was clearly from Shenzhou. Wang Fangyun, who was standing aside, was full of surprise, staring blankly at the man covered in black aura. Brother Helan, why is it you? Didn't you go back to your hometown? It really is Brother Helan. How did you become like this? The person who emerged from the black sphere was Helan Chuanming, who had not been seen for several days. Keiling, the headquarters of Tianluan sect. Helan Chuanming was covered in armor, holding a spear, with black mist surrounding him. He looked at Wang Fangyun with a complicated expression. Brother Helan, why did you join the Tianluan sect? You guys are so happy together. Wang Fangyun's face was full of shock and confusion. Just as he was about to ask, Helan Chuanming suddenly appeared and started fighting with Yuan Ci. I don't want to hear any nonsense, let's just start the fight. Helan Chuanming was actually also a Dao emperor. A few days ago, he was still a mortal. The 2 great Dao emperors started fighting, and the sky and the earth changed color. Helan Chuanming's spear stabbed out like a ghost, and ripples appeared in the space wherever it passed. The sky wheel is boundless, and the dragon roars. After saying that, the gun shadows turned into countless dragons and entangled with Wushan Yin's sword shadow. The Wushan seal suddenly fell off. It turned out that Helan Chuanming had directly stabbed the center of the formation with his gun. Yuan Ci showed no sign of weakness, he grabbed the Wushan seal and it turned into a spear. It would be more accurate to say that it is 2 dragons killing each other rather than 2 guns fighting each other. I saw that where the 2 guns collided, there were ripples in space, and the elders at the Emperor realm were forced to retreat again and again. The power of the Tao is fully displayed in every move. Yuan Ci thrust out with a spear. Helan Chuanming wanted to dodge, but when he saw Wang Fangyun behind him, he took the attack head-on. Helan Chuanming flew backwards and hit the wall heavily, and the wall collapsed. Wang Fangyun tried to help him in a panic, but was forced back by Helan Chuanming. Get lost. Helan Chuanming suddenly stood up and fought with Yuan Ci again. You useless bastard, you actually fell in love with a mortal. I don't think there's any need for you to continue fighting. Get out of here. The Tianluan patriarch suddenly shouted, waved his hand, and Helan Chuanming turned into a ball and returned to the ancestor's waist. You are very powerful, join us, I will let you be the deputy leader. Patriarch Tianluan spoke slowly. Dream. After saying that, Yuan Ci stabbed directly with the gun, aiming straight at the ancestor's heart. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. The ancestor of Tianluan directly released his aura, which was halfway into the quasi-saint realm. Nangong Haotian hadn't encountered an enemy with such high cultivation level for a long time, and he immediately became interested. The Tianluan patriarch slapped out with his palm, and Yuan's spear broke directly, flew backwards, and hit the ground, smashing into a bloody mess. Nangong Haotian hurried forward and injected a stream of fresh air into Yuan's body. You are such an annoying mortal. You have tempted my subordinates without using any magic. It is better to kill you. After saying that, an iron will flew out and flew towards Wang Fangyun. She was so scared that she closed her eyes. There was a clang sound, and Wang Fangyun was not dead. She slowly opened her eyes. It wasn't Nangong Haotian, it was actually Helan Chuanming. Nangong Haotian was also very surprised. He didn't expect that he could break through the seal. What are you still doing here? Go away. Helan Chuanming vomited blood. After breaking through the seal, he was already at the end of his strength, and he had to block the attack of Tianluan Patriarch. He was afraid that he was about to die. Brother Helan, why? Humph, you are also an ungrateful fellow. Have you forgotten how she treated you? The Tianluan Patriarch was extremely angry and whipped Helan Chuanming directly. Suddenly the whip was caught by someone. It was Nangong Haotian. You little brat, you are so annoying. It makes me really irritable. Nangong Haotian's body quickly grew in size, transformed into an old man, and swung his sword directly towards the Tianluan ancestor. The ancestor of Tianluan used his axe to resist, but at this time the axe turned out to be as vulnerable as paper. The Tianluan ancestor was directly split in half, and the huge impact directly killed the nearby elders. In Nangong Holy Land, everyone knelt down and paid homage to the east. Nangong Yu also murmured and looked to the north, and the great wild god realm trembled. The ancestor of Tianluan has fallen. The last breath of Tianluan ancestor rushed directly towards Helan Chuanming. Helan Chuanming was knocked to the ground and returned to his previous appearance. Yuan Ci thanked him and left first. He had to rush back to Beijing to arrange the follow-up work to eliminate the remnants of the Tianluan sect. Nangong Haotian, however, couldn't calm down for a long time as he held a bead dropped by the Tianluan ancestor. Sir, please save him. Wang Fangyun cried and said that Helan Chuanming fell motionless in her arms. He had only one arm and blood was constantly flowing from his mouth. Take him to the inn. Nangong Haotian wanted to heal him, but was obstructed by a mysterious force. Back at the inn, Nangong Haotian tried again, but still failed. That was the power of the rules of heaven. Brother Nangong, don't try. I am satisfied that I can see her again. I have gone astray. Helan Chuanming recounted his experience that day. It turned out that Wang Fangyun went to set up a stall again the day after she met Nangong Haotian. Unexpectedly, the Tianluan sect thief refused to repent and went straight to the street to stab Wang Fangyun. When she was dying, a man in black came and said he could save her. But the condition is to join the Tianluan sect, and one of Helan Chuanming's arms is needed as a medicine. I was filled with hatred at the time, so I agreed to his request. As he spoke, Helan Chuanming vomited blood again, and Wang Fangyun beside him was already crying. He lied to you. Normally, someone with this level of cultivation can do it directly. He just wanted to turn you into a puppet. Then Xuansu recovered quickly, but she kept shouting your name. I was so angry that I wanted to leave, but then I thought about it and left a small note, lying that I went back to my hometown. If God gives me another chance, I will do it again. Chuanming, stop talking. Sir, please save him. I will agree to whatever you want. Nangong Haotian shook his head and sighed. Helan Chuanming was originally a mortal, and only achieved cultivation through the help of the Tianluan ancestor. Now that the old man Tianluan is dead, the lifespan of mortals is limited and fixed. His lifespan has come to an end, and the rules of heaven cannot be violated. I didn't expect that there are people that you can't save. After Wang Fangyun finished speaking, she hugged Helan Chuanming and started crying. Helan Chuanming caressed her hair lovingly and slowly looked towards Nangong Haotian. Master Nangong, I have 2 requests for you. Brother Helan, please speak. First, help me take good care of Xuansu. Also, this is the seal of the Prince of Wuxian. I was originally the 5th prince of the Wuxian tribe, but I met Xuansu by chance. Because I was naughty, I ran away from the palace and came all the way to Beiwu. I lived in seclusion in the countryside and told my father that I was an unfilial child. After saying that, Helan Chuanming vomited blood continuously, holding Wang Fongyun with his hands. He laughed 3 times, and died soon after. It turns out he wasn't bragging. He often said he had Wuxian blood, was strong and brave, and often helped me with work. You see, he was sweating profusely from exhaustion, but he lied to me and said he wasn't tired at all. Finally, he lied to me and said he went back to his hometown. What a liar! Wang Fongyun stopped crying, and looked at Helan Chuanming with her beautiful eyes blankly. However, Nangong Haotian knew that this was the greatest sorrow. What are you going to do, girl? I have my own plans, so please don't interfere. After listening to this, Nangong Haotian sighed, helped Wang Fongyun bury Helan Chuanming, and then stopped asking Wang Fongyun about her plans. He quickly got up and returned to Beijing, as he had other important things to do. After bidding farewell to Wang Fongyun, Nangong Haotian immediately went to Anjing. The people in Anjing city were in panic, and the yamen runners on the streets were arresting members of the Tianluan sect everywhere. Some people applauded, while others brought offerings and cried at their family members' graves. Who exactly is this Nangong Haotian? Have you, the 3 guards, found out? Your Majesty, we have found out that Nangong Haotian is the ancestor of Nangong Holy Land and is not the son of Nangong Junyi at all. What? Are you serious? I dare not deceive your Majesty. Yuan Si's heart was filled with waves of astonishment. Nangong Haotian turned out to be the powerful Nangong ancestor. Yuan Si had heard of this ancestor a long time ago when he was in the Beiwu dynasty, but he regretted that he could not invite him. Now that the ancestor was standing here, he refused to recognize him. Yuan Si was greatly shocked and felt lucky that he had not offended him. The ancestor actually helped him break through to the level of emperor of the Great Tao and taught him how to govern a country. Your Majesty, Nangong Haotian requests an audience. Please come in quickly. Your Majesty, how are you these days? Do you miss me? Emperor Yuanzi of Beiwu pays homage to Patriarch Nangong. In reply to the Patriarch's words, we are currently reforming the country. Thank you for your guidance. Yuan Si completely put aside his airs and knelt down to Nangong Haotian. There is a rule in the Beiwu dynasty that the emperor is the human king, and the ancestor of the Holy Land is the Dharma king, and the human king must kneel down to the Dharma king. Ah, His Majesty knows everything, how boring. Hurry up and get up, we are all old acquaintances. Thank you, ancestor. Although Yuan Si knew that he had a good relationship with Nangong Haotian, he did not dare to neglect him after all, but he was also very happy in his heart. Your Majesty, will you continue your expedition to the south? No, for a countryman, no matter how vast the territory is, as long as the people live and work in peace and contentment, the country is strong and it is also the emperor's responsibility. Your Majesty, you are so wise. However, I came here to say goodbye to your Majesty. What, is it because we didn't entertain you well enough? No, I have something important to do. May I ask your Majesty if you know where this Wulong mountain is located now? Yuan Si was obviously reluctant to let go of the old ancestor, and despite repeated requests, he was unable to keep him. Okay, let's ask the Talent Academy to check it out. After Yuan Si finished speaking, he stood up and wrote a letter of clearance by himself. We are going to make you the Imperial Master because you taught me things that the old masters could not teach me. Nangong Haotian did not refuse, because this was related to whether the Nangong family could come to Dongzhou. Take this, ancestor. Seeing this book is like being here in person. Your Majesty, it's I. You can't say, we. That's what the country folk call us. What's wrong with the country folk? Are they no longer our people? It turned out that in the illusion of Piamiao Town, Yuan Ci was attacked by Yuan Lu as soon as he called himself I, and finally he just called himself we. Nangong Haotian was trying not to smile, but he was also very pleased in his heart that the emperor had grown up. Your Majesty, I have a gift for you before you leave. You will definitely like it. Nangong Haotian took out a life and death ring from his arms, and when he saw Yuan Ci, it made a series of roars. Old ancestor, the Tianluan sect has been destroyed. Keeping this thing will definitely be a disaster. Please destroy it quickly. Your Majesty, please be patient and look. After he finished speaking, he turned the iron ring with his hand, and a person came out from it. It was Yuan Lu. Elder sister. Yuan Ci couldn't believe his eyes. He had erected the tombstone for her himself. Nangong Haotian also smiled slightly. Your Majesty, on my way back to the capital, I met a soul with a strong obsession that could not be reincarnated. After asking, I found out that it was related to your Majesty. Silly boy, I'm here to be your beloved wife, not your sister. Nangong Haotian looked at the two people who were reunited, then took his leave and went to the Talent Academy to ask for directions. Reporting to the ancestor, this Wulong Mountain is now located in Huanqi City within the territory of Wuxian State, and its name is Hat Mountain. Nangong Haotian returned to the hostel and began to pack his luggage, but then he remembered that he hadn't contacted the Holy Land for a long time, so he decided to ask about the situation first. Hey, you girl, what are you doing there? As soon as Nangong Haotian used the mirror, he saw the big turtle and said with an angry look on his face. Ah, ancestor, I didn't do anything. I was practicing seriously. Nangong Yu quickly put away the painted turtle and said with a smile on his face. Nangong Haotian had no choice but to call Nangong Junyi to ask about the recent situation of Nangong Holy Land. It turned out that in recent times, all the surrounding sects, holy places, and countries had come to visit, and the Nangong Holy Land had suddenly returned to its former glory. I'm not going back yet. Junyi, manage the Holy Land well, you practice seriously, and I'll deal with you when I get back. No, ancestor, I want to find you. After Nangong Yu finished speaking, he shook the talisman in his hand with a smug smile on his face. 1,000-mile step talisman. Nangong Junyi had an ugly look on his face and reached out to grab it, but Nangong Yu was agile and dodged it directly. Nonsense, is this something you can take? As the talisman shone brightly, Nangong Yu disappeared on the spot. The only one left was Nangong Junyi, whose face looked even uglier. This was a treasure passed down by the Nangong family, and now it was stolen by her. Go back quickly. Nangong Yu was seen hugging Nangong Haotian's thighs with tears in her eyes, refusing to let go no matter what. Nangong Haotian immediately regretted contacting the Holy Land. He also learned a lesson: bringing one more person would bring more trouble. No, Yuer has never been out of the western regions. If the ancestor doesn't take Yuer with him, Yuer will not leave. Nangong Haotian had no choice but to agree. On the way, Nangong Yu ran around and ate a lot, which made Nangong Haotian feel overwhelmed. In the end, they had to tie a rope around Nangong Yu's hand to make a simple anti-lost rope, and threaten to send her back. The two finally arrived at the border between Beiwu and Wuxian. It was winter, and Tianlang Pass was covered with snow. My lord, I can only send you here. This is the map of Wuxian Kingdom. Nangong Haotian took the densely written map and looked at the distant snow-covered horizon, feeling somewhat uneasy. Thank you, General Yen. Just send me here. My granddaughter and I can walk the rest of the way by ourselves. After saying goodbye to General Yen, Nangong Haotian and Nangong Yu disappeared in the vast sea of snow. On the way, Nangong Yu insisted on listening to a story, so Nangong Haotian told her about his experiences over the past few days. At first Nangong Yu was laughing, but in the end she was crying. This made Nangong Haotian very worried. He still had to coax her. Stop. I own this mountain and I own this tree. If you want to pass by here, you have to leave me money to pay for your passage. Nangong Haotian was very surprised. He didn't expect that there would be thieves in such a snowy place. Brother, there are no trees or roads here. Shut up, you're the only one who talks too much. Wasn't it because of you that I messed up last time? But when he looked closely, Nangong Haotian laughed so hard that tears came out. These two were none other than the two stupid thieves from Huancheng. Ah, it's you again, run away, second brother. It turned out that because they were habitual robbers, they were directly expelled from the country by the government and ended up here robbing. Humph, you really don't know what's good for you. You even robbed our ancestors. Nangong Yu took direct action, and a huge pillar of fire erupted from under the two thieves, directly knocking them away. Who touches my servant? Nangong Haotian went to look for the sound and saw a red-haired woman wearing Wuxian armor riding a horse and shouting. You said those two stupid thieves were your servants? Thieves? They are not thieves. You're still a thief? You've come to rob me. Nangong Yu was very wary of this woman with a great figure and delicate features who suddenly appeared. Nangong Haotian took out a mirror and showed her what had happened. These two damn guys, they lied to me. Who are you? My name is Lin Chuani, and this is my granddaughter Lin Qingyu, and we are envoys from Beiwu. Nangong Haotian didn't want to make a big fuss, so using a fake name made things easier. Humph, words are not enough. Bring out the imperial edict from Emperor Beiwu. The woman shook the spear in her hand, and immediately placed it across Nangong Haotian, and the soldiers behind her drew their swords. This is our imperial edict, please check it, General. Nangong Haotian directly stopped Nangong Yu, who was about to take action, and took out the imperial edict from his arms. Wow, what is this? The prince's seal is from my fifth brother. When taking the imperial edict, Helan Chuanming's prince seal was accidentally taken out by Nangong Yu, and the red-haired woman was shocked. You are the fifth brother, you are back? Miss, I'm sorry, I'm not your fifth brother, but I'm his friend. I know that he is no longer around. Nangong Haotian handed the prince's seal to the red-haired woman and prepared to leave with Nangong Yu. Wait a minute, I'll take you to the imperial city. It's not far from here. The emperor of the Uxian kingdom was called the Great Khan. The capital was not fixed. It changed with the emperor's migration and had no fixed location. Nangong Haotian and others got on her carriage, and Nangong Haotian told her the story of Helan Chuanming in the carriage. I didn't expect that we would never see each other again. My fifth brother was born immortal, but he was honest and usually didn't even dare to leave his tent. But he disappeared mysteriously 7 years ago. We searched for him for a long time but couldn't find him. I didn't expect that he would be gone like this. It turns out that Helan Chuanming's real name is Helan Walla. Because he is immortal and has a gentle nature, everyone bullies him. Nangong Haotian also sighed, and then he realized how courageous he was at that time. Inside the big tent of the Wuxian kingdom, an old man with a weathered face, gray hair, but majestic appearance, sat there. What, Walla is dead? A woman was crying bitterly nearby. She was Helan Chuanming's mother. The old emperor was also furious. It's all because of you that Hua Lot is bullied every day. In the end, it became like this. Are you satisfied? The old emperor remained silent, just looked at Nangong Haotian, and actually threw the prince's seal away. What are you arguing about? Someone, take Luan down. Helan Xuanming's mother was dragged out by several soldiers, and Nangong Haotian couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Hey, how can you be like this? He is your son after all. Nangong Yu stood up angrily, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Although she had never met Helan Xuanming, she knew that Helan Xuanming was a good man. Humph, you are just a piece of trash, it's not a pity to die. What's more, you are envoys. This matter is our family affair. The old emperor simply sneered. Here, the strong are the only ones who have the final say. The other princes beside him also sneered. In the end, he was the great Tao emperor, and the one who killed him was his superior, patriarch Tianluan, who was halfway into the quasi-saint realm. Nangong Haotian really couldn't stand anyone slandering Helan Xuanming, even if it was his father. What? Messenger Lin, this is no joke. The Helan clan was shocked. How could a useless mortal with no talent for cultivation end up being the great Tao emperor? I don't believe it, show me the evidence. The prince at the side shouted loudly, because he was extremely talented, but he was only at the peak of the golden immortal realm. He couldn't tolerate that a loser who was bullied by him every day was stronger than him. Nangong Haotian was not annoyed and took out a fragment, which was exactly the fragment of Helan Xuanming's armor. There was still black air on the black armor plates, but the power of the great Tao and Helan Xuanming's aura surged out together. Everyone showed a greedy look. The old emperor had only just begun to get a glimpse of the great Tao and was not yet the emperor of the great Tao. Since it is Walla's relic, we will definitely preserve it well. Walla's son died so unjustly. Nangong Yu suddenly released her cultivation power, and all the Helan people were shocked. A little girl was actually the great Tao emperor. Nangong Haotian suddenly exerted pressure, and the old emperor found that he could not see through Nangong Haotian's realm. Everyone was overwhelmed. Ancestor, you are a bad guy. Nangong Yu on the side uttered a coquettish sound. Humph, who told you to bother me all the way? Nangong Haotian said proudly, then removed his pressure and looked at the Helan family with disdain. This fragment is just a piece of scale armor from his body. Also, Xuanming told me that he only wanted me to return the prince's seal to you. Forget about anything else. Nangong Haotian secretly felt disappointed for Helan Xuanming. His last words, unfilial son, were really. Ha ha ha, Envoy Lin, this is a misunderstanding. In fact, this armor is a secret treasure of the Wuxian tribe. Giving it to me is like returning it to its original owner. Want to fool me? Do you take me for a fool? Nangong Haotian's face darkened. Your Majesty, this is the treasure of the Tianluan sect, the first evil cult in Beiwu. Are you a member of the Tianluan sect? No, of course not, I am old and confused, I remembered it wrongly, this rebellious son, joining a cult, deserves death. Are you kidding? The people of the Great Wilderness Divine Realm now hate the Tianluan sect to the core. If they admit it, the Wuxian tribe will become the target of public criticism. Sometimes hypocrites are more disgusting than real villains. In that case, I'll take my leave now. Nangong Haotian took Nangong Yu and left without looking back, which scared the Wuxian people. As early as a few years ago, Beiwu had defeated the Wuxian tribe. If the Beiwu envoy is displeased now, it will be a huge disaster. You must be Helan Walla's mother, come with us. Nangong Haotian brought Echelon out directly. It turned out that the mother and son looked quite similar. You girl, send Xuanming's mother back to Beiwu and hand her over to this woman. Nangong Haotian pointed his finger at Nangong Yu's head, and all the information about Wang Fongyun appeared in Nangong Yu's head. Yes, ancestor, can I play in Beiwu for a few days? Whatever, go ahead, I have more important things to do. Nangong Yu saw that her goal had been achieved, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared with Chuanming's mother on her back. The red-haired woman actually followed out and was so beautiful without her armor. I apologize to you for my father's reckless and inappropriate behavior. I heard that the envoy has something to do. I, Helan Saren, am willing to serve you. Nangong Haotian didn't dislike the princess, but he was afraid she couldn't help with this matter, but he could still take her with him. Okay, prepare the carriage and head to Huanqi Heart Mountain. Several horse-drawn carriages were traveling on the snow-covered Wuxian, and a team of more than 20 people set off. The carriage made a creaking sound as it rolled over the ice, but there was a stove inside the carriage, which contained fire beads. May I ask what is the important matter, envoy? Helan Saren was very curious about what had happened that made this envoy, whose cultivation was higher than that of the Emperor of the Great Tao, come here in person. You really want to hear it? Nangong Haotian stared blankly at the snow outside the window. The snow was really heavy. Let me tell you a story first. Helan Saren opened her eyes wide and listened attentively. She looked very curious and adorable. Here's the story. A young monk came to the snowy mountains alone to practice hard in order to realize the truth. After several years, he gained nothing, but he met an elf in the snow mountains. The elf was very cute, and she became the young monk's only friend on the top of the snowy mountain. The monk generously taught her the method of cultivation. The elf's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, while the monk made no progress at all. The monk soon discovered that his mind was full of her when he was meditating. He had no choice but to change the place where he practiced. But the elf couldn't bear to part with him, and the monk was even more reluctant to part with her, but the desire to practice cultivation prevailed. The monk lied to her that he would come back to find her as long as he became a great emperor. The monk had nothing to give her before she left, so he gave her a treasure and gave the elf a name. Never came back since then. This monk is such a heartless man. Helan Saren listened intently and stared blankly at Nangong Haotian. The snow was getting even heavier. Is Envoy Lin that monk? Princess, we have arrived at Huanqi City. But there was no one on the streets of Huanqi City. All the tents and houses were covered with a layer of ice. The snow was heavy and seemed to have no end. The city gate has been covered with snow, and from a distance it looks like a small snow mountain. What's going on? Go and take a look. Yes. Huanqi City was one of the few developed cities in Wuxian State. Now it has become a dead city, which is a big blow to Wuxian State. The Khan has sent another one. An old man came out of his house upon hearing the noise. When he saw Helan Saren and others, he sighed and went back to his house. What's going on, old man? Helan Saren and his men temporarily lived in the old man's house, and Nangong Haotian also moved in. Some died in Huanqi City, some escaped. The snow god is angry. Who is the snow god? Nangong Haotian asked. I don't know. I only know that the snow has been falling for a month and everyone in the city has developed a strange disease. They go crazy for no reason and keep mumbling, "Where are you?" Within a few days, their bodies freeze and they die. Nangong Haotian went out and looked at the sky. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and the snow stopped. Then the sun poured down. Living God, the envoys sent by the Khan are useless, they are all dead. Helan Saren was very surprised because she failed to drive away the snow as soon as she entered the city, and there was no fluctuation of spiritual power here. She thought it was God's will. Is there really a snow god here? People came out one after another, and when they saw Nangong Haotian, they knelt down and kept thanking him. The sunlight shone on Nangong Haotian, who had a solemn expression. At this moment, he looked like a god. Helan Saren looked at Nangong Haotian in horror. She was finding it increasingly difficult to understand this messenger. Suddenly, dark clouds came back with overwhelming force, accompanied by thunder, as if someone was angry. The snow god is here again. Everyone looked at the sky in horror, and suddenly they all fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The same is true for He Xiu Sect and her men. I have come here to see you. How long are you going to make trouble? Nangong Yu looked up at the sky and shouted. The dark clouds in the sky paused for a moment, then dispersed. The people who were foaming at the ground also returned to normal, and after a while, they all stood up. Messenger Lin, what did you just say? Nothing was said, just a shout. From then on, people in Huanxi City said that a god had come from Beiwu, who could defeat the snow god just by waving his hands and speaking. Nangong Yu was therefore warmly received by the villagers, some of whom even made him into a statue and worshipped him every day. Nangong Yu was not in a hurry to go up the mountain, but stayed in the village first. The next morning, Nangong Yu tugged at his quilt lazily. Suddenly, he touched a piece of meat, and Nangong Yu jumped up on the bed. He Xiu Sect, why are you here? He Xiu Sect obviously talked too much last night. He was mumbling something and I don't know what he was talking about. He just kept pulling the quilt. No wonder I always felt like there was no quilt last night. At this moment the door suddenly opened. Wait, don't come in. Princess, there's something new. When the soldier saw this scene, he turned into an ice sculpture. Report to the princess, everything is normal. After saying that, he hurriedly closed the door, only to hear a burst of murmurs outside, followed by a group of people laughing. Nangong Yu had a dark face. Looking at Saren who was sleeping soundly, he directly lifted the quilt. Ah! It's so cold. Hooligan. The first morning of this month arrived in Huanxi City. Nangong Yu had a slap mark on his face, and behind him was He Xiu Sect, whose face was flushed. The two of them stood in a daze at the city gate, where an ice sculpture of a graceful girl stood. Which of you masters made this ice sculpture? It's very beautiful. Ah, Mr. Lin, what is an ice sculpture? Everyone looked at each other, you looked at me, I looked at you. Nangong Yu slapped his forehead and realized that he had used a term too advanced. It's the art of carving various things out of ice. Mr. Lin, none of us knows how to do this, but it sounds good. After a while, there was not even a bird outside Huanxi City. The warriors put down their weapons and began to study how to play with snow. The Wuxian kingdom did not have strict management over the army's leisure time, because in such a harsh environment, everyone was a warrior. Nangong Yu simply didn't care anymore. Things would work out when the time comes. Let's just have fun. Nangong Yu directly introduced games such as snowball fights and snowman building from his world, and they were as happy as children. After they played for a while, they found that their cultivation had actually improved, and they immediately knelt down to thank Nangong Yu. There was a sudden commotion in the woods nearby, and a figure suddenly passed by. Nangong Yu quickly caught sight of it and was slightly stunned. A huge wild boar suddenly jumped out and rushed straight towards the people. The soldiers cheered and scrambled to catch it. However, Nangong Yu still stared at the woods, silent. It was definitely not a wild boar. In the following time, the soldiers actively prepared mountaineering equipment, ready to defeat the snow god in one fell swoop. Heart means black dragon. This place was formerly called Wulong Mountain. After the Wuxian tribe arrived here, they changed the name and built a city. There was a lot of snow on the mountain and everyone had a hard time climbing. Only Nangong Yu climbed as if it were flat ground, as if he was very familiar with the place. But he walked very slowly, as if he was worried about something, and said nothing. Nangong Yu and his group were traveling on the snowy mountains. Princess, what is that? Suddenly, a beam of light appeared on the snowy mountain, followed by a string of lights, which were particularly dazzling on the dark mountain. Finally we see them, princess. The soldiers have been traveling all day, let's rest here. Nangong Haotian looked at the small village that suddenly appeared with a serious expression. It turned out not to be an illusion. Helan Saran looked at the small village very vigilantly, then tilted his head to look at Nangong Haotian. It's okay, let's go in and take a look. Nangong Haotian rushed to the village gate and was shocked. It turned out to be a Western building from that world. Could there be a time traveler? Nangong Haotian hurriedly knocked on the door of the nearest house, desperate for an answer. Stop knocking, I'll be right there. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Who are you? Don't go up the mountain. There are demons on the mountain. When the yellow-haired man saw that Helan Saran and others were fully armed, he knew why they came. Who are you? Nangong Haotian looked at the yellow-haired man in confusion, and a vague answer came to his mind. My name is Hawk, and I'm from the state of Desolation. Huangshi province is similar to the west of Nangong Haotian's world. Although the journey is long, times have changed and many people from Huangshi state have come here, and some have even founded their own sects. We came here a year ago because I smelled the devil under this mountain. Sitting by the bonfire in the hall, there was a huge cross on top, and in front of the cross sat an old man with a wrinkled face and a big nose. It is our duty to exorcise evil in the name of God, but this demon is very troublesome, so we are here. You don't need to get involved in this matter, leave it to me, and go back quickly. No, I want to see the devil being sent back to hell with my own eyes, otherwise we won't go back. There was a determined look in the old man's eyes, and Nangong Haotian admired this small village very much. Princess, please stay here now. Good. Nangong Haotian's suggestion made everyone cheer. To them, this place was magical. If you hear any noise at night, don't open the door. The old man warned seriously that it was really dangerous here. Because the devil has been very violent in the past month, his servants have also come down to cause trouble. Everyone agreed, but something happened in the evening. Princess, someone died. What? Everyone ran over to check what happened and saw a soldier lying on the ground with his eyes wide open, dying with his eyes open. Everyone stay out, it's dangerous. But it was too late, everyone fell to the ground, unconscious. Nangong Haotian had already seen through this little trick, but did not resist and followed him into the secret realm. This is where. What comes into view are countless icy trees, whose branches sway in the wind like seaweed in the water. Damn it, I can't forget it. Hey, you're still alive. The dead soldier was standing there unharmed. It turned out that he was not dead, but had entered a mysterious realm. This secret realm seems mysterious, but it is far inferior to Nangong Haotian's. This is a godsend, we are going to get rich. The secret realm is the place that every cultivator pursues. Here, breaking through to the Emperor realm, let alone the Great Tao Emperor realm, is not a problem. You guys are just here, I've been here for a year. Your brain must have been frightened, you just fainted. Really? Just watch if you don't believe me. There were densely packed marks on a stone slab, which turned out to be the tool the soldier used to record dates. Nangong Haotian understood that this was an independent space and that the time here would be different from that in the outside world, so he comforted them. Then how do we get out? Good question. Everyone was silent for a while. Princess, there is a lock here, but there is no keyhole. I saw a door hanging on the ground with a patterned hinge on it, which turned out to be a combination lock. Nangong Haotian was slightly stunned, then began to read the text above, and couldn't help but complain about the fancy design of the secret realm. Everything hangs on the treetops with the wind. Nangong Haotian looked upset after seeing this. There are so many treetops, which one is it? Nangong Haotian exerted force with his hands and crushed the lock into scrap metal. He pulled it with his hand and passed the level directly. Everyone looked at Nangong Haotian in surprise. This was black ice iron, and it could be molded into this. Boy, can't you solve the riddle? A well-mannered young man suddenly appeared and said with disappointment on his face. You are sick, what kind of junk is this? Tell me how to get out, or I will destroy your secret realm. A soldier said this very angrily, waving the scimitar in his hand. You guys are so irritable. After saying that, the young man waved his hand, and the soldier instantly turned into an ice sculpture and then shattered into ice chips. Brothers, kill! Nangong Haotian suddenly took action to stop it. Emissary Lin, please don't stop us. I want to avenge my brother. Don't be silly, your brother is not dead, he just went back. After saying that, the young man took action instantly. Countless ice arrows shot out and finally gathered into a giant sword. The giant sword instantly turned into water vapor and evaporated in Nangong Haotian's hand. Nangong Haotian smiled. I saw countless icicles rising from the ground and piercing the young man directly. Stop pretending, you're not dead. The young man who was hanging on the icicle suddenly raised his head and grinned foolishly. Actually, this heart's secret realm was not created by me. It was built by a sister who was in the quasi-saint realm. I am just a gatekeeper. Where is your sister then? I don't know. I just know that she was in a bad mood these days, so I didn't dare go up the mountain. Helan Saren and others gasped when they heard this. Quasi-saint realm. Helan Saren was scared. There were only a few quasi-saints in the great wilderness divine realm, and yet they met one here. Emissary Lin, shall we still go up the mountain? You don't have to go, I'll go up. Nangong Haotian felt uncertain because he had clearly felt the changes in the great wilderness divine realm in recent days. Princess, there are so many secret treasures. A soldier shouted after opening the door on the ground. Inside are all ice-attributed skills and treasures, which just meet Helan Saren's needs, because she has ice attribute. Everyone was ready to return with a full load. Nangong Haotian looked at their bulging storage bags with great contempt in his heart, because if they were placed in his own secret realm, these would be everywhere. Okay, let's go back. When Nangong Haotian was about to go back, he saw a red ribbon. Nangong Haotian took it off and put it away. Hey, come and play more often, I feel lonely here too. The boy shouted, and everyone looked at him with dark faces. A ball of golden light enveloped the group of people, and in an instant, they transcended space and returned to the village. Oh, you guys are back, that's awesome. The old man was very surprised to see Helan Saren and others waking up safely, because no one who had gone in before had ever come back. Nangong Haotian said goodbye to everyone and went up the mountain, because the delay was long enough. Nangong Haotian simply cast a magic circle, and the sky cleared up instantly. The Wulong Mountain, which had never seen the sun all year round, welcomed the sunshine. Are you an angel? The old man looked at the sky in surprise. They had tried the purification ritual before, but it had not worked. When he turned around, Nangong Haotian had disappeared from the spot. The top of the mountain was still covered with snow, but Nangong Haotian did not remove it because it was the same when he climbed the mountain that year. Yes, the monk in the story is him, and the elf is Xiaomei. Back then, he was so focused on practicing and becoming stronger that he deceived her. Because of her, Nangong Haotian would not have succeeded. On the top of the snowy mountain, in a tall pavilion, the lights were on. Nangong Haotian paused. He clearly felt two auras, one familiar and one unfamiliar. Aren't you a quasi-saint? How come you can't even stop a mortal? I'm sorry, sir, but the person who came is very strange. Nangong Haotian heard the conversation in the room clearly and was extremely confused. Nangong Haotian pushed the door open without thinking. Joy, sadness, and the pain of tens of thousands of years of waiting burst out at this moment. You're back. Huh, it doesn't seem strange, it seems familiar. Xiaomei, I'm back. Nangong Haotian stood there motionless, allowing her to beat and hug him. Humph, don't think I can let you go just because your little lover is here. Don't even think about it. After saying that, she took out a flawless white jade from her arms, and a string of the jade was connected to her head. Haotian, hurry up and leave. You have no cultivation now. Xiaomei soon discovered that there was no spiritual energy fluctuation in Nangong Haotian's body, and pushed him out of the door in fear. Nangong Haotian's eyes were filled with anger as he stared at the man. The man was none other than He Xiu, the eldest prince of the Wuxian kingdom. In his hand was the puppet jade, a magical instrument that could imprison the soul. Nangong Haotian remained motionless, looking at He Xiu calmly. I'll give you some time to think about it. Either I let her go, or I'll kill you. Ha ha ha, Messenger Lin, I really didn't expect you to come here for her. I know you are very powerful, but you also have to consider her. Ha 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 ha. Nangong Haotian unexpectedly burst into laughter. He Xiu was a little at a loss and even felt a little frustrated. Since you want to die so much, I will grant your wish. After saying this, He Xiu turned into an ice sculpture on the spot, and his soul was directly taken into Nangong Haotian's Tower of Evil. He Xiu didn't even have time to cast a spell. The puppet jade fell to the ground. Nangong Haotian picked it up, released Xiaomei's soul, and crushed the jade directly. Xiaomei, I'm here to keep my appointment. Don't be angry. Let's go. You bastard, you only come now. It's been tens of thousands of years since you remembered me. I'm not leaving. You can go with whoever you want. Nangong Haotian couldn't help but burst out laughing. She was still the same, not changed at all, and was still a lowly. Okay, don't be angry, I'll tell you what's down the mountain. Nangong Haotian told him about the prosperity at the foot of the mountain, and how he had just come out of seclusion after tens of thousands of years of practice. Xiaomei blinked as she listened, and obviously had forgotten that Nangong Haotian did not come to see her. It turned out that Xiaomei had sensed Nangong Haotian's aura a month ago and woke up just then. But He Xiu appeared and lied to her that he had met Nangong Haotian, but asked her to get into the jade to help him find something. In this way, her soul was deceived, and He Xiu later used her ability to harm the people, attempting to kill the Khan and take his place. Humph, you deserve to die. By the way, Xiaomei, this is back to you. Nangong Haotian took out the beads dropped by the Tianluan ancestor and the red ribbon in the heart's secret realm. Yeah, how did you find it? It turned out that these were the gifts left by Nangong Haotian, the Hun Tian Pearl and the duel Ling. Nangong Haotian directly broke the curse of Wulong Mountain, and from then on Wulong Mountain would never be dark again. On the way down the mountain, the two chatted and laughed. Messenger Lin, you are back. Helan Saren stuffed a piece of bread in his mouth and muttered to himself at the entrance of the village. Who is she? A monster? You are the monster, look at your red hair. Xiaomei shouted, and began to gather spiritual energy in her hands. Wait a minute, princess, my last name is not Lin, my name is Nangong Haotian, and this is my friend Xiaomei. Nangong Haotian told you, Helan Saren, the whole situation. When Helan Yongji was told of his conspiracy, Helan Saren became very angry and insisted on bringing his soul back. When the soul was released from the Tower of Evil, it turned out to be a bald man in a black robe, which surprised everyone. Jack, it's you. The old man came running over upon hearing the noise, looking surprised. It turns out that Jack is also from Huangxizu. He has seized the body of the prince of Wuxian Kingdom and attempted to use Wuxian Kingdom to destroy Huangxizu. Mr. Nangong, leave this Jack to us. The old man spoke slowly, saying that he would take Jack back to the court of desolate state for trial because he was a black magician. Nangong Haotian was not unkind and directly packed Jack's soul and gave it to the old man. Are you going back now, Patriarch Nangong? You won't go back to see the Khan again? Yeah, have you become an ancestor? Xiaomei, don't interrupt. Yes, princess. Congratulations on winning the position of crown prince. Helan Saren was not happy about getting the position of crown prince, but was very reluctant to part with this old ancestor. Nangong Haotian exchanged a few words with her and was about to leave. After getting off the carriage, he said a few words to Nangong Yu, and took a shortcut with Xiaomei and immediately returned to the western region. We welcome the return of our ancestor. Nangong Junyi and others fell to the ground. May I ask who this is, ancestor? I'm his wife. Everyone looked at Nangong Haotian in astonishment. Nangong Haotian had lived for tens of thousands of years and had never been so frightened. Nangong Yu, who was standing aside, blushed as she stared at Xiaomei, wondering in her heart why she was so cute. Don't listen to her nonsense. It's really a. We agreed on this tens of thousands of years ago, and he forgot. Xiaomei also noticed the resentful look in Nangong Yu's eyes not far away, and as she spoke, she directly released the pressure of her quasi-saint realm. No one could raise their heads, and Nangong Yu's pretty face turned red. In the end, she was forced to kneel down. We are here to see our grandma. Everyone had no choice but to shout loudly. Their voices were even louder than when they were facing Nangong Haotian, and Nangong Haotian's face turned black. Haotian, where should I put this secret realm? You brought that junk with you? Can you say that again? Oh, okay, I'll find a place right away. Nangong Haotian recalled the time when Xiaomei bullied him in the past, and he subconsciously fled in a hurry. Everyone was shocked. Nangong Holy Land had gained a new ancestor since then. Hey, I think the grandma who came here is more powerful than the old ancestor. Her cultivation must be more than the quasi-saint realm. Yeah, I think so too. It seems I have to be careful in the future. Grandma has a bad temper, but she is so cute, even more so than Nangong Yu. What are you two talking about there? Go practice. Nangong Yu looked at Wan Longyuan and Nangong Junyi with an unhappy face. Yes, senior sister. Seeing this, the two ran away dejectedly. Ever since the arrival of the great-grandmother, Nangong Yu seemed to be in a bad mood. Inside Nangong Haotian's secret realm. Wow, Haotian, you have so many things. Don't touch it, it's mine, don't look at it. You stingy guy, I am still a grandmother after all, your wife. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll send you back to Wulong Mountain. Suddenly, a piece of clothing fell out from the shelf in the secret realm. The clothing exuded an icy aura and felt particularly cool to the touch. There is a snow lotus embroidered on this dress, and the overall sky blue color is very beautiful. This dress is nice, give it to me. No, that's... Who? That's what I was planning to give you for your birthday. Nangong Haotian swallowed the words he was about to say and changed his tone. The two started arguing as soon as they met. The people of the Nangong family hurriedly avoided the two people, fearing that they would be affected. Life returned to peace. Report, the patriarch of the Lee family wants to see you. What are these scumbags doing here? Are they looking for a beating? Nangong Haotian heard the Lee family's disdainful sneers, and Xiaomei also heard Nangong Haotian talk about this matter. Don't go, these bastards, just look to grandma. Xiao Mei, stop messing around. I want to see what these bastards are up to. Nangong Haotian stood up angrily and strode towards the hall, his eyes full of mockery. Li Tianju of the Li family pays homage to Patriarch Nangong. I wonder what's wrong with Gooden. Li Tianju was very angry that someone actually called him by his nickname in the court. Suddenly he thought of something and sneered again. This time, the young man came here to renew the marriage. The whole audience burst into laughter after hearing this. Wan Longyuan even held Nangong Chunyu's hand and laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Humph, don't be too happy too soon, everyone, please take a look at what this is. I saw that he was holding a piece of paper with two big words, Alliance, written on it. The major holy places in the western region have joined forces with the holy places of the southern Qin kingdom in East Continent to form an alliance. I, Li, have obtained the qualification to join for the Li family. The laughter of the crowd died down, replaced by a deathly silence. Oh, I see. Nangong Haotian said while yawning. Li Tianju was very annoyed when he saw Nangong Haotian like this. You are also thinking about Nangong Holy Land. Please don't be ungrateful. When the Alliance army arrives, I am afraid that I will not be able to protect myself. Li Tianju, you should change your name to Li Tianju. You will be brilliant if you get some sunshine. After he finished speaking, a golden light suddenly flashed, and Li Tianju's head fell with a bang. I tell you what the hell the Alliance and the Li family are. Even if the entire Great Wilderness Divine Territory comes to attack us, we are not afraid. Nangong Haotian said this in a relaxed tone, as if he had killed an ant. Just you wait. Wow, Haotian, you are so awesome. Long live the ancestor. Although Nangong Haotian said this, he still urged everyone to train hard. Ancestor, are you sure you want to put these magic weapons in the novice tower? Yes, it's hard to kill a chicken without a good weapon. Nangong Haotian had been cleaning the secret realm these days and had found a bunch of things that were useless to him, but very valuable to a novice. Nangong Junyi felt very sorry when looking at these magical instruments, and he admired Nangong Haotian's generosity even more. Nangong Haotian was also taken good care of as the new disciple, and 10 sets of skills for beginners were deduced. The power of the Nangong Holy Land is growing. The Li family lost its patriarch again. All the members of the Li family stood in the main hall, and no one wanted to be the patriarch anymore. Even the common people on the street cursed people as, "You, Master Li." My fellow tribesmen, the allied forces will arrive soon, and we will definitely win. Li Gongcheng stepped forward and took the initiative to assume the position of head of the family. The allied forces became everyone's only hope. Suddenly there was a loud bang, and the Li family's ancestral hall collapsed. All those who had grudges against the Li family in recent times came to seek revenge. The holy place of Wu family of southern Chen state. How has your majesty been these days? Has the medicine taken effect? Your majesty, his majesty has been bedridden and unconscious for several days. Ah, very good. Several elders whispered to each other and then burst into laughter. The plan was half completed. It turns out that the Emperor Song Lingtai of Nanqing Kingdom has always been a major threat to the Holy Land of Nanqing Kingdom. The various holy places in the southern Qin Kingdom were powerful and posed a threat to the imperial court. Song Ling worked hard to govern the country and planned to reduce the power of the vassal states. All the great saints rebelled, and the Wu family Holy Land was the largest force in the southern Qin Holy Land. They thought that just changing the emperor would be enough. The political situation in southern Qin is in a chaotic stage, but the forces of the Holy Land are gaining the upper hand, and they are also going to unite with other national holy places. Report. The envoy from the southern Qin Kingdom is visiting. Nan Chen is here again. Bei Wu just sent him away. Junyi, go meet him. It's the ancestor. Nangong Junyi walked into the hall and saw a young messenger. I am Han Qing, paying my respects to Saint Nangong. The messenger, please get up. I wonder what brings you to my humble room. Nangong Junyi understood very well the principle of not visiting a temple for no reason. Lord Saint, the South and the Western region Holy Land are now colluding to threaten both you and me. I am here to form an alliance with your Holy Land and the Northern Wu Kingdom. If I do this, I believe that those cowardly people will not dare to attack us. Han Qing's speech was full of spirit and eloquence, as if he had already seen the scene of the Wu family's Holy Land being breached. Don't worry, envoy. This matter is of great importance. Please give us a few days' grace. We will give you a reply in 3 days. Although Nangong Junyi was tempted, he still had to discuss it with the ancestor. Junyi, what do you think? After sending the messenger away, Nangong Junyi hurried to discuss with the ancestor. Grandmaster, I think it's better to form an alliance. Besides, there are so many enemies. Oh, you're scared? Grandma, I don't have any. Well, the Southern Chen court is already in turmoil. It will be very troublesome to form an alliance with him. Old ancestor means not to form an alliance. Right. Nangong Haotian looked at Nangong Junyi who was leaving, and a brilliant plan was planned in his mind. Report to the Holy Lord, something bad has happened. Report quickly. Han Qing died in the inn last night. The Emperor of Southern Chen was replaced by Wu Zhenghan, and the country was renamed Southern Qi. The Southern Chen Emperor Song Ling died last night, and the Wu family Holy Land took advantage of the situation and seized most of the territory. What was going to happen still happened. Nangong Haotian muttered to himself, but his hands did not stop. He was writing a letter to Yuan Ci. Everyone understood that the balance that had been maintained for hundreds of years was broken, and there would be no peace in the future. But Nangong Haotian thought this was an opportunity, a godsend opportunity. Inside the main hall of Nangong Holy Land. Grandfather, is this really okay? That's for sure. There are so many open spaces around our Nangong Holy Land. Nangong Junyi looked at the complicated design drawings on the table, which crisscrossed many commercial streets. Nangong Haotian has already started planning to make some money. After all, the expenses of the Holy Land are very high. Junyi, just follow the instructions on this diagram and get ready. After Nangong Junyi said goodbye, he directly posted Nangong Haotian's advertisement around the Holy Land. The advertisement flyer read, "Recruiting talents." It attracted many people to join the construction activities, and Nangong Yu and others also joined in. After all, the commercial street was very new to them. They saw the exaggerated advertisements and were very much looking forward to this commercial street. Nangong Yu also saw the business of Beiwu. With the help of these monks, we can move much faster than the workers alone. Nangong Haotian looked at this group of free labor from his own family with satisfaction and felt very pleased. The commercial street was built very quickly and its prototype was completed in just 1 day. Report to the ancestor, it's bad, the merchants in the western regions won't sell us materials anymore. Why? Is it because you don't have enough money, or are you being rude to them? Ancestor, I don't have it. They said they can sell it to us, but we have to give up 50% of the profits of the commercial street. What? Nangong Haotian had always sneered at this group of businessmen and didn't take them seriously, but now they are blatantly trying to make profits from them, which is very disgusting. Nangong Haotian decided to meet this group of businessmen in person. Haotian, wait a minute, I'll go meet them. Xiaomei actually stood up at this time. She had been living a very comfortable life in Nangong Holy Land, and today she finally found a job. Can you do it? Of course, you don't have to worry. Nangong Haotian watched Xiaomei leave but did not stop her, because sometimes violence can solve problems faster. Who are you? We are meeting Patriarch Nangong. Don't worry, everyone. I am the grandmother of this holy land. I will be the one to negotiate with you this time. Well, Grandma, I believe you understand what we mean. As long as you give up 50% of the profit, we will risk our lives to provide it. Risking your life? You are putting it too seriously. That's right. We are under pressure from the unknown alliance, and our business is not as good as before. If we continue to provide materials, we will be in danger. Xiaomei didn't expect that this group of merchants had no pressure at all, because even if they were an alliance, they didn't dare to invade the merchant gang at will. But Xiaomei has her own way to make them surrender. Suddenly, the table exploded and turned into fragments that scattered all over the ground. A quasi-saintly pressure weighed heavily on everyone in the hall. Everyone gasped. Their business group knew that there were masters in Nangong Holy Land, but they didn't expect them to be so powerful. Are you selling it or not? Grandma, please spare my life. We will load the goods and sell them to the noble Nangong Holy Land right now. We will not take a single cent of the Nangong Holy Land's profits. The leader of the business gang, Yang Diaohe, said with a red face that facing such strength, no businessman can do anything. Sell? I don't want it unless you give it to me. Okay, let's load the goods right away. Just consider it as Jiao's sponsorship of Nangong Holy Land. The pressure was not removed until Jiao He and others agreed to the request for the donation. Thank you all for the gifts. I was really rude just now. We, Nangong Holy Land, are willing to develop together with your gang. Nangong Haotian was eavesdropping on the entire process from behind the hall and only stepped forward at this time. We thank the ancestor for his generosity. He will definitely come to visit us with gifts one day. Jiao He and others left in a hurry. They knew that they had boarded the pirate ship of Nangong Holy Land. Haotian, how do you think I did? Very good, but you have to compensate me for the table at my house. This table. TSK, I think you are crazy about money. Nangong Haotian had a sly smile on his face, because as far as he knew, the gold mine in Wulong Mountain had been dug out by Xiaomei. The opening of the commercial street came as expected, and the place was already crowded with people. In their eyes, countless skyscrapers were simply alien objects, and everything was supplied by spirit stones. Thank you all for your care for Nangong Holy Land. I declare that Nangong Commercial Street is officially established. Finally, everyone cheered and rushed in, and the commercial street was instantly swallowed up by the crowd. Everyone, please don't crowd and keep order. The one who maintains law and order is Wan Longyuan, who was arranged here by Nangong Yu because he often muttered to himself. Apparently, even Wan Longyuan, who was at the emperor level, couldn't stop the enthusiastic customers, and he was nearly trampled to death. Nangong Haotian looked at these customers with satisfaction. In his eyes, they were all wallets coming here to lose weight. Wait a minute, the Lee family is not allowed to enter. A woman with a graceful figure and pretty face was stopped by the newly established 1-minute security brigade. Why? If I had nowhere else to go, I wouldn't go to the Lee family. Wait a minute, miss, check out Nangong Shengdi. This place is much better than the Lee family. Nangong Junyi immediately came to advertise after hearing the news. After being educated by Nangong Haotian, Nangong Junyi still became a business maniac. Can I really do that? Yes, you deserve Nangong Holy Land. Nangong Junyi happily took the little girl to the admissions office and directly filled out the application form. You have to put all the Lee family's stuff outside the door. The Lee family's stuff is not allowed to enter here. Unexpectedly, the little girl threw the Lee family's things directly into the trash can, strode directly to the Nangong Holy Land, and successfully made a gorgeous turn from the Lee family to the Nangong family. Its speed made the Lee family ancestor feel ashamed, but a problem occurred in the Samurai Soul Hall. What's going on? Why is this broken stone not working? I'll ask the ancestor to replace it later. The Samurai Shodown soul-detecting stone didn't react at all. This stone would react even if an ant approached it, but it didn't react at this moment. Stay here first, and come back while I ask the old ancestor for a new one. Nangong Junyi had no choice but to arrange the girl to stay in the guest room and then hurried to find Nangong Haotian. Where's Xinglua? You bunch of losers can't even take care of a woman. The Li family was in turmoil because of Li Gongcheng's disturbance because an important person was missing. This person is the little girl brought back by Nangong Junyi. She is a treasure presented to the alliance and also the capital for the Li family to join the alliance. Master, we have searched everywhere inside and outside the mansion, but we can't find anything. Then go look for it again. If you can't find it, go find another painted skin demon. The painted skin demon is a very rare monster. Rather than being a monster, it is more like a treasure because they never age and can change their body shape freely. Ancestor, the person is inside. Nangong Haotian was slightly stunned when he looked at the woman, then suddenly laughed and patted Nangong Junyi on the shoulder. You kid, you found a treasure. What treasure? Old ancestor, I won't sell people. You kid, if you say that again, I'll sell you out.